Rebirth. The Celestial Empire. Royal Ancestral Hall. Within the solemn and austere hall, a heavy scent of blood permeated the air. In the center stood a silver cage, imprisoning a woman. She lay on the ground, curled up in a ball, her body trembling slightly, her magnificent palace gown soaked in blood, the hem ominously empty where her feet had been brutally severe. The sound of footsteps approached, and Shang Wanyu struggled to lift her head. A familiar face came into view. Her heart jolted violently, for it was her fiancé, Jiang Yuqing, with whom she was to wed in mere days. Shang Wanyu, how does it feel to have your primal force dissipate and become a mere shell of your former self? Shang Wanyu gazed at him in disbelief. It's you. Jiang Yuqing smiled faintly. Every day, for the past 3 years, as I brewed snow tea for you, I added a touch of primal powder. Did you enjoy it? Shang Wanyu was momentarily stunned. Then a bitter smile graced her lips. Ah, she had once believed in the sincerity of a beloved. Yet unbeknownst to her, he had sought her demise from the very beginning. Her expression gradually turned icy. Jiang Yuqing, do you not understand the gravity of the crime of plotting against a princess? Jiang Yuqing merely smiled in silence, when another woman's voice echoed through the hall. Sister, even now, do you still believe yourself to be the exalted princess? Shang Wanyu abruptly turned her head, and a graceful figure approached. It was her youngest sister, Shang Wanwan, who had always been doted upon. The face that once bore a timid and delicate demeanor now radiated unabashed arrogance and triumph. Day and night, your blood shall run dry. Who else can come to your rescue? Is it the ailing father or the 13th Moon Guard station at the frontier? The heart of Shang Wanyu plummeted into an icy abyss. Father is gravely ill. Did you orchestrate this? She feared that the 13th Moon Guard had also been deliberately misled. Shang Wanwan blinked innocently, gently patting her chest, feigning a pout as she gazed at Jiang Yuqing. Yuqing, sister is so fierce Wainer is terrified. Jiang Yuqing chuckled, playfully pinching her waist. What is there to fear? She is but a mere shell now. As long as her blood nourishes your original vein, your innate talent shall surely flourish, and then all shall belong to you. Shang Wanwan glared at her with a fierce envy. Sister, you were born with the divine original vein. Esteemed as the destined princess, all the finest things are yours. But why should that be so? Is it solely because your mother is the empress while mine is but a concubine? She was unwilling to accept this. Thus, she would seize everything belonging to Shang Wanyu. Fear not, dear sister, I shall safeguard your beloved man and your future throne with utmost care. Shang Wanyu felt as though something had lodged in her chest, nearly causing her to burst. The two individuals she had trusted most had conspired against her. Shang Wanwan reveled in her torment, yet it seemed insufficient. She softly continued. Ah, sister, considering all the years you have cared for me, I shall ensure you embark on your journey well. May you soon reunite with your short-lived mother and brother. Each word struck Shang Wanyu's ears like thunder, reverberating with a devastating clarity. Was it not an accident that the empress and her young brother perished upon the icy lake so many years ago? You do not know when my 7th brother died. He was still calling for his sister. Shang Wanyu's voice thundered with fury. To betray her father, to maim her and confine her in this place, was already a profound enmity. Yet, she could scarcely fathom that her most beloved mother and cherished brother had also met their demise at their hands. Her scarlet eyes fixated intensely upon the two, akin to a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. In the next moment, a frenzied inferno engulfed her. Shang Wanyu had ignited the primordial veins within her to self-immolate. A fireball, the size of a longan, erupted forth in an instant, piercing through Shang Wan's dantian. Shang Wanwan immediately felt her own veins ablaze, panic-stricken cries escaping her lips. My veins! Though Jiang Yuqing narrowly evaded the attack, his right arm was grievously severed. If there is a next life, this grudge shall be avenged. Each word resonated like a curse. No one noticed that upon the blood-stained table, an enigmatic rune suddenly materialized, only to vanish in an instant. In the year 1653 of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the Princess Shang Wanyu perished due to a catastrophic misfire in her cultivation. Pain, excruciating pain, flesh torn asunder, searing flames engulfing her. A muffled voice suddenly reached her ears. Big brother. This little girl may be emaciated, but her delicate visage is truly enchanting. To simply slay her would be a grave loss, wouldn't it? Indeed, brother, regardless of her status as the eldest daughter of the Chu family, should this escalate, it would undoubtedly be different. What eldest daughter? She is merely a waste with a damaged, original vein. The entire Chu family regards her as a stain upon their name. Brother, the third miss merely said to make her disappear forever. Once we have completed our task, we can simply set fire to her who, in the Chu family, would come looking for her. Fire? Fire. A sharp pain surged through Shangguan Yu's mind as she abruptly opened her eyes. Beneath the blinding sunlight, a lecherous man was extending his hand toward her chest. Seeking death, Shangguan Yu exclaimed fiercely, only to suddenly realize that her voice was entirely different from before. Her throat was hoarse, as if she had not had a drop of water in ages, yet it was unmistakably the voice of a girl no older than 12 or 13. However, there was no time for contemplation. She swiftly grasped the man's wrist. With a violent twist and a powerful kick. A piercing scream echoed through the woods. The man, caught off guard, was immediately sent staggering back, his wrist contorted in a bizarre manner as it was brutally broken. Brother. The two men behind him gasped in shock, hurriedly supporting him. Upon seeing his injury, they were astounded and turned their gaze toward the girl. Chu Luiwei was notorious within the Chu family for her lack of ability. Possessing no combat prowess whatsoever otherwise, they would not have easily knocked her unconscious and brought her to this fog-laden forest. Yet now, she had actually broken their elder brother's hand. How dare you, little wretch, challenge me, Song Lian. You are courting death. Eldest and second, seize her at once. Understood. Though puzzled, they rushed forward without a second thought. All three were second-tier martial artists. How could a mere Chu Luiwei possibly stand against them? They must have been mistaken. As the two men advanced to attack, Shangguan Yu narrowed her eyes, a flicker of dark light passing through them. Then, astonishingly, she charged directly at the two. Just as the three were about to clash Eden, the two men swung their blades in unison. Yet, Shangguan Yu seemed to anticipate their moves. She suddenly bent low, sidestepped, and darted in front of one of the men, a mere breath apart. With ease, she seized the man's wrist, applying pressure at a precise point. A wave of weakness surged through the man's arm, causing his blade to halt just above the girl's head. Shangguan Yu's gaze was frigid as she twisted her body. The sword turned back, swiftly severing the man's head from his shoulders. Warm, crimson blood splattered across her face, yet she did not so much as blink. Thud! Emotionless, she released her grip, and the headless body collapsed to the ground. A chilling wind swept in from behind. The man who had intended a sneak attack widened his eyes in disbelief before his blade could descend. He found himself bisected. Thud! The clean cut at his waist sent shivers down the spine. Song Lian stood in shock, witnessing the scene unfold before him, utterly astounded. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luiwei had slain two second-tier martial artists. Chu Luiwei? Have you lost your mind? Fear caused Song Lian's voice to rise in pitch. Shangguan Yu turned to face the man who had once sought her demise, her brows furrowing in contemplation. These three individuals were strangers to her, and pathetically weak. To attempt her assassination, one would at least need to deploy an 8th-tier warrior. Yet here they were. No, that doesn't seem right. Had she not already perished? In the royal ancestral hall, she had been conspired against by Jiang Yuqing and Shangguan Wan. Then what? Suddenly, she lowered her gaze to her hands gripping the dagger. These were slender, frail hands, yet they bore the calluses of years spent in labor. These hands are not her own, and that man had just called her Chu Luiwei. Her eyes flickered with realization as she swiftly connected the dots of recent events. Was it the third miss who sent you to kill me? Song Lian, desperate for an opportunity to eliminate Chu Luiwei, hesitated upon witnessing the gruesome fate of his companions. Though he was uncertain of the nature of Chu Liu's apparent curse, he dared not act recklessly. In a moment of reflection, his expression shifted dramatically, and he knelt, wailing. Yes. It was all instigated by the third miss. She instructed us to seize you while you were out shopping. She promised us 600 taels of silver if we could make you disappear without a trace. Young miss, I beg for your mercy. I was merely confused in the moment. Young miss? Upon hearing those words, Shang Guanyu was suddenly beset by a piercing headache, as if something tumultuous were surging within her. The intense pain caused her to stagger backward, her complexion paling considerably. Song Lian cast a glance at her, his gaze turning venomous. There was no turning back now. The moment was upon him. With a fierce shout, he suddenly rose and charged swiftly toward Shang Guanyu. The power coursing through him surged, unexpectedly stronger than before. He had indeed ascended to the third tier of martial artists. Yet, just as he was about to reach Shang Guanyu, a blade pierced through his chest. It was the very knife in Shang Guanyu's hand. Song Lian looked down in disbelief. How could it be Chu Luiwei? When did she become so formidable? He would never know the answer. Bang! The last one was slain. In the depths of the forest, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Were it not for the three corpses on the ground, one would hardly believe that a girl of such frail stature possessed such astonishing power. Shang Guanyu leaned against a tree, and as the intense pain gradually subsided, she discovered that another person's memories had inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Once she sorted everything out, she slowly opened her eyes with a soft sigh. It turned out she had been reborn into the body of a girl named Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, one of the four prominent families of the Yaoqian kingdom. Though titled as the eldest daughter, her life was worse than that of a servant. Born with a congenital deficiency in her spiritual roots, she was unable to cultivate and was regarded as a disgrace to the Chu family. Chu Liu's mother had passed away when she was very young, and her father, Chu Ning, once the prime candidate to become the next head of the Chu family, had suffered grave injury in recent years, causing his standing in the family to plummet. Thus, it is not difficult to envision the extent of the bullying that Chu Luiwei endured throughout her childhood. The so-called third young lady of the Chu family who sought to end her life is none other than her second uncle Chu Yao's daughter, Chu Qianmin. The reason behind her relentless pursuit to eradicate Chu Luiwei lies in the existence of a betrothal, specifically her engagement to the current crown prince of the Yaoqian kingdom, Rong Jin. In just a month, Chu Luiwei will turn 14, marking the occasion of her official engagement ceremony. In truth, it is not only Chu Qianmin who harbors ill intentions, there are countless others who secretly desire her demise. As Shang Guanyu rose, the pallor of her lips gradually formed a faint smile. If her memory serve her correctly, the Yaoqian kingdom is indeed one of the vassal states of the Tianal Engineer dynasty. Heaven has not forsaken her. From this moment forth, she shall embrace her identity as Chu Luiwei. The grievances of her past life shall be repaid 100-fold in this one. Chapter 2. A fateful encounter by the lakeside. After meticulously dealing with the three corpses, Chu Luiwei picked up a nearby bundle. It belonged to the original Chu Luiwei. Upon opening it for inspection, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. The bundle contained a considerable amount of silver notes and an assortment of trinkets. Although such items would scarcely attract the attention of someone of noble birth like the former princess of destiny, Shang Guanyu, for a destitute girl from the Chu family, it represented a windfall. Was she attempting to flee? Chu Luiwei scoffed. Not only was the original Chu Luiwei gentle and timid, lacking the audacity for such a venture, but even if she had the desire to escape, could she truly abandon her father, Chu Ning? Most importantly, having been bullied by the Chu family, how could she have possibly acquired such a fortune in silver notes and jewels? It was evident that someone had framed her. If Song Lian and his companions were to murder Chu Luiwei, the Chu family would, out of a sense of pride, feign a search for her. When they discovered her body adorned with these items, they would undoubtedly conclude that she had stolen them during an outing to procure goods. A thief, deserving of her fate. Chu Qianmin intended to not only eliminate her, but also tarnish her reputation, ensuring she could never rise again. Since she had assumed the body of the original Chu Luiwei, it was only fitting that she resolve these matters on her behalf. Furthermore, the identity of Chu Luiwei would indeed facilitate her future endeavors. After taking stock of the belongings, Chu Luiwei glanced around, faintly hearing the gentle murmur of the stream. Now covered in blood, she desperately needed to wash herself. Fortunately, the bundle contained a change of clothes, which would prove quite convenient. As Chu Luiwei traversed the lush forest, after approximately a quarter of an hour, a breathtaking azure lake finally unfolded before her eyes. To her astonishment, a layer of white mist lingered above the water's surface. Even while standing at the lake's edge, she could only behold the gentle ripples of the nearby azure waters, while the distant expanse remained shrouded in obscurity. With curiosity, Chu Luiwei extended her hand. Passing through the ethereal white mist, and was slightly taken aback. This mist was, in fact, a dense concentration of primordial energy. One could only imagine the remarkable benefits of cultivating in such an environment. As the imperial princess and the forthcoming sovereign of the Tianling dynasty, she possessed a considerable understanding of the circumstances of the dynasty's numerous vassal states. Although this locale could not compare to her previous places of training, it was, nonetheless, exceptional within the confines of the diminutive Yaotian kingdom. At that moment, a low growl echoed through the air. She lifted her gaze and beheld a snow-white lion by the lake, staring at her with its ice-blue eyes. This creature was a high-grade magical beast. However, just as Chu Luwei pondered how to contend with it, the lion unexpectedly flicked its tail, lowered its body once more, and closed its eyes. Stunned, Chu Luwei wondered, was it not going to attack her? Such guardian beasts were typically known for their volatile tempers. Before she could finish her thoughts, the lion opened its eyes again to glance at her. Then, with a decisive stride, it approached her. Upon reaching her side, the white lion suddenly raised its paw and swiped at her satchel, nudging it with its head against her waist. "Do you want me to enter?" Chu Luwei inquired uncertainly. The white lion responded with a snort. As she sat down, the ice-blue eyes of the white lion locked onto Chu Luwei's, as if to convey that it would not depart unless she entered. Chu Luwei chuckled. Finding the white lion rather endearing, she reached out to stroke its head, and the lion contentedly closed its eyes. Only then did she remove her blood-stained garments and step into the lake, allowing the warm waters to envelop her. The abundant and soothing primal force surged towards her in an instant. Chu Luwei closed her eyes, beginning to meticulously assess the condition of her body. In the Xuanwu continent, strength reigns supreme. Practitioners are divided into two categories. One is the martial artist, who absorbs the primal forces of heaven and earth, integrating this power into their very flesh and blood. The other is the Xian master, who perceives the operational rules of the primal forces and utilizes runes to consolidate this energy. Although both are considered practitioners, the stringent requirements to become a Xian master render them exceedingly rare and highly esteemed compared to martial artists. To become a practitioner, one must possess a primal vein. The primal vein serves as the sole bridge for practitioners to sense and absorb the primal forces of heaven and earth, thus holding immense significance. There are 4 levels of primal veins: Tianjing, Daijing, Xianjing, and Huangjing. Tianjing stands at the pinnacle, even within the Tianling dynasty. Only 2 individuals have emerged over the millennia, one being the ancestor of the Tianling dynasty, and the other, herself. This is why she is regarded as the most esteemed Tianming princess. For her, cultivation should be an effortless endeavor. However, the primal vein of this body is indeed inherently flawed. While the primal forces of heaven and earth can be drawn in, they cannot be retained. Nor can they be transformed into Chu Luwei's own power. Thus, Chu Luwei was deemed a waste from birth. It appears that the restoration of this primal vein must come first. Chu Luwei murmured. If such words were to be overheard by others, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. The original meridian is innate. How could it possibly be restored? Throughout the entirety of the Yaotian kingdom, it seems that no one could achieve such a feat. Yet, for the destined princess of the once mighty Tianming dynasty, Shangguan Yu, it is hardly a challenge. The so-called divine healers are the most enigmatic and esteemed beings on the continent. They can revive the dead and restore flesh to bone with ease. However, the path to becoming a divine healer is far more arduous than that of a mystic master. Their cultivation differs significantly from that of martial artists and mystic masters. Even if the body were akin to decayed wood, Chu Luwei possesses the ability to transmute it into something extraordinary. One wonders what level the original meridian will attain after restoration. As she pondered, a flash of crimson light suddenly flickered before Chu Luwei. Frowning, she gazed at her hands and beheld a peculiar blood-red rune gradually emerging in her palm. This was a symbol she had never encountered before, and she was completely unaware of its origin. Could it possibly belong to the former Chu Luwei? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if this rune were inherently hers. The blood-red rune shimmered and then transformed into a stream of light, swiftly vanishing. Before Chu Luwei could contemplate further, she suddenly felt something new within her dantian. The once dim and depleted dantian was now suffused with a radiant crimson light. At its center, the very rune she had just witnessed was quietly suspended. As she scrutinized it closely, she suddenly gasped. The blood-red rune did not exist in isolation, but was intricately inscribed upon a transparent page. The pages were exceedingly thin, as if brutally torn from some book, their edges jagged and uneven, quietly suspended in the air, gently undulating. Were it not for the illumination of the crimson runes, it would have been difficult to discern their presence. Just as Chu Luwei was filled with curiosity about what they were, intending to examine them more closely, the translucent page suddenly transformed into water, coalescing within her dantian into a small lake. The blood-red runes vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. Chu Luwei glanced at her palm, now devoid of any trace. Her body had returned to a state of tranquility. It seemed that this entity posed no threat to her. Nevertheless, she must first address the troubles of her original self. She turned around, preparing to ascend the shore, when her gaze suddenly hardened. She swiftly concealed herself beneath the water, peering ahead. Who goes there? At the same time, she had removed her hairpin, gripping it tightly in her hand, ready to strike at any moment. Amidst the dense, ethereal mist, a tall figure flickered in and out of view. Soon, a deep, refined male voice resonated, tinged with a hint of amusement. Little girl, is it not rather inappropriate to intrude upon someone else's domain? Perhaps due to the clouds swirling above the lake, his voice lingered with a languid drawl, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a lute, lingering and poignant, stirring the heart. Chapter 3. She did not die. To her astonishment, a man was concealed within the lake. Chu Luwei felt a jolt in her heart. She had been here for quite some time and had not sensed his presence at all, although she no longer possessed the strength of her former life. Her keen insight and sharpness remained intact. Otherwise, she would not have been able to deal with Song Lian and his companions alone just moments ago. The strength of this man must be formidable. Is this your territory? She cautiously inquired. A sound of water echoed, and Chu Luwei could vaguely discern a tall figure emerging from the depths, despite the veil of mist obscuring her view. The silhouette revealed broad shoulders, a robust back, and a subtle curve leading into the lake. Gripping her hairpin tightly, she remained fixated on the figure. Having just been reborn, she had no intention of succumbing to confusion and meeting her demise once more. A low chuckle suddenly resonated. Is it truly so captivating? Then a breeze swept through, dispersing the white mist. The man's form became increasingly distinct, as if he harbored intentions of revealing himself fully. A cold smile curled upon Chu Luwei's lips. What sights had she not witnessed? Why should she fear this? Veiled in mist, she could not ascertain if he was indeed appealing. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe him clearly before rendering her judgment? The drifting fog seemed to pause momentarily. The man, perhaps taken aback, had not anticipated such bold words from a seemingly innocent girl. If you truly wish to see, I would be more than willing. Yet, I fear that before you could discern my features, your hairpin may have already found its way into my chest. The man appeared unperturbed, the mirth in his voice intensifying. Chu Luwei remained silent. His prowess was undeniable, coupled with keen intelligence, allowing him to see through her intentions effortlessly. He was evidently no easy adversary. Against such an individual, she would not opt for a head-on confrontation. With a graceful flicker of her gaze, she resolutely gathered her hair once more and calmly reinserted the hairpin into her coiffure. I apologize. I was unaware this was your domain. I thought it unoccupied and entered without caution. Should my presence be intrusive, I kindly ask that you do not take offense, my lord. The man fell silent for a moment, his voice resonating both near and distant, yet unobtrusive. Chu Luwei felt a twinge of surprise. Had he truly chosen to let her off so easily? A sense of uncertainty swirled within her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Although the azure waters were beneficial for the body, it was best not to linger here too long, especially with her meridians obstructed. With that, the man rose first and stepped onto the shore. Before she could observe his movements, he had already donned his clothing. Despite the veil of mist obscuring her view, barely allowing her to discern a silhouette, it was evident that his physique was indeed remarkable. No longer hesitating, she hastily dressed, intending to depart. This man was not one to be trifled with. Yet, before she could take a single step, his voice echoed from behind. Young lady, while I do not intend to pursue this matter further, it remains imperative for me to ascertain who has intruded upon my domain today. His tone was steady, yet it carried an air of imperiousness that brooked no contradiction. Was he seeking her to reveal her identity? Chu Luwei turned around to find him standing not far away. She held her breath slightly. Once a revered princess, she had encountered countless young talents, and her betrothed, renowned as the most handsome man of the Tianling dynasty, was Zhang Yuqing. However, upon catching her first glimpse of this man, a flicker of astonishment coursed through her heart. His eyebrows were like swords, elegantly arched. His nose noble and straight, his starry eyes gleaming with a brilliance that rendered even the most beautiful night sky a mere shadow compared to the depth of his gaze. A single glance was enough to ensnare one in an intoxicating reverie, lost within the radiance of his presence. The crimson lips, slightly pursed, formed an impeccable arc. What initially appeared to be somewhat indifferent thin lips was imbued with an extra touch of peachiness due to the prominent pearl at the center. His eyes resembled the purest starry night, while his lips embodied the most ambiguous hues of spring. Innocent yet enigmatic, warm and elegant yet lofty and noble. He resembled an unfathomable paradox. Merely standing there, he seemed to draw all gazes, inciting a frenzy among onlookers. Chu Liyue cast a glance at him, silently uttering a single word in her heart, enigma. The man opposite her was also observing her, yet his gaze drifted like moonlight, gently sweeping across before ultimately resting upon her face. Since Shue allowed you entry, consider this a one-time reprieve. Shue? Is that the White Lion? Suddenly, the man stepped forward, approaching Chu Liyue with deliberate strides. She felt a surge of vigilance, but forced herself to maintain an air of composure, watching him intently. He halted, then unexpectedly extended his hand, the warmth of his fingertip lightly brushing against her cheek. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family, it would be unseemly to return in such a bloodied and disheveled state. Chu Liyue was momentarily taken aback, lowering her gaze to see a faint trace of blood on his finger. Their breaths intertwined for just an instant. His voice, deep and resonant, reverberated in her ears. Moreover, I am Rongxiao. Chu Liyue intended to say more, but he interjected, you should leave now. She pressed her lips together, uncertain of his intentions, yet managed to utter, thank you. Returning to the Chu family, a fierce battle awaited her. The warm smile on her face gradually faded. You wish to please her, yet you betray your master? The White Lion stood motionless. If you feign death, next time I shall reveal to it that you bear another name, Hua. Roar. The White Lion suddenly sprang to its feet. It is clearly named Shuehua, not Hua. If anyone hears this, it would be utterly disgraceful for the beast. The capital must be quite lively lately, so I shall not restrain you any longer. Shuehua's eyes suddenly sparkled. In the grand hall of the Chu family, the atmosphere was tense and frigid. Chu Ning paced anxiously, glancing nervously outside. What if something were to happen? Yuer possesses no strength whatsoever. Chu Ning, what are you so worried about? This is not her first outing. How could anything go awry? Perhaps the child is merely indulging in some play, hence her delay? The eldest elder, Chu Xiao, took a sip of tea indifferently and remarked. Chu Ning was exceedingly anxious but understood that they would not acquiesce to his concerns. I shall go find her myself. Before he could exit, someone entered ahead of him, clad in a pale yellow dress. The newcomer was none other than the third young lady, Chu Qianmin. After greeting him, she spoke with a hint of grievance in her voice. Today I invited my sister to my room, intending to give her some pocket money for her to buy herself something while out shopping. However, I just checked and discovered that the banknotes and jewelry given by father and mother have vanished. Chu Ning exclaimed sharply, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that you stole your belongings? Chu Qianmin wept even more, her tears like rain on a pear blossom, utterly aggrieved. I did not mean that. How could I dare to accuse my sister? However, today it is only my sister who has visited my room. The grand elder narrowed his eyes. Could it be that she has stealthily taken Qianmin's belongings and fled? What audacity! Just as Chu Ning was about to protest, an announcement suddenly rang out, causing everyone in the hall to freeze. A tear hung at the corner of Chu Qianmin's eye, obscuring her disbelief. How could this be? Shouldn't Chu Liyue be? A slender and upright figure appeared against the light. The grand elder was jesting. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family, I have my share in the family's assets. How could I betray the Chu family for trifles such as my third sister's pocket money? Chu Liyue stepped into the hall, her brows and eyes adorned with a smile that sent a chill down Chu Qianmin's spine. Third sister, do you not agree? Chapter 4. No negotiation entrapping you. Upon seeing that familiar face, Chu Qianmin was startled and nearly leapt from her seat. How could this be possible? The strength of Song Lian and his companions is formidable. Dealing with a mere Chu Liyue should be a piece of cake. Everything had been orchestrated flawlessly, yet now Chu Liyue unexpectedly. Yuer, are you all right? Seeing the genuine concern in Chu Ning's eyes warmed Chu Liyue's heart. She could sense that Chu Ning truly cared for his daughter, even though she was deemed useless. His love for his child was unwavering. Alas, the real Chu Liyue had already perished. Chu Liyue gently patted the back of Chu Ning's hand, offering him a reassuring smile. Do not worry, father, Yuer is well. Upon hearing her words, Chu Ning initially felt a twinge of disbelief. However, seeing that she appeared unscathed. A weight was finally lifted from his heart. Strangely, as he gazed upon his daughter's smiling face, he could not shake the feeling that Ewer seemed somewhat transformed. The Ewer of old was always frail and timid, yet now, her dark, luminous eyes shimmered with a starlit brilliance. Chu Li lifted her gaze and found Chu Qianmin looking at her with unbridled joy, as if thoroughly delighted. Concern? Oh, so. It turns out my third sister was worried about me, yet only moments ago, I seemed to hear her accusing me of pilfering your allowance. Chu Luyu spoke with a calm demeanor. A chill of cold sweat broke out on Chu Qianmin's back. Not only had she survived outside, but she also appeared to have changed in some way. How dare she publicly pose such a question? At this juncture, tears filled her eyes once more. After all, her sister bore no trace of spiritual power. If she were to be bullied outside, the younger sister would be overwhelmed with guilt. This was a deliberate jab at her perceived ineptitude, suggesting she was incapable of cultivation. Chu Qianmin, being the most gifted of the younger generation in the Chu family, would only serve to amplify the notion of Chu Luyu's uselessness, making even a simple outing seem troublesome. Indeed, the expression of disdain in the elder's eyes intensified, and he rebuked her vehemently. Chu Ning's countenance darkened as he stepped forward, shielding Chu Liu behind him, his fists clenched in quiet restraint. Elder, Ewer is still but a child. Your words are unjustly harsh. Though he was no longer the man he once was, he would not permit anyone to belittle his daughter in such a manner. Gazing upon the imposing figure before her, Chu Luwei was momentarily taken aback. Her heart inexplicably tinged with a hint of bitterness. In her previous life, she was born as the destined imperial princess, possessing a noble status and formidable strength. She had always borne her burdens alone. The sensation of being cared for was profoundly foreign and yet exceptionally precious to her. This time, regardless of the challenges she faced, she would exert every effort to safeguard those who genuinely loved her. Father Chu Luiyue gently tugged at him, taking a step forward. Chu Ning turned to her, initially expecting the same timidity she had exhibited countless times before. However, what he encountered were her calm and resolute eyes. Her slender figure straightened, her chin slightly raised, exuding an inexplicable air of authority. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Chu Qianmin exclaimed, her voice suddenly sharp and laced with urgency. Could it be that Chu Luwei had already deduced that Song Lian and the others were sent by her? With a smile that barely concealed her amusement, Chu Luwei regarded her, feigning surprise as she inquired, was it not you, third sister, who provided me with silver to assist you in purchasing items? Chu Qianmin was momentarily at a loss for words. Ironically, she had just conveyed the same to the Grand Elder and Chu Ning. Her intention had been to frame Chu Luiyue, yet she never anticipated that Chu Luiyue would so readily turn the tables on her. Extending her hand, Chu Luiyue revealed a pomegranate-shaped jade pendant resting within her palm. Third sister, due to the insufficient amount of money you provided, I have taken the liberty of leaving your other flower-shaped pomegranate jade pendant as a token at the treasure pavilion, awaiting the remainder of the funds to be delivered tomorrow. The jade pendant was a dowry brought by Chu Xianmin's mother, exquisite in design and capable of nurturing the body, thus rendering it exceedingly precious. There exists no other pair in the entire imperial capital. Chu Xianmin cherished this pendant dearly, often carrying it with her. It is precisely for this reason that everyone could affirm its authenticity as belonging to Chu Xianmin. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder regarded Chu Xianmin with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Minmin, is what she says true? She typically treasured this pendant so much that it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to obtain it unless she willingly relinquished it. If it were merely a purchase of other items, it would be one thing, but the Treasure Pavilion is renowned as the most opulent establishment in the entire imperial capital. Every item within is of the finest quality, each holding considerable value. Although the Chu family is also a prominent family in the imperial capital, they have gradually declined in recent years, often lacking the splendor that one might perceive at first glance. Even as the Grand Elder of the Chu family, he could not afford to squander resources in a place like the Treasure Pavilion. Chu Xianmin bit her lip in frustration. The pendant was initially intended to convince everyone that Chu Liuya had stolen something and fled. She had not anticipated. It is true that I have taken a liking to an item at the Treasure Pavilion, but I have been preoccupied with my cultivation and have had no time to venture out, which is why I asked my sister for assistance. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to concede. While the items at the Treasure Pavilion are indeed expensive, she could still manage to afford a piece or two. Upon hearing her mention cultivation, the Grand Elder's demeanor softened considerably, and he gently replied, "What does it matter? You are the most outstanding talent of our Chu family. Feel free to express your desires. Chu Xianmin smiled sweetly in response. Thank you for your generosity, Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Chu Liuye could not help but smirk inwardly. Attempting to deceive in such a manner proves to be an unattainable feat, while a complete opposition to Chu Xianmin remains temporarily unfeasible. Acquiescing to such a disadvantage in silence is equally untenable. Does this imply that the esteemed First Elder intends to allocate the remaining funds for the third sister from the communal coffers? Chu Liuye inquired, feigning curiosity. The First Elder and Chu Xianmin exchanged startled glances, their hesitation palpable. The Chu family adheres to stringent regulations, with monthly stipends distributed according to rank. Openly appropriating such a sum for Chu Xianmin would undoubtedly incite discontent among the others. This matter pertains to Minmin alone. It is only fitting that she assumes responsibility. Chu Xianmin declared, eager to safeguard her long-standing reputation. Although the wares at the Treasure Pavilion command exorbitant prices, her years of favor have yielded considerable savings. Expending a few thousand taels of silver on an item or two poses no significant challenge. With a smile, she turned towards Chu Liuye, exuding an air of magnanimity and grace. Elder sister, may the treasure be collected on the morrow? Chu Liuye nodded, a glint of cunning flickering in her eyes. Indeed. The 1,000 taels you previously provided have been delivered to the Treasure Pavilion in their entirety. The third sister need only remit the remaining 199,000 taels on the morrow. Chu Xianmin, convinced she had misheard, emitted an involuntary shriek. What? Chapter 5. A nocturnal visitor indeed. Has not the third sister consistently expressed her admiration for the ruby openwork pendant from the Treasure Pavilion, entrusting me with its acquisition? As one of the pavilion's most prized possessions, its price is naturally substantial. Could it be that the third sister lacks the requisite funds? However, the individuals from the Treasure Pavilion only agreed to let me prepay 1,000 taels for the acquisition of the item due to the esteemed reputation of the Chu family. Chu Liuye wore a troubled expression. The elder beside her nearly gasped in disbelief. 199,000 taels. Even for the Chu family. Amassing such a substantial sum at once is no trivial feat. He cast a disapproving glance at Chu Xianmin. Despite his affection for her, he could not suppress his irritation and rebuked. Minmin, you are being utterly thoughtless. By invoking the name of the Chu family, this item must be procured. Otherwise, if word of this gets out, who knows how it will tarnish our family's reputation. Chu Xianmin opened her mouth, eager to defend herself, yet found herself at a loss for words. She had never requested Chu Liuye to procure anything on her behalf, let alone the exquisite red jade pendant from Treasure Pavilion, valued at 200,000 taels. This item, renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship, is a treasure forged from the finest luxurious red jade. While it may offer some benefits for cultivation, it is hardly worth such an extravagant price. Thus, it had remained unsold for so long. Little did she expect Chu Liuye to be so cunning. Was she intending for her to bear this burden of 200,000 taels? Chu Xianmin trembled with indignation. Had the elder not been present, she might have rushed over to tear Chu Liuye's mouth apart. Over the years, she had managed to save only 4,000 or 5,000 taels. For her, 200,000 taels represented an insurmountable chasm. Yet, concerning the reputation of the Chu family, she had no choice but to shoulder this responsibility. Rest assured, Elder, Minmin will certainly come up with the funds herself. She gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Madam has always cherished Minmin, and she previously promised that if Minmin could secure the top position in the upcoming academy assessment, she would fulfill one of Minmin's wishes. Chu Xianmin's mother, Lu Yao, hails from the Lu family, one of the most prominent merchant families in the capital, with substantial wealth that cannot be underestimated. Her assertion serves a dual purpose, to convey that she is fully capable of providing the necessary funds, sparing the Chu family from any embarrassment, and to elevate her own status by leveraging the Lu family's influence. Indeed, upon mentioning the Lu family, the elder's expression softened considerably. Your mother truly dotes on you. However, this is also due to your inherent excellence. If I recall correctly, the academy assessment begins in a month, does it not? The Tianlu Academy, where Chu Xianmin studies, is the pinnacle of institutions in the Yaochen Kingdom, attracting only the most envied prodigies. Even royal offspring must undergo assessments to gain entry. It is precisely due to this affiliation that Chu Xianmin is cherished within the Chu family. With newfound confidence, Chu Xianmin's thoughts drifted, a hint of shyness gracing her lovely face. Brother Jin, the crown prince, also mentioned that if Minmin can achieve first place, there would be a reward. Chu Liuye raised an eyebrow slightly. The brother Jin she referred to is none other than the current crown prince, Rong Jin. who was betrothed to Chu Luwei. It was evident to anyone observing that there must be something special between her and Rong Jin. The elder's eyes brightened. Is that so? The crown prince possesses remarkable talent and exceptional abilities, earning the emperor's favor. Given the current decline of the Chu family, aligning with such a prominent figure would indeed be a significant advantage. Suddenly, Chu Qianmin seemed to have recalled something. She quickly cast a nervous glance at Chu Luyu and explained, "Sister, please do not misunderstand. My relationship with Brother Jin is truly innocent. He is merely showing me kindness out of consideration for your engagement. If you were to enter the academy, Brother Jin would certainly treat you even better." Her words abruptly ceased. Who could be unaware that Chu Luyu was inherently inept, incapable of even the most basic cultivation, let alone gaining admission to Tianlu Academy? As for the engagement, if anyone truly valued it, Chu Luyu would not have endured such humiliation. Chu Ning clenched his teeth, his heart gradually turning cold. He had initially hoped that after a month, when Yuer was betrothed to the crown prince, the situation would change. However, it now appeared to be nothing but a delusion. Previously, he had heard rumors of the crown prince's apparent interest in Chu Qianmin, but he never anticipated it would manifest so brazenly. They completely disregarded Yuer. How pitiful his Yuer was. Harboring such infatuation for the crown prince, Chu Qianmin secretly reveled in her triumph as she observed Chu Luyu, eager to witness the anguish on her face. To her surprise, Chu Luyu seemed utterly unconcerned by the matter. Not only was she not shocked or disappointed, but she also began to smile. "That is splendid. As long as my younger sister can procure that sum of money, everything will be fine." Chu Qianmin was taken aback. She felt as though, for Chu Luyu, the crown prince's interest paled in comparison to the matter of 200,000 taels. After speaking, Chu Luyu truly turned to leave with Chu Ning. Chu Qianmin felt as if she had struck a pillow, her chest suddenly tight with frustration. Just as they reached the doorway, Chu Luyu halted and turned around. Her obsidian eyes, frigid and profound, fixed upon Chu Qianmin, exuding an unspoken, weighty pressure. A sudden shiver ran down Chu Qianmin's spine. She knew. She must know everything. Chu Qianmin attempted to retort, but felt an invisible force enveloping her, rendering her immobile. It was only when Chu Liuyue's figure vanished through the doorway that she gradually recovered, her brow slick with cold sweat. A glint of malice flashed in Chu Qianmin's eyes. It seemed she had to investigate the situation of Song Lian and the others first, and then devise a way to eliminate Chu Luiyue completely. "Yuer, you've had a tiring day, rest quickly," Chu Ning said with heartache, patting Chu Liuyue's head. Chu Luiyue swiftly surveyed the surroundings, and despite possessing the memories of her predecessor, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly upon truly seeing it. Though called a courtyard, it was merely a few dilapidated houses, the interior of which was almost barren. The kind of life the father and daughter had been living was evident at a glance. It was unlikely anyone would believe that Chu Ning, once the esteemed heir of the Chu family, and Chu Luiyue, the Chu family's nominal eldest daughter, would reside in such a place. Chu Luiyue nodded gently. "You too, father." Chu Ning's lips moved, wanting to ask something, but ultimately he only sighed softly. "Yuer, father knows you are fond of the crown prince, but I fear he is not your true match. Chu Qianmin possesses great talent and the backing of the family. Your actions today, targeting her so, I fear." Chu Luiyue smiled softly. "Father need not worry. Yuer is aware of what she's doing." Chu Ning's heart, filled with anxiety, suddenly found itself unable to speak when met with those smiling yet composed eyes. Yuer seems to have undergone a significant transformation. He nodded gently, ruffling his daughter's hair before turning away. Chu Liuyue's gaze fell upon his strained right leg, only to swiftly glance away as she pushed open the door and entered the room. The night had descended, and a slender beam of silvery moonlight trickled through the dilapidated window. Approaching the window, Chu Luiyue lightly tapped her fingertips, her eyes filled with depth. She had already inquired earlier. Today marked the 10th day of the 7th month in the 832nd year of the Yaodian kingdom, which corresponded precisely to the anniversary of her demise. In other words, she had been reborn as Chu Luiyue a year later. Given her current identity and strength, it was indeed imperative to devise a meticulous plan for revenge. "Who is it?" The room fell into an eerie silence, the air nearly stagnant. After a moment, a pair of ice-blue eyes emerged from the darkness. Chu Luiyue was momentarily taken aback, only to realize it was a massive white lion, comfortably nestled on her bed. Snow? Chapter 6. The transaction. What brings you here? A wave of relief washed over Chu Luiyue, her voice softening considerably. Although the white lion appeared quite fierce, she sensed a profound familiarity emanating from it, as if it deliberately subdued its formidable beastly aura in her presence. the white lion rose, leaping silently from the bed and landing gracefully before Chu Luiyue. Its towering and robust frame accentuated her own slight stature, rendering her even more delicate in comparison, as if it could effortlessly consume her with a mere opening of its jaws. The entire room felt diminished and lowly in its presence. The snow-white lioness blinked her icy blue eyes and lowered her massive head, gently swaying it beside Chu Luiyue. Startled, she hesitated, unsure of its intentions. Observing her lack of response, the lioness inched closer, gazing up at her with eager eyes. A flicker of realization crossed Chu Luiyue's mind. Was it seeking affection? Tentatively, she extended her hand and placed it atop the creature's head, stroking it lightly. The fur was incredibly soft and smooth, a testament to the creature's well-cared-for existence. Satisfied, the snow-white lioness closed her eyes, stretched her body, flicked her tail, and emitted a low, contented hum. Chu Luiyue thought to herself, is it resolved not to leave? Yet, the lioness seemed indifferent, remaining still with her eyes shut, as if truly asleep. Chu Luiyue found herself both amused and exasperated, realizing this would complicate matters further. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to let go of her concerns, gently patting the lioness's head before retiring to her own bed. Upon touching the blanket, she discovered it was surprisingly warm. A sudden thought struck her. Could this creature have come here specifically to warm her bed? The next moment, she couldn't help but chuckle at her overactive imagination. If you insist on staying here, we must agree that this is a secret from others. The snow-white lioness opened her eyes, joyfully wagging her tail. Chu Luiyue lay in bed, organizing her plans for the following day, gradually succumbing to slumber. As she drifted into deeper sleep, the white lion, who seemed to have already dozed off, opened his eyes and gazed at Chu Luiyue. Unbeknownst to her, she was caught in a dream, her small face creased in a frown, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her lips pale. A silvery radiance emanated from Shui, gradually and silently permeating into Chu Luiyue's body. In her dreams, Chu Luiyue felt as though she were enveloped in a warm pool, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation and comfort, which allowed her tightly furrowed brow to unfurl, drifting into a deep slumber. While Chu Luiyue lay in peaceful repose, another individual, Chu Qianmin, found herself unable to sleep. The gates of Tingfang courtyard were firmly shut. Chu Qianmin's gaze was fixed intently on the man kneeling before her, as she struggled to suppress her fury. This. Third miss, my subordinate has conducted a thorough investigation. Yet we have indeed failed to locate Song Lian and his companions. Chu Lianshan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. How could this be? Chu Qianmin interrupted him sharply. The plan was meticulously arranged. As soon as Chu Luiyue stepped outside, we would simply knock her unconscious and resolve the matter in the woods. You previously assured me that Song Lian had already reached the third tier of martial prowess, and dealing with a mere Chu Luiyue would pose no challenge. But what of the current situation? Chu Luiyue is unharmed, and Song Lian and his companions have vanished. Is this how you execute your duties for me? Third miss. Logically speaking, that is indeed the case. I personally witnessed them escorting Chu Luiyue out of the city gates, but who could have known that she would survive? At that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. She must have figured out that I was behind this. Chu Qianmin seethed with resentment. Recalling how she had been momentarily intimidated by a mere glance from Chu Luiyue, she felt an overwhelming sense of vexation. Third miss. Even if she has discovered the truth. What of it? She is but a useless being. How much chaos could she possibly create? Fool. If she truly were insignificant, then why have Song Lian and his companions disappeared? Chu Lianxing dared not utter another word. Chu Qianmin gritted her teeth in silence. If she were to use this against her, continue the search. Additionally, assign someone to secretly monitor Chu Luiyue. Report immediately if there are any irregularities. Understood. Once Chu Lianxing departed, the expression in Chu Qianmin's eyes darkened progressively. The audacity of Chu Luiyue to turn against her was unforgivable. A restful night passed. When Chu Luiyue awoke the following morning, she discovered that Xue had already left. It was as if she had kept vigil over her throughout the night. Chu Luiyue chuckled softly and shook her head. This marked her first night after rebirth. She had anticipated difficulty in falling asleep, yet she had slept soundly and peacefully. Perhaps for this reason, her entire being felt markedly lighter. After a simple morning routine, Chu Luiyue sat before the mirror, eager to gaze upon the visage of her reborn self. The dilapidated, foggy bronze mirror reflected the face of a young girl. Due to years of malnutrition, her countenance appeared pallid. At nearly 14 years of age, she resembled a 12-year-old. Her pair of dark, round eyes appeared particularly large. Nevertheless, it was evident that her features were quite exquisite. Though still youthful, with time and growth, she would undoubtedly blossom into a rare beauty. Perhaps due to her renewed spirit. The eyes that had once been dim and timid were now tranquil and resolute, sparkling like stars. Between her brows, there lingered a faint air of nobility. Like a pearl shrouded in dust, it had been polished to reveal its resplendent brilliance. Chu Luiyue gazed intently at her reflection, her emotions shifting, until she finally let out a long sigh. This visage bears a striking resemblance to her former self, with an uncanny similarity of 4 or 5 parts. After a brief moment of contemplation, she composed herself and tidied up before stepping out. The regulations of the Chu family are exceedingly stringent, and typically, entry and exit are subject to rigorous scrutiny. However, Chu Luiyue, being of humble status and frequently assigned menial tasks, found that the guards did not question her as she departed. Inadvertently, this facilitated her endeavors significantly. Upon exiting the Chu residence, she made her way directly to the treasure pavilion. As soon as she set foot inside, a middle-aged man approached her with a beaming smile. "Miss Chu, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you all day." This man, known as Yin Ge, the second-in-command of the treasure pavilion, commanded respect. Most would address him as Second Master Yin out of deference, aware that the pavilion was backed by a mysterious force that demanded respect. However, his demeanor towards Chu Luiyue was particularly warm. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "It seems that Second Master Yin is quite pleased with yesterday's transaction." Yin Ge chuckled heartily. All credit goes to Miss Chu. That item had been languishing for years, though there were those who admired it. Its exorbitant price rendered it unmarketable. Yet, upon your arrival yesterday, you asserted that it could be sold. Initially, I was skeptical, but this morning, both the Chu and Lu families delivered their payments. At that moment, he gazed at Chu Luiyue as if she were a veritable deity of wealth. "Yesterday, you mentioned that there would be an excellent business opportunity today," said Yin Ge, excitedly rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue gently tapped her fingertips on the table and replied, "Mr. Yin, I am not here to purchase today. Rather, I come to offer something for sale." Yin Ge was momentarily taken aback. Chu Luiyue produced a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to him. Upon receiving it, Yin Ge's eyes widened in shock. Chu Luiyue spoke nonchalantly. 300,000 taels of silver, not a single cent less. Chapter 7. Overnight wealth. Upon hearing this offer, Yin Ge appeared unsurprised. Yet his gaze shifted to Chu Luiyue with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. He trembled slightly as he held a thin sheet of paper. "Miss Chu, do you truly intend to sell this item?" Chu Luiyue nodded. "At this price, I trust you comprehend that it is a fair deal, wouldn't you agree?" Yin Ge smiled wryly. He was indeed aware that exchanging 300,000 taels of silver for this piece of paper was not a loss. It could even be considered a significant profit. However, the crux of the matter was that this item was decidedly a hot potato. "Miss Chu, you have truly handed me a scalding hot potato." For this paper was, in fact, a land deed. Not just any land deed, but one for a hunting ground located outside the imperial city. A hunting ground, in essence, refers to a place specifically designated for the breeding of magical beasts. On the Xuanwu continent, magical beasts are categorized into 9 levels, with the first level being the weakest and the 9th the strongest. These creatures are inherently wild and free, resistant to human control, yet if a contract is formed with a person, they become fiercely loyal, transforming into invaluable allies. Generally speaking, an individual can only contract one magical beast at a time. However, should that beast perish, the human may continue their quest for another creature to bind. The higher the rank of the beast, the greater its power, and consequently, the more substantial the assistance it can provide to its master. This is precisely why practitioners from the Xuanwu continent are fervently drawn to magical beasts, particularly those of higher tiers. Yet, one must ponder, are magical beasts so easily found? Ordinary practitioners often venture into perilous territories, risking their lives in pursuit of these creatures. In contrast, those of noble lineage typically opt to establish their own hunting grounds. By merely identifying a suitable location and enclosing a selection of magical beasts, they can circumvent much of the hassle, allowing their kin to freely choose among the beasts, while simultaneously serving as a training ground to enhance the prowess of the younger generation of practitioners. It is a multifaceted endeavor, indeed, but the construction of such a hunting ground is a formidable undertaking, demanding considerable manpower and resources. Consequently, aside from the royal family, Only the most prestigious of noble families can afford to maintain such establishments. Even the Chu family possesses but a solitary hunting ground. In recent years, the Chu family has gradually declined, and that hunting ground has become increasingly difficult to sustain. Among its inhabitants, the highest-ranked beast is a fifth-tier creature, the golden king tiger, which was nurtured by the family patriarch, Chu Zhonghe, 2 decades prior. Yet, the land deed for the hunting ground that Chu Luiyue now presents is not the property of the Chu family, but rather her own. It is remarkable that this often maligned and seemingly ineffectual individual possesses such an asset, a fortune made possible by her engagement to the crown prince, Rong Jin. When she was born, Chu Ning was regarded as the most distinguished talent of the Chu family's generation, with an unspoken momentum towards inheriting the family legacy. With her resolute and loyal character, she enjoyed the emperor's favor deeply. Thus, from the moment of her birth, the emperor had directly arranged a betrothal between her and the crown prince. Upon her reaching the age of 14 and undergoing the coming-of-age ceremony, the engagement would be formalized, and she would become the crown princess. The deed to the hunting ground was a gift bestowed upon Chu Luiyue by the emperor himself at that time. Even as a mere infant, she had already become the object of envy for countless others. Little did they know, she was afflicted by a congenital deficiency, a natural failure, and thus fell into ridicule throughout the entire Yaotian kingdom. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the existence of the weak is deemed an error. During the decline of the father and daughter duo, Chu Ning contemplated the hunting ground, yet in reality, it had long been under the crown prince's dominion. His repeated requests for an audience with the prince in hopes of seeking assistance were met with unyielding rejection. He understood the implications of this and ceased all fanciful hopes. The original Chu Luiyue had always believed herself unworthy of the crown prince, and thus never entertained any thoughts on the matter. However, the Chu Luiyue of now had transformed into a different person altogether. Her principle in life was simple. If one respects me by a foot, I shall respect them by a mile. If one wrongs me even once, I shall repay them 100-fold. The crown prince could not possibly be unaware of the hardships faced by the father and daughter, yet he had never shown a hint of concern. So, what purpose does it serve to retain this deed? I understand, which is why I sought out Master Yin. What? Is the treasure pavilion unable to afford this deed? As Chu Luiyue spoke, she reached for the deed with a hint of disappointment. Master Yin promptly tucked the item carefully into his sleeve, chuckling, "Oh, do not doubt it. While I cannot speak for all matters, there is no business in the Yaotian kingdom that our treasure pavilion cannot undertake. Since you dare to deliver wealth to our doorstep, we naturally have the audacity to accept it." Chu Luiyue, calm and composed, scoffed, stating, "The deed clearly bears my name, Chu Luiyue, so what is there to fear?" Yet, such foolishness was beneath her. While others may act hastily, she would always take her time and strategize. Prior to her arrival, she had gathered information and learned that the Jinbao Pavilion held a unique position, garnering respect from all in the capital. Others hesitated to accept the deed, leaving Jinbao Pavilion as the sole option. Indeed, as she anticipated, Jinbao Pavilion was willing to undertake this business. Yingu scrutinized the young woman before him once more. How peculiar. Rumor had it that the eldest daughter of the Chu family was a born failure, timid and inept, easily bullied even by her servants. Yet, the person standing before him was entirely different. She exuded decisiveness and grace, though clad in tattered garments. An inexplicable air of nobility surrounded her. Her youthful visage belied a calmness and poise seldom seen in ordinary people. This demeanor reminded him of someone he had encountered only once before. Excellent. Jinbao Pavilion will take this deal. Will the payment be in cash or banknotes? Yin Gu remarked, excitement evident as he rubbed his hands together. The hunting ground, meticulously maintained by the crown prince in recent years, boasted a wealth of magical beasts, promising substantial profit. However, Chu Luiyue shook her head. Not so fast. I wish to select a few items first. Yin Gu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "What would you like? I shall have someone fetch it for you immediately." He would no longer regard the young woman before him as the rumored, maligned failure. A flicker of light danced in Chu Luiyue's eyes. "I require 10-year-old bamboo leaves, ice stones, and sweet wormwood, along with 30-year-old zealand seeds and red mulberry leaves." As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of paper. "Simply prepare what is listed here for me." Yin Gu took it and examined it closely, feeling somewhat puzzled. He had anticipated that Chu Luiyue would request some rare items. Yet it turned out she sought these medicinal herbs. Some of them were quite common, but as he continued to read, the items became increasingly valuable. Rest assured, the items on this list, if requested elsewhere, might not be readily available, but at our treasure pavilion, we shall certainly meet your expectations. The treasure pavilion had a vast array of offerings, including medicinal herbs. However, the total cost of these items would amount to 20,000 taels of silver. Chu Luiyue raised her delicate brows. Provide me with 100,000 taels in banknotes. The remainder can be kept by you, second Master Yin. Because I require you to deliver the items on this list to me once every 3 days. What? Even Yin Gu, accustomed to grand affairs, could not help but widen his eyes. 200,000 taels, equating to 10 deliveries, an entire month's worth. Is this a burden? No, not at all a burden. Our treasure pavilion shall not disappoint you. However, will these items be delivered to the Chu residence? Yin Gu inquired cautiously. Chu Luiyue turned, casting her gaze toward a particular direction outside the door, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Of course, as the eldest daughter of the Chu family, the items I purchase will naturally be delivered through the front door, with all due decorum. If you wish to monitor me, then let your eyes feast. Chapter 8. The young mistress the Chu family's so-called waste, Chu Luiyue, has gone mad. Almost overnight, the entire capital was abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. My cousin's third uncle works for the Chu family and witnessed firsthand that day when the esteemed individuals from the treasure pavilion respectfully delivered an entire cartload of medicinal herbs. Moreover, it was explicitly stated that it was intended for Chu Luiyue. Wouldn't you find this rather peculiar? Who could possibly believe that Chu Luiyue, born with such a lack of talent, could have any association with the treasure pavilion? An entire cart of herbs from the pavilion. That must be quite a fortune. Wouldn't you agree? Could she afford such an expense? Hence, the whispers of her madness. The treasure pavilion has never been known to engage in unprofitable transactions. So where exactly did she procure the funds? Could it be from the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince has never once mentioned Chu Luiyue over the years. How could he possibly do something like that? Who knows how Chu Luiyue obtained her money? Purchasing medicinal herbs. Does she truly believe that with those herbs, she can transform herself from a failure into a genius? The entire capital is rife with mockery, eagerly awaiting Chu Luiyue's downfall. In the princess study, a man clad in a deep purple brocade robe was perusing the documents on the desk. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with striking brows and captivating eyes, exuding an aura of nobility unique to those of high status. This man was none other than His Royal Highness, Rongjin, the esteemed crown prince of the Yaochen Kingdom. Your Highness, it seems there has been some trouble with the Chu family, cautiously spoke Song Yuan, the crown prince's personal guard. Rongjin lifted his gaze. What trouble could the Chu family possibly encounter? Noticing Song Yuan's unsettling expression, Rongjin's eyes narrowed in realization. Pray tell, what is the matter? Song Yuan promptly recounted the recent events concerning Chu Luiyue and the treasure pavilion. It is indeed perplexing how Miss Chu has procured such wealth to afford an abundance of medicinal herbs from the treasure pavilion. These herbs were delivered within jade boxes, rendering their contents a mystery to outsiders. Nevertheless, one can surmise that the total value of such numerous items must be considerable. Rongjin furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with impatience. What was she up to? Were it not for that betrothal, he would hardly regard the Chu family's waste as worthy of his attention. For years, Chu Luiyue had been a source of disgrace for the Chu family and an indelible stain upon him. The mere thought of her repulsed him. Song Yuan, with a hint of uncertainty, remarked, Your Highness, although the Chu family has fallen from grace over the years, they once enjoyed a period of prosperity and might still possess some savings. The critical question is, what do they intend to do with such an abundance of herbs? Perhaps, they merely wish to experiment with remedies for her inherent shortcomings. The engagement date is but a month away. Does she foolishly believe she can turn the tide? How laughable. The congenital deficiency is a conundrum that no one in the entire Yaochen Kingdom can resolve. If they truly had a solution, they would not have descended to such a plight over the years. Upon mentioning Rongxiu, Song Yuan's expression shifted. He quietly stated, Yes. They are set to arrive in the imperial capital today. According to my investigations, the 7th prince has brought only 2 attendants and has returned in a humble manner. Rongjin scoffed softly. At least he recognizes the situation. Most people may not have given much thought to the 7th prince, and some might not even remember his existence. However, the crown prince Rongjin held a vastly different perspective. Upon Rongxiu's return, he remained exceedingly vigilant, even dispatching individuals to covertly trail and investigate. Ensure that the subordinates remain alert. Should any anomalies arise, report immediately. Yes. Although Song Yuan was unaware of the reasons behind the Crown Prince's keen interest in the frail and unremarkable Seventh Prince, he complied without hesitation. By the way, Your Highness, a fifth-tier magical beast has appeared in the hunting grounds recently. When would you like to pay a visit? Rongjin pondered for a moment, a glimmer of dark light flashing in his eyes. Very well. Meanwhile, at the Chu residence, a cart laden with precious medicinal herbs was boldly delivered to the courtyard of Chu Luiyue and her father. With Chu Ning still absent, Chu Luiyue took it upon herself to gradually carry the herbs into the house. Soon, she became aware that the once secluded and tranquil courtyard was now filled with numerous eyes lurking in the shadows. Maintaining her composure, Chu Luiyue appeared oblivious, occasionally opening the jade boxes to inspect the quality of the herbs. The treasures sent by the treasure pavilion were indeed of remarkable quality, proving beneficial for her restoration of the original meridians. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a man's vehement shouts. Go! Capture Chu Luiyue. A cold smile crept across Chu Luiyue's face. They had indeed come. Lifting her gaze, she saw a group of individuals forcefully kick open the courtyard door and storm inside. The leading man bore a fierce countenance, flanked by a dozen robust men, exuding an air of confrontation. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes, finally recognizing the man before her, Chu Lianqing. He was a trusted confidant of Chu Qianmin and one of the accomplices who had previously conspired to bring about the demise of her original self. How fortuitous it was that she had been seeking him, and he had now presented himself so conveniently. As she contemplated this, two men charged towards Chu Luiyue. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, she admonished, How dare you? Who granted you the audacity to intrude here uninvited? Her voice resonated with authority, causing everyone present to freeze in place, instinctively halting their advance. Even Chu Lianqing was taken aback momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and mocked, Chu Luiyue, do you truly not know why we have come? The prices of the medicinal herbs at the treasure pavilion are beyond your means. Surely, your funds are ill-gotten. I advise you to behave yourself and hand over those items, coming with us willingly. Otherwise, do not blame us for being uncivilized. Upon hearing this, Chu Luiyue surveyed her surroundings and placed the items in her hands down. Oh, and what if I refuse to comply? Chu Lianqing was momentarily stunned, then sneered. What authority do you possess to decline? He appraised Chu Luiyue with a condescending gaze filled with disdain. Undeterred, she fixed her gaze upon him and took a step forward, seemingly prepared to surrender. Chu Lianqing's confidence swelled further, and he signaled to those beside him, Hurry and collect those items. They are crucial evidence. We cannot afford to lose them. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the courtyard, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Had Chu Luiyue actually struck Chu Lianqing, who is unaware that he is the trusted aide of the third miss, Chu Xianmin? Usually, everyone treats him with great respect. Yet, Chu Luiyue, in a fit of madness, dared to strike him. You dare to hit me. Chu Lianqing was momentarily stunned, the searing pain on his face igniting a fierce rage within him. You must be tired of living, he exclaimed, instinctively raising his hand to strike Chu Luiyue. However, his hand was inexplicably halted, seized by Chu Luiyue's grip on his wrist, before she retaliated with a second resounding slap. Smack. This time, it sent Chu Lianqing reeling, blood filling his mouth. Chapter 9. The revelation. The air seemed to congeal. Those who had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle of Chu Luiyue's humiliation, stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Chu Luiyue, emboldened beyond measure, had audaciously delivered 2 slaps to Chu Lianqing. In this frigid and awkward atmosphere, it was Chu Lianqing who first regained his composure. The burning pain on his face and the metallic taste in his mouth served as stark reminders of the recent events. You little wretch, you dare to strike me. Chu Lianqing's eyes widened in fury, his rage reaching its zenith as he drew the dagger from his waist, menacingly charging at Chu Luiyue. The glinting blade was poised to cleave Chu Luiyue in two. Should the strike land, she would either meet her demise or be left gravely injured. Yet, Chu Luiyue remained unperturbed, her head held high as she fixed her gaze upon Chu Lianqing, uttering each word with unwavering clarity. Chu Lianqing, do you intend to publicly execute the eldest daughter of the Chu family? Her proclamation struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in Chu Lianqing's ears. The title of the eldest daughter of the Chu family acted as an incantation, compelling him to halt his assault. The blade hovered but an inch away from Chu Luiyue. Instinctively, he cast a glance towards her, locking eyes with her dark, tranquil gaze. In that moment, he inexplicably felt an overwhelming and fearsome pressure emanating from her. Chu Luiyue's stare sliced through him like a sharp sword, inch by inch. Suddenly, Chu Lianqing snapped back to reality. Indeed, the girl before him, despite her tattered clothing and frail form, was undeniably the legitimate young mistress of the Chu family. Meanwhile, he was merely a servant who had ridden on the coattails of Chu Qianmin's influence. This first slap was a blow that disregarded status. Chu Luiyue took a step forward, and Chu Lianqing instinctively recoiled. This second slap struck at the very foundation of hierarchy. Chu Luiyue advanced once more. The hand that gripped the knife trembled ever so slightly in his grasp. Though I may be deemed worthless by nature, the blood coursing through my veins is still that of the Chu family's true lineage. For years, I have been compliant, never provoking trouble. Yet you all, one by one, you have devised ways to bully and humiliate me. Have you ever pondered what gives you the right? Chu Liuyue's relentless questioning finally pushed Chu Lianqing to the brink, forcing him to stammer a feeble retort. Chu Luiyue, you are nothing but a complete failure, a disgrace to the entire Chu family. What face do you have to utter such words? This world is one where the strong prevail. Your current state is merely what you deserve. Though he spoke with a fade of strength, there was a tremor in his voice. He understood that privately bullying Chu Luiyue would go unpunished, but if it involved the entire Chu family, the repercussions would be dire. He has always been cautious in his endeavors. However, the uncertainty surrounding the lives of Song Lian and the others has stirred anxiety within him. Coupled with the unsettling series of actions by Chu Luiyue, he impulsively decided to bring people along. Yet, he had never anticipated that the typically timid and weak Chu Luiyue would dare to resist. Upon hearing his words, Chu Luiyue suddenly curled her lips into a smile. Indeed, I may be a worthless person, but it seems you have forgotten who my grandfather is and who my betrothed is. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Lianqing's brow. Chu Liuyue's grandfather is undoubtedly the current head of the Chu family, while her fiancé is none other than the crown prince. Although many believed that Chu Luiyue had no chance of marrying the crown prince, the engagement still existed. They could discuss such matters in private, but no one would dare to speak of it openly. Did you just insult me as a lowly wench? Chu Liuyue's smile grew increasingly gentle. Then, are you also insulting my grandfather and the crown prince? Clang. The knife fell from Chu Lianqing's hand. His legs turned to jelly, and his face drained of color, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chu Luiyue had no regard for her so-called grandfather and fiancé. Had they shown her even a modicum of compassion or concern, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Nevertheless, it was not without merit to leverage this situation now. I did not, Chu Lianqing stammered. If this matter were to leak, neither the Chu family nor the crown prince would let him off the hook, if only for the sake of their pride. Chu Luiyue spoke with a calm demeanor. Now, will you sever your right arm to atone? Or shall I summon my grandfather and the crown prince to seek justice? A surge of shock coursed through Chu Lianqing's heart. How could Chu Luiyue demand such a grievous sacrifice from him? Severing his right arm would surely spell the end of his entire cultivation journey. Gritting his teeth, he discreetly signaled to those nearby. At this moment, the only option was to stall for time and allow the third mist to intervene. Since you cannot bear to do it yourself, I shall take matters into my own hands. However, Chu Luiyue offered him no respite. In a flash, she snatched up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and, without hesitation, struck downwards. Chu Lianqing, being a third-tier warrior, should have been able to evade her blow. Yet, for reasons unknown, the glimmer of the blade flashed before him, and he could not discern her movements. With a swift cut, Chu Lianqing's right arm was severed, blood splattering across the ground. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Everyone present shuddered, unable to avert their gazes from Chu Luiyue. The slender figure of the young girl stood upright, wielding the dagger with an expression of calm, as if she had merely pruned a branch rather than severed a man's arm. This only deepened their sense of dread. Chu Luiyue had truly transformed. Even those who had previously encircled her now abandoned any thoughts of confronting her. What folly! She had invoked the names of the clan leader and the prince. Who would dare to act against her in such a public setting? Some hesitated, contemplating whether to assist Chu Lianqing, yet found themselves rooted to the spot. What if Chu Luiyue, consumed by madness, turned her blade upon them as well? In that moment of overwhelming shock and terror, no one dared to ponder how the so-called innate waste had managed to subdue Chu Lianqing. Chu Luiyue casually tossed aside her dagger, which rolled to the ground beside Chu Lianqing's severed arm, drenched in a gruesome pool of blood. Roll, she commanded. turning her back and striding towards the medicinal herbs still piled in the courtyard. All of this was merely a demonstration of power. The hardships endured and grievances suffered by her original self would surely be repaid 100-fold. What was 200,000 tales of debt? What was a severed arm? In comparison to Chu Liuyue's life, these were but trifles. Outside the courtyard, onlookers exchanged glances, initially anticipating a spectacle of Chu Liuyue's humiliation, only to be caught off guard by the unfolding events. At that moment, familiar footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a woman's startled exclamation, "Lianxing, what has happened to you?" The newcomer was none other than Chu Lianxing's mistress, third Miss Chu Qianmin. Having suffered a significant loss previously, she was unwilling to let Chu Luwei live in peace and had sent Chu Lianxing to investigate the herbs she had purchased, hoping to seize an opportunity to teach her a lesson. However, to her astonishment, as she arrived, she found Chu Lianxing sprawled on the ground, shrieking in agony, with his right arm already severed. Crawling toward her, Chu Lianxing wept bitterly, "Third Miss, you must seek justice for me. That shameless young lady has cut off my arm." Fury surged within Chu Qianmin's heart. Everyone knew that Chu Lianxing was her subordinate. Chu Liuyue's actions were nothing short of a resounding slap in her face. She cast a glance at Chu Luwei, striving to suppress the fury that surged within her. Chapter 10, Leisurely Third Sister. "I merely punished a servant who dared to defy his superior. Why are you so incensed? Do you truly believe that I, your elder sister, is of lesser worth than a mere servant? That is contingent upon whose servant he is." At this moment, Chu Qianmin was seething with anger. Were it not for the numerous onlookers surrounding them, she would have undoubtedly confronted Chu Luwei with a sharp rebuke. Taking a deep breath, she forced a semblance of a smile and said, "Sister, your status is undoubtedly more esteemed than theirs. However, as the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. You are well aware that Lianxing is under my protection. Why then do you persist in being so adversarial? Your actions have effectively severed his path to cultivation." Her words seemed to convey an intention of standing up for her own. The spectators could not help but compare the two. Chu Qianmin possessed remarkable talent, yet bore no airs, being gentle and considerate. Her current demeanor unmistakably revealed her distress, indicating her genuine concern for her subordinate. This alone was commendable. In contrast, Chu Luiyue, despite being deemed a waste, exhibited an outrageous arrogance, almost akin to madness. Chu Luwei suddenly realized, indeed, I almost forgot he is your subordinate. Chu Qianmin was so furious she nearly spat blood. Chu Luwei was merely putting on a performance. If she did not stand up for Chu Lianxing today, rumors would surely spread, claiming that she, Chu Qianmin, was bullied by a waste. What reputation would remain then? Since my sister has recalled, I implore her to articulate her thoughts. However, before Chu Qianmin could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Chu Luwei. "So, are you implying that it was your intention for him to cause a disturbance here?" Chu Qianmin suddenly faltered. "Did you issue the order for Chu Lianxing to come and apprehend me, intending to seize the medicinal herbs I purchased? How could this be?" Chu Qianmin instinctively denied. Yet, Chu Luwei remained unconvinced. If it were not for your instigation, would Chu Lianxing dare to act in such a manner? The question rendered Chu Qianmin speechless. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as all eyes were riveted on this unfolding drama. Chu Lianxing, being astute, recognized that allowing Chu Luiyue to continue would yield no advantage for them. He hastily lamented, "Third Miss, it is all my fault. The esteemed status of the eldest Miss should not be offended. Should you insist on informing the family head and His Highness the Crown Prince, I am willing to bear all consequences alone." Chu Qianmin's countenance darkened. This was Chu Luiyue leveraging her engagement with the Crown Prince against her. How absurd. Chu Luiyue had long acknowledged her unworthiness for the Crown Prince and had always felt shame in mentioning the engagement. Why now, amidst all this clamor, was she creating such a scene? Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, "Elder." Chu Luiyue raised her gaze and indeed saw Elder Chu Shao striding toward them, followed closely by an unfamiliar man. "It was I who summoned him. Do you have any objections?" The elder halted before Chu Qianmin, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Luwei, his tone replete with undisguised contempt. Chu Qianmin felt a surge of certainty within her. In truth, the Grand Elder was unaware of this matter, but at this moment, since he was willing to lend her support, she naturally welcomed it with open arms. Her heart settled considerably, and she turned to greet the man standing behind the Grand Elder with a smile. "Captain Song, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Song Yuan, the prince's personal attendant. Song Yuan promptly bowed in respect, courteously replying, "Third Miss, I am honored." His visit was, of course, to deliver something on behalf of the prince. It was evident to all that this was a gesture dictated by the prince himself, causing subtle shifts in the expressions of those present. They had long heard of the prince's infatuation with Chu Qianmin, and now it seemed the rumors were verging on truth. Chu Qianmin felt a surge of joy, and the envious glances surrounding her filled her heart with satisfaction. Her cheeks flushed slightly, as if she were bashful. If Brother Jean has something to send me, he could simply ask someone to deliver it. There is no need to trouble Captain Song personally. Song Yuan produced an envelope, presenting it with both hands. Grinning as he said, "The prince's birthday is approaching, and I am here specifically to deliver the invitation." While others would indeed send invitations, the prince had expressly instructed that this particular one be delivered directly into her hands. Suddenly, the crowd understood. It was an invitation to the prince's birthday celebration. It was quite commonplace for the prince to host guests, yet few were privileged enough to have Song Yuan deliver their invitations personally, underscoring the prince's extraordinary regard for Chu Qianmin. "In that case, I extend my gratitude to Captain Song," she replied, accepting the invitation, her heart brimming with pride and joy. She was aware of the prince's affection for her, but his previous demeanor had been rather ambiguous. Now, he had finally taken this decisive step. Soon, the entire imperial capital will be aware of this matter. The crown prince seems to have intentionally chosen her to be his consort. Clutching the invitation, she deliberately asked Chu Luwei, "Sister, speaking of which, your engagement ceremony with Brother Jean is approaching. You must have received this invitation long ago, right?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. "An invitation? It seems His Highness the Crown Prince has likely forgotten about her entirely," Chu Qianmin earnestly remarked. "You haven't attended Brother Jin's birthday banquet these past few years. Surely you will go this year?" Chu Luwei sneered coldly. Indeed. Rong Jin had previously invited the original owner to his birthday banquet, and she had gone with high hopes, only to be met with ridicule and insults from countless individuals. After that, she refused to attend, and naturally, Rong Jin ceased to invite her. Thus, this time, there was no invitation at all. Chu Qianmin appeared somewhat astonished. Covering her mouth, could it be that sister has not received one? This. She flipped through the invitation in her hand, seemingly in a dilemma. "I am sorry, sister. I was unaware that you did not." The Grand Elder, pleased, stroked his beard, thinking that Chu Luwei was a useless burden, nearly ruining the alliance between their Chu family and the Crown Prince. Fortunately, Minmin has garnered the Crown Prince's favor. What purpose does a useless person serve? To bring shame upon themselves? With that thought, he cast a cold gaze at Chu Luwei, his expression hardening. "Why are you not kneeling?" Chu Luwei regarded him with icy disdain. "Grand Elder, even if you wish for me to kneel, there must be a valid reason, would there not?" The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, pointing at the medicinal herbs, and bellowed, "Do you still have the audacity to ask? You tell me. From where did you procure the money to purchase these items?" Song Yuan glanced at Chu Luwei. "This is the rumored waste of the Chu family." Chu Luwei? I had never paid much attention before. Even the Crown Prince was unaware of her appearance. To think that at such a critical moment, she would begin to act restlessly. How absurd. Upon noticing Song Yuan's gaze fixed upon Chu Luwei, Chu Xianmin felt a wave of unease. Song Lian, in fact, was Song Yuan's cousin, and with connections in between, it was unlikely that the Crown Prince was oblivious to the matter, though he had never explicitly stated his stance. His demeanor evidently suggested acquiescence to her actions. Yet, with Song Lian's fate uncertain, Song Yuan was likely still unaware. Should he learn of it? Chu Luwei paused for a moment, and just when everyone presumed she was about to concede, she suddenly cast a sidelong glance at Song Yuan and spoke with a smile that was neither here nor there. "Elder, may I inquire where you think I acquired such wealth? In the entire capital, how many would dare to do such a thing?" Just as the elder was about to unleash another tirade, he suddenly hesitated. Could it be that the Crown Prince had given her the money? He glanced uncertainly at Song Yuan, who was equally perplexed. How could the Crown Prince possibly bestow money upon her? Yet, aside from that, there seemed to be no other plausible explanation. "Third sister, you need not feel guilty. I shall not attend the Crown Prince's birthday banquet this year." Just as a flicker of triumph crossed Chu Xianmin's eyes, she heard Chu Luwei articulate, "After all, with the engagement ceremony approaching, there is much to prepare. Far more than the leisurely pace of my third sister. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 11. You are not Yuer. Wretched woman. Wretched woman. And yet she speaks of an engagement ceremony? Clearly, it is intentional. Recalling the serene expression on Chu Luwei's face at that moment ignited a fire within Chu Qianmin's chest. With a swift motion, she slammed the door shut. "What are you doing?" A woman's voice suddenly echoed from inside the room. Startled, Chu Qianmin raised her head, and upon recognizing the figure, she instantly rushed over, feeling wronged. Mother, you must stand up for Minmin this time. That little vixen is bullying me to death. The woman was none other than Lu Min's biological mother, Lu Yao. She maintained herself exceptionally well. Despite being in her 30s, she appeared remarkably beautiful, exuding charm in every gesture. Typically, Lu Yao doted on her only daughter, but upon hearing Chu Qianmin's lament, her expression bore no trace of sympathy, instead revealing an air of discontent. Chu Qianmin was seldom privy to her mother's stern demeanor and involuntarily straightened her posture, feeling even more distressed inside. Mother, you have no idea. This Chu Luwei seems to have transformed into a different person these past few days, behaving quite strangely. It's not that I cannot contend with her. Rather, she is far too cunning. The mere thought of the humiliations she had suffered at Chu Liuyue's hands recently made her grit her teeth in anger. Not only had she previously allowed her daughter to part with 200,000 taels of silver without gain, but now she was also leveraging the engagement with the crown prince to suppress her daughter. Lu Yao furrowed her brows, increasingly displeased. Sensing her mother's growing fury, Chu Qianmin felt a twinge of guilt and delicately recounted the events. As she observed Lu Yao's expression darkening further, a glimmer of inspiration struck her, and she quickly adopted a charming tone, saying, Mother, grandfather and the others are quite fond of me. They surely wouldn't refuse to assist, would they? But this is simply too much. Lu Yao turned her face away, feeling quite distressed. Although she belonged to the Lu family, she was of illegitimate birth and held a lowly position. Her marriage to the Chu family, which was gradually declining, added to her woes. Over the years, it was thanks to Chu Qianmin's remarkable abilities that the mother and daughter could hold their heads high in the Lu family. But now, facing a demand for 200,000, they would surely become the laughingstock of some family members. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu Yao noticed her daughter's expression was equally displeased, so she reached out and tapped her on the head. Have you ever considered why someone would take a liking to you? Is it not because of your exceptional talent and the favor you hold with the crown prince? Otherwise, who would even glance your way? Tell me, will you be able to secure the top position at the academy in a month's time? Chu Qianmin dismissed her mother's concerns with a wave. Of course, my talent is among the finest in the entire Yaochen kingdom. However, the pressing issue remained the crown prince's engagement to that insipid girl. Lu Yao chuckled knowingly. Oh, my foolish child, what are you so worried about? The one who least desires this marriage to succeed is not you, but the crown prince. Let her prance around for now. When the time comes, she will have her comeuppance. When Chu Luwei brought up the engagement with the crown prince, it indeed silenced the crowd and effectively stifled the grand elder and others, sending those who wished to see her humiliated back in disappointment. Once the courtyard fell silent once more, she finally placed all the medicinal herbs inside the house, then fetched a large black pot to begin her boiling process. If only she possessed original power, she could effortlessly conjure flames to refine the herbs. Alas, given the current constraints, she was left with no choice but to resort to the most primitive methods. Although such actions may lead to a loss of the medicinal efficacy, she had ordered a substantial quantity from the treasure pavilion on no less than 10 occasions, so the overall quality should not be significantly compromised. Once the water reached a boil, she meticulously added the herbs one by one. Soon, a refreshing aroma of medicine began to permeate the air. Due to the unique characteristics of each herb, the duration for steaming and extracting varied accordingly. She diligently kept track of the time, carefully fishing out the herbs that had been fully extracted while gradually introducing the remaining ones. The color of the herbal concoction shifted continuously, and the fragrance grew increasingly potent. With a deep breath, Chu Luwei felt a gentle warmth coursing through her body, bringing her a profound sense of relief and ease. It seemed promising, she murmured softly. As the destined princess of the Tianling dynasty, endowed with the innate talent to become a divine healer, Chu Luwei had perused nearly every medical tome in her previous life. As long as the herbs were sufficient, restoring the original meridians posed little challenge for her. Yue. Suddenly, an anxious voice called out from outside. Chu Luwei, intrigued, approached the door and opened it, finding Chu Ning hastily making his way toward her. In his urgency, he seemed to disregard his injured leg, limping awkwardly as he approached. With curiosity, Chu Luwei inquired. Since Chu Ning's injury, he had been assigned to work at a shop owned by the Chu family, consistently returning home late after long hours. Yue, are you all right? Chu Luwei was taken aback. It appeared that Chu Ning was already aware of the events occurring here. Otherwise, he would not have reacted in such a manner. She smiled radiantly and said, "Father, you are overly concerned for me. In just half a day, what could possibly happen? Please, come inside and rest." As she spoke, she moved to support him. However, Chu Ning grasped her hand firmly, his gaze fixed upon her, words caught in his throat. Upon entering the courtyard, he had immediately noticed the conspicuous bloodstains that marred the ground. Observing his daughter's seemingly unfazed demeanor, his heart grew heavier, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on her wrist. "Yue, did you truly sever Chu Lianqing's arm?" Chu Luiyue, with an impassive expression, nodded calmly. "Indeed. He sought to take what belongs to me, and I could not allow myself to be bullied." Severing one of his arms was merely a warning. After a prolonged silence, Chu Ning finally managed to speak, "But he is associated with Chu Qianmin. By doing this, are you not openly opposing her? She is not someone to be trifled with." Feeling a slight discomfort from his grasp, Chu Luiyue gently patted his hand and reassured him, "Father, why overthink it? Do you truly believe that if I did not act, she would genuinely regard me as her sister?" Chu Ning was rendered speechless. Indeed, given the engagement with the crown prince, Chu Qianmin likely viewed Yue as a formidable threat. "But there is no but, father. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing." Chu Luiyue continued, tilting her chin towards the interior of the house, smiling. "By the way, I recently came across a folk remedy that is said to be beneficial for recovery. Would you care to give it a try?" As she was decocting her own medicine, she did not neglect Chu Ning's injuries. She had surreptitiously taken his pulse earlier and knew that with proper recuperation, he would make a full recovery in less than half a month. With this in mind, she attempted to draw Chu Ning towards the house, but he remained stationary. He gazed at the maiden before him, her face achingly familiar, yet somehow profoundly alien. After a moment, his lips trembled as he finally uttered, "You are not Yue, are you?" Chapter 12. He saved me. These words caused the air to palpably congeal. "Father, what are you saying?" she inquired, her expression so genuinely perplexed that it was nearly impossible to doubt her sincerity. However, the timid and feeble Yue of the past had vanished, replaced by a composed and collected young woman. During her confrontation with the great elder and Chu Xianmin, he initially attributed her behavior to pin-up frustration. Yet, the subsequent events far exceeded his expectations. Yue had always regarded Chu Xianmin as a cherished confidant, placing unwavering trust in her. How could she now be in opposition to her? Moreover, Yue had always been timid, barely daring to raise her voice, let alone personally sever someone's arm. And the medicinal herbs delivered by the treasure pavilion. "I did not provide you with any silver, so how did you procure them?" The more Chu Ning spoke, the more uncertain he became, his voice betraying his trepidation. Previously, he had only sensed that something was amiss, but now, upon closer examination, he realized that everything seemed peculiar. Chu Luiyue patiently waited for him to finish before softly inquiring, "Is there more? Do you have any other misgivings besides these?" Chu Ning shook his head. "Is this not sufficient? I am aware that I have seemingly transformed into a different person over the past few days, but there are reasons behind it. I do not concern myself with the opinions of others, yet if you harbor doubts, Yue will naturally provide you with a thorough explanation." Chu Luiyue gently and resolutely took his hand. "Please, come in, and I shall elucidate the matter in detail." Instinctively, Chu Ning followed her inside. Once he took his seat, Chu Luiyue closed the door, glanced at the simmering herbs, and added 2 new ingredients. Observing her series of actions, Chu Ning became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. The previous wearer would never have possessed such knowledge. "You might have surmised that I encountered some trouble upon my return the other night. Indeed, Chu Qianmin sent someone to assassinate me." As soon as Chu Luiyue spoke, she startled Chu Ning into rising from his seat. What? He had sensed something amiss. But he never anticipated that Chu Qianmin would be so ruthless as to resort to murder. Chu Luiyue looked at him, nodded earnestly, and recounted the events of that day in detail. Of course, she skillfully concealed the truth of the original owner's demise and her own assumption of that identity. Possessing the original owner's memories, she intertwined truth and falsehood seamlessly, leaving no trace of inconsistency. Thus, to Chu Ning, it appeared that Chu Qianmin, driven by selfish motives, sought to eradicate Yue entirely. Hence, from that moment on, Yue truly recognized her true nature and finally comprehended that relentless forbearance would not lead to a peaceful existence. Only by becoming powerful could one avoid being oppressed. Chu Ning found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, did he not comprehend this principle? Alas, he was afflicted with a chronic ailment, precluding him from further cultivation. What else could he do? It is all the fault of a useless father. He dejectedly lowered his head, murmuring in a subdued tone, Chu Luiyue shook her head, remarking, Chu Ning's standing was already diminished at that time, so one can only imagine the immense difficulty in accomplishing this. Despite the perfunctory attitude of those individuals, it was sufficient to demonstrate that Chu Ning was willing to expend everything for his daughter. Chu Ning was visibly shaken, slowly raising his head, seemingly in disbelief. Chu Luiyue provided him with the ultimate reassurance. You told Yue at the time that, regardless of the past or the future, if Yue were to suffer any injustice, you would spare no effort to protect her. Is that not so? Chu Ning's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He had indeed only confided these words to Yue in the past. His voice was somewhat choked as he uttered, Yue, my Yue. The person before him was indeed his daughter. Chu Luiyue's nasal passages tingled slightly. What must be the sentiment of a father who has lost his daughter? After her demise, she wondered about her royal father. Upon seeing Chu Ning, she invariably reminisced about her royal father. Now that she was living as Chu Luiyue, she would naturally treat Chu Ning well, ensuring that there would not be another sorrowful father in this world. Her modus operandi differed significantly from that of the original body, and now that she had broached the subject, it would be more convenient to act in the future. Experiencing such a life and death crisis, a drastic change in character would be perfectly normal, would it not? After a brief interlude, Chu Ning clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, That Chu Xiamin is truly excessive. We must devise a means to make her pay for her transgressions in blood. Chu Luiyue's eyes gleamed subtly as she opportunely interjected, Father. In reality, her actions have inadvertently assisted me. In the forest, I stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. I discovered a medical book. Chu Ning was taken aback. A medical tome? Can you comprehend it? It is well known that such texts are exceedingly rare, often obscure, and impossible for the average person to self-study. Even with a dedicated master to guide them, mastery remains elusive. Yet, to his astonishment, Yue nodded. I can only understand a little for now, but I thought I might try the prescriptions within. They seem quite straightforward. This fib was delivered by Chu Luiyue without batting an eye. In truth, most medical texts appeared relatively simple to her. Chu Ning, somewhat slow on the uptake, cast a glance at the concoction simmering before him and suddenly rose, hastening toward it. The medicinal brew exuded a pure color and a rich, clean aroma. Though he lacked expertise, his wide-ranging experiences suggested that crafting a flawless potion was no simple task. The order of the ingredients, their quantities, and the technique for filtering out residues were all of paramount importance. For Yue to produce such a potion on her maiden attempt with such ease, a thought suddenly ignited within him, filling him with exhilaration. He looked at Chu Luiyue with eager anticipation. Yue, was this truly your first attempt? Chu Luiyue blinked innocently. Yes. What is it, father? Is something amiss? Indeed, it was amiss. This was utterly incomprehensible. It indicated that Yue might possess the innate potential to become a celestial physician, though her meridians were obstructed, preventing her from cultivating. Should she step into the realm of celestial medicine, even a hint of talent could drastically alter her fate. In an instant, Chu Ning felt as though he had ascended from the depths of despair to the pinnacle of elation, his entire being overwhelmed with excitement. If this were indeed true, then no one would dare to mistreat Yue in the future. Yue, accompany me to visit someone tomorrow. The celestial physicians in the Yaochen kingdom were few and far between, and he happened to have a slight acquaintance with one of them. It would be wise to have that person examine Yue to ascertain whether she truly possessed the potential in this regard. Chu Luiyue naturally understood his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, Father, perhaps it would be best to postpone it for now. It would be too ostentatious at this juncture. Chu Ning paused, realizing the validity of her point. If they were to go now, it was likely that others would seek to cause trouble once more. It would also be an opportune moment to observe whether the medicine Yue was attempting to concoct would prove efficacious. With this thought, his heart found solace. By the way, Yue, how did you manage to escape from those individuals that day? Chu Luiyue hesitated. She could hardly reveal that, due to her formidable strength in her previous life. Even without the power of the origin, those third-order martial artists were no match for her. With a flicker of her eyes, a tall silhouette of a man suddenly surfaced in her mind. The faintly discernible, fluid lines sketched a minimalist yet captivating image. She opened a jade box and said, seemingly unintentionally, I happened to encounter His Highness the Seventh Prince that day, and he offered his assistance. Chu Ning paused abruptly, while Chu Luiyue's movement stiffened. Even in the eyes of some court officials, the Seventh Prince Rongxiu was almost devoid of presence, let alone someone like the original owner of this body. a minor figure who had spent years confined within the residence, subjected to bullying. In the original memories, there is scant information regarding the seventh prince, Rongxiu, which is why Chu Liyue initially failed to realize that he was not present in the imperial capital. A sigh of relief quietly escaped her heart as she went along with the flow. Chu Ning furrowed his brow in contemplation, but ultimately dismissed the matter. For as a member of the royal family, their actions and words were bound by their own rationale. Moreover, he had long distanced himself from court affairs, rendering further contemplation of such matters rather futile. He affectionately patted Chu Liyue's head, reflecting on the significant favor they owed the seventh prince. Should an opportunity arise, he would certainly express his gratitude in person. Chu Liyue inwardly scoffed at the notion of a favor, contemplating that it merely involved the temporary use of his Baibo lake. However, observing the contented expression on Chu Ning's face, she chose not to elaborate and swiftly redirected the conversation towards the medicinal herbs simmering nearby. Father, this concoction is prepared according to that prescription. It is said to be beneficial for chronic injuries. Please do give it a try. As she spoke, she ladled a bowl of the potion and opened a nearby jade box, retrieving a segment of crimson root, roughly the thickness of a thumb and about an inch long. With a firm squeeze, red juice dripped down into the potion. Subsequently, Chu Liyue presented the bowl of medicine to Chu Ning with both hands. Chu Ning glanced down at the potion, which glimmered with a faint reddish hue, feeling somewhat uncertain. Does this really work? Chu Liyue was acutely aware of his concerns. It was natural for someone unfamiliar with the art of herbal medicine to be apprehensive on their first attempt. She did not expect miraculous results. She merely hoped that it would be devoid of any poison. She couldn't disclose her true identity to Chu Ning, nor could she reveal that his old injuries were insignificant in her eyes. She could only resort to letting him try it directly, meticulously followed the medical book. Just as Chu Liyue was about to explain, Chu Ning had already taken the bowl from her hands. He chuckled and said, "Since it's a soup that painstakingly brewed for father, then father naturally cannot betray good intentions." With that, he finished the entire bowl of soup in one go. After drinking, he even showed the bottom of the bowl to Chu Liyue, exclaiming, "See, father has obediently finished it all. Even if everyone else in the world wants to harm him, never would. Even if he couldn't ascertain what effects this bowl of medicine brewed by would have, he drank it willingly, because this was his most precious daughter." Chu Liyue was stunned, and looking at the hearty and earnest smile on Chu Ning's face, she subconsciously asked, "Is trying this for the first time and has no experience? Father isn't afraid that drinking this bowl of medicine will. Now you have experience, don't you? With father around, never needs to worry. Just do whatever you want." A warm current suddenly surged in Chu Liyue's heart, and for a moment, her whole being seemed to warm up. The bitter betrayal she had experienced in her previous life had almost completely frozen her heart, even congealing her bones and blood. But now, looking at Chu Ning's smiling and doting expression, she suddenly felt deeply moved. She lowered her eyes, concealing the turbulence within them, and after a long while, finally spoke. "Father will definitely get better." Chu Ning was taken aback, but then he heard her say, word by word, "Someday in the future, father will definitely become as formidable as before. No, it shall become even more formidable." Chu Ning could not help but smile bitterly within. More formidable than before? His legs were already beyond recovery, and his realm could not advance any further. How could anything be so straightforward? Yet, he could not bear to voice such discouragement to his daughter, so he gently pinched Chu Liyue's cheek and inquired, "By the way, the funds for these medicinal herbs?" Chu Liyue's eyes flickered slightly. "This money was provided by the crown prince. You need not worry." Chu Ning remained skeptical, but seeing the resolute expression on her face, he chose not to press further, offering a few more words of advice before he took his leave. After Chu Ning and the others departed, she resumed the preparation of the medicinal herbs. Chu Ning's injury was not a significant issue. With a bit of herbal concoction boiled for a couple of hours, it would suffice. The real challenge lay ahead for her. Time swiftly passed, and before long, evening arrived. The fragrance of the herbs within the house grew increasingly potent, permeating even the closed doors and windows, filling the courtyard with an intoxicating aroma. However, their location was quite remote, and following the commotion of the day, no one from the Chu family wished to venture here. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene silence both inside and outside the house. Chu Liyue poured all the medicinal concoctions into a wooden tub prepared for bathing, the rising steam mingling with the rich scent of the herbs enveloping her. Then, she loosened her belt, preparing to shed her garments. Though this body was frail, it had begun to reveal the delicate curves of a young maiden. As her clothing fell away, her shoulders, smooth and pale as fine jade, were unveiled. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from outside. Chu Luiyue swiftly donned her clothes and hurried to the window, opening it to peer outside. Who was there? The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, and she faintly perceived a fleeting white shadow skimming across the distant wall. However, by the time she attempted to scrutinize it further, it had vanished without a trace. Remaining vigilant, she lingered for a while, yet the silence persisted, prompting her to cease her observations, just as she intended to secure the window once more. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Xue had just arrived? Beyond that, she could scarcely conceive of anyone else venturing here. But why had it departed so swiftly? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Luiyue closed the window but did not lock it. Having completed these actions, she finally shed her garments and immersed herself in the bath. The searing energy surged through her skin, flooding her body with fervor. Chu Luiyue's face flushed almost instantaneously, turning a deep crimson. Her body, already frail and incomplete, was ill-prepared for such a powerful influx. She opened the last jade box beside her and retrieved a cool green cloud pearl the size of a longan, placing it in her mouth. A refreshing chill cascaded into her lungs. Waves of fine, sharp pain coursed through her body. The juxtaposition of external cold and internal heat felt as though she were enduring the extremes of ice and fire. Yet, it was only through such intense stimulation that she could awaken her original meridian for restoration. Chu Luiyue gradually closed her eyes. Within her dantian, the fragmented, translucent pages transformed into a small lake, which suddenly rippled with a gentle wave. Outside the Chu residence, in the narrow and dim alley, a tall figure concealed itself within the shadows of the night. The cool moonlight descended, yet it paled in comparison to the brilliance shimmering within his gaze. Behind him, a white lion sat dejectedly, a conspicuous bump on its forehead, clearly the result of a recent blow. Rong Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the dark and tranquil courtyard, his tone chilling. Should there be another instance, it will be your eyes that suffer. Do you understand? Chapter 14. Restoration. Chu Luiyue's body resembled a sponge, fervently absorbing the potency of the medicinal herbs. The extremes of heat and cold coursed within her, nourishing every fiber of her muscles and bones. Waves of intense pain surged forth, yet Chu Luiyue bit her lip tightly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Throughout the ordeal, she refrained from uttering a single cry of anguish, resolutely enduring and swallowing the torment whole. The fragmented original meridians within her were akin to parched riverbeds in cracked earth. As the forces rushed in, it was as if a torrential downpour had descended. In the past, her body had been incapable of retaining such power, helplessly watching it slip away. However, now, waves of energy continually surged, finally prompting a transformation within her original meridians. The once desiccated and fractured pathways gradually became lustrous and began to extend. Time passed slowly, and the color of the medicinal concoction in the tub lightened. Almost all of the vitality contained within it was absorbed by Chu Luiyue. To her astonishment, she discovered that a portion of the power from the herbs had integrated into her body, nourishing her original meridians and allowing the damaged sections to begin their restoration, while the remainder flowed into the small lake within her dantian. The lake was diminutive, its hue a gentle pastel, and as those forces surged into its depths, they mysteriously vanished, as if consumed by an unseen entity. Chu Luiyue observed for an extended period, discerning that the lake resembled an abyss. Apart from the subtle ripples, an overwhelming amount of energy left no trace behind. Her curiosity deepened. This lake seemed to have emerged from a translucent, fragmented page of a book. The enigmatic blood-red rune that had first appeared had not resurfaced since that day. What was its nature? How did it come to be? A thorough search through her memories yielded no remnants related to it, as though it had materialized from thin air. Moreover, perplexingly, she felt a sense of familiarity towards it, as if it were a vestige of her rebirth. The night swiftly passed. By morning, the effects of the medicinal remedy had nearly all been absorbed, prompting Chu Luiyue to rise. After a brief tidying up, she gathered a few pieces of wood and fashioned a simple plum blossom stake in the courtyard, carving a wooden figure to stand beside it. Finally, she bound sandbags to her hands and feet, commencing her practice. The conditions were indeed rudimentary, however, given her current circumstances. This was the most efficient and convenient means to enhance her physical strength. Although the Chu family possessed a dedicated training ground, she had consistently faced exclusion, and attending might invite unnecessary troubles. While she was no stranger to complications, she was reluctant to squander time on such matters at present. After a short while of running in the courtyard, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her entire body felt as though it were laden with lead. In her heart, Chu Liyue felt a sense of helplessness. This body was indeed exceedingly frail, if she did not diligently tend to it. Even the medicinal effects could not be fully absorbed, let alone anything else. Gradually, her garments became almost entirely drenched in perspiration. It was now July, the peak of summer's heat, and engaging in such strenuous activity under the sun was immensely taxing. Her lips were pale, beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, and strands of dark hair clung to her face, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. As her physical strength reached its limits, her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, she did not cease. Instead, she approached the wooden figure, inhaled deeply, and commenced practicing her offensive techniques. In her previous life, after breaking through to the third tier of martial artists at the age of 7, she had ceased such training, dedicating herself to the study of more advanced martial arts and mystic symbols. Fortunately, the techniques she had mastered were both exquisite and ferocious, and resuming practice now proved beneficial. Thud, thud, thud. In the tranquil courtyard, the only sounds resonating were the dull thuds of flesh meeting wood. Chu Lu was seen tireless, fervently honing her skills. The Longhu shop was a weapons store under the Chu family, primarily dealing in swords, spears, and halberds. Chu Ning was the second manager here. Having possessed a modest understanding of various weapons previously, he was assigned to this position following an injury. Although titled the second manager, his status was not particularly elevated. He was consistently overshadowed by the father of his younger brother, Chu Yin, and often marginalized by various subordinates. However, today, Chu Ning sensed that these individuals seemed even more intent on targeting him. Xiao Song, this place is in utter disarray. Why do you not tidy it up? Wu Song, however, remained seated, lazily consuming plums, and replied nonchalantly, "If it's a mess, you can clean it up yourself. Can't you see I am busy too?" Upon hearing this, several individuals in the shop turned their gaze towards him. Anger surged within Chu Ning, yet he noticed Wu Song rolling his eyes and scoffing. "I thought you fancied yourself the young master of the Chu family? Perhaps you should take a moment to assess your own standing." The others stifled laughter, eagerly anticipating Chu Ning's embarrassment. Who was unaware that his daughter, Chu Luyu, had thoroughly offended the third young lady, Chu Qianmin. The future appeared grim for this father-daughter duo, and it was not far-fetched to speculate that they might soon be expelled from the Chu family. Chu Ning took a deep breath, intensifying his tone. "So, you refuse to tidy up?" Wu Song, unfazed, finished his last plum, dusted off his hands, rose, and proceeded to overturn everything that had been neatly arranged. Daggers and swords clattered to the ground. "Isn't it even messier now? I believe you should clean it up yourself." "Ha ha." Wu Song laughed boastfully. Once Chu Ning departed, he could cling to the senior manager, Chu Yin, and soon become the second manager himself. Chu Ning clenched his fists tightly. Wu Song, with a dismissive huff, taunted, "Oh, are you looking for a fight? It seems the second manager has made much progress in recent years. Shall we spar a little?" He deliberately cast a glance at Chu Ning's legs. This glance ignited Chu Ning's fury entirely. He unleashed a punch. Wu Song swiftly recoiled, evading the blow with a nimble movement. As his mocking laughter had yet to fade, Chu Ning swiftly advanced a few steps forward and delivered a second punch with remarkable speed. Bang! Wu Song, caught off guard, was struck squarely and fell to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Yet, Chu Ning showed no signs of restraint. Instead, he seized Wu Song by the collar and unleashed a fierce barrage of blows. One punch after another, it wasn't long before Wu Song succumbed to unconsciousness. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Wu Song was no weakling. Logically, how could Chu Ning, a half-disabled individual, possibly outpace him? Thud. Chu Ning slammed Wu Song's head against the ground, and only upon seeing the blood did he finally cease his assault. His gaze sharp as a blade scanning the surroundings. Is there anyone else who wishes to spar? Instinctively, everyone took a step back. The once meek and easily bullied Chu Ning seemed transformed. Wiping the blood from his hands, he turned around, only to suddenly halt. Wait, had his movements been faster than before when he charged in just now? Moreover, the internal energy within him felt remarkably unimpeded. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to his right calf. She had said that father would surely recover. Chapter 15, Cousin? It wasn't until the sun dipped below the horizon that Chu Liyue concluded her training for the day, fully aware that her body was likely covered in bruises. Yet, her heart felt a sense of exhilaration. This not only allowed her to fully harness the effects of the medicine, but also facilitated a rapid enhancement of her physical capabilities, proving beneficial for her future cultivation. Beside her, a slender girl was unfastening the sandbags from her limbs. Even though night had fallen, her disheveled appearance was still apparent. Chu Ning's heart ached for her. Yue. Chu Lua looked up and offered him a smile. Father. Words of comfort and consolation hovered on the tip of his tongue, yet they suddenly remained unspoken. Chu Ning understood that after the previous ordeal, Yue had indeed undergone a significant transformation, her essence entirely altered. It was evident that she was striving diligently to grow stronger. The only thing he could do was to offer unwavering support and protection. Yue, the medicine you brewed yesterday seems to have been quite effective. Chu Ning approached her, gently wiping away the sweat from her brow. Despite his utmost effort to maintain composure, a hint of excitement and curiosity was unmistakable. A look of delight appeared on Chu Liyue's face. Really? Chu Ning nodded, refraining from divulging the happenings at the shop, simply expressing that he suddenly felt significantly better than before. It seemed that our Wei truly possessed the innate talent of a celestial healer. Chu Ning couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. If only this had been discovered sooner, she would not have had to endure so much hardship over the years. Chu Luwei responded with a playful wink. As long as it works. As for this talent, discovering it now is not too late. Chu Ning assumed she was merely reassuring herself and nodded in agreement. Chu Luwei smiled silently. Master? Even if one were to gather all the celestial healers from the entire Yaochen kingdom, they might still pale in comparison to her. By the way, your birthday is approaching. What do you intend to do about the engagement with the crown prince? Chu Ning hesitated before speaking. Previously, due to their dire circumstances and his daughter's lingering fantasies about the crown prince, he had refrained from addressing the matter. Now that everything was beginning anew, it was time to contemplate this issue, especially with less than a month remaining. Chu Liuyue's smile grew somewhat frosty, observing the unfolding events with a calm demeanor. It is not her who is in a state of panic. That evening, Shui made its customary appearance, yet there was a noticeable bump on its head. When Chu Luwei inquired about it, Shui, feeling aggrieved, buried its large head in sorrow. Was it easy for it? It was clear that the master had permitted its presence, only to strike it afterward. How could it have anticipated encountering Chu Luiyue in the midst of undressing the previous day? Enraged, the creature sulked. After observing for a moment, noticing the injury was not severe, Chu Luiyue chose to disregard it, allowing the creature to rest beside the bed while she began her meditation and recuperation, eventually drifting into a deep slumber in the latter half of the night. Once she succumbed to sleep, Shui opened its eyes and inched closer, allowing a gentle force to emanate and envelop Chu Luiyue. The disputes within the Chu family were soon forgotten by the public. Although they maintained a low profile and traveled lightly, a decree from the current emperor swiftly made the seventh prince the topic of conversation among the populace. Prince Rongxiu, having been away for an extended period, had finally returned, much to the emperor's delight, who granted him the title of Li Wang and bestowed upon him the residence of the Li Wangfu. A deeper contemplation of this imperial edict reveals its multifaceted implications. Firstly, it signifies that the seventh prince will henceforth remain in the imperial capital. Secondly, it underscores the emperor's exceptional regard and affection for him. It is noteworthy that the current emperor has fathered 9 princes, 3 of whom have perished, leaving 6. Apart from the legitimate eldest son, Rongjin, who was declared the crown prince upon birth, only the 5th prince, Rongqi, born of the same mother as the crown prince, has been granted the title of Ping Wang. Thus, it is evident how much upheaval the title of Li Wang conferred upon Rongxiu may incite. These undercurrents of change, however, remained unbeknownst to Chu Luwei. Her foremost concern now is her own body. The operations of the treasure pavilion are indeed reliable, and the second batch of medicinal materials has arrived punctually. However, Chu Luwei did not hasten to attend to these matters. Instead, she chose to venture outside that day. This time, she did not exit through the main gate, but rather disguised herself as a youth, donning a black robe and a conical hat, slipping out through a side entrance. The capital bustles with life, and the streets are filled with individuals donned in various peculiar outfits. Thus, Chu Luiyue attracted little attention. Leaving the Chu residence, she made her way directly westward, heading for the Ghost Street. Though dubbed the Ghost Street, it is merely a marketplace bustling with a diverse array of people trading goods. This place is a lang of characters, offering a multitude of items at fluctuating prices, where the value of goods is often uncertain. It is precisely for this reason that some individuals favor visiting, as fortune may occasionally smile upon them. allowing them to uncover hidden treasures. Chu Luiyue arrived today with a similar mindset. The ghost street was lively, with stalls of all kinds lining both sides of the thoroughfare. She strolled leisurely, appearing nonchalant as she surveyed her surroundings, yet her gaze swiftly flitted over the items on display. As time trickled by, having traversed more than half of the ghost street, Chu Luiyue found nothing that piqued her interest, leading to a tinge of disappointment. A sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to approach discreetly. There lay a stone, roughly the size of a fist, predominantly grayish-white, adorned with patches of green moss, resembling a mere rock picked up from some inconspicuous place. However, upon closer inspection, two faint red streaks could be discerned upon its surface. This stone likely conceals an exceedingly precious red jade within. Just as Chu Luiyue intended to inquire about the price, someone preempted her, seizing the stone. It was a man who appeared to be around 20, with a rotund visage and dressed in a brocade robe, exuding an air of nouveau riche. Well, it seems fortune smiles upon me today. I have stumbled upon such a red stone. Old man, name your price. The stall owner was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white. Despite the sweltering summer heat, he donned a tattered cotton garment and languidly fanned himself with a palm leaf fan. Upon hearing the young man's voice, he opened one eye and extended a finger. 100 taels? The old man shook his head. 10,000 taels. The young man immediately erupted in indignation, his corpulent frame quivering. You must be mad. A red stone? And you're asking for 10,000? Offering you 100 taels is already a generous gesture. Do you even know who I am? I am the cousin of the future princess consort. At this declaration, Chu Luiyue, who had been observing with a cool detachment, finally raised an eyebrow. She couldn't recall any such cousin. Chapter 16. Exchange. You should inquire about the esteemed title of the fourth son of the Lu family. In that moment, Chu Luiyue realized he was indeed the cousin of Chu Qianmin. Even before any formalities were established, he was already attempting to leverage familial connections. Truly, like attracts like. The old man snorted dismissively. What does it matter who you are? 10,000 taels is non-negotiable. If you cannot afford it, others will surely come to purchase. Lu Jitao, infuriated yet smiling with disdain, weighed the red stone in his hand and boldly declared, Oh, I am quite eager to see who would dare purchase this item. As he spoke, he cast a warning glance around him. Those who had previously shown interest in the stone halted in their tracks. The fourth son of the Lu family was not someone to be trifled with. Such a stone, no matter how grand, was worth merely 2,000 taels at most. No one would spend 10,000 taels. Moreover, by ostentatiously asserting his identity, anyone who bought it would be directly opposing him. It had already been rumored that His Highness the Crown Prince favored Chu Qianmin, and in recent days, it was said that the invitation to the Crown Prince's birthday banquet was personally delivered to Chu Qianmin by his close attendant, Song Yuan. It seemed the position of future Crown Princess was undeniably destined for Chu Qianmin. To offend the Lu family now would essentially mean to offend the Crown Prince. A profound silence enveloped the area. Lu Jitao smugly remarked, Old man, I advise you to be sensible. Apart from me, no one else would pay 10,000 taels for this. I will take it. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the silence. At the same moment, a fair hand reached out from the side and directly seized the red stone. Lu Jitao, taken aback, could hardly believe that someone dared to snatch what he coveted. It took him a moment to regain his composure. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the figure was clad in a black robe and wore a hood. Seemingly a young woman. Anger flared within Lu Jitao. Who do you think you are? Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? You dare to steal something that this young master has set his sights on. The old man, surprised, finally opened his other eye and scrutinized Chu Luiyue closely. Is that truly so? The quality of this red stone is undoubtedly exceptional, however. It is not truly worth 10,000 taels. The seller, in dire need of funds and reluctant to part with it for a mere sum, casually announced the inflated price, never anticipating that someone would actually agree to such a deal. To his surprise, Chu Luiyue promptly produced a banknote of 10,000 taels and handed it to the old man. Initially hesitant, the old man's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the note, and he swiftly accepted it. Indeed, he was in a dire financial predicament. Does one not understand the principle that the highest bidder wins? Furthermore, this red stone is worth at least 1,000 taels, yet he expected to acquire it for a mere 100? What a naive assumption. With a disdainful laugh, Chu Luiyue remarked on the absurdity of it all. Lu Jitang's face flushed with anger. He felt insulted, as if the slight had also tarnished the reputation of his entire family. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the sword from his waist and lunged at Chu Luiyue. I'll do as I please. Who are you to admonish me? You're courting death. The old man, who had just accepted the banknote, raised an eyebrow and, with a slight clench of his hand, prepared to intervene. Yet, he paused in astonishment as he observed Chu Luwei. With a graceful shift of her feet, she effortlessly evaded Lu Zhitong's thrust. Frustrated by his failed attack, Lu Zhitong charged at her once more. This time, however, Chu Luwei did not retreat. Instead, she advanced, skillfully maneuvering around his sword. With a swift kick, she struck his elbow forcefully. His arm went numb, and the sword slipped from his grasp. In an instant, he felt a chill at his throat, realizing that Chu Luwei had retrieved his sword and now held it poised across his shoulder. Should he dare to move, he might very well find himself in mortal peril. The elder observed the scene, his eyes shifting from astonishment to curiosity as he scrutinized Chu Luwei. This girl evidently exhibited no fluctuations of original energy. Logically, she should be no match for Lu Jitao. Furthermore, those recent movements were executed with a simplicity and precision that were lethal. If she desired, Lu Jitao's life could be extinguished in an instant. Truly fascinating. Lu Jitao, drenched in cold sweat, stammered as he spoke. What do you intend to do? Do you dare? With a slight increase in pressure from Chu Luoyue's hand, blood oozed from Lu Jitao's neck. How audacious! He discerned that the opponent was audacious enough to execute anything. Although his cultivation talent was mediocre over the years, the Lu family had invested considerable resources in him, allowing him to ascend to the rank of a third-tier warrior. While this level of warrior did not possess abundant original energy and could only master basic martial techniques, both his physical prowess and combat skills were not to be underestimated. His adversary was evidently not a warrior, yet she effortlessly triumphed over him. Get lost, Chu Luwei commanded sharply. Trembling, Lu Jitao finally stood up, retreating repeatedly until he had distanced himself by more than 10 paces before mustering the strength to shout, "Why you wait right there?" Without waiting for Chu Luoyue's response, he promptly turned and fled. Chu Luwei paid him no mind, casually discarding her sword and turning to leave. Having acquired that piece of red stone today was already a delightful surprise. Lingering here held no further interest for her. Surrounded by a circle of onlookers, they instinctively parted to make way for Lu Yu, who intended to leave. Although her figure and features remained obscured, an inexplicable aura of authority emanated from her, compelling those present to submit without question. Wait a moment. The elder, upon realizing this, hurriedly began to gather his wares, intent on pursuing Lu Yu. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he found her figure had already vanished from sight. He paused briefly, shaking his head with a wry smile. What a vigilant girl. However, to think she could so easily elude me is rather naive. Lu Yu quickly sensed she was being followed and promptly altered her course. Navigating through several streets, she deliberately avoided heading towards the Chu family residence, veering further off track until she ultimately found herself in a secluded and narrow dead-end alley. Once enveloped in silence, she turned to confront her pursuer. You followed me all this way. It must have been quite the ordeal. If you have something to say, I suggest you do so directly. Moments later, a somewhat stooped, elderly figure emerged at the alley's entrance. Indeed, it was the old man clad in tattered cotton clothing. He awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Girl, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to follow you intentionally. It's just that I feel quite guilty about that 10,000 taels. Although we are in need of money, we shouldn't exploit a young girl like you, should we? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. If you came for that reason, it's truly unnecessary. In my eyes, that red stone is indeed worth 10,000 taels. It is not merely worth it, it is exceedingly valuable. However, the old man remained unconvinced, shaking his fan dismissively. Oh, child, there's no need for such formality. I have encountered countless red stones, and I assure you, this one is certainly not worth 1,000 taels. How about this? Let me offer you something else as compensation. Shall we? Chu Luwei shook her head. I'm not interested. The old man's expression fell instantly, his frustration evident. This girl was indeed quite difficult to deal with. What is your purpose here? It would be better to speak plainly. Seeing Chu Luoyue's calm demeanor, her bright, dark eyes seemed to have already discerned everything, leaving him feeling increasingly embarrassed. Actually, I merely wish to inquire about your master. Who is he? Though she exhibited no signs of power and her movements were quite simple, he could tell at a glance that they stemmed from some profound martial arts. There must be a top-notch expert behind her. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to so effortlessly subdue someone like Lu Jitao, a third-tier warrior. His life had grown rather dull over the years. How wonderful it would be to spar with someone like her. Chu Luwei narrowed her eyes. What would I gain if I told you? The old man scratched his head in distress. He had little money himself, and she certainly appeared to lack for nothing. After much contemplation, he finally smacked his forehead and produced a jade pendant. How about we trade this? It holds some value. Chu Liyue glanced down, her gaze flickering slightly. The pendant was intricately carved with mysterious symbols. Moreover, it appears that the grade of that mysterious token is rather high. The value of this object is undoubtedly significant. He casually offered it away. Is he serious? Indeed, he is. Noticing that Chu Liyue seemed somewhat tempted, the elderly man quickly stepped forward and pressed the jade pendant into her hand. After all, this item is of little use to me. If you desire it, feel free to take it. Chu Liyue contemplated for a moment and decisively accepted the item. Since he dared to present it, she certainly had the courage to accept. Very well, I shall speak candidly. I have no master, she stated openly. The elderly man's expression, once brimming with anticipation and excitement, instantly froze in disbelief. What? No master? How is that possible? Could it be that all your skills were self-taught? Chu Liyue coughed lightly, finding herself at a loss for an explanation. I truly have no master. The old man, of course, did not believe her and seized her wrist. You, young lady, if you do not speak the truth. As he spoke, he suddenly halted, and an expression of shock began to surface in his gaze. You are the girl from the Chu family? Chu Liyue was taken aback. How could he recognize her without seeing her face? Yet, she had no recollection of this individual. The old man, seeing her silence, grew increasingly incredulous. Is it truly you, Chu Liyue? Your original pulse is not. It turned out he recognized her through pulse reading. Chu Liyue exhaled a sigh of relief and removed her hat. I am indeed Chu Liyue. And you are? Upon beholding the exquisite visage before him, the elder was momentarily taken aback. It seems you have grown so much. But wait. Your meridian. He began to speak, only to suddenly falter, at a loss for words. When Chu Liyue was a child, he had indeed assessed her meridian, confirming multiple times that her innate energy channel was fundamentally flawed, rendering her incapable of cultivation in this lifetime. Yet, in that fleeting moment, as he inadvertently felt her pulse, he discerned a subtle transformation within her meridian. Chu Liyue observed the elder's shifting expressions, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had only just commenced the restoration of her meridian, a process imperceptible to the average person. However, this elder, with his keen insight, had immediately noticed, indicating he was no ordinary individual. He was likely a celestial physician, or at the very least, an extraordinarily formidable expert. Child, speak truthfully to this old man. Who is it that is aiding you? The elder's demeanor shifted from casual to earnest, as he released Chu Liyue's hand and scrutinized her eyes with intensity. Chu Liyue sincerely shook her head. I truly do not know. If you doubt my words, you may inquire for yourself. Although I am ostensibly the eldest daughter of the Chu family, these past years have been more wretched than that of a servant. Merely surviving has been a stroke of fortune, let alone anything else. The elder remained skeptical. Having distanced himself from worldly affairs for many years, he was not well informed about the happenings in the imperial capital. Yet, considering that Chu Liyue was born a waste, it was easy to surmise the hardships she had endured over the years. To claim assistance from someone behind the scenes, both she and Chu Ning lacked any backing. Who could they possibly turn to? The last makes a valid point, the elder conceded, but the enigma of your original meridian. It eludes explanation. He furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, utterly baffled by the sudden transformation of Chu Liyue's original meridian. In his perplexity, he tapped his head with a palm leaf fan. Chu Liyue glanced at the sky. While she couldn't ascertain the elder's identity, she was certain that his origins were far from ordinary. A personage of such stature was someone she would not intentionally offend at this juncture. The elder waved dismissively, still engrossed in pondering the perplexing matter. Indeed, without lingering further, Chu Liyue promptly departed, leaving the elder in solitary contemplation within the narrow alleyway. Without hesitation, Chu Ning imbibed the medicine completely. Any initial apprehension had long dissipated, replaced by the palpable improvement in his health. In his eyes, his daughter was now an undeniable prodigy. As he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, Chu Ning sighed contentedly. Yue, once your father has recuperated, I shall take you to seek a master. Talent such as yours must not be squandered. Chu Liyue inquired casually, Father, how many celestial physicians are there in Yaochen country? Chu Ning mused for a moment. The prerequisites for becoming a celestial physician are exceptionally stringent. Some may possess a modicum of talent, but ultimately fail to attain the rank of a true celestial physician. Currently, There are no more than 7 celestial physicians in the entire Yaochen country. Chu Luiyue subtly probed with a few questions, but unfortunately, Chu Ning's knowledge of them was limited, so she was unable to connect him with the enigmatic elder. Chu Luiyue understood that there was no need to rush, so she refrained from further inquiries. After Chu Ning departed, she resumed her task of brewing medicinal herbs. That night, Xue Xue did not arrive. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Chu Luiyue once again began preparing medicine for Chu Ning, an unexpected visitor appeared. It was the old man. Clearly, he had not entered through the front door. He still wore that tattered cotton coat, with a few leaves resting atop his head and dark circles under his eyes, suggesting he had not rested for several days. Chu Luiyue was taken aback by his appearance, asking, "What brings you here?" The old man gazed with a mournful expression, lamenting, "I have pondered for 3 full days and nights, yet I remain perplexed. I never anticipated." Chu Luiyue was startled. Did this mean he had been sleepless due to her? He trembled as he extended a finger toward the fragrant pot of herbs. As if he had been grievously deceived, passionately accusing her. "You claim that no one assists you. You have truly deceived this old man." Chapter 18. Master and apprentice. Upon hearing the old man's lamentations, Chu Luiyue learned that ever since she had left that day, he had been consumed with thoughts of how she had begun to restore her original pulse. However, after 3 days of contemplation, he had arrived at no conclusion. In desperation, he resolved to visit the Chu residence to witness the situation for himself. What he saw nearly caused him to faint from disbelief. The entire courtyard was permeated with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, and he could immediately discern that these substances were extraordinary. The ability to perfectly blend such a multitude of herbs was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Even he found it a daunting task. How could this girl claim that no one was aiding her? Was this a trick of fate? Observing the elderly man's face filled with a sorrowful expression of betrayal, Chu Luiyue could only sigh in exasperation. While an ordinary individual might not comprehend the purpose behind her concoction of these medicinal herbs, the old man was distinctly different. He undoubtedly possessed the insight to discern certain truths. Chu Luiyue, disinclined to conceal her intentions, shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. "If you choose not to believe, then so be it." With that, she resumed her task of opening the jade box and preparing the herbs. The old man was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Chu Luiyue had no intention of offering any explanation. In a fit of pique, he plopped down on a nearby stone. "You, young lady, if you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall not take my leave." Chu Luiyue offered a perfunctory nod. "Oh, very well. There is water in the house. If you are thirsty, feel free to help yourself." "Look at this attitude," the old man exclaimed in exasperation, wildly waving his fan, his beard fluttering in the air. This time, he was genuinely at odds with Chu Luiyue, as he noticed that she was indeed ignoring him. The old man snorted quietly and began to casually survey the courtyard. The Chu family, despite being one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, now found itself at the lower end of the social spectrum, yet it still retained a semblance of heritage. However, the courtyard was dilapidated and remote, hardly distinguishable from that of an impoverished household. Anyone who laid eyes upon it would struggle to believe that it housed the once illustrious Chu Ning and his sole daughter. How could these two, being the direct descendants of the Chu family, have fallen into such dire straits? The old man sighed inwardly, his anger gradually dissipating. Subsequently, he glanced at the plum blossom stakes scattered throughout the yard, clearly a recent arrangement. Was this meant for Chu Luiyue's training? It seemed rather rudimentary. This father-daughter duo was indeed living in rather dismal circumstances. A peculiar, acrid aroma wafted through the air. The old man sniffed, observing Chu Luiyue retrieve a section of withered ebony vine, about the length of a forearm, from a jade box and immerse it in the simmering pot. "Oh heavens, why would you introduce the withered vine directly?" he exclaimed. "Upon contact with boiling water, it will dissolve outright, resulting in a significant loss of potency." The old man swiftly approached Chu Luiyue, his tone laced with disappointment. "Good heavens, child, that withered vine is of considerable value. To squander it so." His words trailed off abruptly. The withered vine, which should have been rapidly dissolving in the pot, now lay intact within. Steaming vapors rose, radiating heat, yet the withered vine remained unscathed. Gradually, an inky fluid began to seep from the vine, spreading and tinting the water. The previously acrid scent transformed into a sweet fragrance, indicative of the vine's efficacy being fully extracted. The old man's eyes widened as he beheld the scene in disbelief. How is this conceivable? The withered vine possesses remarkable regenerative properties, and, due to its growth on precipitous cliffs, accruing only an inch per decade, is highly prized. However, processing this rare medicinal herb is fraught with difficulty, as its delicate composition renders it susceptible to rapid loss of potency upon damage, necessitating slow steaming in water. Temperatures too high or low can compromise its medicinal value. Boiling water, in particular, typically reduces it to mere dross upon contact. Yet now, the withered vine not only remained intact in the boiling water, but was also stimulated to release its maximum therapeutic potential. How did you accomplish this? The elderly man gazed at Chu Luiyue in bewilderment. Chu Luiyue gestured. Please take a closer look. The old man rubbed his eyes and leaned in a little closer, finally noticing that the withered vine appeared to be enveloped in a layer of silvery ice crystals. Is this silver ice grass? He exclaimed. It is a rather commonplace medicinal herb, characterized by its silvery white hue and frigid properties, typically used for pain relief. When powdered and added to water a quarter of an hour in advance, it swiftly coalesces onto the withered vine once immersed in boiling water, thereby preventing its dissolution. Chu Luiyue elaborated. One substance counteracts another. While silver ice grass may be ordinary, its application here is indeed exceptional. The old man was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Right. How could I have overlooked that? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. This isn't exactly a secret. It's merely a reflection of the differing standards of healers and their understanding and application of medicinal properties. Where did you learn this method? The elderly man finally reacted, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he looked at Chu Luiyue. She retrieved the withered vine, having already activated its efficacy, and hastily removed the remaining residue. I figured it out myself. Naturally, the old man was skeptical, but after much inquiry, he received little explanation from Chu Luiyue, which left him somewhat vexed. Nonetheless, his gaze remained fixated on the cauldron of boiling herbs. Chu Luiyue did not shy away, allowing him to observe freely. This concoction was for Chu Ning, and the formula was quite ordinary, so there was no harm in letting him see it. After all, the technique and control in brewing were of far greater significance. Some individuals lack innate talent. Even if they memorize recipes and diligently practice, they may never ascend to the status of a master physician. The courtyard fell into a tranquil silence. The elder observed Chu Luiyue as she concocted medicine, his expression gradually shifting. Her movements were fluid and graceful, each herb added at the perfect moment and in precise quantities. The fragrance of the medicine intensified, signifying the harmonious blending of its powers. Such mastery could only be achieved through countless hours of practice. Even he doubted he could surpass her skill. With a soft click, the jade box closed as the final herb was added. Altogether, excluding those she had placed before his arrival, she had incorporated no less than 35 different ingredients. Clearly, this was not the extent of her capabilities. She had undoubtedly reached the level of a master physician, regardless of who her mentor was. He was certain of one thing: Chu Luiyue possessed an extraordinary talent for medicine. How could the Chu family fail to cherish such a rare prodigy, instead allowing her to be mistreated? The dilapidated courtyard was a stark irony. He rubbed his hands together, gazing at Chu Luiyue as one would at a precious gem. You girl, I shall refrain from inquiring into your affairs. There is but one thing I wish to request. I would like to come here to observe your alchemy in the future. Would that be permissible? Chu Luiyue shook her head. She had too many obligations, and having another person around would be quite inconvenient. Then, how about I come every 3 days? She shook her head again. 5 days. Perhaps half a month? Disagreement for just a month, then. Fine. A mere half month. Just half a month. The old man, fearing she might change her mind, nodded vigorously, his face beaming with delight. However, Chu Luiyue suddenly tilted her head, pondering as she inquired, "May I ask, in what capacity do you come?" Chapter 19. Turbulence, huh? The old man was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in mild distress. This indeed posed a conundrum. He had stealthily entered today, but it was impractical to continue in such a manner. Although the defenses of the Chu family posed no challenge to him, it was only reasonable to approach this learning endeavor with decorum. Furthermore, the field of celestial medicine was rife with numerous protocols and expectations. Chu Luiyue's agreement to allow him to visit every half-month was, in truth, exceedingly generous. As for the matter of identity, how about I become your disciple? The old man suggested, a flicker of excitement in his voice, yet he quickly knitted his brows, his expression wavering. Alas, he had once had a master, who had since departed this world. To acknowledge another as his master now felt rather uncomfortable. Chu Luiyue gazed at him in silence. This proposal placed her in a rather awkward position as well. She had no desire to take on a disciple of such advanced age. Let us do it this way. You may consider me your master, if you will, Chu Liyue proposed. The old man was taken aback, hastily waving his fan. Oh, that simply will not do. I am the one seeking your guidance. How could I possibly turn the tables and become your disciple? He could discern that Chu Liyue's prowess was not inferior to others. He was certainly unworthy of being her master. Chu Liyue smiled gently. Why are you being so modest? As a novice, I am still quite ignorant of many things and naturally require a good master to guide me. Could it be that you do not wish to accept me? Oh dear, how could anyone in this world not desire to take you as a disciple? The old man exclaimed, yet suddenly realized something and widened his eyes in disbelief. Wait, are you saying that you have yet to find a master? Chu Liyue innocently blinked. Indeed. Did I not mention this from the very beginning? The old man regarded her with skepticism, struggling to believe his ears. Ultimately, he could only speculate that there must be an extraordinary expert backing Chu Liyue, but for various reasons, that person could not reveal themselves, hence her current assertion. Do you wish for me to be your master? Chu Liyue nodded. While her earlier declaration might have been convincing to Chu Ning, others would undoubtedly harbor doubts. She required a master as a pretext for her sudden transformation. In the future, if anyone inquired, she could simply state that she had long had a master secretly guiding her, having been in seclusion previously. The old man fell silent for a considerable time. He was not foolish. He understood Chu Liyue's intentions all too well. On the contrary, she possessed extraordinary talent and remarkable intelligence. What secrets might this 14-year-old girl be harboring? If he were to agree, it would inevitably lead to considerable complications. Chu Liyue did not rush him, maintaining her calm demeanor. He had long since made up his mind to refrain from involving himself in any chaotic matters. However, he was genuinely eager to observe Liu concocting potions. Very well, I shall acquiesce. The elder gritted his teeth, finally resolving to act. Henceforth, I shall secretly watch you brew potions, while publicly, I, the old man, shall be your master. Disciple Chu Liyue, greetings to master. She performed a formal act of apprenticeship. The elder was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the youthful visage of Chu Liyue, which still bore traces of innocence. A wave of uncontainable joy surged within him. This was his very first disciple. He had always considered taking on a disciple to be a hassle, yet unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, he had acquired such a prodigious apprentice. Splendid. He felt an immediate closeness to Chu Liyue and hastily urged her to rise. As master and disciple, we shall not concern ourselves with frivolities. Should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek your master. Chu Liyue smiled, her eyes curving in delight. Thank you, master. Hearing her melodious address filled the elder's heart with affection. My surname is Yi. Should you wish to find me, you may directly venture to Qiufeng Garden in the west of the city. Chu Liyue swiftly searched her mind for any notable figures with the surname Yi, but found none, nor did she recognize Qiufeng Garden. However, this was to be expected, as the original owner had long been confined to the Chu family, with little knowledge of the outside world. Now was not the time to inquire about such matters. So she chose not to dwell on it, trusting that she would learn what she needed to know in due course. Afterward, Old Yi engaged in an extensive discussion with Chu Liyue regarding the intricacies of alchemy, lingering until the sun dipped below the horizon, reluctant to part ways. Unbeknownst to all this, Chu Ning remained blissfully unaware. Chu Liyue feigned ignorance, focusing instead on nurturing her health. The swift passage of over 20 days brought forth a new dawn, during which the last batch of medicinal herbs was delivered to the treasure pavilion. After meticulously inspecting the herbs, Chu Liyue commenced her alchemical preparations with methodical precision. Unlike before, this time Chu Ning was present at home. He frequently cast glances towards Chu Liyue's chamber, feeling a mix of pride and anxiety. After several hours of diligent effort, Chu Liyue finally paused to ladle out the concoction. Father, this is the final dose. Once consumed, you may attempt to cultivate anew. She presented the meticulously brewed potion to him. Chu Ning eagerly stepped forward to accept it, his expression betraying a hint of exhilaration. He sensed that he might be in an even better state than during his peak. After enduring years of disheartenment, it was impossible to deny his desire for a resurgence. To his astonishment, the source of this hope turned out to be none other than his own daughter. Without hesitation, he drank it down, feeling the fiery energy coursing through him, subsequently gathering in his dantian. He sat cross-legged, hands folded in front of him, closed his eyes, and began to channel this newfound power. The surrounding natural energies seemed to respond to an unseen guidance, converging towards Chu Ning. This was a sign of impending breakthrough. Chu Liuyue's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Indeed, Chu Ning possessed remarkable talent, seizing this opportunity to attempt a breakthrough, an unexpected delight. She then commenced the final stage of her alchemical endeavor. By the time the potion was ready, the sky had plunged into complete darkness. Divesting herself of her garments, she descended into the bath, where the opulent fragrance of medicinal herbs pervaded the air. A dense mist arose, nearly obscuring her form. With bated breath, she centered her focus, drawing her energy to the core of her being. Tendrils of power permeated her limbs and skeleton. Her once damaged and withered original essence had now become lustrous and supple. Nourished by the abundant energy, her original essence ceaselessly expanded and flourished. Concurrently, within the depths of Chu Liuyue's core, a diminutive lake stirred with renewed vibrancy. A droplet of water, tinged with a faint crimson hue, levitated from the center of the lake, subsequently dissolving into countless minute, imperceptible particles that integrated into Chu Liuyue's original essence. Buzz. An aura of immense and boundless power enveloped Chu Liuyue like a shroud. Chapter 20. Birthday celebration. Chu Liuyue's body quivered, as she momentarily sensed a formidable coercion emanating from the distant past, instilling a tremor in her very soul. Before she could register her astonishment, she felt an intense and horrifying sensation. The droplet of water had fragmented into thousands upon thousands of particles, descending upon her original essence like sparks, instantly igniting a conflagration. Her entire being felt as though it were engulfed in scorching flames. Chu Liuyue's heart convulsed violently as she instinctively recoiled, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, her mouth and nostrils filled with the pungent scent of blood. Indeed, the anguish surpassed even that of her previous torment. Chu Liuyue's body flushed crimson, her face congested with blood, transforming her into a veritable ember. Profuse perspiration streamed from her pores, evaporating upon contact with her incandescent skin. In that instant, a flicker of despair welled up within her. Betrayal, incineration, mortality. In the next moment, she fiercely bit her tongue, the sharp pain jolting her into awareness. She resolutely reminded herself that she was not in the ancestral hall of the Tianling dynasty, nor was it the night of her demise. If she desired vengeance, she must endure. At that moment, every second felt unbearably torturous. Yet, concurrently, Chu Liuyue's fractured meridian began to reconnect entirely. Uncertain of how long had passed, the excruciating agony gradually subsided. Chu Liuyue slowly opened her eyes and beheld the once clear medicinal concoction in the bath, now rendered murky. She immediately examined her meridian, and upon doing so, could not help but gasp in astonishment. The earthly meridian, the previously incomplete meridian, had now been wholly restored, exhibiting a lustrous transparency with a faint reddish hue. She never anticipated that the restoration of this body's meridian would reach the standard of the earthly meridian. It is worth noting that throughout the millennia of the Tianling dynasty, only 2 individuals had ever possessed the heavenly meridian. Although the earthly meridian is of a slightly lower grade, it remains an exceptionally rare phenomenon, given that this body was inherently flawed in its meridian. She had initially believed that achieving the mystical meridian would be a remarkable feat, yet this revelation was a tremendous surprise. Henceforth, her future cultivation would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort. Chu Liuyue swiftly exchanged the water for a fresh supply, feeling as though the reshaping of her meridian had also expelled some impurities from within her body, leaving her feeling remarkably light. After tidying everything up, Chu Liuyue sat cross-legged on her bed, attempting to absorb the natural forces of the surrounding universe. Indeed, she succeeded in condensing these energies within her dantian, transforming them into her own power. Feeling the strands of energy coursing through her body, a familiar sensation brought her considerable reassurance. From this moment forth, she could once again embark on her path of cultivation. However, a lingering question remained in her heart. What exactly was the lake formed by the transparent pages within her dantian? It seemed that the droplet of water that emerged from it had caused a subtle shift in her elemental veins. Moreover, what was the immense and terrifying pressure she had sensed in that fleeting moment? Knock, knock, knock. A sudden sound at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Where are you awake?" It was the voice of Chu Ning. Glancing around, Chu Liuyue realized that an entire night had passed. Taking a deep breath, she rose and walked to the door. Chu Ning stood at the entrance, his demeanor transformed from the previous despondency to one of vibrant vitality. Today, he was evidently an entirely different person. Chu Liuyue tilted her head and smiled. "Father has broken through?" Chu Ning paused for a moment, then affectionately ruffled her hair. Nothing escapes Yuere's notice. A decade ago, he had been but a step away from becoming a fifth-tier warrior when he suffered a grievous injury, halting his progress. Due to his physical disability, he could not even harness half the strength of a fourth-tier warrior. To her astonishment, here he was, 10 years later, restored to his former state, and even breaking through to become a fifth-tier warrior. It is worth noting that in the entire Chu family, only the head of the family and 2 elders had attained such strength. I have previously asserted that father will undoubtedly be better than before. Chu Ning possesses considerable innate talent. With careful nurturing, breaking through the 5th tier is only to be expected. A sweet smile adorned her face. Yet no astonishment graced her eyes. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ning surmised that she may have anticipated this all along. She scrutinized her closely and suddenly came to a realization, her eyes widening in shock. Yuer, your original pulse. He has indeed sensed the fluctuations of primal energy within her. Chu Liyue blinked. Father, what day is it today? Chu Ning's expression shifted. The 8th day of the 8th month. In 2 days, it will be Yuer's coming-of-age ceremony. It is also her betrothal day to the Crown Prince. Up until now, there has been no indication from the Crown Princess side, clearly suggesting a lack of preparation for the engagement. Chu Ning assumed that Chu Liyue felt wronged and quickly reassured her. Yuer, rest assured. Today I shall enter the palace to meet His Majesty and request the annulment of your engagement to the Crown Prince. He is not a suitable match for you, thus, this will also be a form of liberation. Now that he has become a 5th-tier warrior, he can indeed speak on equal footing with His Majesty. However, Chu Liyue merely chuckled lightly. To annul the engagement with the Crown Prince, merely to allow Chu Qianmin to reap the benefits? That would be far too lenient on those two, wouldn't it? The grievances endured by the original self over the years have yet to be settled. Chu Ning looked somewhat perplexed. Then what are your plans, Yuer? Chu Liyue softly replied. Yuer has her own arrangements. Outside the imperial capital, the mountains rise and fall in a continuous chain. Sunlight cascades down, casting dappled shadows across the lush, green woods. At the foot of a certain mountain, a grand birthday banquet is currently underway. On either side of the precious white jade table, various exquisite delicacies and fine wines were displayed. The illustrious young scions from the capital had mostly gathered here, engaging in lively toasts and conversations. Yet, their glances frequently drifted toward the head of the table. There sat a chair of purple gold and jade, occupied by a young man clad in deep purple brocade, who was smilingly listening to the discourse of the attendees. It was none other than the Crown Prince, Rongjin. To his right, seated gracefully, was Chu Qianmin, exuding a tranquil beauty. Her placement at this position indicated the Crown Prince's evident intention to have her as his consort. The Crown Prince truly possesses exquisite taste, choosing such a picturesque setting for his birthday banquet. Truly extraordinary. Ah, brother you may not be aware, while the scenery is indeed delightful. What is even more significant is that this mountain serves as the Crown Prince's hunting ground. His Highness places great importance on this hunting ground, rarely allowing access over the years. Today, we are fortunate to witness it. Really, upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but turn their gazes toward the Crown Prince. Rongjin nodded with a smile. Indeed, today, anyone who can tame the magical beast within may take one away. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment echoed among the guests. Such grand generosity from His Highness. Someone could not resist teasing. Surely, this bounty is not intended for U.S. gentlemen, but rather to win a smile from a fair maiden? If I recall correctly, Miss Chu has yet to contract a magical beast? Chu Qianmin felt her cheeks flush as she shyly glanced at Rongjin. He, in turn, smiled and raised a cup of wine to his lips. If you find yourselves lacking in skill, how can you blame Minmin for seizing your magical beast? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Some noble ladies, naturally filled with ire and envy, recognized the futility of their situation and chose to endure in silence. Rongjin waved his hand decisively. Go, let them open the gates. Chapter 21. Is there a land deed? At Rongjin's command, Song Yuan, who stood behind him, promptly clapped his hands, signaling those below to inform the hunting grounds. The crowd displayed subtle signs of excitement. It was rumored that this hunting ground had been meticulously cared for by His Highness the Crown Prince for many years. The variety and caliber of the magical beasts within surely surpassed that of ordinary hunting grounds. With a stroke of luck, one might even contract a rare magical beast. Chu Qianmin, her hands gracefully resting on her abdomen, appeared dignified and elegant, yet her eyes shimmered with barely contained excitement. She had not anticipated that the Crown Prince would go to such lengths for her. On her birthday, he had prepared such a grand gift. Although she had yet to set foot inside, she understood the crown prince's deep regard for this hunting ground, and the magical beasts within were certain to be extraordinary. Although the Chu family possessed their own hunting grounds, the magical beasts there were hardly noteworthy, failing to capture her interest. Her talents were already commendable, and contracting a formidable magical beast would undoubtedly enhance her abilities. Minmin, whether you can seize the grand prize this time depends entirely on your prowess, Rongjin remarked. Leaning in with a smile, Chu Qianmin shyly nodded. Brother Jin, your kind intentions are duly noted. I shall give it my utmost effort. Rongjin laughed heartily. He was captivated by Chu Qianmin's astuteness, her ability to discern the right words to say and the appropriate actions to take. Observing his favorable mood, a thought flickered in Chu Qianmin's mind. However, her smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of distress as she softly remarked, "It's truly unfortunate that my elder sister could not attend this time." Rongjin's expression tightened, turning somewhat frosty. The surrounding crowd naturally overheard her words and instantly turned their attention towards her. How intriguing. The sister Chu Qianmin referred to was none other than the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Luwei, who was unaware of her betrothal to the crown prince. Yet, due to her innate shortcomings, she had never captured his interest. It had been several years since the crown prince had invited her to his birthday celebration, and had Chu Qianmin not mentioned her, who would still remember that individual? Rongjin's tone was frigid. She is inherently dull-witted. Her presence would only dampen everyone's spirits. It seemed that Chu Qianmin finally realized her words were ill-timed, hastily apologizing with a hint of distress. Brother Jin, please do not be upset. I merely thought that my sister, having little to occupy her time at home, might enjoy joining us in merriment. Little to occupy her time? What could a good-for-nothing possibly engage in? The crowd exchanged glances, laced with mockery. The crown prince was indeed unfortunate, among countless noble ladies. He had chosen a waste as his fiancée. How utterly embarrassing. Chu Qianmin's voice dropped even lower, her head slightly bowed, imbued with a sense of suppressed grievance and bitterness. Minmin is not qualified to speak or act in such a manner. Rongjin scoffed inwardly. How ridiculous. This evening, there will be a grand banquet in the palace prepared specifically for him. At that time, he will naturally explain this matter to the emperor, thereby severing all ties with that useless one. With this thought, he calmly remarked, why mention those irrelevant individuals? The future is unpredictable. Just focus on your own duties. Chu Qianmin felt a surge of joy in her heart. The crown prince's implication suggests that he will not have any dealings with Chu Luwei. Previously, when Chu Luwei calmly mentioned their engagement, she assumed the crown prince truly held some feelings for her. However, it appears that Chu Luwei was merely putting on a facade. Noticing the envious and jealous glances from those around her, Chu Qianmin obediently nodded, her eyes lowered to conceal her triumphant expression. Naturally, some astute individuals in the vicinity immediately seized the opportunity, exclaiming, His Highness is so generous today, we cannot miss this chance. Indeed, I shall not hold back when it's my turn. Come on, it has been a while since we had a spar. I shall find you all to practice shortly. Laughter and playful banter filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Rongjin chuckled. All right, considering the time, they should have already released the little ones. Now is the perfect moment to enter the mountains. With that, he took the lead and walked ahead. Chu Qianmin followed closely behind, and the crowd eagerly trailed after them, fearful of lagging behind. As they passed through a thicket, the scene before them suddenly opened up. Before them stood a towering and steep mountain, its verdant foliage enveloping it in a rich emerald hue. A gentle breeze stirred, evoking the sound of rustling pine trees. The guards, robust in stature, exuded an aura of formidable strength, prompting silent admiration from onlookers. The maintenance of this hunting ground must surely entail considerable expense in the entire imperial capital. Few could wield such financial prowess. The crown prince's evident esteem for this place suggested the presence of formidable magical beasts within. However, Song Yuan, trailing behind Rongjin, felt a sudden jolt of alarm upon witnessing the scene. When he had previously managed this hunting ground, there had been no such multitude present. A servant dispatched earlier now stood at the entrance, vociferously arguing with the guard stationed there. Who are you to dare usurp the crown prince's hunting ground? You must be possessed of extraordinary audacity to affront his highness. How many lives do you possess to challenge the crown prince? The guards remained impassive, responding. You claim this is the prince's hunting ground. Do you possess any evidence? The servant, infuriated, retorted with scorn. The entire imperial capital is aware that this is the crown prince's domain. What pretense are you putting on? I must inform you that the Crown Prince will soon arrive here. If you do not, sensing the gravity of the situation, Song Yuan hastened forward to chastise the guards. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince's entourage was close behind. Panic gripped him. If he failed to execute the task assigned by His Highness, it could cost him his life. Others might be unaware, but those serving in the East Palace were all too familiar with the prince's temperament. He hastily fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My lord, these individuals have appeared from nowhere, seizing control of the hunting grounds, and now they forbid anyone from entering." Song Yuan was taken aback, incredulous that anyone would dare to encroach upon the prince's domain. Are they courting death? He thought. He turned to the two men, his voice booming with fury. "Have you lost your senses? Who are you? Clearly, you do not belong here." Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he quickly glanced at the other guards in the distance, only to find unfamiliar faces. Song Yuan gasped in disbelief. How could anyone brazenly occupy their hunting grounds right under their noses? Yet, why had there been no prior warning? Who do you serve? How dare you usurp the hunting grounds of His Highness? His furious shout echoed loudly, and the others, including Rong Jing, clearly heard it. An immediate silence ensued. The smile on Rong Jing's face gradually faded. The two guards, upon seeing him, clasped their hands in a gesture of respect. Yet their words were anything but courteous. "We have met His Highness. Our master wishes to express gratitude for your stewardship of this hunting ground over the years, and assures you that we shall not forget your kindness." Rong Jing could hardly believe his ears. "This is my hunting ground. When was it transferred to another master without my knowledge?" One guard raised his head and asked, "Your Highness, you claim this is your hunting ground, but do you possess any deed to prove it?" Chapter 22. The storm begins after a considerable pause. He finally grasped the meaning of those words. His typically inscrutable expression momentarily transformed into one of incredulity. Could it be? Were they inquiring about the deed to the hunting grounds? No, that could not be. Indeed, he did not possess the deed to that hunting ground, although it had been bestowed upon him by the emperor. It was originally given as a betrothal gift to Chu Luiyue. The deed resided with Chu Luiyue. Your Highness, whoever's name is inscribed on that deed, the hunting ground rightfully belongs to them, does it not? If he was not mistaken, this hunting ground had seemingly never belonged to you? The guard, though of unremarkable appearance, spoke with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant in the presence of the esteemed prince, even exhibiting a hint of defiance. In an instant, Rong Jing felt a tempest brewing within him. It was as if a dense cotton ball was lodged in his chest, causing immense frustration and discomfort. He found himself unable to refute the guard's statement. The entourage trailing Rong Jing, witnessing this turn of events, was rendered speechless. What transpired here? The prince's hunting grounds had inexplicably come under the claim of another, and they dared to demand the deed from the prince? Who were these individuals? A few among them suddenly recalled events from years past. If memory served correctly, the deed should indeed be in Chu Luiyue's possession. Yet, she was merely a wastrel. How could she possibly muster the strength to gather such a group and confront the prince directly? Some individuals discreetly turned their gazes toward Chu Qianmin. Chu Qianmin was also taken aback for quite some time. Only when various eyes, both intentional and unintentional, fell upon her did she suddenly remember that this involved Chu Luiyue. Rong Jing's hand clenched into a fist within his sleeve. Desperately suppressing the fury that surged within him, he coldly inquired, "Did Chu Luiyue send you here?" The guard shook his head. "We have no connection with Miss Chu." Rong Jing scoffed inwardly. Still claiming there is no connection? They have even invoked Miss Chu's name. In the entire imperial capital, how many would dare to address that good-for-nothing in such a manner? If he were to believe that there was no mischief from Chu Luiyue involved, he would certainly not. "Are you implying that this hunting ground now belongs to you?" The guards respectfully replied, "It is the possession of our master." Preposterous. Song Yuan stepped forward, his expression fierce. "This hunting ground was bestowed by His Majesty, and the Crown Prince has meticulously maintained it for many years. How can it suddenly become yours in the blink of an eye? It seems you are simply seeking a fight." As he spoke, he summoned the energy within, transforming his palm into a fist, and struck viciously at one of them. The Tiger Dragon Fist. At merely 27 or 28 years of age, Song Yuan had already broken through to the fourth tier of martial artists. This punch, infused with a robust energy, exuded immense power, and the wind from his fist howled, reminiscent of a tiger's roar. At that moment, one of the guards also sidestepped, maintaining a calm demeanor as he unleashed a punch in return. He chose to confront it head-on. Bang! The muffled sound of impact resonated through the tranquil forest. The powerful force sent the leaves piled on the ground swirling into the air. Song Yuan had initially dismissed his opponent entirely, but upon colliding with the guard's fist, he felt an overwhelming force crashing against him. In fact, he vaguely sensed that the other's strength seemed to surpass his own. Indeed, in the next moment, his body was uncontrollably pushed back. Staggering, he was surprisingly forced to retreat 3 steps. He struggled to stabilize his stance, intending to unleash a torrent of curses, but was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. As a metallic tang filled his mouth, Song Yuan forcefully suppressed this surge, barely managing to swallow the blood. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. As they exchanged blows, Song Yuan was repelled, while the guard remained as steadfast as a rock. Observing Song Yuan's ashen complexion, it was evident to all that he was no match for his adversary. He was a 4th-tier warrior, yet he had been so effortlessly defeated. Rong Jing's expression darkened ominously. In front of so many witnesses, he had first lost his hunting ground, and now his personal guard had been humiliated. His dignity lay in tatters. The guard took a step back and politely clasped his hands towards Rong Jing. "Your Highness, the master has commanded us to diligently guard the hunting grounds, and we dare not be negligent. We implore your Highness for understanding." Though it sounded like a plea for forgiveness, it was, in reality, a brutal affront to the prince's authority. Within the entire Yaoqian kingdom, besides the reigning emperor, the prince held the highest status. Who would dare act so brazenly, even without the deed to this land? Rong Jing asked in a low voice, "Who is your master?" "Exactly." The guard slightly bowed his head. "We hail from the treasure pavilion, the Chu family." Chu Luiwei glanced at the sky and finally ceased her training, removing the sandbags from her hands and feet, softly murmuring, "That should suffice." Indeed, before long, hurried footsteps approached. It was the servant of the Grand Elder, his face betraying a hint of undisguised glee. "Chu Luiwei, the Grand Elder wishes to see you." Upon his arrival, he could discern the grim countenance of the Grand Elder. This time, it was evident that Chu Luiwei was destined for misfortune. Chu Luiwei cast a languid glance in his direction. "Whom were you just calling?" The young servant inexplicably shivered, involuntarily reminded of Chu Lianqing. It was rumored that he had been ruthlessly slain by Chu Luiwei for his disrespectful words. He nearly forgot that the current Chu Luiwei was no longer as she once was. The earlier bravado dissipated inexplicably, and the servant's voice grew tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Why, young lady, the Grand Elder wishes to see you." Only then did Chu Luiwei saunter over at her leisure. "If you cannot summon someone properly, perhaps that tongue of yours is of no use." Her words, delivered with a calm demeanor, ignited a sudden fear within the young servant, who nodded fervently. Chu Luiwei then followed him to the main hall at a measured pace. As the servant grew increasingly anxious, words lingered on the tip of his tongue. Yet he lacked the courage to urge her on, instead suppressing his frustration. After a lengthy silence, Chu Luiwei feigned casualness and inquired, "Who has arrived?" "It is the prince's people." Chu Luiwei remained silent, yet inwardly, she scoffed. At this juncture, it was astonishing that Rong Jing still refrained from making a personal appearance, indicating that he had yet to suffer enough setbacks. In the Chu family's main hall, the Grand Elder sat across from a middle-aged man. Chu Qianmin was seated beside the Grand Elder. The man had a square face, an unremarkable appearance, and a half-inch scar running down his cheek, exuding an air of intimidation. He sat there with a formidable presence, uttering no words, yet causing great unease in the elder opposite him. This elder was a trusted confidant of the Crown Prince, and his arrival alone was a cause for concern, especially after the earlier remarks. This Chu Luiwei was indeed exceedingly audacious. The few individuals present in the hall simultaneously raised their heads, catching sight of Chu Luiwei entering. The elder could no longer contain himself and slammed the table, exclaiming in anger, "Chu Luiwei, have you truly lost your senses? Kneel before me at once and bow to Lord Zhao in repentance." Chapter 23. She Goes. He goes. Chu Luiwei cast a faint glance his way, a smirk playing at her lips. "Elder, why do you take such pleasure in demanding others to kneel? Do you genuinely believe everyone's knees are as feeble as yours?" You. The elder was choked with indignation, his face flushing crimson. Chu Luiwei was utterly insufferable, daring to speak to him in such a manner time and again. At that moment, Chu Qianmin hurriedly stepped forward to support the elder, urging, "Elder, please do not let your anger overwhelm you. It is not good for your health. Sister may have acted impulsively. Sister, you should quickly apologize to the elder and Lord Zhao." With a look of anxious concern directed at Chu Luiwei, she seemed genuinely worried for her sister. "Minmin, you need not speak on her behalf. This wretched child is utterly heartless. Otherwise, She would not have committed such despicable acts. The elder retorted with fury. Chu Liyue's gaze turned icy as she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Elder, if I am a wretched child, then what does that make the rest of the Chu family? Pray, do not forget that I am the eldest daughter of the esteemed Chu family. Moreover, I am eager to hear what I have done to provoke such ire from the Grand Elder. Do we not share the same blood coursing through our veins? Such humiliation is a slight to the entire Chu family." The Grand Elder was rendered speechless, trembling with indignation. "How dare you utter such words? You have surreptitiously sold His Highness the Crown Prince's hunting grounds to the treasure pavilion. The entirety of the imperial city is now privy to this egregious act. The hunting grounds, meticulously cultivated by His Highness for many years, have been abruptly transferred into the possession of another, and, to add insult to injury, the Crown Prince and his retinue were denied entry on the very day of his birthday celebration. The disgrace is immeasurable. While decorum prevents open discussion on matters concerning the Crown Prince's reputation, this affair has spread like wildfire among the aristocratic families of the imperial city. Upon reflection, many will recall that the hunting grounds were initially bestowed upon Chu Liyue by His Majesty. Now that the treasure pavilion owns the hunting grounds, Chu Liyue is undoubtedly implicated. The Chu family has become a laughingstock throughout the imperial city. Chu Liyue mused inwardly. The treasure pavilion wields considerable influence, capable of causing the Crown Prince such discomfiture. Commoners would be helpless against the Crown Prince's authority, and even with a land deed, they could not prevail against him. This treasure pavilion, clearly. Even Rong Jin would hesitate to provoke them lightly. Should the opportunity arise, I shall discreetly investigate them. As these thoughts swirled within her mind, Chu Liyue's countenance remained unchanged. The hunting grounds were originally mine, and I should be able to dispose of them as I wish, without regard for the opinions of others. She spoke with unwavering confidence, as if she perceived no wrongdoing in her actions. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Cheng, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. Miss Chu implied that the land deed was something she had willingly sold. Initially, it was thought that Chu Liyue was merely naive, deceived into relinquishing the deed. But it now appeared it was a deliberate act. Chu Luwen nodded with calm assurance. "And so what?" Zhao Cheng abruptly rose, his sharp, fierce gaze fixed intently upon her, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the entire room. "While it is true that the deed bore the name of Miss Chu, you may have overlooked a crucial detail. This hunting ground was a bridal gift bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Logically, it only becomes truly yours upon your engagement to the Crown Prince. As it stands, you lack the qualifications to dispose of it unilaterally." Chu Liyue tilted her head slightly. "Lord Zhao, it seems you too have forgotten something. In just 2 days, I shall celebrate my 14th birthday, which also marks the day of my engagement to His Royal Highness. I will soon be the Crown Princess. What is wrong with selling a hunting ground? Could it be that His Royal Highness has no intention of marrying me?" Her expression was innocent, her eyes glimmering with a hint of confusion, as if everything was perfectly natural. Zhao Cheng was momentarily speechless, quickly succumbing to a surge of anger. Was this Chu Liyue truly deranged? How could a mere waste of space dare to aspire to become the Crown Princess? Upon hearing the title of Crown Princess, Chu Qianmin could hardly contain her fury. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. The Crown Prince had yet to make any indication of his intentions, and she still dared to dream. Her thoughts raced as she cast a glance at the sullen Zhao Cheng, gently advising, "Lord Zhao, while my sister may have erred in this matter, does it truly fall upon you to judge whether my actions are right or wrong?" Chu Luyu interjected. Chu Qianmin's expression reflected her grievance, tears welling in her eyes as she pitifully exclaimed, "It seems, sister is still angry with me? Yet, sister, Jing Gu and I are truly not as you envision. If it is a misunderstanding that prompts you to sell the hunting grounds in a moment of pique, then that would indeed be my fault." Her words, seemingly a defense of Chu Luyu, only served to deepen the disdain others felt towards her, portraying her as a narrow-minded and short-sighted individual. Chu Luyu, appearing indifferent, smiled and remarked, "What have I misunderstood? I am the one betrothed to the Crown Prince. What is there to misconstrue? Could it be that you intend to usurp my engagement?" Chu Qianmin's face turned pale. In this light, she undeniably lacked any standing. Chu Luyu, emboldened by her engagement, displayed an audacious demeanor. With a sense of grievance, she lowered her head and ceased her words. Zhao Cheng let out a cold laugh, expressing surprise at Chu Luyu's formidable nature. Who is unaware that His Highness the Crown Prince currently favors Chu Qianmin? How audacious of Chu Luyu to reference that engagement. Once the prince annuls it, We shall see what face she has left." As he spoke, he turned to the Grand Elder, bowing respectfully. "For tonight's palace banquet, I implore the Grand Elder to accompany Miss Chu in presenting herself to the Emperor, so that matters of the engagement can be discussed with His Highness." The last remark dripped with unmasked sarcasm. The Grand Elder promptly replied, "Rest assured, Lord Zhao." Following this, Zhao Cheng turned and departed. As he passed by Chu Luiyue, he deliberately lingered for a moment. "Miss Chu, take care of yourself." His entire being radiated a chilling menace directed at her. Yet, Chu Luiyue remained unfazed, her lips curling into a subtle smile. "I shall return this sentiment to the Crown Prince." Zhao Cheng met her gaze and was instantly struck by an overwhelming pressure that sent a shiver through him, prompting him to instinctively suppress his own aura. With a cold snort, he clenched his fists and strode away. The Grand Elder glared fiercely at Chu Luiyue, threatening, "After tonight's palace banquet, we shall see if you dare act so recklessly." Chu Luiyue shrugged, replying, "Who ultimately triumphs is still uncertain." With that, she turned and departed. The Grand Elder cursed, "Wretched spawn." A fleeting smile flickered in Chu Qianmin's eyes. After tonight, neither the Chu family nor the Crown Prince would tolerate Chu Luiyue any longer. Outside the Wang residence, the eunuch delivering the invitation stood respectfully outside the study, slightly bowing. Despite the sweltering summer heat causing beads of sweat to cover him, he dared not move, showing a hint of disrespect. Suddenly, the sound of the door creaking open echoed. A young guard clad in blue emerged. Recognizing him as Yin Qing, the Crown Prince's personal attendant, he immediately bowed and said, "I greet you, Lord Yin Qing. May I inquire if His Highness the Wang will be attending the Crown Prince's birthday banquet tonight?" Of course, a youthful voice replied from within the study. Imbued with a gentle smile, low and clear, like the sound of jade striking against jade. "She will go, and naturally, I shall accompany her." Chapter 24. She is Chu Luiyue. Mingsui Palace. The resplendent illumination cast intricate patterns of light and shadow. As the capital's elite congregated for a momentous occasion, Crown Prince Rongjin's birthday celebration. As the eldest son born of the Empress, Rongjin was immediately designated as the heir apparent, enjoying the profound affection of His Majesty. Endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable capabilities, he had garnered increasing favor from the Emperor over the years. Such an esteemed position inevitably attracted a throng of obsequious individuals eager to curry favor. To secure the Crown Prince's patronage was to effortlessly acquire power and influence. As the attendees gradually arrived, the Grand Hall became increasingly vibrant. However, given that His Majesty, the Empress, and the Crown Prince had not yet graced the occasion with their presence, the atmosphere remained relatively unconstrained. Yet, amidst the jovial laughter and cheerful banter, an undercurrent of anticipation permeated the air. Many furtively glanced toward the entrance, as if awaiting a particular arrival. "Pray, have you heard the tidings? It seems that the Crown Prince's esteem suffered a blow today." "What? Such an occurrence transpired? How did I remain oblivious?" "Brother Yen, the matter has already become widely known. It concerns the Crown Prince's intended excursion to the hunting grounds." The assembly engaged in hushed exchanges, their expressions a mixture of excitement and intrigue. As they dissected the event, given that Rongjin had extended invitations to numerous individuals of considerable status, suppressing the information proved an insurmountable task. Thus, the details spread rapidly, reaching the ears of all present. Is it not said that the Chu family scion is a mere incompetent? How dare she display such audacity as to sell the hunting grounds? Is it not common knowledge that the Crown Prince holds those grounds in high regard, having dedicated considerable effort to them over the years? How could she so nonchalantly dispose of them? Alas, what could a mere incompetent possibly comprehend? It is likely a desperate attempt to capture the Crown Prince's attention. Indeed. Aha, how utterly imprudent. Had she proactively returned the item to the Crown Prince, he might have shown her some leniency. As it stands, she has thoroughly antagonized him. The Crown Prince has long held this betrothal in utter disdain, and today promises to be quite a spectacle. As the crowd buzzed with excited anticipation, an announcement echoed from beyond the hall. "Elder Chu Shao of the Chu clan arrives." The Grand Hall fell silent instantly as all eyes turned toward the entrance. A group entered, led by none other than Chu Shao, the Chu clan's esteemed elder. Behind him followed the couple, Chu Yin and his wife, along with Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin was adorned in a pristine white gown, embroidered with delicate pink lotus blossoms, accentuating her already exquisite features with a touch of poignant allure. Her beauty, even in the cosmopolitan capital, was considered among the most eminent. Coupled with her exceptional talent, She had earned the title of the capital's premier beauty. Her entrance immediately captivated the assembly. However, none dared to betray any infatuated gazes. After all, she was the crown prince's chosen one, and who would dare vie with the crown prince? The crowd then noticed a handsome and somewhat familiar face among the entourage. Chu Ning is here as well? Someone exclaimed in surprise. In earlier years, Chu Ning was a prominent figure in the capital. However, since his injury and subsequent disability, he had rarely appeared in public. His sudden presence today reminded everyone of his existence. He is Chu Liyue's father, after all. Of course, he would be here today, likely to offer his apologies. Some speculated discreetly. Various gazes converged on Chu Ning, but he remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny. Beside him stood a young maiden, seemingly no more than 13 or 14 years of age, adorned in a crimson garment. Her slender figure was complemented by a remarkably straight posture. At a mere glance, the assembly unanimously concluded that this girl was none other than Chu Liyue. Almost all eyes were drawn to her. A natural talentless individual, she had long been overlooked. It had audaciously sold the hunting grounds, thereby causing the crown prince to lose face. Such audacity inevitably piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Within the grand hall, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The bright lights poured down, casting a luminous glow upon her visage. She stepped forward, and the radiant light illuminated her face, causing a flicker of astonishment in the eyes of the gathered crowd. A delicate, porcelain-like countenance emerged before them. Her dark brows resembled distant mountains, her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips were naturally tinted with a rosy hue. It was an exceptionally exquisite face. Most captivating were her obsidian-like eyes, deep and luminous, exuding clarity and calmness. A single glance seemed to draw one into a trance from which escape was impossible. Although her brows still bore traces of youthful innocence, it was easy to envision the stunning beauty she would blossom into in a few years. The ambience in the hall shifted subtly, as no one had anticipated that the so-called waste of the Chu family would possess such an enchanting visage. Chu Qianmin sensed this shift, a surge of anger igniting within her. Her hand, concealed within her sleeve, clenched into a fist, the meticulously manicured nails digging painfully into her palm. Over the past month, Chu Liyue had undergone a transformation that was nothing short of astonishing. Not only had her temperament altered drastically, but her entire appearance had also changed. Her previously pallid and sallow complexion had inexplicably transformed into a luminous and fair visage, resembling the smoothness of jade. The timidity that once graced her eyes had vanished, replaced by an indescribable air of tranquility and composure. Though her features had not undergone significant changes, she appeared far more beautiful than before. Prior to her arrival, there was a tinge of anxiety about being overshadowed by her, and indeed, it turned out to be true. Upon noticing her daughter's unusual expression, Leo discreetly tugged at her. Even if Chu Liyue had become more attractive, what did it matter? A worthless individual could never aspire to become the crown princess. Chu Xianmin took a deep breath, striving to suppress the jealousy bubbling within her. Today, she must eliminate her. The grand hall had reverted to its previous liveliness, with everyone appearing jovial and harmonious. Naturally, the focal point remained Chu Liyue. Who would have thought that the Chu family's worthless daughter could possess such extraordinary beauty? How had this never been heard of before? Oh, could it be? You have feelings for her? Haha. The crown prince would never genuinely take her as his bride. Let us ponder this further, shall we? After all, a beauty like her is a rare find. Some young scions of noble families erupted in laughter. Chu Ning's expression turned icy, and just as he was about to rise, Chu Liyue gently pressed his hand down. Turning to look, he saw her shake her head. The main event today was Rongjin. As for these individuals, they hardly warranted her concern. Observing her calm demeanor, Chu Ning chose not to insist further. He realized that his daughter was no longer the same as before. She must have her own plans. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly begun to see Chu Liyue as his pillar of strength. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. At this announcement, the hall fell silent once more. Chu Liyue turned her gaze, and a figure clad in deep purple materialized before her. It was a countenance that could be deemed handsome, yet the eyes held a certain darkness, evoking an instinctive disdain. She narrowed her eyes. The Crown Prince, Rongjin. It seemed he had sensed her gaze and quickly turned to look at her. Their eyes met. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Rongjin's eyes. He had never encountered a maiden of such exquisite beauty before. Even compared to Chu Qianmin, she appeared rather insipid. Yet, in the next instant, he realized that the young woman was seated at the Chu family's table. He immediately understood. She was Chu Liyue. Chapter 25. The greeting gift. The fleeting romantic thoughts in Rong Jin's heart were suddenly extinguished. It was she, whose status as a waste brought shame to his name for many years, not to mention that she had taken it upon herself to sell off the hunting grounds, causing him to lose face before the noble scions of the imperial capital. Rong Jin forcibly suppressed his rising anger and strode forward. To the astonishment of the crowd, he was indeed heading towards Chu Luwei. As he approached, he looked down at her from his elevated position, his expression calm. Yet anyone could perceive the turbulent undercurrents hidden beneath that seemingly tranquil surface. Countless eyes were fixed intently on the two of them. The elder and others immediately rose to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." However, Rong Jin paid them no heed. His gaze solely fixed on Chu Luwei as he inquired, word by word, "You are Chu Luwei?" Chu Luwei met his gaze with composure, replying, "Indeed, I am." Rong Jin's hand clenched slowly within his sleeve. He had anticipated that Chu Luwei would be flustered, but the young woman before him appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of unease. Where did she draw such confidence from? Despite her youth, her audacity was remarkable. "I thought you would not dare to come today." Chu Luwei blinked. "Why would I not dare to come? Was it not the Crown Prince who dispatched someone to the Chu family to inform me of my mandatory presence?" Rong Jin found himself momentarily at a loss for words, then let out a cold laugh. Truly sharp-tongued. Chu Luwei responded with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness." Rong Jin cast a deep glance her way before turning and striding towards his designated seat. If the elder wishes to embarrass himself in this setting, he may feel free to scold, Chu Luwei remarked lightly, before settling back into her seat with an air of tranquility. It was only then that the elder abruptly realized this was not the Chu residence, but Mingsui Palace. Everyone was eager to witness their folly, should a disturbance arise now. It would be utterly disgraceful. The Crown Prince evidently harbored a deep-seated disdain for Chu Luwei, and it was certain that he would seek to retaliate later. At that moment, all he needed to do was to expel her at the opportune time. The hall soon regained its lively atmosphere. Yet many continued to covertly scrutinize Chu Luwei. She appeared indifferent, comfortably seated in her place, yet in truth, she had swiftly observed all those around her. The hall was divided into left and right sections, with the Emperor and Empress seated at the foremost center. The individuals occupying the front rows were the esteemed princes and princesses. She had previously gathered that the current emperor had 9 sons and 3 daughters, with 3 princes and 1 princess having passed away. Thus, only 6 princes and 2 princesses remained alive. Opposite the crown prince sat a man clad in black attire. He seemed to be of similar age to the third prince, yet his features were strikingly handsome and his demeanor markedly distinct. He emanated an aura of lethal intent, such as the essence that can only be honed upon the battlefield. This is the third prince, Rongjio. He enlisted in the Northwest Army at the tender age of 15, establishing himself as a youthful military prodigy with an esteemed reputation within the ranks. It is precisely for this reason that, despite his birth mother being merely a noble consort, she stands in formidable opposition to the crown prince. The court has long discreetly divided into 2 factions. Although the crown prince holds the upper hand, Rongjio is not to be underestimated. By his side is the 5th prince, Rongqi, born of the same mother as the crown prince, and one of the only 2 princes with bestowed titles. Aside from the crown prince, the 8th princess, Rongshu, and the 9th prince, Rongfeng, are seated beside Rongjio, yet several positions remain vacant. Further back, the 4 prominent families, the Si, Gu, Chu, and Lu clans, are seated on either side. The Chu family ranks just below the Gu family, while the Lu family is positioned after the Si family. Among the 4 great families, the Si family is the most powerful, and the Chu family, the weakest. Originally, the Chu family was ahead of the Lu family, but in recent years, they have steadily declined, while the Lu family, bolstered by immense wealth, has surpassed them to firmly secure the 3rd position. Shortly after Rong Jin took his seat, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from outside the hall. Simultaneously, the commanding voice of the announcer resounded, "His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress have arrived." Everyone promptly rose and bowed in unison. "Long live the Emperor." Chu Liu followed suit with the collective action. "Ha ha. Everyone, please be seated. Today is the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. There is no need for formalities," boomed the jovial voice of a robust middle-aged man. "Now, Zhenzhen, go find your brother." It was then that the assembly noticed the 4th princess, Rongzhan, following closely behind the emperor and empress. She, born of the current empress, is a true and legitimate princess, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Her sumptuous palace attire accentuates her exquisite beauty. Has my imperial father truly promised Jinjin? Emperor Jiawen responded with an indulgent smile. Indeed, you are the most mischievous of all. Observe the others, none are as boisterous as you. If I did not agree, you would likely turn the heavens and earth upside down today. Rongjin wrinkled her nose. Yet her face bore a spoiled smile as she happily took a seat beside Rongjin. It was evident to even the most obtuse observer how much Emperor Jiawen doted on her. Once the emperor and empress were seated, the others followed suit. Chu Luwei swiftly glanced upward. Emperor Jiawen, Rongshao. The last time she had seen him was during the Grand Assembly, held triennially. The Grand Assembly was an occasion for all the vassal states of the Tianling dynasty to come and pay homage. Someone of Rongzhao's status could only stand at the very end, barely even having the right to speak to her. However, with her photographic memory and having already begun preparations to assume her father's position, she had meticulously committed to memory the appearances of everyone, as well as their relationships with one another. Compared to then, Rongshao seemed to have aged somewhat. And the expression on his face and the aura around him were also quite different. Yes, back then, he was humble, only able to stand among the crowd, gazing up at her from afar. But now, his status and hers had undergone a complete reversal. Emperor Jiawen sensed a peculiar gaze upon him. But when he attempted to discern its source, he found nothing amiss. As soon as Rongjin sat down, noticing the somewhat gloomy expression on Rongjin's face, she immediately recalled something and looked towards the Chu family's position. As Chu Liuyue's seat was in the second row, she only caught sight of a slender figure. Is that her? She whispered to Rongjin, leaning closer. Rongjin uttered a soft hum. Humph, what a trivial matter. Fear not, brother. I shall assist you in seeking vengeance. Rongjin's brows furrowed slightly, yet he refrained from vocal opposition. This tacit acceptance spoke volumes. Rongjin, with her haughty temperament and penchant for unconventional methods, was pampered by both the emperor and empress, ensuring that even her mischief would go unpunished. As the crown prince, it would be quite unbecoming to engage in a quarrel with a lady over a mere hunting ground. Thus, Rongjin's intervention was indeed timely. As the conversation unfolded, Rongjin boldly declared, I presume this is the renowned young lady of the Chu family? A hush fell over the crowd, swiftly followed by the realization that Rongjin was intent on confronting Chu Luyu. Chu Luyu lifted her gaze. Rongjin's smile held a hint of malice as she continued, It has been many years since I last laid eyes on you. Today, however, I feel an immediate camaraderie and wish to present you with a token of our meeting. With that, she clapped her hands, commanding, Bring forth the treasure I acquired the other day. Chapter 26. I am willing to try. A massive cage was wheeled forward, draped in black cloth, leaving the onlookers guessing its contents. Yet, Chu Luyu detected a faint, pungent odor, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. Rongjin stepped closer and abruptly yanked away the black cloth. With a swift motion, a gigantic python, entirely enveloped in shimmering golden scales, was revealed, coiled majestically within. Its girth rivaled that of a human thigh, with scales glistening in a pale golden hue, exuding a chilling radiance. Its blood-red vertical pupils gleamed like sharpened daggers, radiating a ruthless indifference. It was none other than a third-tier magical beast, the golden python. Suddenly illuminated, it became acutely aware, raising its immense python head, its forked tongue flickering as it emitted a chilling hiss that sent shivers down the spine. The individuals within the grand hall were taken aback by the sight of this colossal creature. Even Emperor Jiawen, seated above, was equally astonished. Following Rongjin's gaze, he beheld the visage of an unfamiliar young lady. A flicker of recognition stirred within him. He realized this was none other than the daughter of the Chu family, Miss Chu Liuya, betrothed to Rongjin. Jun, what are you intending to do? Emperor Jiawen inquired. This is your brother's birthday celebration, not a venue for frivolity. He recalled that Chu Liuya was born with a defective innate pulse, destined to be incapable of cultivation. How could she possibly contend with a third-grade golden python? His indifference towards Chu Liuya was evident, yet the connection to Rongjin's betrothal made her presence significant. And a public display of disdain would reflect poorly on the royal family, especially considering her status as a perceived failure. Rongjin, however, smiled brightly. Father, this is not my first encounter with Miss Chu. I am fond of her and wish to present this hard-won golden python as a gift. I personally hunted it. Initially, I intended to keep it as a pet, but since it seems fate has intertwined our paths, I am willing to part with it. She then turned her attention to Chu Liuya. I presume, Miss Chu, that you have yet to contract a magical beast? A few suppressed chuckles rippled through the crowd. A waste of potential like her, capable of binding a magical beast? Many cast scornful glances at Chu Luwei, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement. Rongjin's face darkened, revealing her displeasure. What? Does Miss Chu deem this golden python, a gift from this princess, unworthy? As the most favored legitimate princess of the current dynasty, who would dare to suggest that her offerings were lacking in value? Chu Luwei rose to her feet, her heart filled with gratitude for the fourth princess's kindness. And she could hardly look down upon such a gift. Rongjin then smiled again, beckoning to Chu Luwei with a gesture akin to summoning a lowly servant. Since you are so grateful, why not come forth and accept this parting gift? After a brief pause, Chu Luwei stepped forward. She first offered a respectful bow to Emperor Jiawen before turning to Rongjin, performing another courteous gesture. Each movement was executed with remarkable precision, surpassing even the teachings of the palace's etiquette instructors. The fluidity of her actions was a sight to behold, and most strikingly, she exuded an inherent nobility. This aura eclipsed even that of the true legitimate princess, Rongjin, who stood beside her, despite wearing worn garments with frayed edges and her face untouched by cosmetics. Chu Luwei commanded attention far greater than Rongjin, who was adorned in splendid court attire. She resembled a luminous pearl, drawing the gaze of all in her vicinity. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Isn't this Chu Luwei supposed to be a natural failure, cast among the servants since childhood? How is it that her manners are so impeccable? This is rather perplexing. No one from the Chu family seems to regard her highly. How could they possibly have taught her such grace? Could it be that they were specifically instructed before entering the palace? The voice of the speaker gradually diminished. Being members of illustrious families, they were acutely aware that such etiquette could not be mastered in a single day, and that the air of nobility and elegance could not be cultivated overnight. How could this be possible? Even Chu Qianmin did not possess such composure and grace, did she? Not to mention Chu Qianmin, but even the fourth princess appears to be overshadowed, does she not? Though none dared to voice this sentiment aloud. A mere glance among them revealed a shared understanding of their thoughts. Rongjin naturally sensed this, and a surge of anger welled up within her. What pretense was Chu Luwei putting on? She could not believe that a useless person could truly stir up any waves. Miss Chu, although this golden python is said to be a gift for you, there is a condition attached. Rongjin's lips curled into a smile as she extended her finger towards the golden python. The atmosphere instantly became tense. No one had anticipated that Rongjin would make such a demand. A useless individual like Chu Luwei, competing against a third-grade golden python, would surely lead to her demise. Before Chu Luwei could respond, Emperor Jiawen furrowed his brow and interjected, "Jinjin, do not act recklessly." However, the smile on Rongjin's face slowly faded as she coldly replied, "Father, this is not mere folly. My actions are driven by reason. Are you not aware that she sold the crown prince's hunting ground without permission?" Emperor Jiawen was taken aback. What? The crown prince had invested considerable effort into that hunting ground, only to find it all for naught in the end. The crown prince, being magnanimous, chose not to hold her accountable, but as her sister, I cannot stand idly by. The golden python is merely a third-tier magical beast. Yet the losses suffered by the crown prince are incalculable. She turned to Chu Luwei, raising her voice. Do you admit this or not? It was then that Emperor Jiawen recalled that he had indeed granted Chu Luwei a hunting ground. She actually sold it? Regardless, it was a gift from him. How could she so carelessly part with it? This sparked a flicker of discontent within Emperor Jiawen towards Chu Luwei. However, if he truly acquiesced to Rongjin's proposal, the question remained whether Chu Luwei would survive this day. Your Majesty, Chu Ning is willing to atone for her sins. At that moment, Chu Ning suddenly stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Upon seeing him, Emperor Jiawen's expression softened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. In that case, it is permissible. Though Chu Ning was no longer the man he once was, he should be able to handle a third-tier golden python without much peril. Moreover, as Chu Luwei's father, his involvement was most fitting. This would preserve the dignity of the crown prince and the royal family, while also ensuring that the lives of the father and daughter were not truly endangered. Just then, Chu Luwei unexpectedly took a step forward. I am willing to give it a try. Rongjin, frustrated at the loss of an opportunity to teach Chu Luwei a lesson, could hardly believe her ears. What did you say? Repeat that. Chu Luwei lifted her chin, her pure black eyes sparkling like radiant stars. I said, I am willing to try. To challenge this golden python. Chapter 27. Return of favor. Everyone was left utterly astonished. What did she just say? Did she truly dare to confront that golden python? This is no longer a matter of audacity. It borders on madness. Not to mention her. Even a third-tier martial artist would find it exceedingly difficult to subdue a third-grade golden python single-handedly. This is truly reckless. Where? Chuning was taken aback and quickly tugged at Chu Liuyue's sleeve. The golden python is fiercely aggressive, more formidable than the average third-grade magical beast. Yet Chu Liyue merely smiled at him. Father, do not worry. Those 4 simple words remarkably soothed Chu Ning's anxious heart. It seemed as though she possessed an enchanting power, compelling others to instinctively trust her words. If she said not to worry, then surely no harm would come. Chu Ning's lips moved slightly. He had already surmised that his daughter's original meridians had been restored, and it was highly likely that she had begun her cultivation. Yet in such a short span, how could she possibly be a match for a third-grade magical beast? Father believes in you. Chu Liyue felt a warmth in her heart. This unconditional trust bestowed upon her was the most reassuring sensation. Rongjin would not let this opportunity slip by, immediately proclaiming, "This was your own promise. Regardless of the outcome, it bears no relation to this princess." Chu Liyue harbored a sense of derision within. Such shameless conduct before the public truly was not something an ordinary person could execute. Emperor Jiawen hesitated for a moment, exchanging a glance with the Empress. The Empress gently shook her head and spoke in a soft voice. "Your Majesty, this matter involves the royal reputation. A public reprimand would suffice, and ensuring her protection should be sufficient." The Emperor found this reasoning sound and promptly dispatched several guards to stand by. Should anything amiss occur, they would immediately rescue Chu Liyue. Despite this, the crowd remained skeptical. Chu Liyue's actions were akin to courting death. "Fourth princess, please hold on. Is there something else?" Rongjin scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "You, a mere insignificant figure, should merely present yourself when the time comes. What could a worthless scion of a fallen noble family possibly offer? It's laughable." She approached Rongjin, winking with pride. Rongjin's lips curled slightly, casting her an approving glance before quickly masking his expression. In the center of the grand hall, only Chu Liyue remained, facing a golden python ensnared within a colossal black cage. She slowly paced forward, positioning herself before the beast. The confrontation was imminent. Chu Qianmen observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction. There was no need for her to intervene. Others would undoubtedly handle Chu Liyue. A hush fell over the assembly. The golden python, known for its fierce temperament, was further agitated, having been subdued not through true strength, but rather through a strategic ambush. Moreover, for the past few days, Rongjin had intentionally deprived it of sustenance, pushing the creature to the brink of fury, ready to erupt at any moment. This made it far more perilous than an ordinary golden python. Originally, Rongjin intended merely to teach the beast a lesson, to toy with it. But upon learning of the events unfolding with Rongjin, she anticipated that Chu Liyue would likely appear that evening. Thus, she had instructed her subordinates to bring the creature forth, intending to deliver a fitting lesson to Chu Liyue. With a mere glance, Chu Liyue discerned that this was a deliberate ploy against her. Hiss. The golden python sensed the aura emanating from Chu Liyue, becoming increasingly agitated, its eyes filled with hostility. Chu Liyue turned to the nearby guard and clasped her hands together, requesting, "May I trouble you for a sword?" The guard hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing towards Emperor Jiawen. Upon receiving a nod of approval from the Emperor, he promptly unsheathed the sword from his waist and handed it to Chu Liyue. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully. As she took the sword, she swiftly executed a flourish, noting its excessive weight and insufficient sharpness, as well as the subpar quality of the materials used in its forging. Nevertheless, it would suffice for her purpose. It appeared that she possessed some skill. Yet, it was merely a display. With her original veins incomplete, she could not even absorb the elemental force. What could she truly accomplish? It seemed that wielding a sword was merely a means to bolster her own courage. Disregarding those thoughts, Chu Liyue took a step back, gripping the hilt firmly, and raised the sword high. In an instant, she brought it down with great force. Clang! In a flash, the chains binding the cage snapped apart, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What was she intending to do? Before they could comprehend the situation, Chu Liyue deftly flicked the sword's tip, and the cage door swung wide open. Realizing that its prison had been breached, the golden python surged forth without hesitation, its massive head lunging towards Chu Liyue. It opened its jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs. A single bite could prove fatal or inflict grievous harm. Its imposing size made Chu Liyue appear particularly slender and fragile, as though she could be swallowed whole in an instant. Yet, at that critical moment, instead of retreating, Chu Liyue advanced, with a nimble push off her toes. She leaped forward, simultaneously thrusting the sword with remarkable speed. directly targeting the abdomen of the golden python, whose scales were extraordinarily tough, rendering ordinary blades nearly ineffective. Only the slightly softer underbelly presented a potential point of penetration. The golden python, sensing Chu Liuyue's intentions, swiftly lashed its tail, aiming a fierce strike at her. Its physical strength was immensely formidable. Should it land a blow, it could spell doom for Chu Liuyue. Yet, with remarkable agility, she evaded the assault and maneuvered to the side of the golden python. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, her sword aiming for its body. The blade scraped across the resilient scales, producing a shrill sound, but only managed to leave a faint white scratch, no trace of blood in sight. Rongjin scoffed, "Brother, this Chu Liuyue is indeed foolish beyond measure, thinking she could achieve anything." However, before she could finish her derisive remarks, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Chu Liuyue's strike had provoked the golden python into a frenzy. It wildly whipped its tail, attempting to ensnare her. Yet, in a surprising turn, she released the sword's hilt and leaped onto its back. Utilizing the rebound, she propelled herself directly onto the python's head, with one hand securing its neck. She swiftly removed the lone hairpin from her hair and forcefully plunged it into the creature's eye, its most vulnerable spot. A splatter of blood erupted forth as the golden python emitted a cry of pain and fury, but Chu Liuyue, undeterred, directly extracted its eyeball. The golden python thrashed violently, yet it was powerless against her. In the blink of an eye, the second I was extracted, the body of the golden python gradually slumped. It was only then that Chu Liuyue leaped down, picked up the sword from the ground, and plunged it directly into the gaping wound. With a fierce slash, the entire golden python was cleaved and slain by her. The bloody scene caused some delicate noblewomen to shriek in terror. Yet, Chu Liuyue remained unfazed. Reaching her bloodied hand into the carcass and retrieving a turquoise orb, it was the original essence of the golden python. Subsequently, Chu Liuyue approached the motionless Rongjin, extending her blood-soaked hand to present the essence. Chapter 28. The Prince of Departure's Rongjin stiffly lifted her head to gaze at Chu Liuyue. Her face and hands were smeared with blood, yet her expression remained serene and composed, even smiling amidst the carcass of the golden python behind her. She appeared as a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Rongjin shivered suddenly. In that moment, a thought struck her. This Chu Liuyue was far from the easy target she seemed to be. Chu Liuyue extended her hand forward. Fourth Princess. The original essence of the golden python is a splendid tonic for nurturing the body. The essence still bore the crimson, viscous bloodstains, and the sweet, metallic scent wafted towards her, almost inducing nausea. Just as she found herself in a dilemma, Rongjin, standing nearby, suddenly spoke. "Someone, please properly receive this gift from Miss Chu." At his command, a nearby attendant stepped forward, intending to take the essence. However, Chu Liuyue deftly evaded the attendant's grasp. Her gaze fixated intently on Rongjin. "Here is the refined English version of your text. Originally, I had presumed that bearing my name upon the land deed rendered it mine to dispose of as I wished. Little did I anticipate, however, that such an act would incite the fourth princess to such incandescent fury. Let this offering then serve as my atonement to His Majesty and the Crown Prince." Alas, it seems the fourth princess disdains this gesture? Or perhaps you deem it yet insufficient? Rongjin's heart faltered. Though capricious and indulged, she was not devoid of sense. Chu Liuyue was compelling her to receive it personally. Should she refuse, her prior relentless coercion of Chu Liuyue would appear exceedingly callous. Within the grand hall, countless eyes observed, most notably those of her imperial father and mother. To tarnish her own reputation was inconsequential, for such had ever been her temperament. But to embroil the imperial house in scandal was a burden she could ill afford. Her favor with the emperor and empress rested largely upon the understanding that, despite her frequent follies, she invariably observed the bounds of propriety. Indeed, this princess is quite satisfied, Rongjin declared through gritted teeth, rising to her feet. She motioned for the guard to retreat and personally took up the yuan dan. Its viscous, cloying texture revolted her, nearly causing her to cast it aside. She had anticipated chastising Chu Liuyue thoroughly, yet instead, she had been ingeniously outmaneuvered. Fixing Chu Liuyue with a venomous stare, she enunciated each word with suppressed fury. "Chu Liuyue, you are indeed formidable. This princess shall remember you." Chu Liuyue offered a serene smile and a curtsy, "My gratitude for your highness's consideration." Rongjin felt a surge of indignation constrict her chest, near to bursting. "Enough," Rongjin interjected as a reminder, compelling Rongjin to quell her mounting rage. Rongjin cast a disapproving glance her way. Bestir yourself and attend to your appearance. In such a sullied state, you are quite unpresentable." As the words fell, a momentary silence enveloped the grand hall. The crown prince appeared to be addressing the fourth princess, yet his true intention was a veiled mockery aimed at Chu Luwei. The fourth princess bore merely a few specks of blood, while Chu Luwei had just engaged in a fierce struggle with a golden python. Her body and hands now almost entirely smeared with blood. This soiled state could only be a reflection of her. Whispers of laughter echoed from various corners of the hall. All eyes fixated upon her, laden with scorn and derision. Within the resplendent Mingzue palace, where everyone else appeared immaculate and opulent, she alone stood out, drenched in filth. Her hair disheveled after having removed a hairpin, creating a disordered cascade of her dark locks. She looked utterly disheveled. When Rongxiu entered, this was the scene before him, a slender girl standing at the center of the hall. Beside her lay a shattered, massive black cage and the mangled corpse of a golden python, blood staining the ground. Crimson splatters adorned her profile and hands. Though her figure was frail, her spine remained resolutely straight, akin to a pine tree atop a cliff, unyielding against the howling winds. His gentle and refined gaze darkened momentarily, turning cold as ice. Yet just as swiftly, he regained his habitual warmth. Princely has arrived. This proclamation shattered the atmosphere within the hall, leaving everyone astounded, their eyes widened in disbelief. Princely? The seventh prince? What could possibly bring him here? For a month since returning to the imperial capital, he had feigned illness to remain in the princely manner, abstaining from all gatherings. Why had he chosen today? A somewhat familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. The octagonal glazed lantern hanging outside the palace gate cast a gentle, warm glow, illuminating his tall and slender figure. Chu Luiyue was momentarily taken aback. In this sweltering summer, he was surprisingly draped in a white fox cloak. As he approached the hall, his features gradually came into focus. Despite having seen this face before, Chu Luwei could not help but be momentarily entranced. His sword-like brows arched elegantly, his nose was prominent, and his phoenix eyes held a depth that, even amidst the brilliant light, paled in comparison to the myriad stars shimmering within them. It seemed that just a glance would lead one willingly into oblivion. Beneath the cloak, he donned a suit of pristine white brocade, adorned with intricate golden patterns at the cuffs and hem, moving as gracefully as moonlight cascading down. Upon his arrival, everyone's hearts echoed a single thought: a noble gentleman, as refined as a finely crafted jade. Indeed, he exuded an air of elegance and warmth, akin to the finest jade. Some noble ladies blushed instantly, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Rongxiu. So, this is the Prince of Departure. I never imagined he would be so striking. Humph. Merely a frail invalid. What is there to admire? Even at his highest, he is just a leisurely prince. The guests in the hall whispered among themselves. Chu Luwei scrutinized him closely, her brows subtly raising. It was no wonder they spoke thus. Rongxiu's lips bore a hint of pallor, presenting a somewhat fragile appearance. Just then, Rongxiu suddenly shifted his gaze towards her. Their eyes met. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. In the next moment, Rongxiu unexpectedly strode directly towards her, halting right before her. Everyone looked on with curiosity. Chu Luiyue was taken aback. What was he intending to do? Could it be that he was here to settle the score for her intrusion into the Baibo Lake last time? As she pondered these thoughts, she suddenly saw Rongxiu extend his hand, offering a snow-white handkerchief. Chu Luiyue instantly understood his intention. He was urging her to wipe away the blood on her face. A vivid memory surfaced in her mind the moment they first met. He had reached out, gently using his fingertip to brush away the bloodstains, saying, "The eldest daughter of the Chu family should not return in such a disheveled state." The current situation was strikingly similar. Chu Luiyue accepted the handkerchief and curtsied slightly. "Thank you, Your Highness Li Wang." Rongxiu gazed at the round crown of her hair, noting how her demeanor had transformed from wary indifference to charming obedience, which unexpectedly brightened his mood. Chapter 29. The annulment of engagement. The expressions of those present were varied. What could this mean for His Highness Li Wang? However, Rongxiu had already turned towards Emperor Jiawen and bowed. "I beg your pardon for my tardiness, father." After speaking, he couldn't help but cough a couple of times, appearing indeed to be unwell. Emperor Jiawen shook his head, seemingly disapproving. Rongxiu smiled and glanced at his elder brother. "As a younger brother, how could I miss my brother's birthday celebration?" Rongjin scoffed internally, yet his face displayed a smile. "Brother, you are being overly courteous. Today is merely a birthday. If your health suffers because of it, that would indeed be my fault. Please, take a seat." Rongxiu readily complied and sat beside the third prince, Rongjiu. He then loosened and removed his heavy cloak, coughing a few more times. As if the exertion had caused him considerable discomfort, the guests exchanged glances. It appeared that Li Wang truly was in poor health. Several noble ladies expressed their disappointment. Even with an exquisite countenance, such a frail constitution portends a future devoid of promise. A pity, indeed, for such comeliness and distinguished grace. Yet, impervious to such considerations, Rongxiu seated himself and exchanged greetings with those nearby, thereafter settling into a tranquil repose, embodying the epitome of a gentle and refined gentleman. Rongxiu held scant recollection of the seventh brother, but upon witnessing him proffer a handkerchief to Chu Luwei, a sense of aversion welled within him. Seventh brother appears rather solicitous of Miss Chu. Might there be a prior acquaintance between you? Rongxiu offered a faint smile. Rongzhen remained dubious. Then why such assistance? Rongxiu paused momentarily, his smile waning slightly. I merely deemed it unseemly to witness bloodshed on this auspicious occasion of our elder brother's birthday celebration. Furthermore, I arrived late and am thus ignorant of the preceding events that have transpired here. What has caused such a commotion? He poured himself a cup of tea, inquiring with studied nonchalance. If memory serves, Miss Chu is betrothed, is she not? I wonder who would dare to treat the future crown princess in such a manner at the crown prince's own birthday banquet? Rongzhen was momentarily silenced. Rongzhen's countenance darkened considerably. Was this not an indictment of his negligence in allowing others to mistreat Chu Luwei? Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the empress interjected soothingly. The Prince of Li has misunderstood. Rongzhen found her to be kindred spirit, and thus intended to gift her with the golden python. The earlier scene was merely an attempt to tame the serpent. Rongxiu feigned surprise. Taming a golden python? Is it not said that Miss Chu is afflicted with congenital meridian deficiencies, rendering her incapable of cultivation? How, then, could she possibly tame a golden python? He seemingly asked this question in confusion, instantly rendering the queen and others utterly embarrassed. Rongjing furrowed his brows, feeling that Rongxiu was intentionally putting him in a difficult position. However, observing his dazed expression, it appeared he had merely asked out of instinct. Moreover, Rongxiu was likely unaware of the matters concerning the hunting grounds. For a moment, Rongjing could not discern his true intentions and thus refrained from responding. Yet, Rongzhen could not help but interject, asserting that it was clearly her fault for selling the prince's hunting ground lease to others. Such behavior was indeed excessive. Rongxiu remained silent for a moment, caressing the teacup as he inquired, since it is the prince's lease, how could she sell it? A profound silence enveloped the hall. Everyone was well aware that the lease bore Chu Liuyue's name. Yet anyone with a modicum of sense should recognize that this hunting ground was of great importance to the prince. She had hastily sold it, thus severely undermining the prince. The prince's fury was evident, and it was clear that he intended to confront her today. Otherwise, how could a mere Chu family scion possibly be entitled to attend such a royal banquet? This was an unspoken truth known to all, even tacitly accepted by the emperor and empress. However, for someone of Prince Li's stature to openly declare it made the prince's position appear particularly ungraceful. Chu Luwei gently wiped the blood from her hands with a white handkerchief, a slight smile gracing her lips. Since he was inclined to assist her, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Your Highness Prince Li, you may not be aware, although the lease is in my name, I have yet to formally become engaged to the prince. Therefore, selling the lease in such a manner was indeed my fault. However, the fourth princess had previously agreed that as long as I tamed the golden python, this matter would be considered settled. Fourth princess, is that not correct? Rongzhen widened her eyes, exclaiming, when did this princess ever say such a thing? Do not speak recklessly. Chu Luwei looked at Emperor Jiawen in confusion. Your Majesty, was that not your intention? Emperor Jiawen, taken aback by Chu Liuyue's direct inquiry, felt a tinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a hunting ground. Since Luiyue had fulfilled the agreement by taming the golden python, they should simply let the matter rest. Zhenzhen, you are not to mention it again. This was not merely a warning to Rongzhen, but also a caution to all present. Rongzhen, feeling vexed, could only reluctantly comply upon seeing Emperor Jiawen's stern expression. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Yet, Chu Luwei had no intention of letting the matter go so easily. With a soft sigh, she displayed a look of restraint. Your Majesty, I understand that this was a gift you bestowed upon me years ago, and I hold it in great esteem. Were it not for being cornered, I would never have sold this deed. Emperor Jiawen was taken aback. What? Is there some hidden truth in this? Chu Luiyue took a deep breath. Your Majesty, you may not know this. Due to my innate deficiencies in the elemental veins and my father's severe injuries from years past, our lives have been quite difficult. In desperation, I had no choice but to sell the deed to gather some silver to sustain our living. Chu Luiyue, what nonsense are you uttering? The Grand Elder immediately rose, her voice filled with fury. Was she intending to implicate the entire Chu family in this? Emperor Jiawen cast a displeased glance at the Grand Elder, signaling her to proceed. The Grand Elder, inwardly exasperated, dared not interrupt further. In the past, my father and I sought assistance from the Crown Prince, but we couldn't even gain an audience with his representatives. Before selling the land deed, I initially intended to confer with the Crown Prince, yet I was turned away. Rongjin's countenance grew pallid as he listened. This Chu Luiyue is truly fabricating tales. Liu Yue's actions were born of sheer desperation. I implore your majesty to understand. Chu Luiyue's words were a blend of truth and falsehood. Yet the others in the hall were inclined to believe her. The circumstances of Chu Luiyue and her father were generally known throughout the capital. Moreover, her claim that the Crown Prince had refused her entry was plausible. The Crown Prince held her in utter disdain. Such behavior would not be out of character. From this perspective, Chu Luiyue had not committed any egregious offense. Emperor Jiawen turned his gaze towards Rongjin, his expression imbued with greater solemnity. Crown Prince, although you have invested considerable effort in that hunting ground, had you not neglected Luiyue for so many years, she likely would not have resorted to such measures. If my memory serves me correctly, her birthday falls 2 days after yours. At that time, your engagement. Rongjin's heart skipped a beat. Emperor Jiawen might compel him to honor the engagement with Chu Luiyue to preserve the imperial family's reputation. This was unacceptable. With that thought, Rongjin abruptly rose. Father, I have a request. He pointed at Chu Luiyue. I wish to dissolve my engagement with Chu Luiyue. Chapter 30, Compensation. Rongjin initially intended to exploit the situation of Chu Luiyue's clandestine sale of the hunting grounds to incite Emperor Jiawen's disdain towards her, thereby dissolving their engagement. However, he never anticipated that events would culminate in such a manner. Chu Luiyue's decision to sell the land deed was born of desperation, a consequence of being oppressed by both the Chu family and his collusion with them. Such matters were inherently convoluted, and entangling himself in them would prove to be an exercise in futility. Moreover, the situation had escalated to a point that threatened the royal family's reputation, something he knew his father would vehemently oppose. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action, proposing the dissolution of his engagement with Chu Luiyue, thereby severing all ties. Although he was aware this would invite public scrutiny, it was preferable to inciting his father's dissatisfaction. Emperor Jiawen's expression darkened, his silence palpable within the vast hall, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Undeterred, Rongjin pressed on. Father, I share no affection with the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Even if we were to adhere to our engagement, happiness would elude us. It would be prudent to annul the engagement. It would benefit us both. Chu Luiyue lowered her gaze, concealing the disdain flickering in her eyes. This man displayed not an ounce of responsibility. He was both cunning and treacherous. He deemed her unworthy of his princely status, yet cloaked his disdain in such grandiloquent rhetoric. Throughout the years of their engagement, he had never once broached the topic of annulment, only to raise it now at this juncture. Chu Luiyue could easily surmise the reason behind this. As the esteemed prince, he could not afford to be ridiculed for his association with someone he perceived as a talentless individual. Chu Luiyue's days in the Chu family were fraught with hardship. He was indifferent and negligent, perhaps believing that Chu Luiyue would not survive to her 14th birthday. If she had died early on, he would have easily resolved a major problem. But little did he anticipate her ability to mount a comeback against all odds. Confronted with the current situation, he was determined to bring up the matter of dissolving the engagement. Emperor Jiawen's eyes were half closed, and the crowd could easily discern his thoughts. Have you given it ample consideration? After a long pause, Emperor Jiawen spoke in a deep voice. Rongsho interjected gently, Your Highness, in truth, Miss Chu is quite amiable. Did she not just tame the golden python? Although she lacks the power of Yuan force, she seems to possess some degree of strength now. Rongjin's face darkened even further. He had been quite shocked when Chu Luiyue had slain the golden python, but after careful observation, he had not detected any Yuan force fluctuations on her. Her victory was primarily due to cunning, finding the golden python's weakness and attacking with full force. However, such tactics could only be used sparingly. Ultimately, true strength was the real foundation. Could it be that Chu Luiyue, after more than a decade of deficient Yuan meridians, had suddenly recovered? With that thought, Rongjin declared resolutely, Your Imperial Majesty, I have given it ample consideration. He was destined to inherit the throne. And someone like Chu Luwei would only tarnish his reputation. Of course, to compensate Miss Chu for any harm caused, I am willing to make amends. With that, Rong Jin turned to Chu Luwei. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to state them. I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill them. Was she truly planning to cast him aside, while simultaneously erecting a fade of righteousness? Is it conceivable that such fortuity exists in this world? Chu Luwei raised her chin, casting a glance at Rong Jin, and pressed her lips together. Your Highness, in truth, I have harbored admiration for you. The movement of Rong Xiu, who had just lifted his teacup, faltered momentarily before he composed himself and set the cup down, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the young woman before him. An inexplicable chill coursed through the back of Chu Luwei's head. Rong Jin, upon hearing her words, furrowed his brow. Could it be that Chu Luwei was reluctant to dissolve their engagement? After all, even she, no matter how naive, understood the preciousness of the position of a crown princess. Just moments ago, she had deliberately reproached him for his indifference towards her and her father. Yet now she professed her long-standing admiration for him? Truly, she was a person of insatiable greed. The fleeting sentiment that had briefly emerged within Rong Jin upon seeing Chu Luwei's beauty vanished entirely. He impatiently interrupted her. I have stated my terms. You may propose your conditions. There is no need for further discourse. Chu Luwei's lips turned pale, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, before she managed a bitter smile. Your Highness, rest assured, I am well aware that I am unworthy of you. Thus I have never dared to indulge in such fantasies. I know you hold another in your heart. As she spoke, her gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, towards Chu Qianmen. She paused, lowering her head. Her voice calm yet tinged with a poignant melancholy that tugged at the heartstrings of her listeners. I know what to you prefer, the books that captivate your interest, and which incense grants you peaceful slumber, and yet, I know nothing of it. A jolt of realization struck Chu Qianmen. No. Something about her words felt profoundly amiss. The assembly in the grand hall gradually began to perceive the implications of her words, casting glances toward Chu Qianmen. This was hardly a benevolent remark directed at Chu Luwei. It was evidently a display of arrogance, knowing full well that Chu Luwei was betrothed to the crown prince. How dare she speak so brazenly in her presence? Moreover, while it was one thing to be aware of her fondness for tea and literature, to be privy to her habits of burning incense and sleeping was quite another. TSK. Initially, one might have thought that the third young lady was extraordinarily gifted, gentle, and virtuous, but who would have imagined her to be so audacious? Even if Chu Luwei were deemed inept, she was still her sister. To treat her thus was contemptible. What manner of woman would consort with a man already engaged to her sister? She appeared demure and refined, yet who could fathom her true nature behind closed doors? Chu Qianmen's face flushed crimson, as if a fierce inferno raged within her breast. Chu Luwei's words had utterly tarnished her reputation. Without a moment's hesitation, she rose to her feet and shrieked, "Wretched girl! What nonsense are you spouting? I shall tear your tongue out." The shrill insult resounded clearly in every ear present. The moment the words escaped her lips, a wave of dread washed over Chu Qianmen. Such a shrewish display would undoubtedly incur the displeasure of the emperor, the empress, and the crown prince. In a frantic glance toward Rong Jin, she saw his expression shift from shock to disgust. Chu Qianmen's heart plummeted. However, Chu Luwei inhaled deeply, seemingly relieved. Your Highness, the crown prince, and my younger sister are truly meant for one another. I am willing to withdraw and annul the engagement with His Highness. No compensation is necessary. Finally, Emperor Jiawen spoke. Luwei, you are a good child. This matter is the crown prince's fault. Let us proceed thus. I shall grant you and your father a sum of 100,000 taels of gold. Moreover, I see that your martial prowess is commendable. Would you not prefer to seek a master from Tianlu Academy for proper guidance? The opportunity to receive instruction from a teacher at Tianlu Academy is a coveted dream for many. Chu Luwei pondered for a moment. Your Majesty, I wish to gain admission to Tianlu Academy through examination myself. Chapter 31. Avarice what? Emperor Jiawen thought he had misheard and instinctively inquired again. You wish to enter Tianlu Academy? Chu Luwei nodded. Indeed. The enrollment period for Tianlu Academy occurs every January, and I would like to request an opportunity to take the examination. Emperor Jiawen regarded her with a complex gaze. This Chu Luwei was truly peculiar. If one were to deem her foolish, her calm demeanor throughout had been striking. She had adeptly navigated several predicaments. Yet if one were to consider her intelligent, she had voluntarily relinquished the position of crown princess and even expressed a desire to enter Tianlu Academy. Surely, she must be aware that Tianlu Academy is the preeminent institution in the entire kingdom of Yaodian, and admission requires extraordinary talent, given her incomplete original meridians. How could she possibly succeed? While it is not impossible, the assessments at Tianlu Academy are quite rigorous. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Be aware that those old men will not grant you leniency simply because of my favor. Chu Luyue smiled gently. I am well aware of that. What I seek is merely an opportunity to be examined. Emperor Jiawen scrutinized her, ensuring she was not jesting, and finally sighed. Very well, I shall grant your wish. However, whether or not you succeed will depend entirely on your own capabilities. Chu Luyue knelt and paid her respects. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your benevolence. Emperor Jiawen waved his hand dismissively. The most pressing matter has been resolved. Chu Luyue had no intention of lingering further, so she left with Chu Ning, acquiescing to the situation. It was not until their figures vanished into the night outside the grand hall that the frigid atmosphere within began to thaw slightly. However, after the tumultuous events of the evening, none dared to disrupt the silence any longer. What should have been a joyous birthday banquet had turned into an oppressive and tedious affair. Rong Jin closed his eyes, massaging his temples. Having finally dissolved the engagement with Chu Luyue, he should have felt a sense of relief, yet his heart remained burdened, as if a heavy stone weighed upon it. Everything had been meticulously planned, yet somehow it culminated in this manner. From this day forth, the denizens of the imperial capital would undoubtedly speculate about him. However, that was not the worst of it. More importantly, his father would likely harbor dissatisfaction as well. Meanwhile, Chu Qianmin's mood was even more dismal than Rong Jin's. Sitting in her place, she felt a tingling numbness in her body, her mind blank, and her complexion fluctuated erratically. The words spoken by Chu Luyue today had nearly obliterated her reputation. In such matters, who would care about the truth? Unexpectedly, instead of resolving the situation with Chu Luyue, she had only invited further disgrace upon herself. An increasing number of scrutinizing gazes fell upon her, akin to a thorn in her back. All she wished for was to burrow into the ground. Ahem. Rong Xiu coughed once more. Emperor Jiawen furrowed his brow. Why was his coughing becoming more severe? Rong Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Before he could finish his sentence, a cough escaped him, causing his lips to grow even paler. The Emperor Jiawen issued an order that could not be refused, prompting Rong Xiu to reluctantly smile as he rose to his feet. Yan Qing, standing behind him, promptly draped a heavy cloak over his shoulders. I shall take my leave, he said, then turned to look at Rong Jin. Your Majesty, the birthday gifts have already been delivered to the residents. I am unable to accompany you today. I shall seek your forgiveness another day. Rong Jin managed a strained smile. Seventh brother, you are being overly polite. Your health is of utmost importance. Only then did Rong Xiu turn to depart. After his exit, Rong Jiu claimed he had military affairs to attend to and left immediately. The atmosphere, already lacking warmth, grew even more awkward and silent with the departure of these two. Who could have anticipated that the usually resplendent crown prince's birthday banquet would conclude in such a manner? As Rong Xiu stepped out of the palace gates, he spotted two figures by the carriage of the Prince of Li. It was none other than Chu Ning and Chu Luyue. He raised an eyebrow slightly and approached them. Master Chu, Miss Chu, what brings you here? Chu Ning clasped his hands and bowed earnestly. We are most grateful for your assistance, Prince of Li. Your kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. Rong Xiu's gaze flickered momentarily. Master Chu is being too courteous. Today I did not contribute much. Chu Ning shook his head repeatedly. In addition to your timely intervention today, you saved my daughter's life previously. If it were not for you, I shudder to think of our future endeavors. Please do not hesitate to call upon us should you require anything. Previously? Saved her life? Rong Xiu cast a glance at Chu Luyue, only to meet the girl's warning gaze, her dark eyes shimmering with brilliance. A smile played at the corners of his lips, and his eyes reflected a hint of mirth. There is no need for such formality, my lord, he said. These are mere trifles, hardly worth mentioning. Perhaps it is simply that I find a certain affinity with you. Chu Luyue silently sighed in relief. Earlier, she had deceived Chu Ning by claiming that Rong Xiu had rescued her. Little did she know that he had taken her words to heart. Today, with Rong Xiu present, he had resolved to wait here, insisting on expressing his gratitude in person, no matter how she urged him otherwise. She ultimately had no choice but to accompany him in this wait. Fortunately, they did not linger for long, and to her surprise, he readily accepted this notion. Upon hearing his offer, Chu Luyue instinctively attempted to refuse. No need. One can never truly know his intentions. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky. The more he assists her, the more vigilant she becomes. On the surface, this man appeared gentle and refined, a true gentleman. Yet, Chu Luwei harbored doubts. She could not decipher his gaze, nor could she fathom his thoughts, her instincts warning her that he was a perilous individual. It would be wise to maintain a safe distance from such a man. Chu Ning shot her a disapproving look. One must not be disrespectful to the prince of Li. Chu Luwei wrinkled her nose in response. Although Chu Ning shared her reservations, he had not yet voiced them when Rong Shou continued. Chu Ning's words caught in his throat. He genuinely worried for her safety after her harrowing encounter with that golden python. After a moment's hesitation, he finally said, "Then I must trouble the Prince of Li. Please." The carriage departing from the royal residence was indeed remarkably spacious and comfortable, accommodating the three of them with ample room to spare. Chu Luwei sat beside Chu Ning, facing Rong Shou directly. Initially, she was quite vigilant, yet once Rong Shou entered the carriage, he closed his eyes, appearing to rest. He sat quietly, his deep-set eyes, which seemed capable of captivating souls, gently shut, while his exquisitely sculpted features radiated tranquility under the soft glow of the lanterns. The journey was silent, and soon they arrived at the gates of the Chu residence. Chu Ning was the first to alight from the carriage, and just as Chu Luwei was about to follow suit, she was unexpectedly grasped by a hand. The touch was cool, sending a subtle sensation that seemed to ripple through her skin and settle deep within her heart. Just as she was about to retaliate, a soft, low, an elegant voice reached her ears. "Return what you owe me." She pursed her lips, thinking him rather stingy. Rong Shou, momentarily taken aback, slowly curved his lips into a smile, eventually chuckling softly. Indeed, she was the first to call him stingy. Outside the carriage, Yanqing awaited respectfully, startled by the rare sound of his master's laughter. What was happening? Although his master appeared gentle, he seldom displayed his emotions, rarely laughing like this. What had just transpired that could provoke such a reaction? Could it be that his master had genuinely developed feelings for the lady from the Chu family? Rong Shou's voice carried a palpable joy. "Yes." Yanqing immediately urged the carriage forward. "Your Highness, everything has been arranged." Rong Shou nodded and approached the table, placing an item down. Umo glanced over, astonished to find it was a teacup. Its design was grand, intricately carved, with a delicate golden rim encircling it. This was evidently an item used within the palace. Yet, in the next moment, Umo witnessed the teacup shatter into 1,000 pieces without a sound, disintegrating into powder before his very eyes. His heart raced, and he dared not inquire further, instead casting a pleading glance at Yanqing beside him. It was rare for their master to exhibit such fury. What on earth could have transpired? However, the master did not seem to be angry at all, and in fact, appeared to be in quite good spirits. Yanqing lowered his gaze in silence. How could he articulate this? Should he mention the matter concerning the Chu family? Rong Shou unfastened the heavy cloak draped over him, and it was then that Umo noticed the crimson stains upon his hand, prompting an exclamation of shock. "Your Highness, you are injured? I thought you were attending the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. How could you sustain an injury?" Rong Shou glanced down at his hand and indeed spotted the droplets of blood, a remnant from her. It seemed he had not cleaned himself properly. After all, she was covered in blood. How could a single handkerchief suffice for such a task? Rong Shou's gaze turned slightly frosty. What had Rongjin been up to lately? Umo had not anticipated this sudden inquiry, but after a moment's contemplation, he promptly responded. "The fourth princess appears to be intent on exchanging her contracted magical beast. She has taken quite a liking to the hunting grounds." What an intriguing interest. Rong Shou pondered this for a moment, his slender fingers gently tapping the table twice before he remarked in a measured tone, "Then let her indulge in her amusements." His voice was calm, yet Umo discerned an undercurrent of chilling intent. Indeed, Umo could not help but silently marvel. It was said that the fourth princess possessed a tempestuous temperament and acted with reckless abandon. Yet their master typically paid little heed to such individuals. It was perplexing to consider what she had done to provoke such lethal intentions from him. "Your Highness, do you wish to bathe and rest now?" Rong Shou's fingertips gently caressed, seemingly still imbued with a lingering softness and warmth. Issue a command stating that this prince has caught a chill and shall remain in bed for recuperation. No visitors are to be admitted. Understood. Yanqing replied, immediately withdrawing. Yet at the threshold, Rong Shou added another remark. "If she arrives, you must inform this prince without delay." Despite having mentally prepared herself, Yanqing was still taken aback. Barely managing to conceal her expression, this subordinate obeys. Umo, perceptive as ever, also withdrew, swiftly catching up with Yanqing once outside. Yanqing remained silent. And after being pressed by Umo for quite a while, she finally replied, "When she comes, you shall know." Umo looked utterly perplexed. What on earth transpired this night? The events of this night were far from limited to that. For one individual, it was a night where even the evening breeze carried a hint of sweetness. Yet for others, the night was not so delightful. The doors and windows of the room were tightly shut, the Grand Elder seated at the head, with Chu Yin and Lu Yao positioned below, while Chu Qianmin stood in the center. The gazes of the group sliced through Chu Qianmin like sharp blades. Today, the words spoken by Chu Luyu. Were they true or false? The Grand Elder inquired solemnly. Chu Qianmin seethed with anger and humiliation. Of course they are false. How could I possibly commit such an act? It is that vile woman who is slandering me. Chu Yin had maintained a grim expression throughout, and at this moment could no longer contain herself, slamming her hand on the table. You are still lying. If it were not for your words, how could Chu Luwei possibly know that the crown prince requires incense to sleep? Such matters are known only to those in intimate relations. Chu Qianmin shuddered in fright, her heart sinking with guilt. I did not. I truly did not. I merely happened to visit the crown prince once while he was resting, and I caught a whiff of that fragrance. Observing her expression, the others, seasoned in the turbulence of life, easily discerned the underlying truths. Even if the two had not crossed the final threshold, it was evident they had engaged in some indiscretions. Chu Yin closed his eyes momentarily. Are you aware that this matter will spread throughout the entire imperial capital by tomorrow? Your reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Furthermore, you had the audacity to speak such vile words in the presence of His Majesty, akin to a shrew. How then could the crown prince ever consider you as his consort? Chu Qianmin was rendered speechless. Suddenly, Lu Yao interjected. Since the news cannot be contained, let it flow freely. The others turned to her in shock. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled. Given that this matter cannot be clarified, let us ride the current. If everyone knows you are already the crown prince's, he will undoubtedly not forsake you. Chu Qianmin felt a pang of injustice. But if that is the case, the position of the legitimate wife will surely fall to you once you enter the crown prince's residence. What else holds significance? Lu Yu seemed unfazed. Your only opportunity now lies in becoming stronger. As long as your power is formidable enough, you can silence all dissent. The Academy's assessment is imminent. You must secure the first position, do you understand? Chu Qianmin bit her lip, realizing that this was the only course of action left to her. As she was tidying her garments, a handkerchief unexpectedly fell to the ground. She picked it up. The once pristine white cloth, resembling fresh snow, was now marred with bloodstains, presenting a rather ghastly sight. Recalling Rome Show's words, she let out a soft snort and proceeded to wash the handkerchief clean once more. She would return it to him tomorrow, thus settling their accounts. Chapter 33. Awaiting the events that transpired during the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, the following day swiftly spread throughout the imperial capital, igniting a flurry of speculation amongst the populace. Many discussed the myriad occurrences of that night, but the most talked-about figure was undoubtedly Chu Qianmin. It was revealed that she had long been involved in a scandalous affair with the crown prince. What was initially perceived as an ethereal, virtuous prodigy turned out to be someone so utterly lacking in decorum. Although strength is revered in the Xuanwu continent, societal norms remain quite conservative regarding such matters. Chu Qianmin, still a young maiden and not yet of marriageable age, had her reputation irrevocably tarnished by this sudden revelation. The annulment of Rong Jin's engagement to Chu Luiyue was anticipated by many. Thus, in comparison, the intrigue surrounding Chu Qianmin's situation drew even greater interest. Moreover, Chu Luiyue's announcement regarding her intention to take the entrance examination for Tianlu Academy astonished many. However, after a brief period of shock, few paid it any heed. A girl with a crippled meridian, aspiring to enroll in Tianlu Academy? Most dismissed her ambitions as mere folly, with some speculating that the dissolution of her engagement had driven her to madness. The majority of the populace, however, remained focused on the crown prince, Rong Jin. Currently, the position of the crown princess remains vacant, and the once formidable contender, Chu Qianmin, has been embroiled in scandal, rendering her chances of ascending to the esteemed title utterly impossible. Consequently, numerous noblewomen from the imperial capital are beginning to stir with ambition once more. As dawn broke, Chu Luwei awoke and, as per her daily routine, commenced her practice in the courtyard, persevering until her energy was entirely depleted. At that moment, the sky was only just beginning to lighten. Yue, the voice of Chu Ning resonated from behind her. She had sensed his presence earlier, thus was not taken aback. Chu Ning had long since grown accustomed to her fervent training sessions and had never once dissuaded her. He understood that this was her chosen pursuit, and thus opted for silent support. "Father, are you not going to the shop today?" Chu Luwei inquired with a hint of curiosity. Her gaze swiftly scanned Chu Ning. Noting that he appeared somewhat different than usual, he donned a deep blue long robe, cinched at the waist with a white belt, his hair neatly tied back, and his beard freshly shaven, leaving a subtle hint of stubble on his chin. Today, Chu Ning appeared to have made a considerable effort in his appearance, looking significantly younger. Most notably, his demeanor was no longer shrouded in the gloom and despondency that characterized him before. Instead, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and he exuded an invigorated aura, as though he had undergone a profound transformation. In her heart, Chu Luwei had already begun to surmise the reason. Today, her father had an important matter to attend to. Although his expression appeared calm, a flicker of excitement glimmered in his eyes. Chu Luwei nodded, sensing that her father had finally regained his spirits. Henceforth, he would undoubtedly ensure that she would no longer endure the grievances of the past. Certain accounts were indeed due for a thorough reckoning. Chunning spoke with unwavering conviction. Previously, his frail constitution had hindered his ability to protect Yuer, but now that he had successfully achieved a breakthrough, he could no longer remain passive. Lowering his voice, he asked solemnly, "Yuer, you mentioned that a person named Song Lian was dispatched by Chu Xianmin to assassinate you?" "Yes. Do you know him, father?" Chu Liu Yue's heart stirred. Chunning narrowed his eyes. He had not known of him before, but after some inquiries in recent days, he had managed to uncover certain details. Song Lian was a notorious rogue, known for his arrogance and criminality. Many in the imperial capital had fallen victim to his misdeeds. He led a life of idleness, lacking any respectable occupation, and was frequently found in various gambling establishments. Yet, remarkably, such a character possessed significant backing. Despite having stirred trouble on several occasions and even having offended some of the aristocratic youths, all matters had ultimately been swept under the rug. Chu Luwei nodded in understanding. It seemed that the individual behind him was not Chu Xianmin, but rather someone else entirely. Chu Xianmin did not wield such power. Clearly, there were other parties involved. No wonder a mere third-tier martial artist could be so audacious. He was evidently under the protection of someone influential. Has father managed to uncover his true patron? Chunning paused momentarily, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Not yet. It appears he is quite secretive, concealing himself deeply. We must conduct a thorough investigation. Chu Luwei nodded in agreement. There are no walls that do not allow the wind to pass through. Having vanished for a month, it was certain that those behind him would not remain idle. The truth would inevitably come to light. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Father, do you know which casino he frequents the most?" Chu Ning responded, somewhat perplexed. "The Wind and Cloud Casino. But why do you ask this, Yuef? You must not take any reckless risks. Rest assured, father. I am merely inquiring casually and have no intention of acting impulsively." Only then did Chu Ning relax, but after a moment's thought, he admonished, "By the way, we have yet to express our gratitude for the times His Highness the Prince has lent us assistance." Observing her father's genuine appreciation for Rong Xiao, Chu Liu felt a moment of speechlessness. If this continued, she could only wonder what her father might do next. She quickly responded, "You are absolutely right, father. I plan to personally pay my respects today. It is best to return the items and minimize future interactions." Chu Ning furrowed his brow. "Today? But we currently have nothing substantial to offer as a token of thanks. His Highness the Prince is of a benevolent nature. He would not hold such things against us." "Would he? You agree, don't you, father?" Chu Liu smiled brightly. "Our gesture may be humble, but the sentiment is profound. Surely, His Highness will not mind." Only then did Chu Ning feel reassured. "Very well." Chu Liu blinked earnestly. "I shall take my leave now." Chu Liu exited the residence with ease. Although her engagement to the crown prince had been annulled, the recent events had made the entire Chu family aware that she was not to be trifled with, resulting in a significantly more courteous demeanor towards her. No one even inquired about her intentions as she made her way out. With poise, she strode towards the direction of the prince's residence. She concealed her identity today, her delicate, fair face allowing many passers-by to recognize her, who whispered and pointed from the shadows, yet they lacked the audacity to approach her as they once did. Chu Luwei feigned indifference, appearing utterly unconcerned. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, she arrived at a bustling thoroughfare, where the crowd thickened. While she was walking, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, followed by a figure dashing towards her. Just as she intended to sidestep, she sensed something amiss. Her eyes narrowed and her movement faltered. The figure collided with her unexpectedly. "Stop the thief!" A voice shouted from behind. A subtle smile graced her lips, and without hesitation, she pursued. As dusk descended, the final rays of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the elongated silhouette reclined by the window. Rongxiu quietly perused a scroll of text, embodying an aura of refined elegance. Yet for some inexplicable reason, a hint of coldness lingered in his brow. Yan Qing remarked, to which Rongxiu softly acknowledged. Yet the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Gradually, night enveloped the surroundings. Turning a page, Rongxiu inquired nonchalantly, "Has no one come to visit today?" Yan Qing, well aware of whom he referred to, silently lamented while lowering his head even further. Suddenly, the scroll was slammed onto the table. Chapter 34. Encirclement. Chu Luwei relentlessly pursued the individual who had collided with her, swiftly departing from the bustling district. It was only upon reaching a dead end that the fleeing man finally halted. Arms crossed, Chu Luwei demanded, "Return what belongs to me. If you desire it, come and take it yourself." Chu Luwei's gaze swept over the flat pouch with a soft sigh. "Are you so certain that I carry money with me?" The man's expression stiffened as a sudden realization struck him. He hastily tore open the pouch, only to find, aside from a white handkerchief, not a single coin in sight. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, but it quickly vanished as he lifted his eyes to glare at Chu Luwei with a menacing grin. "You can't truly believe that I am after your money, can you?" With that, he abruptly drew a dagger from his waist, exuding a chilling intent to kill. However, Chu Luwei remained unfazed, a knowing smile gracing her lips. The man paused in surprise, then suddenly grasped the situation. The pouch contained no money. Even if it had been stolen, Chu Luwei could easily disregard it. Yet she chose to follow him. She had come intentionally. "With your meager skills, dreaming of stealing from me is quite absurd. But since you desire my presence, here I am." Her words deepened the scowl on the man's face. "You seek death," he bellowed, thrusting the dagger swiftly towards Chu Luwei, a fourth-tier martial artist. The moment he struck, she swiftly assessed his strength. Narrowing her eyes, she discerned that the mysterious disappearance of Song Lian and his companions had instilled fear in those behind the scenes, prompting them to send a fourth-tier warrior to eliminate her. Chu Luwei shifted her feet, retracting half a step while bending her right leg slightly, then propelled herself forward with astonishing force. Her seemingly delicate frame was imbued with remarkable resilience and explosive power, surging forth in an instant. Faced with a fourth-tier warrior, she chose to confront him head-on. Chu Luwei delivered a decisive kick towards the man's wrist. The man swiftly rotated his hand, intending to pierce Chu Luwei's foot with his dagger. A sharp clang resonated. He felt an overwhelming force emanating from her leg, numbing his grip. Simultaneously, his dagger slipped from his grasp, leaving a trail of dazzling sparks in its wake. Startled, he quickly glanced up, faintly perceiving the cold, sharp gleam emanating from the sole of Chu Luwei's shoe. They were blades forged from fine iron. Before he could comprehend how she possessed such formidable equipment, a sudden sharp pain coursed through his wrist. Sizzle! A keen edge scraped past, instantly stripping away a layer of flesh. "Ah!" He let out a pained cry and swiftly recoiled. Looking down, he saw his forearm drenched in blood. Chu Luwei landed gracefully and, upon witnessing the scene, shook her head in mild dissatisfaction. It still lacked the necessary sharpness. She was acutely aware that she was besieged on all sides. Hence, every word and action was executed with utmost caution. With her strength yet to be restored, she fortified her combat capabilities through alternative means. The blades concealed in the soles of her shoes were specifically acquired from Chu Ning. Had everything proceeded smoothly, the man's entire wrist would have been severed. Regrettably, the material used for crafting the blades was subpar, necessitating a compromise for the time being. Observing her composed demeanor, the injured man felt a surge of fury and frustration. After all, he was a fourth-tier warrior. Yet he had suffered a setback at the hands of someone he deemed a mere waste. The directive was clear. Today, one must find a way to subdue Chu Luwei. For failure was not an option. Contemplating this, his gaze flickered momentarily, followed by a chilling smirk. With a low growl, he hurled his dagger and crossed his hands before him, channeling the primordial energy within his body. In an instant, a blade of azure wind rapidly coalesced around him, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure that made the narrow alley feel even more constricted. "Clear wind slash," he bellowed, as the azure wind blade arced swiftly toward Chu Luwei. A distinct white scar marred the surface of the bluestone pavement, extending straight toward her. Chu Luwei's long hair billowed as the howling wind filled her ears. The immense pressure caused a resonating hum in her mind, rendering her movement sluggish. The fourth-tier warrior represented a pivotal threshold for cultivators. While the preceding 3 tiers allowed one to absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth, they merely strengthened the body, enhancing physical prowess. It was only upon breaking through to the 4th tier that one could unleash the accumulated primordial energy within, executing martial techniques that delivered formidable attacks. The might and speed of such strikes were incomparable to those of the lower tiers. In the blink of an eye, the clear wind slash was upon her. Chu Luwei felt a sharp pain at her brow, her eyes fixed intently on the azure blade, her muscles taut and breath held in anticipation. Her previous victories over Song Lian and others, despite her seemingly inadequate physique, were largely attributed to her keen perception and extensive combat experience. The disparity between an ordinary individual and a 3rd-tier warrior can often be bridged by various means. However, the 4th-tier warrior is an entirely different matter. The opponent possesses the ability to harness elemental energy for assault, making victory exceedingly arduous for her. Although her body's energy meridians have now been restored, she has yet to accumulate a significant amount of elemental energy, rendering her incapable of matching the opponent in this regard. She must rely on cunning. Whoosh! A swift azure wind blade hurtled towards her. Chu Luwei swiftly bent her waist backward, her body nearly parallel to the ground. In the next moment, she braced herself against the earth, utilizing the momentum to somersault and narrowly evade the attack. Crack! The azure wind blade struck the ground behind her, creating a deep fissure. So she can dodge. The man, momentarily taken aback, soon felt a surge of murderous intent in his eyes. No wonder Song Lian and his companions have also fallen into your hands. A flicker of dark light passed through Chu Luwei's eyes. Just as I suspected. She hadn't even sought them out, yet they had come to her unbidden. Her gaze swiftly scanned the man before her. It appears that your master is the true pillar of support for Song Lian. The man paused, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke. You are indeed clever. Alas, the more intelligent you are, the closer you are to death. Just as Chu Luwei was about to engage him further, an icy sensation crept up her back. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward. Boom! A deep pit erupted where she had just stood. The powerful backlash surged forth, causing her chest to heave with turbulent blood. She immediately lifted her gaze, only to find the man who had earlier shouted about a thief, now blocking the alleyway. Most critically, he too was a 4th-tier warrior. Death. The two individuals exchanged a glance, and then simultaneously charged towards Chu Luwei. A chilling and piercing murderous intent instantly enveloped her. In Chapter 35, No One in Sight, Chu Luwei's hand discreetly moved towards her sleeve. Surrounded by 2 4th-tier martial artists attacking from both sides, she knew that confronting them head-on would be futile. However, this did not imply that she lacked alternative means to deal with them. At that moment, a white figure suddenly surged forth from the side. With a ferocious roar that resonated with authority, an overwhelming force erupted. The attacks from the 2 men crumbled to dust before they could reach Chu Luwei, and the powerful backlash surged back toward them. Caught off guard, the 2 men failed to discern the source of the assault before being forcefully slammed to the ground, their chests heaving as they coughed up blood. Their previously arrogant demeanor swiftly diminished into a state of disarray. Who? They exclaimed in a mixture of shock and fury. Hastily looking up, to their astonishment, they found themselves face to face with a robust white lion. Its fur was as white as snow, and its icy blue eyes shimmered with a frigid gleam, exuding an undeniable and formidable pressure that commanded respect. Moments ago, it had merely swiped a paw and effortlessly neutralized the attacks of the 2 4th-tier warriors. A 7th-tier illusionary sky lion. Upon recognizing the creature, the 2 men could not help but exclaim in alarm, their faces betraying a flicker of panic. How could this legendary high-tier magical beast, which was thought to exist only in tales, suddenly appear here? Across the entire realm of Yaotzen, the number of 7th-grade magical beasts is exceedingly rare, and the appearance of this illusory sky lion is unprecedented and unheard of. Yet, it has manifested itself in the imperial capital. Chu Luwei was equally astonished, exclaiming, Shue? What brings you here? Its timely arrival left her pondering whether it had been following her all along, though she had been completely unaware until now. It seems this body requires further enhancement through training. At her words, the corners of the 2 men's eyes twitched violently. Such familiarity in her tone. Chu Luwei had evidently been acquainted with this 7th-grade illusory sky lion for quite some time. It was clear that it had come to aid her. If it were merely other helpers, it might not have mattered, as the 2 of them were not weak in strength. However, standing before them was an authentic 7th-grade illusory sky lion. With just a lift of its paw, it could effortlessly claim their lives. Upon hearing Chu Luwei's words, The snow-white lion, previously exuding a murderous intent, instantly retracted its chilling aura, lowering its head to nuzzle against her waist, emitting a soft whine that seemed almost affectionate. Chu Luwei stroked its soft, fluffy fur, feeling a quiet sense of relief wash over her. With Xue by her side, the two men posed no threat. Yet, its appearance was rather fortuitous. "Did he send you?" Chu Luwei inquired, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Xue immediately shook its head, but after a moment of contemplation, it hesitantly nodded. Although it yearned to assert that it had acted entirely on its own accord, it feared that if its master discovered its desire for soul credit, it would surely face a severe reprimand. Xue's instinct for survival had always been strong. Chu Luwei couldn't help but chuckle softly, observing its awkward demeanor. She could surmise the thoughts swirling within Xue's mind. It is estimated that both the master and the servant share a part in this matter. What exactly is Rongxiu's intention? A fleeting question crossed Chu Luwei's mind, yet she did not reveal a hint of it on her face. Instead, she turned her gaze back to the two individuals. For now, the most pressing issue must be addressed first. The two exchanged a glance, both recognizing the panic reflected in each other's eyes. With the assistance of the 7th grade illusory sky lion, they were no longer capable of handling the situation. Without hesitation, the two sprang to their feet and fled in opposite directions. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Luoyue's lips. Xue let out a low huff and suddenly vanished. In the next instant, it appeared before one of the men. Swiftly, it raised its paw and struck fiercely against the man's chest. With a rip, his garments disintegrated, blood splattering as he was sent flying. Thud! The immense force of the impact slammed him to the ground, leaving a long trail of crimson in its wake until he finally crashed into the wall. The other man fared no better. He had not even escaped the alleyway when Xue delivered a direct blow, sending him crashing down beside the first man. The power of the 7th grade illusory sky lion is formidable indeed. These two 4th-tier warriors had no opportunity to struggle or flee. They were utterly defeated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the tide of the situation had turned. Chu Luwei approached the two men, looking down upon them from above. "Speak," she commanded. "Who is your master?" The two men lay on the brink of consciousness, yet remained stubbornly silent. Chu Luwei crossed her arms, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Refusing to speak? Then allow me to take a guess. You are in service of the crown prince, are you not?" Two men were taken aback, instinctively glancing at her, but in the next moment, they immediately realized something and hurriedly diverted their gaze. However, this reaction was sufficient. Songlian. The true background must be from the Song and Yuan dynasties, right? What are you talking about? We do not understand. The two men, not foolish, feigned denial. Chu Luwei remained unfazed. This situation was, in fact, quite predictable. Those who harbored animosity towards her and wished for her demise were only a handful. Furthermore, those capable of sending 4th-tier martial artists to confront her were exceedingly rare. For Rongjin, the accumulation of new grievances and old resentments would likely not be assuaged even with 10 attempts on her life. It was a pity, however, that this person was somewhat lacking in intelligence. Having previously dealt with the Song Lian, they still failed to exercise caution, carelessly dispatching two individuals to ambush her. Your denial matters not. Chu Luwei did not regard the two men at all and turned her attention to Xue. Xue, I must trouble you with one more task. Take these two away. Xue looked at her with some confusion. Shouldn't we just deal with them directly since they intend to kill you? Suddenly, Chu Luwei turned, picked up the pouch that the man had carelessly discarded earlier, and her eyes curved in a smile. Let us go. The room was suffocatingly silent. Yanqing lowered his head, feeling that the very air surrounding his master was chilling, as if it could freeze a person to death. His master was typically inscrutable, rarely displaying any emotions outwardly, yet now, it was as if the mere absence of a certain individual had provoked such a reaction. Master, Miss Chu has arrived. At that moment, Yumo's voice unexpectedly echoed from outside the door. In an instant, Yanqing sensed a subtle shift in the aura surrounding his master. He swiftly glanced up and, indeed, found his master gazing towards the door. Through the half-open entrance, he could vaguely discern a slender silhouette concealed within the dense night, standing behind Yumo master. I shall invite Miss Chu in at once, Yanqing exclaimed, a sense of relief washing over him. However, Rongxiu's eyes, as profound as a starlit night, momentarily flickered before he furrowed his brow slightly, adjusted his robes, and resumed reading his book. His voice, calm and detached, echoed softly. It is late and the dew is heavy. I am unwell and shall not receive anyone today. Chapter 36. Watching the farce, Miss Chu clearly heard this declaration. She halted her steps, her brow arching in inquiry. Umo, taken aback by these words, was momentarily stunned. Not receiving anyone? Yet. His master had explicitly stated that upon Miss Chu's arrival, she was to be reported immediately. It was precisely for this reason that he had dared to bring her in directly. Why then, at this moment, did his master proclaim otherwise? Yanqing, too, felt a pang of frustration. How was I to know? He had witnessed his master waiting the entire day for Miss Chu's arrival. To claim he did not wish to see her was evidently implausible. Just moments ago, he had been irked by her absence. Now that she had finally arrived, why did his master not only fail to express joy but refuse even a brief meeting? Master, this. Miss Chu. Rongxiu raised his gaze, quietly observing Yanqing. The words lodged in Yanqing's throat were instantly swallowed, and he obediently bowed his head once more, standing quietly at the side. As the night breeze caressed him, he clenched his fist and coughed a few times against his lips. However, those eyes never once beheld Chu Luwei clearly. Chu Luwei, undeterred, turned her gaze towards Umo. Since your master is unwell, I shall not intrude any further. Please convey this item on my behalf, and extend my gratitude to your master for his assistance. With that, she extended the handkerchief from her pouch. Upon seeing the handkerchief, Umo's eyelids twitched violently. Was this not the personal handkerchief of his master? Typically, his master cherished this handkerchief greatly, rarely parting with it. Yet, how did it come to be in Chu Liuyue's possession? As he had not accompanied them to the palace that day, he was unaware of the circumstances. It was astonishing that his master would offer this to Chu Luwei. Miss Chu, this. Umo hesitated, reaching out to accept it, but suddenly felt a chill enveloping him. He shuddered and promptly declined with fervor. Miss Chu, this belongs to my master. It is best if you return it to him personally. Chu Luwei thought to herself, is it merely a handkerchief? Why must this be treated with such solemnity? I wish to give it, or else I would not have come here. Yet, given that Rongxiu was refusing to see anyone, what could she do? She glanced again towards the half-open door, where she could see the tall and slender figure reclining within. The warm light outlined his unparalleled profile. As if meticulously crafted by the heavens, flawless in its perfection. His eyelids were slightly lowered, and his thin lips were pressed together. Was Rongxiu angry? What could possibly be the cause of his ire? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Luwei found herself at a loss regarding his thoughts. Resolutely, she decided to abandon her doubts and directly addressed Rongxiu. I have returned the item. Your Highness Wang, I suppose I no longer owe you anything now, do I? I am grateful for your assistance on previous occasions, but I am not one to enjoy being indebted to others. Furthermore, our paths diverge, so to avoid any future complications, it would be prudent for us to limit our interactions. After speaking, she did not regard Rongxiu's reaction, intending instead to offer the handkerchief to Umo. Rongxiu chuckled softly, unable to comprehend this individual. Finally, he lifted his gaze, his eyes enveloping Chu Luiyue. No, you still owe me 2 favors today. Chu Liuyue's heart stirred. First, Shue saved you. His tone, consistently gentle and serene, carried an icy chill that surpassed the moonlight. Second, the ones who sought to kill you today are not from the Crown Prince's faction. Chu Liuyue's eyes turned cold. On this day, the imperial capital appeared tranquil. Yet beneath the surface, turbulent waves brewed. In the Crown Prince's residence, within the study, only Rong Jin and an elderly man clad in gray were present. Are you truly certain that a 7th-grade magical beast has appeared in the capital? There seems to be no news of it. Rong Jin inquired skeptically. The 7th-grade magical beast was only present for a fleeting moment, scarcely perceptible to the average person. However, I have investigated, and there are indeed traces of a battle in the Bajiao Alley in the northwest of the capital. The elderly man asserted confidently, stroking his beard. Moreover, I can assure you that it is not any creature known to exist within the capital. It is undoubtedly a new arrival. Furthermore, it is highly likely that it possesses an owner. Rong Jin furrowed his brow. Yet, there are only a handful of individuals in the capital capable of subduing a 7th-grade magical beast. Who could it be? The elderly man shook his head. Do not underestimate anyone in the capital. The presence of a 7th-tier magical beast indicates a formidable adversary. If the opponent is indeed targeting you, one must exercise extreme caution. The elder shook his head. Although you are currently esteemed as the Crown Prince, the position is coveted by many. Your engagement to Chu Luwei has caused quite a scandal, leading to the Emperor's considerable dissatisfaction with you. At such a time, it is imperative that you refrain from causing any further disturbances. Mentioning this caused Rong Jing to bristle with anger, attributing the turmoil to Chu Luiyue. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. You speak wisely. I shall certainly heed your counsel. This year marks your final year at Tianlu Academy, and it is crucial to seize that opportunity. Do you understand? Soon, news of the 7th-tier magical beast's emergence in the imperial capital spread like wildfire among the aristocracy. Rojin was naturally aware of it, igniting her eagerness. The previous magical beasts had been of lower tiers, but now the appearance of a rare 7th-tier beast compelled her to witness it firsthand. If she could capture it as her, the exhilaration would be unmatched. Thus, she began dispatching individuals to investigate the whereabouts of this 7th-tier beast. Meanwhile, the incident involving Chu Luwei being pursued seemed to have vanished without a trace, and even the disappearance of those two did not stir any commotion. In this seemingly tranquil state, Chu Luwei finally received news from Tianlu Academy. The academy agreed to the emperor's request, granting Chu Luwei a special opportunity to take the entrance examination. Should she pass the test, she would gain admission to Tianlu Academy and join its ranks. On the 10th day of the 8th month, it was the 14th birthday of Chu Luwei, coinciding with her examination day at Tianlu Academy. Chu Ning had lovingly prepared longevity noodles for her to enjoy. In her previous life, each of her birthdays had been celebrated with great pomp, attended by countless well-wishers and an extensive array of gifts. However, despite having only Chu Ning by her side this time, the simple bowl of noodles filled her with a profound sense of warmth and fulfillment. After savoring every last bite, Chu Luwei tidied up and departed for Tianlu Academy. Chu Ning had intended to accompany her, but she declined. She understood that Chu Ning was preoccupied with certain matters and, in her view, the admission process was straightforward, requiring no more than her solitary presence. Upon arriving at the gates of Tianlu Academy, Chu Luwei was taken aback to find a throng of people awaiting her. As her figure emerged, it instantly attracted countless gazes. Chu Luwei comprehended the situation. These individuals were clearly there to witness her humiliation. A middle-aged man stood solemnly at the entrance of Tianlu Academy, his expression grave, revealing a hint of impatience in his eyes as he regarded Chu Luwei. "You must be Chu Luwei," he stated. "Since His Majesty has interceded on your behalf, we at Tianlu Academy shall grant you an opportunity." The entrance examination consists of 3 subjects: warrior, mystic master, and heavenly doctor. Passing any one of these will suffice for success. Which will you choose? Chapter 37. The Examination. Chu Luwei swiftly surveyed her surroundings, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Tianlu Academy, the most prestigious institution in the entire Yaotian kingdom, held an esteemed position, occupying a vast expanse even in the bustling heart of the imperial capital, where every inch was a treasure. The grand entrance, constructed of lapis lazuli, exudes an air of antiquity and elegance, with a black crystal stele standing before it, shaped like a long sword descending from the heavens, piercing the earth with a sudden force. Upon its surface, the 4 golden characters proclaiming Tianlu Academy are inscribed. Merely these elements alone possess immense value, not to mention the treasures contained within the academy itself. Before the entrance lies a spacious square, forged from white jade, which serves as the domain of Tianlu Academy and the venue for their annual student admissions. However, today, as Chu Luwei arrives to partake in the examination, the square is devoid of any presence. Only before the middle-aged man stands a small table, upon which rest 3 black wooden boxes, evidently representing the so-called 3 examinations. It appears they have no intention of granting Chu Luwei a formal opportunity to test her mettle in the square. Chu Luwei performed a respectful bow and inquired gently, "Thank you, senior. May I ask for your esteemed name?" The middle-aged man, initially displeased with Chu Luwei, considered her a mere failure. Foolishly attempting to enter Tianlu Academy, was this not a delusion? Although they could not refuse the emperor's command, it was widely acknowledged that this was merely a futile endeavor. He had pressing matters to attend to today, only to be temporarily assigned to assess Chu Luwei, which left him feeling quite vexed. Naturally, he showed little kindness towards her, hastily preparing the examination materials. Observing Chu Luwei's courteous demeanor, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Without strength, all else is in vain. No amount of flattery would avail her. "Bai Chun." Chu Luwei smiled softly and gestured towards the nearby square. "Senior, I have heard that the examinations at Tianlu Academy take place in that very square. But it seems to be closed today. I wonder if you might grant me a favor?" Bai Chen regarded her as though she had just shared a humorous anecdote, his gaze laced with derision. "Do you not understand? The reason other candidates take their exams in the square is that they engage in various battles during the process. The resulting fluctuations are quelled by the formations within the square. But what need do you have for that?" Laughter erupted from those around them. "Indeed, What use could she possibly have for it? Haha. Tianlu Academy only enrolls the most exceptional talents. How could someone with such a fractured origin vein dare to aspire to join? How utterly embarrassing. Did she not see that no one wished to engage with her? It was merely out of respect for His Majesty that she was afforded this opportunity. It seemed that the capital would soon have yet another source of amusement. Haha. Amidst their jeers, Chu Luwei appeared unfazed, her expression remaining remarkably composed. She regarded Bai Qin with a hint of determination and inquired, "What must I do for you to open the square?" Bai Qin scrutinized her from head to toe, detecting not the slightest hint of origin force emanating from her, and could not help but scold. "If you can open one of these 3 black wooden boxes, then I shall grant your request." These black wooden boxes, crafted from a rare essence of black sandalwood, were exceedingly heavy. Moreover, each box bore different seals corresponding to the 3 distinct examinations, rendering them impossible for an ordinary person to unlock. If the candidates wish to obtain the examination questions, they must first unlock the black wooden box themselves. This, indeed, constitutes the first trial of the examination. Chu Luwei nodded, falling into contemplative silence. She stepped forward and extended her hand towards the black wooden box on the far left. The onlookers displayed varying degrees of eager anticipation, reveling in the prospect of witnessing a spectacle. Her delicate hand rested upon the black box. Bai Qin smirked, deeming her overconfident. With a soft click, a subtle sound resonated through the air. The black wooden box was effortlessly opened by Chu Luwei. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Bai Qin's expression turned to one of disbelief. How could this be? Yet, Chu Luwei had already retrieved a piece of paper from within the box. To qualify, one must reach the 3rd tier of martial artists. Although the requirement of becoming a 3rd-tier martial artist appears straightforward, the students admitted to Tianlu Academy are all under the age of 20. To achieve such a rank at this age is undeniably a mark of genius. Bai Qin had no time to ponder how Chu Luwei managed to open the black box. Upon seeing her chosen examination question, he burst into laughter. The martial artist assessment. He looked down upon Chu Luwei condescendingly. As long as you reach the 3rd tier of martial artist, you will pass. But if I recall correctly, your original meridian is incomplete, rendering you hardly a martial artist, is it not? Unrestrained laughter erupted from the crowd. While this may seem attainable for others, as for Chu Luwei, it is likely an impossible feat for her throughout her lifetime. Some individuals even jeered, urging her to leave in disgrace. Haha. Bai Qin shook his head, preparing to put the items away. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Chu Luwei spoke, "Senior Bai Qin. If my strength were to reach the 3rd-tier warrior level, would that qualify me?" "What?" Bai Qin, somewhat incredulous, questioned whether he had misheard. Chu Luwei reiterated, "If I can defeat a 3rd-tier warrior, would you acknowledge my victory?" After a moment's hesitation, Bai Qin nodded, "Naturally. But, can you achieve that?" The corners of Chu Luwei's mouth curved slightly. "Let us put it to the test." Bai Qin, steeling himself, waved his long sleeves, declaring, "Very well. I will restrain my strength to that of a 3rd-tier warrior. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, I shall deem you successful." With that, he swept his sleeves, and a faint hum resonated throughout the square. Suddenly, he gathered his energy, leaping into the air like a soaring eagle, covering several dozen yards in an instant. Landing soundlessly in the center of the square, Chu Luwei approached step by step, coming to a halt before Bai Qin. "Senior, please bestow your guidance." Bai Qin, unimpressed, wasted no words and transformed his palm into a fist, launching a direct assault toward Chu Luwei. Whoosh! His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before her. The fierce wind of his punch roared, a terrifying force slicing through the air. In an instant, his fist was but an arm's length from Chu Luwei. Restraining his strength to that of a 3rd-tier warrior meant he needed no martial techniques. He could simply crush her with sheer physical power. With this one punch, everything would come to an end. The reflection of that rapidly approaching iron fist mirrored in Chu Luwei's eyes. Standing tall with her back straight, she seemed frozen in fear to the onlookers. Even Bai Qin perceived it as such. However, just when he believed his strike was certain to hit, the girl before him suddenly vanished without a trace. Chu Luwei's figure somehow, nimbly and swiftly evaded the punch. The space before Bai Qin instantly felt empty, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the next instant, an icy chill surged through his back. A piercing intent to kill enveloped him. Thunder roared. A deep blue fireball erupted violently. Yet, that spot was devoid of anyone. Startled, Bai Qin turned to his side and was struck by the sight of the unscathed Chu Luwei. She looked at him with a cheerful smile. "Senior Bai Qin, it seems you have, unleashed more than just the power of a third-tier warrior? A sinking feeling gripped Bai Chen's heart. He had fallen into a trap. Chapter 38, Pass. First update. Outside the arena, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, taking a while to comprehend what had just transpired. While testing Chu Luiyue, Bai Chen had employed martial techniques that could only be executed by those above the third-tier warrior level. This confirmed that, as Chu Luiyue had stated, he had not truly suppressed his strength to that of a third-tier warrior. Bai Chen's face flushed crimson, and he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He had thought this move would decisively deal with Chu Luiyue, but unexpectedly, it was his lack of control that had ruined the assessment. Committing such a fundamental error in front of so many witnesses was indeed humiliating. Yet, Bai Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Luiyue. As a fifth-tier warrior and one of the notable strongmen in the entire Yaochen kingdom, he had previously evaluated numerous students without ever making such a blunder. He vividly recalled the moment when he distinctly sensed a terrifying and chilling killing intent emanating from Chu Luiyue, prompting him to instinctively unleash his true power. How could a mere waste of talent like Chu Luiyue exert such a formidable pressure and threat upon him? Bai Chen found himself utterly perplexed. His gaze towards Chu Luiyue filled with skepticism, as if he wished to burn a hole through her with his stare. Senior Bai Chen, you mentioned that as long as I can withstand 3 of your moves, I would be deemed qualified. Yet, your very first move exceeds the prowess of a third-tier warrior. How shall we interpret this? Chu Luiyue inquired, her expression unruffled, as though the events that had just transpired held no sway over her. This question only deepened the grimness of Bai Chen's countenance. Although he felt indignant internally, he had to concede that Chu Luiyue's ability to compel him to exert his strength was, to a certain extent, indicative of something significant. There was undoubtedly a hidden secret within this young woman. An ephemeral silence enveloped the arena. After a brief pause, Bai Chen spoke in a low tone. If you can withstand this move of mine head-on, I shall immediately regard you as qualified. With that, he moved with remarkable speed, charging once more towards Chu Luiyue. A subtle smile danced at the corners of her lips. Bai Chen not only demanded that she counter his techniques but insisted on a frontal confrontation, which was clearly excessive. Even if he suppressed his strength to that of a third-tier warrior, he remained a fifth-tier warrior at heart. And the power he exhibited was inherently superior to that of the majority of third-tier warriors. Even a true third-tier warrior might struggle to meet his attack head-on. Chu Luiyue raised her gaze, and Bai Chen was already upon her. His fierce fist surged directly towards her face. This strike was imbued with an even greater force than when he first unleashed his power. Alas, Chu Luiyue has left no face for Bai Chen, and he is surely destined to be taught a lesson. With this punch descending, it seems that several of Chu Luiyue's bones may very well shatter. But what of it? Is it not merely the consequence of Chu Luiyue's own folly? As a mere weakling, she ought to remain meekly curled in a corner, rather than indulge in such fanciful dreams. The crowd murmured softly, as if they could already envision the scene of Chu Luiyue's dismal defeat. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the slender girl standing in the center of the square suddenly comprehended. She made no extraneous movements, her feet shifted slightly apart, and her right hand transformed from an open palm into a fist, thrusting forward with determination. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Remarkably, Chu Luiyue had chosen to confront the challenge head-on, mirroring the same punch. Bang! A deep, resonant collision echoed. The two fists collided with tremendous force. In stark contrast, Chu Luiyue's fist appeared only half the size of Bai Chen's, making her petite frame seem even more fragile. Some in the audience instinctively held their breath. Surely, Chu Luiyue's hand was shattered? Indeed, in the next moment, they witnessed her body tremble, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, just as they believed it to be the end, they beheld Bai Chen's face, which bore not a trace of relief or joy, but instead was etched with shock. His eyes widened as he gazed at Chu Luiyue, as if she were a peculiar anomaly. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. However, within the depths of his heart, a tumultuous storm was already brewing. The prowess of Chu Luiyue far exceeded his expectations. With this punch, logically speaking, she should have been unable to withstand it. Yet here she stood her ground, not yielding an inch. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that her fist was considerably more solid than he had anticipated. Clenching his teeth inwardly, he exerted even more strength. Crack! The ground beneath Chu Luiyue suddenly fractured, with numerous fissures swiftly spreading outward. Nevertheless, she remained motionless. In truth, she was enduring immense pressure at that moment. The force contained within Bai Chen's fist was not something an ordinary third-tier warrior could unleash. Although her original meridians had been nurtured back to health, and she had been diligently practicing for days, the disparity in their levels was not something easily surmountable. It felt as though her internal organs were being mercilessly compressed by an invisible force, threatening to burst at any moment. Yet, she resolutely absorbed the blow head-on. Gazing at Bai Chen, her eyes, as clear and luminous as jade, sparkled with brilliance as she articulated each word. Senior Bai Chen. May I be considered to have passed this time? Passed. Chapter 39. I want it all. Second update. The once boisterous crowd fell into an instant hush. All gazes were transfixed in astonishment upon the arena, nearly doubting their own hearing. What had Bai Chen just proclaimed? Chu Luwei. Passed. After a brief silence, the scene erupted in fervor. How could this be? How could Chu Luwei have passed? Indeed, wasn't she merely an ordinary warrior? How could her performance be deemed a success? Could it be that this signifies her admission to Tianlu Academy? This seems rather effortless, although it is perplexing. It appears that Chu Luwei indeed managed to withstand Bai Chen's strike just now. Some murmured in confusion. A few individuals abruptly fell silent, exchanging glances. Indeed, Bai Chen had previously stated that if one were to take his strike head-on, it would count as passing for Chu Luwei. She had not retreated a single step, courageously enduring the blow. Might it be that Bai Chen acted deliberately? Someone voiced this uncertainty quietly, only to hurriedly cover their mouth afterward. To question Bai Chen directly would be tantamount to questioning Tianlu Academy itself. Bai Chen cast a solemn gaze around, inhaled deeply, and finally spoke. I am aware that many harbor doubts regarding my leniency, but I assure you, on my personal honor, that the entire examination process was unequivocally legitimate. Tianlu Academy is the foremost institution known for its impartiality and transparency. Chu Luwei has indeed passed the martial artist examination. In fact, he had not only maintained the rigor, he had secretly intensified the difficulty of the test. Even a genuine third-tier martial artist might struggle to pass so smoothly. Yet, Chu Luwei truly accomplished it. Although he had previously held a low opinion of her, now that she had proven herself, he naturally acknowledged her. Bai Chen's definitive statement effectively silenced the crowd. As a teacher of Tianlu Academy, Bai Chen was renowned for his volatile temperament and strictness. Since even he recognized Chu Luwei, others could hardly voice dissent. Bai Chen looked at Chu Luwei, his expression revealing a tangle of emotions. He could scarcely believe that Chu Luwei had truly passed the examination. From this day forth, she would be a student of Tianlu Academy. The crowd was astounded. They had anticipated witnessing Chu Luwei's disgrace, yet to their astonishment, she had indeed gained admission to Tianlu Academy. Those who entered Tianlu Academy were the finest talents of the Yaochen Kingdom, and it was utterly bewildering that Chu Luwei, once deemed a waste, had now joined their ranks. Chu Luwei's crimson lips curved into a smile. Thank you, Senior Bai Chen. Perhaps it is time to address you as Teacher Bai Chen? Bai Chen snorted derisively. He observed with clarity that there was not a trace of surprise on Chu Luwei's face. Instead, her demeanor exuded tranquility, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. In other words, she was entirely confident in her ability to succeed. Bai Chen had previously thought her proposal to take the Tianlu Academy examination to be nothing more than a fanciful whim. Yet now it was evident that she was brimming with assurance. Gaining admission to Tianlu Academy was merely the beginning. There was no cause for pride. One must understand that within the academy, talents abound, and only those who excel can emerge as true powerhouses. Bai Chen felt his pride wounded. Although Chu Luwei had passed, he could not muster a favorable expression. In truth, he still harbored doubts about her capabilities. Throughout the entire process, he had sensed not a hint of elemental energy emanating from her. It remained a mystery how she had managed to barely surpass the previous hurdle. However, a flawed elemental vein could never ascend to become a true cultivator. Perhaps through some unorthodox means, she could achieve the strength of a third-tier warrior, but beyond that, it was utterly impossible. This Chu Luwei, even if she were to enter Tianlu Academy, she would likely accomplish nothing in the future. With these words, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Teacher Bai Chen, please hold on, Chu Luwei suddenly called out. Is there something else? Since you have already taken the examination, someone will naturally escort you into the academy shortly. Chu Luwei shook her head, saying, Teacher Bai Chen, the exam has not yet concluded. Bai Chen furrowed his brow, asking, What do you mean? Chu Luwei smiled and pointed to the two black wooden boxes quietly resting not far away. Aren't there still 2 more examinations? Bai Chen's expression grew even colder. Did you not understand the rules? 3 examinations, and as long as you pass one, it suffices. As it stands, Chu Luwei has already passed the martial artist examination, so the remaining 2 examinations are naturally unnecessary. Chu Luwei blinked. Is it not possible for one person to take multiple subjects? You do not comprehend, Bai Chen began, but suddenly paused. Wait, does Chu Luwei mean? Teacher Bai Chen, as far as I know, there seems to be no restriction in the Academy's entrance examination rules regarding this matter. Bai Chen fell silent for a moment. The reason for preparing 3 examinations is that practitioners on the Xuanwu continent are categorized into these 3 types. Different individuals possess varying talents. Some may lack the aptitude on the martial artist path, yet exhibit astonishing abilities in other areas. Such individuals are either Xian masters or heavenly physicians. The numbers of these 2 are exceedingly rare, particularly heavenly physicians, who are a selection among a myriad. Thus, you imply that Bai Chen spoke. Inexplicably feeling a twinge of anxiety, Chu Luyu stepped forward, her expression serene, and calmly stated, "What I mean is, I intend to take the remaining 2 examinations as well." Chapter 40. Truly tempting. First update. The entire plaza was enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone regarded Chu Luyu with gazes akin to those reserved for lunatics. Is she serious? She wishes to attempt the remaining 2 examinations as well? Does she believe she can pass all 3? Throughout the entire Yaochen kingdom, only a scant few have managed to succeed in all 3 assessments simultaneously. Bai Chen furrowed his brow tightly. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? You genuinely wish to take the remaining 2 examinations? Chu Luyu nodded. Bai Chen remained silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and waving his sleeve. Very well. I am eager to see what tricks you can conjure. With that, he gestured for Chu Luyu to personally open the 2 remaining black wooden boxes. Chu Luyu approached and opened the one in the center. Inside lay another piece of paper and a chessboard. The black and white pieces were already arranged, forming a stalemate. Upon a mere glance, Chu Luyu discerned that the pieces on the chessboard were positioned according to a specific pattern, forming a formation. The paper bore the stipulations for this mystical master examination. Solve this situation within 1 hour to be deemed qualified. While it may seem excessive to grant an hour to unravel a stalemate to the average person, in truth, this was entirely different from ordinary chess. Both the black and white pieces contained, to varying degrees, the essence of the natural forces of the world. They are placed in various positions, influencing one another, thus naturally creating an exceedingly intricate situation. To unravel this conundrum, one must possess a keen sensitivity to the flow of primal forces between heaven and earth. Merely this aspect has already thwarted the majority of individuals. Some, despite managing to sense it with difficulty, find themselves incapable of clearly discerning the underlying patterns, let alone discovering a solution within this stalemate. Hence, only those truly endowed with the talent and potential to become a master of the arcane can surpass this challenge. Bai Chen approached, his gaze lingering on Chu Luyu for a fleeting moment. You must retrieve the chessboard. The examination lasts an hour, and having the chessboard will facilitate the student's assessment. However, Chu Luyu gently shook her head in refusal. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Bai, but it is unnecessary. Bai Chen paused, a cold smirk curling his lips. Such a decisive rejection indicated her awareness of her inability to solve it, leading her to concede. He scoffed. If you lack the capability, do not feign strength. Becoming a master of the arcane is not an easy feat. With that, he prepared to put away the black wooden box. Upon hearing his words, Chu Luwei pressed her lips together. Was Bai Chen so certain she would fail? Believing she was ready to give up? Teacher Bai, please wait a moment. Bai Chen cast her an impatient glance, wondering what other antics she intended. Yet, Chu Luyu had already picked up a black piece and, without hesitation, placed it on a specific position on the chessboard. Snap! The piece landed on the board, producing a subtle sound. Just as Bai Chen was about to reprimand her, he suddenly sensed a delicate ripple emanating from the chessboard. He instinctively glanced over and was astonished to witness the black and white pieces on the chessboard seemingly under the influence of an invisible force, rising and then precisely landing into the adjacent chess jar. The sound of the pieces colliding was exceptionally crisp, yet it resonated like thunder in the minds of the onlookers. Chu Luyu had indeed succeeded in unraveling this intricate endgame. Just moments ago, how long had Chu Luyu truly taken? It seemed to be less than a quarter of an hour, considering the time spent conversing with him. It was as if Chu Luyu had merely glanced at the board before deciphering the puzzle. Bai Chen was genuinely astonished. Having been at Tianlu Academy for many years, he had encountered numerous prodigies among the mystic scholars, yet he had never seen anyone navigate this particular challenge with such swift agility. Such speed could only imply prior knowledge of the solution or an unparalleled innate talent. However, the chessboard was one of Tianlu Academy's treasured possessions, capable of randomly presenting different configurations for each examination. Even he had no foreknowledge of what it would entail before opening the black wooden box. This indicated that Chu Luiyue indeed possessed a remarkable gift in the realm of mysticism. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain the overwhelming sense of threat she had imposed upon him, even countering his attack head-on. Yet, the current scene made Bai Chun acutely aware that Chu Luiyue undeniably possessed talent. At the very least, she had the potential to become a top-tier mystic. Teacher Bai Chun, is this considered passing? Chu Luiyue's lips curled into a smile, her tone as nonchalant as ever, as if she remained oblivious to the astonishing talent she had just displayed. However, Bai Chun was unable to maintain the same composure as her. His heart was a maelstrom of emotions. The reason being, he, too, was a Xian master. Students at Tianlu Academy are typically assigned to different teachers for cultivation, especially Xian masters and heavenly physicians due to their unique nature. Each teacher essentially operates independently. There are quite a few Xian master teachers within Tianlu Academy, and there's a degree of competition among them, particularly when it comes to boasting about the prowess of their students. Bai Chun was absolutely certain that Chu Luiyue was a Xian master prodigy, one rarely seen in a century. Chu Luiyue waited for a while, and when Bai Chun didn't speak, she couldn't help but call out to him again. Teacher Bai Chun? He rubbed his hands together, a fervent smile on his face, which looked rather peculiar paired with his originally stern and rugged features. Pass, pass, pass. Of course, you pass. Hiki, little Luiyue, feel free to make any requests. Teacher Bai Chun will take care of it. Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. Little Luiyue? Just a moment ago. He was filled with impatience, but in the blink of an eye, his attitude had undergone a complete about-face. His change of heart was quicker than flipping a book. Teacher Bai Chun, you don't have to be so polite. How can this be called politeness? Since you are already a student of our Tianlu Academy, it is only right for me, as your teacher, to take care of you, Bai Chun said hurriedly. As he spoke, he carefully observed Chu Luiyue's expression, secretly regretting his previous behavior. Little Luiyue definitely doesn't have a good impression of him now. Had he known of her astonishing talent in the art of mysticism, he would have undoubtedly cherished her immensely. With this thought, he couldn't help but mentally extend his greetings to the entire lineage of the Chu family. Worthless? Nonsense regarding the Chu family. His lack of insight, failing to recognize true genius, had led to his own embarrassment. Had it not been for the credulous whispers surrounding her, he would not have treated her in such a manner previously. Little Luiyue, do not take to heart the teacher's unfavorable demeanor towards you just now, he said, scratching his head, somewhat sheepishly. Chu Luiyue cast a surprised glance at him, noticing that although Bai Chun appeared awkward, his gaze was sincere. He was genuinely apologizing. Luiyue blinked. This individual indeed possessed some intrigue. It was true that he had previously looked down upon her, but now he sought to draw closer. Was this transformation a result of her recent display of mystic talent? Yet she had endeavored to suppress it. The predicament was exceedingly simple. She had begun studying formations at the tender age of 4 and was capable of constructing mystic arrays by 5. Such formations were hardly worth her attention. However, it seemed prudent to remain more discreet. Strength is paramount, and Luiyue understood this well. There was no need for teacher Bai Chun to concern himself. Although Bai Chun held a respectable position, his willingness to apologize before so many was commendable, leading to a more favorable impression of him in Luiyue's eyes. Individuals like him were often stubborn. Only by demonstrating genuine prowess could one hope to alter their stance. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chun finally exhaled in relief and promptly inquired with enthusiasm, "Do you intend to continue with the examination for the medical sage?" The medical sage is even rarer than a mystic. Previously, he merely regarded Chu Luiyue as someone who was merely showing off, yet now, a flicker of anticipation began to blossom within him. Perhaps she might indeed possess a natural talent for the art of healing. Chu Luiyue lowered her gaze slightly. She had initially thought that the examination for the mystic master was a routine affair, yet it had evidently astonished those present. The reaction of Bai Chun alone indicated that this incident would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. With great prominence comes great scrutiny. The examination for the healer required utmost caution. Chu Luiyue nodded and said, "Proceed." As she spoke, she opened the third black wooden box, revealing the examination questions within. Utilizing the 10 herbal ingredients provided, she was to concoct a medicinal formula. A glance revealed that the box was divided into 10 compartments, each containing a different herb. She swiftly recognized these ingredients. Most were exceedingly common, yet their properties varied significantly. Some were cooling while others were warming. Among them was a silver eye cicada, also known as the cold food seed, which harbored potent toxins. The examinee must possess a profound understanding of these herbs, balancing their medicinal properties to formulate an effective remedy. A moment's inattention could lead to failure, resulting not only in an ineffective prescription but potentially a toxic concoction. Among these, the handling of the cold food seed was evidently of the utmost importance. Chu Luwei was well aware of how to detoxify the cold food seed, yet it was clear that such an action was not permissible at this moment. After a brief contemplation, she meticulously extracted each herb, some ground into powder, others juiced, and then combined them in varying proportions. Throughout the entire process, Chu Luoyue's movements appeared somewhat hesitant and sluggish, occasionally resulting in minor errors. Bai Chen observed from the sidelines, shaking his head inwardly. Although he was not a heavenly physician, he possessed a modicum of understanding in this realm. Indeed, Chu Luwei displayed a certain aptitude, yet it was evidently limited. As half an hour swiftly elapsed, Chu Luwei finally completed the concoction and presented it to Bai Chen. After a brief glance, Bai Chen shook his head, remarking, "This can only be deemed barely acceptable. However, that is all it amounts to. With such talent, one can at most become a physician, but never a true heavenly physician. In truth, being a physician is already a rarity. Had anyone else passed this examination, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed." Yet, having previously witnessed Chu Luoyue's astonishing talent in the realm of Xian masters, Bai Chen could not help but regard this performance with a degree of disdain. Chu Luwei inquired, "Teacher Bai Chen, does this examination count as a pass?" Bai Chen quickly set aside his thoughts, looking at Chu Luwei with a mix of admiration and amusement, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Of course, you have passed. Little Luwei, you have succeeded in all 3 subjects, gaining admission to Tianlu Academy. In our entire Yaoshan nation, there are hardly a few who can achieve this." Everyone around was left in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? Chu Luwei, not only has she gained admission to Tianlu Academy, but with perfect scores in all subjects. Is the world going mad? Chapter 42, The Heavenly Source Blessing Cave, Part 1. Come, allow me to take you to the academy. Bai Chen, brimming with excitement and enthusiasm, could hardly contain his desire to immediately take Chu Luwei as his apprentice. To let slip such a prodigious talent and Xian mastery would indeed be a monumental loss. Initially, he harbored feelings of discontent for being assigned to oversee the examination, yet now he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Proximity to success often grants one the advantage. He must win her favor before that group of old-timers becomes aware of Chu Luoyue's exceptional talent. Observing his eager demeanor, Chu Luwei couldn't help but chuckle. "Teacher Bai Chen, isn't this a bit too hasty?" "Not at all. Not hasty in the slightest. You missed the enrollment in January, and now, halfway through the academic year, you are already more than 6 months behind your peers. You must seize this opportunity. At the very least, you should accompany me to familiarize yourself with the surroundings." At this point, he suddenly recalled something and smacked his thigh. "Ah, right. After enrolling, will you reside in the Chu family home or at the academy? If you choose the academy, I shall arrange accommodations for you immediately. Students at Tianlu Academy generally have the freedom to choose their living arrangements. Those residing in the imperial capital typically opt to stay at home, while most students from outside the capital choose to live within the academy. As the foremost institution in the kingdom of Yaoshan, Tianlu Academy boasts commendable facilities. Yet it appears rather modest in comparison to the grandeur of various noble families in the capital. Consequently, many scions of noble families, apart from their training, spend more time at home. It is worth mentioning that Chu Luwei is indeed a legitimate daughter of the Chu family. Yet Bai Chen was acutely aware that being labeled as a waste for over a decade meant her circumstances were unlikely to be favorable. Furthermore, she had just recently annulled her engagement with the crown prince, placing her in a precarious position. It seemed that very few within the Chu family genuinely cared for her. Seeing Bai Chen's enthusiasm, Chu Luwei felt a gentle warmth in her heart, recognizing that he was considering her well-being. She promptly offered a respectful bow, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Bai Chen." Bai Chen, slightly taken aback by her appreciation, waved his hand dismissively. "From now on, I shall also be considered your teacher. There is no need for such formalities over trivial matters. If you have no other engagements, why not accompany me to the academy?" Chu Luwei nodded in agreement. "Very well. With that, The two of them proceeded towards Tianlu Academy, one following the other. It was only at this moment that the onlookers fully grasped the unfolding events. They stared in astonishment at the slender girl, rendered speechless. Who could have anticipated that she would reach such heights? The way Bai Chun regarded her clearly indicated her significant value in his eyes. From this point forward, it seemed that Chu Luiyue would no longer be the powerless member of the Chu family, subject to bullying. As they approached the entrance, Chu Luiyue paused, her gaze sweeping slowly over the four characters that spelled Tianlu Academy. At last, she had entered the most prestigious academy of the Yaotian kingdom. And this was merely the beginning. Once Chu Luiyue stepped through the gates of Tianlu Academy alongside Bai Chun, the events of the day spread like wildfire throughout the imperial capital. Upon passing through the barrier at the entrance, she had officially set foot in the realm of Tianlu Academy. Immediately upon entering, she sensed that the concentration of elemental energy in the atmosphere was significantly stronger than outside. Even before entering, she had noticed the imposing barrier enveloping Tianlu Academy, evidently constructed using a profound formation that seamlessly integrated with the entire institution. Upon a single glance, Chu Luiyue discerned several focal points of the profound formations. Her delicate brows arched slightly, a flicker of astonishment stirring within her. The profound formations at Tianlu Academy surpassed her expectations in strength. To witness such craftsmanship within the diminutive Yaotian kingdom was indeed unexpected. Coming to Tianlu Academy appeared to be a most judicious choice. Bai Chun had been discreetly observing Chu Luiyue and noted the subtle shift in her demeanor, prompting a thought. Little Luiyue, have you sensed something? Chu Luiyue, aware of his scrutiny, offered a gentle smile. Within the academy, it seems somewhat different from the outside world. It appears to be the power of profound formations. You truly can perceive it, Bai Chun exclaimed with excitement, inwardly marveling at Chu Luiyue's extraordinary talent in the realm of profound masters, one he had never encountered in all his years. Contemplating this, he could not restrain himself from asking, Little Luiyue, with such remarkable talent and profound mastery, how come? As he spoke, even Bai Chun felt a touch of embarrassment, who was unaware of how Chu Luiyue had been derided as a waste for over a decade. Even prior to today's examination, he had shared that belief. Logically, a prominent family like the Chu clan would never overlook such a prodigy. Chu Luiyue dismissed the matter with a light chuckle. That was all in the past. She had merely stumbled upon the realization of her latent talent. Bai Chun could only marvel silently. To call that merely a talent, there are likely few in the entire Yaotian kingdom who could truly be deemed geniuses. It was a pity that Chu Luiyue's gifts had been recognized too late. Had it been a few years earlier, her prowess would undoubtedly have surpassed its current state. It is indeed the Chu family that has caused the delay. Bai Chun pondered this in his heart. Noticing that Chu Luiyue seemed reluctant to discuss such matters, he chose to shift the conversation and began to meticulously introduce her to the academy. Let us set aside that topic. Now that you have become a student of Tianlu Academy, your experience will be vastly different from before. You must sense it as well. The elemental energy within the academy is far more abundant than that of the outside world. This is all due to the presence of a heavenly source blessing cave within the academy. This cave continuously generates elemental energy from the heavens and earth. And the profound array was initially established by our first president to suppress the heavenly source blessing cave. Therefore, cultivating within the academy is considerably more efficient than outside. Chu Luiyue's gaze flickered. This was indeed the true purpose of her coming to Tianlu Academy. Chapter 43. What are you doing here? Part 2. Is that so? Chu Luiyue nodded in realization, seemingly intrigued as she inquired, is the so-called heavenly source blessing cave truly that remarkable? Absolutely. Bai Chun raised his hand, gesturing towards a certain direction. Do you see the Jiuyo Tower over there? It is the closest location to the heavenly source blessing cave, where the concentration of elemental energy is even more intense. It can reach several times that of the surrounding area. Cultivating inside is truly a case of achieving double the results with half the effort. Chu Luiyue fixed her gaze upon it for a moment before responding with a smile. If that is the case, then spending a year inside would be equivalent to several years of cultivation outside? While that may be true, to date, no one has managed to stay there for such an extended period. The elemental energy within the Jiuyo Tower is indeed abundant, but precisely because of this, it places considerable strain on the cultivator's body. Even a third-tier martial artist can only remain within for a maximum of 3 days. Forcing oneself to stay longer not only offers no benefit to cultivation, but instead inflicts significant harm upon the body, potentially endangering one's life. At this juncture, Bai Chun's expression turned notably grave. The principle of not overextending oneself is surely understood. Chu Luiwen nodded in agreement. However, the Jiuyo Tower is not a place one can enter casually. For now, it suffices for you to have a basic understanding of these matters. Bai Chen hesitated, casting a glance at Chu Luiwen, suggesting that she should take more time to comprehend the mysterious formations, which would indeed be advantageous. Chu Luiwen smiled in silence, fully aware of his intent. As someone with a flawed original vein, her presence within would be of little consequence. Only the Xian master holds no stringent requirements regarding the original vein of the practitioner, as long as one can perceive the flow of the elemental forces of the universe. It suffices. His words were indeed for her consideration. Chu Luiwen refrained from elaborating further. Entering under the identity of a Xian master prodigy is undoubtedly a favorable circumstance. It would facilitate many matters in the future, while also securing a contingency plan for herself, an opportunity to reap multiple benefits. Over there lies the Academy's training ground, where students regularly engage in sparring. Adjacent to it is the arena, typically designated for formal challenges among students. As Bai Chen guided Chu Luiwen deeper into the Academy, he shared numerous insights regarding its workings. Today marks your enrollment, after all. You are aware that the Academy recruits only the most exceptional talents to unlock their utmost potential. The teaching methods employed are rather meticulous. Bai Chen raised 3 fingers. Warriors, mystic masters, and celestial healers. The Academy is divided into these 3 principal categories. However, the number of mystic masters is merely 1/10 that of the warriors, and as for the celestial healers, the students are even scarcer, totaling only a handful. Among them, those who can truly become celestial healers are fewer still, not even a third. Upon entering the Academy, students are assigned to different mentors based on their entrance exam results. Naturally, those with varying talents will have different teachers. Yet, should a student possess exceptional talent, a situation may arise where several instructors vie for their attention, allowing the student the privilege of choosing their mentor. Bai Chen coughed lightly as he spoke. Take me for instance. Although I am a 5th-tier warrior, I am also a mystic master. Typically, I serve primarily as a mystic master instructor. Chu Luiwen nodded in understanding. The status of a warrior is not particularly rare, while that of a mystic master is considerably more esteemed. It is entirely reasonable for him to choose to teach as a mystic master. Additionally, Chu Luiwen finally comprehended why Bai Chen's demeanor had shifted so dramatically after she demonstrated her own mystic master talent. Clearly, he wished to take her as his apprentice. However, Chu Luiwen was not yet ready to make such a decision, so although she smiled, she refrained from saying much more. Seeing her response, Bai Chen felt a slight pang of disappointment. Yet he recognized that his previous attitude had left him with little standing to expect her to choose him as a mentor. Chu Luiwen discreetly changed the subject. Teacher Bai Chen, why does the Academy seem somewhat desolate? We have been here for a while, yet we have not encountered many people. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. That is because the college's 3-day midterm assessment has commenced. Today marks the first day, and at this moment, both students and teachers have gathered on the back mountain. Midterm assessment? That does sound somewhat familiar. If memory serves. She recalls that Chu Xianmin intended to excel in this assessment. Just then, several female voices echoed. Minmin, let us hurry. The assessment is about to begin. Pei Pei, why are you in such a rush? There's still a bit of time left, isn't there? Besides, Minmin has always been favored by the teachers, even if we arrive late. It won't be held against her, right, Minmin? Though such words were spoken, tardiness is ultimately undesirable. We should indeed hasten our pace. Speaking of which, it's my fault today. Had I not been delayed at home, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Chu Luiwen followed the sound, and indeed spotted a few figures of women emerging from the right front. Among them, the foremost was none other than Chu Xianmin. Minmin, you are far too kind-hearted. I heard that it is all because of that Chu Luiwen that your father punished you. That good-for-nothing clearly cannot tolerate your superiority, and thus seeks revenge. Upon mentioning Chu Luiwen, Chu Xianmin's expression momentarily stiffened, though it was fleeting. After all, she is my sister. Humph, does she even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath? I recall today is the day she is being assessed at our college, is it not? Truly, she is unafraid of humiliation. Were I in her shoes, I would have long succumbed to shame. Minmin, you are capable of securing first place in the college assessment. She is merely a waste who cannot even gain admission to our college. What could she possibly compare to you? Chu Qianmin pressed her lips together, a flicker of delight crossing her heart. Chu Luiwen, what are you doing here? In response, Chu Luiyue retorted, "Why shouldn't I be here?" After the series of events at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, Chu Qianmin's heart was filled with venomous hatred towards Chu Luiyue. At that moment, seeing her, she could hardly suppress the urge to confront her fiercely. However, just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she suddenly noticed that a figure stood beside Chu Luiyue. It was none other than Teacher Bai Chen from the academy. She forced down the words that had risen in her throat, quickly concealing the disdainful and sinister expression on her face. When she looked up at Bai Chen again, a gentle smile had already graced her features. "Greetings, Teacher Bai Chen." Her salutation immediately prompted those around her to respond, bowing in unison. "Greetings, Teacher Bai Chen." Bai Chen furrowed his brows, remaining silent. He had clearly heard the disparaging remarks exchanged among the group. Setting aside the grievances between Chu Qianmin and Chu Luiyue, it was surprising that they would speak so harshly about someone whom Chu Luiyue had never wronged. He held Chu Luiyue in high regard, and any hint of slander or insult directed at her was intolerable. Bai Chen, known for his tempestuous temperament, was already seething with anger upon hearing their words. Sensing the ire emanating from Bai Chen, Chu Qianmin and her companions exchanged worried glances. Could it be that their words had been overheard? But even if they had been, why would Teacher Bai Chen be angry about their comments concerning Chu Luiyue? The Academy has welcomed you with the intention of nurturing your abilities and transforming you into formidable individuals, rather than allowing you to gossip behind closed doors. If your thoughts are not focused on your cultivation, you would be better off leaving at once. Bai Chen's words were delivered without a trace of mercy, resonating powerfully and causing several faces to pale. Indeed, such words were rather harsh. Had they ever been reprimanded in this manner before? In that moment, their cheeks felt as if they were ablaze. However, given Bai Chen's esteemed position, how could they dare to retort? The group glanced furtively towards Chu Xianmin for assistance. In times like these, only the most favored by the teachers, Chu Xianmin, could intervene. Shocked by Bai Chen's outburst, Chu Xianmin thought to herself, was it really necessary to react this way over a mere comment directed at Chu Luiyue? Teacher Bai Chen, you might be misunderstanding the situation. We were merely speaking casually and meant no harm. Yet, it appeared that Bai Chen was not inclined to extend her usual leniency today. Oh, are you implying that I misheard? Chu Xianmin was momentarily at a loss for words. Teachers at the academy never spoke to her in such a manner. What was happening today? That was not my intention. I was simply taken aback to see my sister here, which prompted my inquiry. With a shift in conversation, she intended to gloss over their disparaging remarks about Chu Luiyue. Simultaneously, a realization struck her. Bai Chen was indeed the one assigned to examine Chu Luiyue today. Considering the time, the examination should have concluded by now. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she remarked, I am here to evaluate Tianlu Academy today. Surely, you are aware of this, third sister? Were you not just discussing it moments ago? Chu Qianmin gritted her teeth in silence, her smile faltering. Hence, I am curious, Teacher Bai. It seems the academy has regulations that prohibit just anyone from entering. Does it not? The few individuals behind her could not help but murmur softly. Indeed, how could Chu Luiyue, an outsider, gain entry? This is against the rules. Bai Chen let out a cold scoff. Against the rules? Who is the teacher here, me or you? Let me make it clear, starting today, Chu Luiyue is a student of Tianlu Academy. What is wrong with her coming in? What? Chu Qianmin could not contain her shock, gazing incredulously at Chu Luiyue. How is this possible? How could Chu Luiyue possibly be admitted to Tianlu Academy? Bai Chen, who rarely interacted with Chu Qianmin, found her increasingly irksome at this moment. Compared to the likes of Xian Master, Chu Qianmin's so-called talent was negligible. The Chu family truly was a collection of fools. Are you questioning me? Bai Chen asked coldly. No, I merely. Teacher Bai, are you certain you are not mistaken? Chu Luiyue's original meridian is flawed. She is a natural waste. How could she possibly qualify for the academy? Finally, a woman named Pei Pei could no longer contain her skepticism. Her gaze towards Chu Luiyue filled with disdain and doubt. Bai Chen, infuriated yet mocking, responded, let me tell you, not only has she been admitted, but she also passed all 3 entrance examinations. Chu Qianmin and her companions were left utterly speechless, remaining dazed for an extended period. Upon comprehending the implications of the preceding discourse, the expressions of several individuals transformed into a vivid tapestry of emotions. Chu Luiyue cast a bemused glance at Bai Chen, who had preemptively defended her before she could articulate her thoughts. Chu Qianmin's complexion oscillated between pale and ashen, causing her to question the reliability of her own hearing. Yet, With Bai Chun standing resolutely beside Chu Luiyue, there could be no doubt. A tempest of fury seemed to ignite within her, rendering her nearly incapable of remaining upright. Minmin, Pei, why have you yet to arrive? The assessment is about to commence. The instructors are searching for you. If you delay any further, you shall be tardy. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged from a distance. Chu Qianmin's mind sparked with inspiration as she turned her gaze toward Chu Luiyue. Sister, your timing is impeccable. The midterm assessment is traditionally the most bustling occasion at the academy. Why not join us to witness the spectacle? If you are inclined, perhaps you could partake as well? It presents an opportunity to familiarize yourself with others at the academy. What say you? Is she attempting to gauge her capabilities? A smile graced Chu Luiyue's lips. Very well. Treasure Pavilion was particularly lively that day. Even before noon, the first floor was already thronged with numerous distinguished individuals. Their presence was united by a singular purpose: the recent acquisition of a remarkable collection of treasures at Treasure Pavilion. Today, an auction would be held for these exquisite items. Days prior, pamphlets had been distributed to various households, and due to the rarity of several pieces, a substantial number of attendees had gathered. At this moment, the second-in-command of Treasure Pavilion, Master Yin, was fervently engaging in conversation with the crowd. Master Yin, we have eagerly anticipated today's auction for quite some time. Indeed, uncertain as to which items will ultimately find their rightful owners, one can only await the commencement of the auction to discover the outcome. Ah! The tireless efforts of Master Yin are commendable. With a beaming smile, Master Yin expressed his gratitude. I must thank all of you for your support. At that moment, a young attendant hastily approached Master Yin from behind, whispering in his ear while presenting a letter. With a cheerful demeanor, Master Yin remarked, "Please excuse me for a moment." However, upon discerning the contents of the letter, his voice faltered and his eyes widened in shock. His expression shifted rapidly, and it took him a while to calm the tumultuous beating of his heart. After a brief pause, he stepped forward and stood in the center of the hall. I apologize, esteemed guests, but today's auction is hereby cancelled. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. What? Cancelled? Master Yin clasped his hands in apology. Yet his tone brooked no argument. I regret the inconvenience, but there are compelling reasons for this decision. Our esteemed leader has decreed that all items in the Treasure Pavilion, including the newly arrived treasures, shall not be traded for the time being. He wishes to personally assist his wife in selecting a cherished gift. Chapter 45, Participation in the Assessment. Upon hearing Master Yin mention the esteemed leader, the once boisterous hall fell into an unexpected silence. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that this decision stemmed from the enigmatic leader of the Treasure Pavilion. While they might have debated other reasons, they could hardly contest the wishes of one so formidable. A figure not to be trifled with. With a light laugh, Master Yin reassured everyone, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed guests. To compensate for the losses you have incurred today, our Treasure Pavilion will be presenting each of you with a small token of appreciation shortly. I kindly ask for your understanding." Upon hearing Master Yin's words, the expressions of the crowd softened somewhat. This gesture offered a way out, and naturally, everyone graciously accepted the situation. Master Yin speaks with such courtesy. Since it is the request of the esteemed head, we shall refrain from further comments. Indeed, the Treasure Pavilion has conducted business in the capital for many years. Why would we deliberately create difficulties? We can certainly wait. As for the gifts, Master Yin is overly gracious. The attendees were predominantly from noble families in the capital, where reputation and status mattered far more than monetary concerns. Had any other establishment abruptly cancelled an auction, they would have surely taken offense, but this was the Treasure Pavilion, which still commanded a measure of respect in their hearts. Continuing to smile, Master Yin expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you all sincerely. Shortly, our staff will be presenting each of you with a wall-breaking pill as a gesture of our apology." The crowd gasped in astonishment at this revelation. A wall-breaking pill? Such a rare and exquisite elixir. It represented a significant threshold for practitioners, transitioning from a third-tier to a fourth-tier warrior, a challenge that many faced throughout their lives without success, remaining forever confined to the third tier. However, with the wall-breaking pill, the chances of success would double. Although this may sound modest, it could indeed facilitate a breakthrough for certain individuals, allowing them to advance further. Such a treasure was invaluable. An ordinary family might never possess even a single one in their lifetime. Even the renowned 4 great families can only muster a few. Yet the Treasure Pavilion astonishingly proposes to bestow a pill upon each individual. With at least 20 to 30 attendees present, the sheer magnitude of such generosity is staggering. This is merely an act of atonement from the pavilion. Truly, the treasure pavilion wields considerable influence. Some individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they began to reassess the pavilion's standing. The abundance of these breaking wall pills cannot solely be attributed to financial resources. What indeed lies behind the treasure pavilion? And who is the elusive master behind the scenes? The distribution of these pills has effectively quelled the last remnants of discontent among the crowd. Even those who harbored grievances dared not voice them any longer. After a moment, one individual finally broke the tension with a jest. "Master Yin, it seems the treasure pavilion has incurred quite a loss. Your esteemed master truly spares no expense for his lady." Master Yin straightened his back, responding with a courteous smile. "Not at all. Our master and his lady share a profound bond. For the sake of eliciting her smile, what does this amount to?" The crowd erupted in laughter, and soon enough, several guests graciously took their leave. Gradually, the hall emptied, leaving only Master Yin and a few attendants. Once the last of the guests had departed and the doors were secured, Master Yin let out a sigh of relief, vigorously rubbing his stiffened smile. He then swiftly turned to the small servant in the adjoining chamber, urgently inquiring, "When did our master acquire a lady?" Heaven knows, upon reading the master's letter, he was utterly bewildered. The young servant coughed softly. "I only learned about this today. It must be a recent development, right? You've been by the chief's side every day, and yet you're unaware of it?" Yin Gu, disbelieving, stepped forward and retrieved the letter from his bosom, scrutinizing it several times with a heavy heart. "After all these years of serving the chief, how could I not know something so significant? If the chief chooses to remain silent, that's one thing, but why did you not inform me beforehand?" This sudden revelation nearly threw everything into chaos. The young servant, feeling wronged, replied, "I truly had no idea. If you wish to know, you should ask the chief yourself." Yin Gu immediately fell silent. He lacked the courage to do so. After a moment of hesitation, he could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered, "Pray tell, who is the lady in question? Surely you know. Enlighten me, lest I inadvertently offend her." The young servant sighed. "In due time, you will naturally learn the truth." This only deepened Yin Ji's curiosity. The chief had never shown an interest in women before. What kind of celestial being could capture his heart? "The letter has been delivered. I must take my leave. Attend to matters here, for the chief shall arrive shortly." With that, the young servant departed swiftly. Yin Gu, unable to stop him, rubbed his temples in exasperation. The chief was prepared to select a gift for his lady, even at the risk of offending numerous nobles in the imperial capital, which indicated his intentions were serious indeed. At Tianlu Academy on the back mountain, a multitude of students congregated here, their voices creating a lively cacophony. On their youthful faces, unrestrained excitement and anxiety were evident. This year's assessment format remained a mystery. However, whispers of particularly generous rewards circulated. "Our academy has always been known for its generosity. What's surprising about that? The crux lies in whether one can secure a top position. Indeed, the higher the rank, the more splendid the rewards." Students from 3 different cohorts would undergo evaluations, yielding 3 first-place winners. Surely, our cohort's top contender must be Chu Xianmin, without a doubt. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Bai Qin and his companions finally arrived. A teacher clad in a blue robe, engaged in the preparations for the assessment, spotted Bai Qin and waved enthusiastically. However, Bai Qin, with a hearty laugh, interrupted his words. His voice, already resonant, boomed as he was determined to support Chu Luwei's, echoing throughout the area and clearly reaching every ear present. At this moment, all eyes turned toward him. Ling Zhu gazed at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" Bai Qin laughed heartily, stepping aside to gesture for Chu Luwei to advance. Chu Luwei obediently bowed. Luwei pays her respects to teacher Ling Zhu. "Luwei? Chu Luwei." Ling Zhu scrutinized her closely, brows furrowed, and looked toward Bai Qin. "Bai Qin, what is this?" "Little Luwei has successfully passed 3 examinations and has officially become a member of our academy. I brought her here to witness the festivities." As these words fell, the once boisterous rear mountain fell into an unexpected silence. Noticing Chu Luwei stealing the limelight once again, Chu Xianmin promptly approached with a smile. "Teacher Ling Zhu, my sister will also participate in this assessment." Chapter 46. Provocation. Upon hearing Chu Xianmin's words, the once silent back mountain erupted into an uproar. Expressions of shock adorned everyone's faces as they gazed at Chu Luwei, their eyes reflecting disbelief akin to witnessing a lunatic. Chu Luwei intended to partake in their assessment? Ling Zhu furrowed her brows and shot a disapproving glance at Bai Qin. Bai Qin chuckled. Would I just about such matters? Since little Liao has already gained admission to our academy, what is the harm in her participating in the assessment? Ling Zhu still harbored doubts as she scrutinized Chu Luyao once more. In the imperial city, who was unaware that Chu Luyao was regarded as a natural failure? Otherwise, as the eldest daughter of the Chu family, she would not have descended to the level of being bullied by all. Yet, Bai Chun boldly claimed that Chu Luyao had been accepted into their academy and had passed all 3 subjects. How could this be? Historically, only a handful had achieved such a feat within the academy. Ling Zhu was well acquainted with Bai Chun's straightforward nature. If one possessed no genuine ability, he would certainly not wear a pleasant expression. However, it was evident that he held a particular fondness for Chu Luyao. After a prolonged silence, Bai Chun, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. All right. I know you all doubt it. When the assessment begins, you shall see for yourselves. With this assertion, Ling Zhu had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. Which subject will she be participating in? Chu Xianmin immediately perked up, eager to uncover the means by which Chu Luyao had gained admission and audaciously chosen to participate in the assessment. Bai Chun leaned towards Chu Luyue, a broad smile adorning his face. Little Luyue, what do you wish to pursue? In truth, the assessment for Xian Masters is rather lenient and does not consume an excessive amount of time. Perhaps you should consider this option? Ling Zhu silently shook her head in disapproval. It was perplexing how Bai Chun seemed so intent on persuading Chu Luyue to take the Xian Master examination, when the warrior's assessment is evidently the least time-consuming of all. The other 2, whether Xian Master or Heavenly Healer, demand considerable energy and stamina. What could his motives be? Chu Luyue discerned Bai Chun's intentions and responded with a gracious smile. Thank you, Teacher Bai Chun, for your guidance. Then, I shall choose the Xian Master examination. As her words fell, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. She is putting on quite a show. I refuse to believe she can truly pass all 3 assessments. Let us not even mention it. How could someone with a damaged original vein possibly succeed in the warrior's examination? Yet, Bai Chun's demeanor suggested he genuinely cared for Chu Luyue's progress. Wasn't he typically averse to students of mediocre talent who could not remain settled? Who knows? We shall see soon enough. Upon hearing the murmurs, Bai Chun's expression darkened, ready to erupt in anger. These audacious little rascals. But Chu Luyue merely shook her head with a smile. Teacher Bai Chun, it is only natural for skepticism to arise. Once the assessment concludes, I shall ensure they are silenced. Observing her composed demeanor, Bai Chun's ire diminished significantly. Very well, let us silence them with strength. With that, Bai Chun raised his gaze to survey the crowd and clarified, Little Luyue, the academy comprises 3 cohorts of students, and the midterm assessments are conducted separately. Although all the students are gathered on the back hill, they remain distinctly separated. Today marks your first day at school, and you are the youngest cohort. They are all over there, and you may head directly to them shortly. Following his gaze, Chu Luyue nodded. Teacher Bai Chun, why don't I accompany my sister? It would be more convenient. Chu Qianmin suddenly interjected. Teacher Bai Chun narrowed his eyes at her, letting out a cold chuckle. You? He distinctly recalled that just moments ago, Chu Qianmin was among those disparaging Chu Luyue. She harbored no good intentions toward her. He felt uneasy about the proposition. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances at Chu Qianmin. Why was Teacher Bai Chun regarding her with such disdain? Hadn't she always been favored by the teachers? Chu Qianmin's face flushed, and she became visibly embarrassed. Ling Zhu, unable to bear it any longer, gently remarked, Minmin, since she is your sister, it would be best for you to take her over. You should go now. The assessment is about to commence. Chu Luyue stepped forward with a radiant smile, saying, Thank you very much, third sister. Seeing Chu Luyue's demeanor, Bai Chun chose not to intervene further, pondering to himself, Little Luyue is certainly not so easily trifled with. Chu Qianmin gazed at her sister standing before her, momentarily dazed. It had only been a short while since they last met, yet Chu Luyue seemed to have grown even more enchanting. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her bright eyes captivating, and every smile and frown appeared to move the heart. Just standing there, an invisible aura emanated from her, bestowing upon her an air of nobility. Those eyes, akin to the stars in the night sky, seemed capable of seeing through everything. The discomfort within Chu Qianmin intensified. Even if she spoke of it, she was acutely aware that Chu Luyue's beauty and grace had long surpassed her own. She gritted her teeth, suppressing the almost overwhelming jealousy and anger bubbling within her, and offered a smile to Chu Luyue as she led her forward. Many gazes converged upon them. Chu Luyue feigned ignorance, and soon followed Chu Qianmin to the gathering of students. Clearly, those standing here were the youngest cohort. Each wore a circular silver badge affixed to their left chest, engraved with the image of a sword, beneath which lay an inscription. Chu Luwei glanced at it. Noting the number inscribed, 453. The sword was unmistakably the emblem of Tianlu Academy, while the number represented the cohort of students. Chu Qianmin also bore a similar badge on her chest. She gestured towards a certain direction, saying, "Sister, those here are all participating in the warrior assessment. The ones over there are for the Mystic Master assessment. You can head there now." Chu Luiyue quickly glanced at the group of several dozen students standing in that direction, sensing a distinct aura emanating from them. At that moment, their gazes towards Chu Luiyue were laden with scrutiny and unabashed hostility. As Chu Luiyue took a step closer, a young man suddenly emerged, positioning himself directly before her. A chilling voice echoed in her ears. "Becoming a mystic master is not a privilege granted to just anyone. This is not a place for you, understand?" Chu Luiyue silently curved her lips, raising her gaze to behold the youth before her. She noticed that the emblem affixed to his left chest was not silver, but rather a combination of black and white. This is the insignia of a Xian master? A sense of ease washed over her as she mused. How is it that today's youth are so eager to invite humiliation upon themselves? Chapter 47. Si Ting. First update. She scrutinized the youth in front of her. He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, tall and slender, with a clean and handsome visage. Yet, an air of arrogance enveloped him, rendering his presence rather uncomfortable. "It was Teacher Bai Chen who sent me here. Are you implying that this is his fault?" Chu Luwei inquired nonchalantly. The youth's expression shifted, his brows knitting together. Bai Chen was among the most esteemed Xian masters at the academy, a figure of high status whose ire was not to be trifled with. Should this accusation be laid upon him, the consequences would be dire. After a moment's pause, he scoffed. "Are you merely using Teacher Bai Chen as a shield? If you possess true capability, then demonstrate it. Otherwise, even if you gain admission to the academy, no one will hold you in esteem." "Ah. So I am here to partake in the assessment, am I not?" "You are obstructing my path, dear brother," Chu Luiyue retorted. The youth, momentarily at a loss for words, flushed crimson, gazing at her as if to unleash a tirade, yet found himself bereft of a suitable response. At that moment, a clear voice resonated, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority that demanded compliance. Chu Luiyue lifted her gaze once more, discovering that the voice originated from another youth who stood at the back of the crowd. Upon recognizing his appearance, she raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Due to the striking appearance of this individual, he was exceptionally handsome. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features were chiseled as if sculpted by a master artisan. Standing amidst a throng of people, he commanded attention far beyond that of the crowd surrounding him. Sunlight cascaded down, casting playful shadows from the trees. As he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, reminiscent of a sword poised to be drawn, emanating an aura of formidable sharpness, the emblem on his chest, rendered in black and white, indicated that he was undoubtedly a master of the arcane arts. This person was clearly extraordinary, mused Chu Luiyue inwardly. When she approached moments ago, she had entirely overlooked him. Given the evident presence he exuded, it was inconceivable that she could have missed it. This could only mean one thing. The young man had completely concealed his aura. The ability to achieve such a feat was a testament to his strength. He was certainly no ordinary individual. As if sensing Chu Luiyue's gaze, the young man slightly shifted his attention and met her eyes. A flicker of surprise danced in his depths. He recognized this young lady from the Chu family, remembering her as a timid soul, yet now, she appeared transformed. The youth referred to as Si Yang, upon hearing her voice, pressed his lips together and, lowering his tone, addressed Chu Luiyue. She shrugged noncommittally, uncertain of his capabilities. However, the name Si Yang resonated with her. Was he not associated with the illustrious Si family, the foremost among the four great clans? Si Yang approached the man, adopting a demeanor of newfound compliance. Understanding dawned on Chu Luiyue. So it was him. The younger generation of the Si family was exceptionally talented, and the most renowned among them was none other than the current heir, Si Ting. More than half a year ago, he entered Tianlu Academy as the top scorer of the Xianshi examination. At that time, a teacher at Tianlu Academy praised Si Ting, stating that his innate talent in this field was exceptional, and that within a few years, he would undoubtedly become one of the most distinguished Xianshi in the kingdom of Yaotian. This revelation caused quite a stir. The accolades and adulation Si Ting received at that time surpassed even that of Chu Xianmin, who had secured first place in the martial arts assessment. However, As the months passed, while Chu Xianmin's strength and reputation continued to soar, Si Ting seemed to have fallen into utter obscurity. Gradually, people began to remember only the brilliance of Chu Xianmin. Have you thoroughly studied the 8 waters formation I showed you the other day? Si Ting inquired. Xiang promptly nodded, of course. My brother said that if I comprehend this formation, I might have the chance to advance from a first-level Xianshi to a second-level Xianshi. So I have been diligently focused on my studies these days. Someone nearby could not help but interject, Si Ting, during your seclusion, Xiang has successfully broken through to the second-level Xianshi. A look of delight and pride spread across Si Yang's face. Brother, although I cannot compare to you, I have not dared to be negligent and have been practicing earnestly. Only then did a hint of a smile grace Si Ting's face, like the moon breaking through clouds. That is good. Suddenly, Xiang seemed to remember something and leaned closer to ask, Brother, have you heard? The rewards for this assessment seem to be quite substantial. Especially for the first place, it appears that everyone is getting ready. Before he could finish, the voice of the assessment instructor echoed in the air. Simultaneously, all the students fell into an immediate silence. The martial artist assessment is conducted in Area 1. The Mystic Master assessment takes place in Area 2. The Celestial Healer assessment is held in Area 3. All assessments commence simultaneously. As the words were spoken, a teacher began to lead the students to their respective evaluation zones. Chu Luiyue and her companions were soon escorted to Area 2. There, they found another teacher waiting for them. Chu Luiyue observed that everyone present, both teachers and students, were unequivocally Mystic Masters. Welcome, everyone, to the Mystic Master assessment, a teacher proclaimed in a resonant voice. In truth, this evaluation is quite straightforward. Do you see the grove before you? Simply enter, traverse through the woods, and retrieve the flag on the other side to succeed. Upon hearing this, dozens of students did not relax. Instead, they grew increasingly tense. Everyone understood that the grove would not be easily navigated. It was certain that mystic formations had been set within. However, one crucial point must be heeded. Once inside, each individual must complete the task independently. Should anyone be discovered collaborating, their results will be rendered void. As these words were spoken, the teacher's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Throughout the entire assessment, teachers will be monitoring the process. Any ulterior motives must be concealed, understood? Yes. The students responded, their expressions resolute. Such regulations were indeed reasonable. As the Mystic Master assessment is fundamentally designed to gauge individual prowess. If collaboration were permitted, what significance would remain? Very well. I hereby declare the Mystic Master assessment to commence. With that declaration, the teacher tossed an object into the air. Bang! A brilliant firework erupted in the sky. Without hesitation, someone dashed towards it the moment it burst forth. In the blink of an eye, their figure vanished into the dense woods. What is the rush? The assessment for the mystic practitioners does not merely hinge on speed. Xiang murmured, glancing at Si Ting, Brother, I shall take my leave. Since we cannot collaborate, it is perhaps better to part ways. Si Ting nodded in acknowledgement. One by one, individuals departed, and soon only Chu Luiyue and Si Ting remained. Just as Si Ting was about to step forward, he noticed that Chu Luiyue was quicker, taking 3 steps to the right and backward. His eyes narrowed instantly. Chapter 48. Not comparable to Si Ting. Part 2. The forest had long been ensnared in a mystic formation. The moment they entered the woods, the assessment had commenced. Si Ting had previously discerned the peculiarities of this formation. Entering from their current position would indeed pose difficulties. However, this was evidently a deliberate design by the Academy's instructors. Only those truly gifted and capable mystic practitioners could recognize the formation and opt for alternative entrances. This was precisely why he had refrained from immediately following the others and instead lingered behind. He had no intention of entering through this entrance. What he did not anticipate was that, apart from himself, there was another capable of achieving this feat. Moreover, that individual was none other than Chu Luiyue, who had only just gained admission to the Academy today. Si Ting's thoughts raced, and he discreetly cast a glance at Chu Luiyue. Was her success merely a stroke of luck, or did she indeed possess some measure of strength? Chu Luiyue naturally sensed Si Ting's attention, yet she did not hesitate. She retreated a few steps, deliberately avoiding the direct line of the entrance, and then chose to proceed in another direction. If I wait any longer, the first opportunity will surely be mine. Si Ting was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if the surroundings had lost their brilliance. The girl clad in red seemed to embody all the radiance, dazzling and resplendent. However, her obsidian-like eyes shone even more brightly, captivating and mesmerizing. At that instant, Everything around faded into obscurity, leaving only this girl as the sole source of color. A stirring in Si Ting's heart suggested a gentle caress of emotion. He shut his eyes briefly, suppressing the fleeting turbulence within, and after a moment of hesitation, he also stepped back, entering from a different direction. Just a moment ago. How did Chu Luiyue manage to enter from there? This formation could only be discerned by a third-level mystic master, and logically, it should only be Si Ting who could access it from the correct position. How did Chu Luiyue achieve this? Although Si Ting had remained quiet for the past 6 months, the instructors at the academy were aware that he had recently advanced to the rank of third-level mystic master. At merely 15 years of age, such talent and prowess were nearly unparalleled throughout the entire Yaotian kingdom. Even when compared to his seniors, he would hardly fall short. It was entirely reasonable for him to perceive the intricacies of this mystical array. Indeed, I have always asserted that little Luiyue is a genius. Yet, you remain skeptical. Once the competition results are revealed, be sure to safeguard your eyes. Do not let them fall to the ground. At this moment, Bai Qin had also approached. He was not the teacher responsible for the assessment, so he could only watch from the sidelines without directly participating. However, this did not diminish his enjoyment of the spectacle. I must tell you, if that little Lu you were to choose a teacher, I, Bai Qin, would be the first in line. No one else should dare to compete with me. Bai Qin exclaimed animatedly. Upon witnessing Chu Luiyue select the correct path, he could hardly contain his delight. Once the assessment results were announced, it would be interesting to see if these individuals would still wear their current expressions towards Luiyue. It seemed that Chu Luiyue indeed possessed a talent in this area. Even if she could not rival Si Ting, she was commendably skilled. One of the teachers nodded in agreement. Being practitioners of the mystic arts, they were certainly able to discern some truths, and there was nothing shameful in acknowledging that. Not rivaling Si Ting? Bai Qin retorted with a grin. That is not necessarily the case. Chapter 49, The Nexus, Part 3, Upon entering the grove. Chu Luiyue immediately sensed a subtle shift within the entire mystic formation. Clearly, this formation was entirely controlled by the academy's instructors, and they would undoubtedly be aware of any developments occurring within it. Chu Luiyue squinted her eyes and lingered for a moment before seemingly hesitating to choose her path forward, eventually making her way in that direction. Such a mystic formation was exceedingly simple for her. If she wished, she could navigate directly along the most correct and efficient route. However, having learned from previous experiences, she had a rough understanding of the level of performance that would be most appropriate. Consequently, she began to stroll leisurely through the forest. Now that she had entered the academy, everything else was open to interpretation. As for the first matter, she was genuinely disinterested. Her agreement to participate in the assessment was merely a means to convey to others that she was not so easily trifled with, thus saving herself considerable trouble in the future. Her earlier words were nothing but a performance. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Chu Luiyue arrived at a fork in the road. Each of the 3 paths extended into the woods, yet led in different directions. Gazing ahead from this point, all she could discern was a dense thicket of trees, shrouding everything else from view. It was time to make a choice. Standing at the junction, Chu Luiyue paused for a moment in silence before selecting the middle path. Not long after she stepped onto this route, a fierce gust of wind suddenly surged forth. The trees swayed violently, and several leaves, imbued with a menacing aura, hurtled towards her. The sound of slicing air was incessant, and a chilling intent to kill enveloped her from all sides. However, the depths of Chu Luiyue's eyes remained tranquil, devoid of any astonishment. In the next instant, she propelled herself forward with a deft push of her toes, narrowly evading the onslaught of leaves. Meanwhile, on the other side of the woods, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly man sat in a circle. They appeared to be in deep meditation, seemingly asleep. Yet, between them lay a shimmering silver formation, radiating brilliance. Numerous silver lines intertwined and overlapped, creating an intricate and complex pattern. Suddenly, one of the lines pulsated violently. One man opened his eyes, astonished, and inquired, "How long has it been that we have already arrived here?" The young Chu Luiyue. It appears she is indeed a prodigy among mystics. The elder also opened his eyes, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Indeed, among so many, only she and Si Ting have consistently chosen the right path from the very beginning. Although her choice is not as favorable as Si Ting's, it is still remarkably outstanding. After a moment of hesitation, another individual shook his head. The elder squinted his eyes and suddenly inquired, "I recall that Chu Luiyue seemed to have a rather difficult time in the Chu family. Did they ever engage a tutor for her?" "Old son, are you implying that?" Sun Zhongdian cast another glance at the mystic formation. The previously intense fluctuations had now calmed. He chuckled meaningfully. Although that girl strayed a bit, it seems she has not suffered any harm. Such talent. Truly wasted by the Chu family. Just then, a star suddenly illuminated the mystic formation. Both middle-aged men were taken aback. Old Sun. Siting has actually found the core of the formation. Chapter 50. Regrettably, fourth update. However, Sun Zhongyan appeared unfazed and waved his hand dismissively. What surprises me is that since entering the academy, he has been biding his time. Why today does he reveal such brilliance? This is not his usual style. Or perhaps, he has sensed the emergence of a rival that poses a threat to him. Sun Zhongyan murmured softly. The other two exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. A threat? Old Sun, are you serious? Among the Academy's students, is there someone who can pose a threat to Siting? Though outsiders may be oblivious, those who are practitioners of the arcane arts are acutely aware of the extraordinary talent and strength possessed by Siting. It is no exaggeration to assert that even the senior disciples from the two preceding generations may not stand a chance against him. Did you not once proclaim that Siting's aptitude for the mystical arts is a once-in-a-century phenomenon? Sun Zhongyan extended a finger towards the arcane formation situated between the three individuals. Observe closely. Although Chu Liuyue's path appears chaotic, she has consistently been moving in a singular direction. At these words, the two men cast puzzled glances downward. From the point of her entry, her trajectory has been leading towards the heart of the formation. Despite the tumultuous journey, it is evident that Chu Liyue has indeed been oriented towards the focal point of the array. How can this be? She should not even be classified as a first-tier practitioner. How could she possibly discern the heart of the formation? Surely, she is merely relying on instinctive intuition. The two men wore expressions of disbelief. Sun Zhongyan let out a chuckle. If she did not err at the fork in the path, she may already have reached the heart of the formation. Perhaps, even faster than Siting. His words plunged the remaining two into a contemplative silence, leaving them speechless for an extended period. No wonder Bai Chun was so agitated earlier. It seems he has indeed encountered a rare talent. Sun Zhongyan gazed at the arcane formation with keen interest, his curiosity about Chu Liyue intensifying. She is either still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the formation, or she is deliberately concealing her prowess. Chu Liyue navigated through the forest, and at a certain moment, she abruptly halted, closed her eyes, and attentively sensed the fluctuations within the arcane formation. At last, the moment arrived. Chu Liyue murmured, her eyes fluttering open. Siting must have reached the center of the formation by now, and thus, she could proceed as well. Primarily, she lacked interest and had no intention of revealing her foundation today. However, her performance could not be too poor, lest she be branded as worthless by others in the future. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her direction and moved forward. Upon arriving at the center of the formation, Siting found the place utterly deserted, silently relieving his mind. It seemed no one had arrived before him. Yet, almost immediately, he furrowed his brows in concern. Why was he apprehensive about someone outpacing him? He harbored absolute confidence in his abilities and had never felt such trepidation before. What was amiss today? Was it perhaps due to the words spoken by Chu Liyue? Siting's fists clenched gradually. In truth, he had sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Chu Liyue. He could not pinpoint the source of this feeling, yet his instincts warned him that she was anything but ordinary. Fortunately, he had arrived at the center first. Once here, the competition was nearly concluded. With a swift motion of his hand, a silver thread surged forth, forming an enigmatic pattern in midair. Moments later, that silver line trembled violently before vanishing. Siting gazed toward the direction the thread had indicated and was about to step forward when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. A slender, graceful figure emerged into view. Chu Liyue lifted her gaze, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. She smiled gently and shrugged, saying, "What a pity, it seems I have fallen behind you." Chapter 51. Rankings. As the dawn broke, Siting gazed upon the young maiden before him, his eyes swiftly scanning her form. She appeared utterly unscathed, seemingly untouched by any turmoil. Yet, this was incongruent. Had Chu Liyue made a misstep in navigating the mysterious formation, she would undoubtedly have encountered some difficulties. Nevertheless, she strolled towards him as if she bore no burden whatsoever. If she truly had evaded all mishaps, she ought to have arrived much earlier, at the very least, simultaneously with him. Yet, she was delayed. Siting attempted to glean some insight from Chu Liuyue's expression, but the depths of her radiant and bright eyes reflected nothing but tranquility, concealing any trace of disturbance. It seemed that nothing in this world could perturb her composure. "You are quite swift," Si Ting remarked succinctly. Chu Luwei shrugged. "I am still a shade behind you." Si Ting chose not to elaborate further, turning to advance ahead. This contest held no suspense. The sole variable was Chu Luwei. Yet, it was evident she had no intention of showcasing her prowess. And there would be ample opportunity to investigate her capabilities later. Chu Luwei, too, refrained from idle chatter and continued onward. As she passed a certain spot, her gaze fell upon a stone resembling a grinding wheel beneath her feet. Who could have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable stone was the heart of the mysterious formation? It harbored the most potent force within the entire array. Once past this point, the exit would be within reach. Si Ting's figure quickly vanished, and Chu Luwei followed closely behind. Upon emerging from the grove unimpeded, Si Ting found Sun Zhongren and the other two already awaiting him. He effortlessly extracted the flag, and simultaneously, a firework ascended from it, erupting in a vibrant display across the firmament. This signified the emergence of the foremost candidate in the Mystic Master assessment. Si Ting, your skills have indeed advanced considerably. This time, you completed the task in under half an hour, Sun Zhongyan commended. Si Ting, maintaining a serene countenance, responded with a respectful bow. Thank you for your undeserved praise, Elder Sunday. I still have many areas to improve upon. At merely 15 years of age, you're already a third-level Mystic Master, promising a bright future. This first place is rightfully yours. Another middle-aged man exclaimed jovially. He turned his gaze towards the grove. Soon enough, a refined and beautiful visage materialized before them, Chu Luwei. The temporal gap between their arrival at the terminus was negligible. Sun Zhongyan and the others scrutinized Chu Luwei with earnestness. Could this purportedly inept and futile young woman truly be as she appeared? Chu Luwei advanced and retrieved the second flag. As the fireworks soared skyward, the other students engaged in the competition in the rear mountains were taken aback. The initial sector of the martial arts assessment immediately erupted in a clamor. How is the Mystic Master assessment progressing so rapidly? The elder students suggested it would require several hours. This must signify the emergence of the victor, wouldn't you agree? But it seems rather premature. Who do you surmise has claimed the top spot? Who else could it be? With Si Ting present, none could possibly usurp the first position, surely? At that moment, a resonant and robust voice echoed in the ears of every individual present. In the examination for the 453rd student Mystic Master, the announcement rang out. First place, Si Ting. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, it is he. At this rate of progress, Si Ting must have undoubtedly reached the rank of a third-level Mystic Master. Over the past 6 months, his name had scarcely graced the airwaves, leading many to believe he had faded into obscurity. Little did they know he had quietly secured first place. Truly, with such innate talent, it is likely that Chu Qianmin cannot possibly compare. The distinction between martial artists and Mystic Masters, is there truly any comparison? Whispers circulated among the crowd, their gazes frequently drifting towards Chu Qianmin. She bore the scrutiny with restraint, feigning ignorance, yet her nails were deeply embedded in her palm. The limelight, it seems to have been entirely seized by Si Ting. Nevertheless, it matters little. After all, Si Ting belongs to the Si family, which holds no significant connection to her. All she desires is to settle the score with Chu Luwei. Boom. The second firework soared into the sky. The crowd stood in collective astonishment. Could it be? The second-place Mystic Master has emerged? The timing was remarkably close. Who possesses such prowess to closely follow Si Ting and claim second place? Queries rippled through the throng. The earlier voice resounded once more. In the 453rd Student Mystic Master Examination, second place, Chu Luwei. Chapter 52, A Slap in the Face, Part 1. The assessments at Tianlu Academy, although categorized into various sessions and divided into 3 distinct areas, typically announced the top 3 positions. This serves, in a sense, as an accolade for exemplary students, simultaneously inspiring their peers. The name of Si Ting appeared at the top of the list for the Xian Master assessment, which was hardly surprising. However, what perplexed everyone was how Chu Luwei managed to secure the second position. The once boisterous back mountain was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Chu Qianmin felt her entire body stiffen, a chilling sensation creeping up her spine, as if her very being had slipped beyond her control. Her mind was a blank slate, save for a single phrase that incessantly echoed within. Chu Luwei, second in the Xian Master assessment. How could this be? How was this even possible? The Xian Masters set exceedingly high standards for innate talent. Even she lacked the fortune to become one, let alone that so-called useless Chu Luwei. Soon enough, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Chu Luwei in second place? Surely there must be some mistake. No matter how one pondered, it felt utterly inconceivable. Wasn't it said that Chu Luwei was a failure, with even her original meridians being flawed? Could there be some misunderstanding at play? Even if she managed to pass this assessment, how could she possibly claim the second spot? It was imperative to note that, alongside Ting, there were dozens of exceptionally gifted Xian masters participating in this assessment. These individuals had undergone more than half a year of rigorous study at the academy. How could they possibly be outperformed by someone like Chu Luwei? Someone hesitantly spoke up. Could this actually be true? Perhaps she possesses astonishing talent as a Xian master? This would also explain Teacher Bai Qin's earlier demeanor. This was simply unfathomable. Chu Qianmin almost instinctively let out a scream, and only when everyone turned to look at her did she realize her lapse in composure. She hurriedly stammered an explanation. I mean, my sister's original pulse is indeed flawed. If she had any talent in the realm of mysticism, our family would certainly be aware of it. I truly do not comprehend how she has managed to achieve this. In other words, Chu Luoyue's second status is utterly questionable. A voice chuckled. Chu Qianmin, you have usurped the favor of His Highness the Crown Prince. Even if there were any truth to it, Chu Luwei would hardly confide in you, would she? This remark incited a wave of laughter among the crowd. The incident at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet a few days prior had already become common knowledge throughout the imperial capital. Chu Qianmin had willingly offered herself to win the Crown Prince's favor, ultimately leading to the dissolution of the engagement between Chu Luoyue and the Crown Prince. With such enmity, how could there possibly remain any sisterly affection? How ironic that just moments ago, Chu Qianmin had feigned concern for Chu Luoyue. Her acting skills were indeed remarkable. Chu Qianmin's face flushed crimson, her entire being felt as though it were ablaze. Chu Qianmin, could it be that you feared Chu Luoyue overshadowing you, prompting you to speak thus deliberately? I did not. Chu Qianmin vehemently denied, yet the mocking gazes surrounding her pierced her like thorns. She silently gritted her teeth. In the past, everyone asserted that the position of Crown Princess was rightfully hers, and one by one, they vied for her favor. How dared they speak such words now? But now, her reputation lay in ruins. The title of Crown Princess was one that could never belong to her. These people had swiftly turned against her, showering her with scorn. I find it peculiar that the Mystic Master assessment has been conducted with such haste. Does this imply you are questioning Elder Sun's judgment, Chu Xianmin? Lingzhu inquired with a furrowed brow. Sun Zhongyan holds a revered position within the academy, and few dare to challenge him. Chu Xianmin shuddered and lowered her head, saying, I wouldn't dare. Lingzhu observed her demeanor, inwardly disappointed. She had initially believed Chu Xianmin to be astute, but now perceived her as narrow-minded. The semifinals are imminent. Prioritizing your own performance should be paramount. Chu Xianmin nodded, taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, in another area of the back mountain, the assessment for the 451st class of martial artists was underway. Rong Jin stood, meticulously inspecting his sword. Several youths behind him exclaimed, Your Highness, it seems the title of top martial artist is destined for you. Surely, you are the strongest in the entire academy. Rong Jin chuckled softly, gazing into the distance. This is hardly significant. Suddenly, a firework burst in the sky. Rong Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at it. A nearby youth remarked with a smile. Ting has already secured the title of top mystic master. It appears the top martial artist has emerged as well. Another youth, with a sly grin, chimed in indeed. It must be Chu Xianmin who has claimed the title of top martial artist, wouldn't you agree? Rong Jin paused, his expression softening. Her talent is undeniable. Securing this first place would somewhat restore Chu Qianmin's reputation and enhance his standing. A deep, resonant voice echoed in the 453rd Student Xian Master Assessment. The second place goes to Chu Luoyue. Rong Jin's smile abruptly froze upon his countenance. Chu Luoyue? Upon hearing this name during the assessment competition at Tinlu Academy, Rong Jin briefly questioned his own hearing. Surely, this must be an instance of sharing a name? Several nearby youths, noticing his peculiar demeanor, hesitantly remarked. Rong Jin sheathed his sword, his expression as dark as stormy waters. Indeed, one youth promptly turned to leave. The remaining few exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. His Highness harbored an intense disdain for Chu Luoyue. Thus, upon hearing this name, it was only natural that he would not be in a pleasant mood. Silence enveloped the group as they feared inciting Rong Jin's wrath. However, it was not solely they who overheard this revelation. Other students waiting for their assessments also caught wind of the unfolding drama. Some began to surreptitiously glance at Rong Jin, contemplating whether this Chu Liuye was indeed the one stirring up recent commotion. Who was this Chu Liuye? Could he be a dark horse emerging unexpectedly among the junior students? Uncertain, as they had not heard much about him before. Yet, he probably isn't that individual, right? A thought suddenly struck me. Wasn't it said that this Chu Liuye intended to take the exam at our academy? If memory serves me correctly, isn't that supposed to be today? Hush. Keep your voice down. Can't you see how grim the crown princess expression is? How could that Chu Liuye possibly pass the exam? I believe there must be some mistake. The whispers around him reached Rong Jin's ears, deepening the shadow on his countenance. Indeed. He nearly forgot that the sole condition for Chu Liuyue's previous annulment of engagement was her aspiration to gain admission to Tianlu Academy. No, it cannot be. Absolutely not. Your Highness. Upon spotting the individual, Rong Jin stepped forward and quickly inquired, his voice betraying an unmistakable tension. Your Highness, it is true that Chu Liuye secured the second place in the master assessment. The youth gasped, delivering the news. A weight settled in Rong Jin's heart. Yet he clung to a flicker of hope. Is there truly a student by that name among this cohort? The youth hesitated, his expression troubled as he averted his gaze from Rong Jin. Yes, there is indeed someone named Chu Liuye. Rong Jin shut his eyes momentarily, inwardly exhaling in relief. As expected, it must be a case of someone sharing the same name. He thought to himself, how could that Chu Liuye possibly be a master? Your Highness. The youth, realizing the misunderstanding, shrank back, his voice quivering as he clarified. This Chu Liuye is the one who... Rong Jin was taken aback. What did you say? The youth's face fell. Chu Liuye has been admitted to the academy today. Moreover, she directly participated in the master assessment as a new student and secured second place. Soon, the students and teachers over there will be in an uproar. It won't be long before everyone on our side finds out. Even so, this news will reach everyone's ears within half an hour. The once derided and underestimated Chu Liuye has not only successfully gained admission to Tianlu Academy, but on the very day of her enrollment. She has also secured second place in the midterm assessment for Xian Masters. This will undoubtedly ignite a frenzy throughout the imperial capital. What nonsense are you spouting? How could someone with a blocked meridian possibly be a Xian Master? Your Highness, how could I dare deceive you? This is what elder son Zhongyan himself has declared. Furthermore, he swallowed hard, on the verge of tears, for Chu Liuye had passed all 3 examinations to gain admission to the academy. Teacher Bai Chen remarked that Chu Liuye is a prodigy rarely seen in decades. In the future, her prospects will be limitless. Bang! Rong Jin slammed the person to the ground, his expression turning exceedingly grim. What could be more ludicrous than this? For years, she had been bound by a betrothal to him, meek and humble, bringing him nothing but disgrace. Yet, just as the engagement was dissolved, she transformed into the envy of all as a genius, no matter how hard Rong Jin tried to deny it. He understood that the academy would not err in such matters. Thus, it implies that Chu Liuye is indeed a prodigious Xian master. The surrounding crowd fell silent upon hearing this revelation, including those who had previously jested. What began as mere banter had unexpectedly turned out to be true. Some gazes directed at Rong Jin grew increasingly intricate. How unfortunate must one be to encounter such a situation, just as the engagement was annulled. She emerged as a coveted genius, and a Xian master at that. An extraordinary genius of the mystic arts is indeed more precious and sought after than an ordinary martial artist's talent. If Chu Liuye has truly secured the second position through her own genuine abilities, her fortunes will undoubtedly rise. From this moment forward, countless individuals will likely vie for her favor. Yet, Rong Jin has inexplicably forsaken such a rare fiancé, a genius of the mystic arts, in favor of choosing Chu Xianmin. While Chu Xianmin possesses commendable talent, she is ultimately merely a martial artist, inherently inferior to a mystic. The contrast is stark and almost tragic. Some individuals exchanged furtive glances, whispering among themselves, if this were to happen to me, I would be filled with regret. Indeed, that is a mystic. Xiting secured first place, and not long after. She claimed second. Doesn't this indicate that her potential is on par with Xiting's? After all, Xiting has been training since childhood. While it seems Chu Liuye was subjected to bullying in her earlier years, although the sudden emergence of her genius remains a mystery, the future holds great promise. Lower your voices. Can't you see how grim her expression is? Such a stark contrast is unbearable for anyone. Outside the Wang residence, Rong Xiu reclined languidly on a couch, sunlight streaming through the window, casting shadows beneath his long lashes. His pristine and noble visage appeared ethereal. as if sculpted from the purest ice and snow by celestial hands. Only the faint blush of his lips added an indescribable allure to his countenance. He was the soul spring bloom amidst the frost of the mortal realm, a true marvel. The sound of footsteps approached, heralding the entrance of Yanqing. Yanqing bowed and said, "My lord, the items you selected are ready." Rongxiu's eyelashes fluttered as he opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer passed through his profound gaze. The examination results must have been released by now. Indeed, Yanqing replied calmly. Miss Chu has successfully entered Tianlu Academy with passing grades in all 3 subjects. Yet, the turbulence within him had yet to subside. Heaven knows how astonished he was upon receiving this news. Although he had suspected that Miss Chu was no ordinary person, he had never anticipated such hidden prowess. Moreover, she had casually participated in the Academy's midterm assessment and, it was said, had secured 2nd place among the mystics. Rongxiu raised an eyebrow. Her flamboyant nature is truly a source of vexation. Yanqing glanced at his master, his eyes twitching. Vexation? Then why the smile on your face? You seem more pleased than when dealing with your own affairs. Yanqing, what do you wish to convey? Rongxiu shot him a glance. Yanqing immediately straightened his posture and replied, This subordinate merely wishes to express that your discernment is indeed exceptional. Rongxiu lightly tapped his long fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before letting out a soft chuckle. Since she was enjoying herself, he might as well let her indulge today. The originally prepared gift would be doubled. With some hesitation, Yanqing inquired, And your portion? I shall personally deliver it. Chapter 55. You are too slow, Part 4. At this moment, Chu Luiyue remained unaware of the events unfolding outside. The instant she grasped the flag, fireworks erupted, bursting into bloom in the sky. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Initially, she believed that only the 1st place would receive such treatment. Yet she was taken aback to find the 2nd place equally celebrated. Her deliberate choice to secure 2nd place was precisely to avoid attracting too much trouble. However, this turned out to be a fortuitous decision, for henceforth, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke her indiscriminately. Are you Chu Luiyue? Behind her stood 2 middle-aged men, accompanied by a small mystical formation hovering nearby. She understood instantly. These individuals were the practitioners manipulating the arcane array within the woods. She knelt in respect and said, I am the student Chu Luiyue, honored to meet you, esteemed teachers. Elder Sun was one of the 5 principal elders of the academy. One of the middle-aged men could not help but interject. Chu Luiyue quickly amended her greeting. I am honored to meet Elder Sunday Sun Zhongyan waved his hand dismissively. Smiling as he remarked, What significance does that hold? Today is Luiyue's first visit to the academy. It is entirely natural for her to be unaware of such formalities. Who would have thought that the academy would be graced with yet another prodigy? No wonder that lad Baichen holds you in such high regard. You truly are exceptional. That lad. It seemed that the elder's status was genuinely venerable. Though she had not heard much about the 5 principal elders, their esteemed position was unmistakable. Chu Luiyue mused silently, concealing her thoughts, and replied with measured humility, Elder Sun, you flatter me. Sun Zhongyan, observing her demeanor, felt an increased fondness for her. Despite her youth, she exhibited remarkable composure. Most students who secured the top 2 ranks in assessments, while feigning modesty, could not mask a glint of pride in their eyes. Yet, Chu Luiyue's gaze remained serene, seemingly indifferent to the implications. Either she was unaware of the significance, or she simply did not regard the difficulty of this assessment with any concern. This is no exaggeration. You truly possess an extraordinary talent for becoming a mystic master. Had it been discovered and nurtured earlier, today would surely present a different vista. Were it not for Chu Luiyue's own initiative to propose the examination at Tianlu Academy, she might have remained overlooked for a lifetime. The 2 middle-aged men exchanged glances, each recognizing the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. Although Elder Sun appeared mild-mannered, he maintained exceptionally high standards, making it rare for students to gain his approval. While Chu Luiyue's performance was commendable, one might wonder if Elder Sun's praise was somewhat excessive. Chu Luiyue smiled. You truly flatter your student. I am already quite pleased to have the opportunity to study at the academy. Sun Zhongyan stroked his beard and smiled at Si Ting. Si Ting, you must strive even harder in the future. Si Ting pressed his lips together and slightly bowed his head, acknowledging, Elder Sun, your guidance is appreciated. It seems that Elder Sun has discerned something. This Chu Luiyue likely conserved her strength during the assessment. Since you 2 have completed your evaluations, come and observe this mystic array. Elder Sun remarked, gesturing towards the silver mystic array suspended in midair. Si Ting and Chu Luwei readily complied and approached. This array was meticulously arranged by Sun Zhongyan himself, intricate and complex. Witnessing it firsthand and contemplating its nuances would undoubtedly be of great benefit. After approximately half an hour, hurried footsteps echoed once more through the woods. Chu Luwei lifted her gaze and smiled. The newcomer was none other than Si Yang. At this moment, he appeared disheveled, his hair in disarray and his clothing stained with splotches of blood, clearly having endured considerable hardship within. This starkly contrasted with his initially spirited demeanor. His gaze swept across a row of flags before him, only to discover that there were merely 2 vacant spots. This indicated that only 2 individuals had managed to arrive before him. He was in 3rd place. Contemplating this, a faint smile finally graced his face as he hastened forward and seized a flag from the ground. Despite the arduous journey, attaining this accomplishment was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, he lifted his head to gaze ahead. Enveloped within the mystical formation of the woods, he was entirely oblivious to the sounds of the outside world, thus unaware of the identities of the first 2. Upon raising his eyes, he beheld a familiar, upright figure. It was indeed Si Ting. His gaze shifted slightly to the side, and upon catching sight of a strikingly beautiful face, he found himself frozen in place. Congratulations. Chu Luwei clapped her hands, a beaming smile illuminating her features. 3rd place. Si Yang felt a surge of confusion, instinctively questioning, "What are you doing here?" Chu Luwei blinked innocently. "Because I am in 2nd place." Si Yang felt a wave of frustration choking him. He was too slow. He was 3rd. Such a result was undeniably commendable. Yet here it was being mocked by Chu Luwei. Yet he found himself unable to refute her. After all, she was indeed 2nd. Despite the multitude of doubts swirling in his mind, with elder Sun and others present, he knew Chu Luwei lacked the audacity to speak falsely. Reflecting on his previous words and contrasting them with the current achievements of the 2, he felt a surge of heat wash over his face. "When did you emerge?" Si Yang inquired, clinging to the last vestiges of hope. If Chu Luwei had only been a fraction faster than him, it wouldn't be so bad. However, the girl had outpaced Si Ting by less than half a stick of incense. "About half an hour earlier than you," Sun Zhongyan replied with a smile. Si Yang was commendable in many aspects, yet he was prone to arrogance and self-importance. Using Chu Luwei as a lesson could serve to temper his pride. Indeed, upon hearing Sun Lao's words, the last flicker of hope in Si Yang's heart was extinguished, and he hung his head in dismay. If there were a crack in the ground, he would gladly wish to slip into it. It was laughable how he had previously provoked Chu Luwei, and now he felt like a fool for it. Chu Luwei spoke, "If you feel a sense of regret for not having a proper contest today, we could certainly arrange for another opportunity in the future." Si Yang's heart stirred, and he scrutinized Chu Luwei once more. To his astonishment, he realized that she bore no signs of injury whatsoever. This trial had taken a considerable toll on him, yet Chu Luwei appeared to be utterly unscathed. He clenched his teeth in frustration and turned his head away. "No need for that. I admit, today you were superior to me." Upon uttering these words, he felt his dignity had been utterly shattered. He scarcely wished to remain in this place any longer. Luwei indeed possesses remarkable talent in this regard. As you will be classmates in the future, it is always beneficial to assist one another and engage in meaningful exchanges, Sun Zhongyan remarked. Sun Lao's admonitions remained etched in the minds of the students. Sun Zhongyan nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, the announcement of the 3rd place echoed once more. This time, it was the name of Si Yang. Initially, Si Yang had anticipated the honor of his name being called in such a manner. However, now that it had come to pass, he found himself devoid of joy. In fact, standing beside Chu Luwei, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame. She had quietly claimed the 2nd position, and what did his 3rd place signify? With his head hung low, he trudged to stand behind Si Ting, not uttering a single word. Occasionally, he could not help but steal glances at Chu Luwei. He could not fathom how Chu Luwei, once ridiculed as a waste in the imperial city, had suddenly become so formidable. His ears grew increasingly red, betraying his unease and anxiety. After several instances of this, Chu Luwei finally burst into laughter. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." At this moment, not only did Si Yang's ears redden, but his face and neck followed suit. He truly wished to avoid conversing with Chu Luwei, yet his curiosity proved too great to resist. Ultimately, he awkwardly inquired, So? When so many people called you a waste, were you just pretending?" Chu Luwei raised an eyebrow slightly. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention toward them, for they harbored the same curiosity. "No," Chu Luwei promptly replied, shaking her head decisively. Si Yang leaned in closer, But Chu Luwei sealed her lips, clearly unwilling to provide further explanation. He felt a twinge of disappointment but understood that it was someone else's secret, leaving him with little right to pry further. He muttered, "I told you, if you were merely pretending, why not seize the first place directly? I've heard that this year's top achiever gets to meet the emissaries from the Heavenly Order dynasty." Chu Liuyue's movements suddenly froze, her pupils constricting in shock. Chapter 57. I Shall Claim the First Place, Part 1. Her gaze flickered momentarily, concealing the astonishment beneath, and then she revealed a hint of confusion. The Heavenly Order dynasty? You're unaware of it? That makes sense. Your time in the Chu family was so dire that it's understandable you wouldn't know of such a prestigious existence. This realization brought some balance to Si Yang's heart. At least he had more knowledge than Chu Luwei in this regard. As a direct descendant of the Si family, he had only heard whispers of such matters, but that alone placed him in a realm beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Chu Luwei curled her fingers slightly, seemingly unfazed by Si Yang's comments. She smiled and asked, "What? Is that so-called Heavenly Order dynasty truly formidable?" Formidable is an understatement. It is an entity that our entire Yaochen kingdom must revere. Si Yang, in a surge of excitement, was passionately elaborating, until he caught a glance from Si Ting. Si Yang. Instantly, he deflated, clearing his throat. I understand. Such matters should not be carelessly discussed." After a brief silence, Chu Luwei inquired once more. "You mentioned that if one were to secure the top position in the assessment, they would be able to meet their emissaries?" Si Yang cautiously glanced at Si Ting, noting his lack of opposition, and nodded. "Indeed. Although we may not have the opportunity to visit the Tianling dynasty, the chance to encounter their emissaries is indeed a tremendous fortune." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Chu Luwei, shaking his head. "It is futile to inquire further. The assessment has concluded, and you have secured second place, so there is no opportunity left." Chu Luwei lowered her gaze. "You seem rather concerned about this matter?" Si Ting suddenly inquired. He had observed keenly that after hearing the news, Chu Luwei appeared somewhat transformed. Even after achieving second place in the assessment, she had remained remarkably composed, as if such matters held no significance for her, merely a casual endeavor. Yet just now, although her question seemed casual, it inherently indicated her interest in the subject. According to Si Yang, this was a rare opportunity. Had I remained oblivious to this matter, it would have been one thing. But now that I am aware, I naturally wish to witness it for myself. Chu Liuyue's expression was unrestrained, yet tinged with a hint of regret. Alas, she had been reborn in the Yaochen kingdom, which lay a considerable distance from the Tianling dynasty. Little did she expect that the emissaries of the Tianling dynasty would come of their own accord, although she was yet unaware of the identity of the so-called emissary. At the very least, it would allow her to gather some intelligence. However, the Tianling dynasty rarely dispatched emissaries to subordinate nations. At least during her years of governance, no one had come to the Yaochen kingdom. What could have prompted this? Yet, in truth, her thoughts remained fixated on the emissary of the Tianling dynasty. Should she miss this opportunity, the prospect of acquiring information regarding the celestial imperial dynasty would remain uncertain for an indeterminate period. The kingdom of Yaotian is but an inconspicuous entity among dozens of vassal states. Thus, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim. Although her current capabilities fall short of enabling her to exact her vengeance, the acquisition of even a few clues would prove beneficial. It has been a full year since her demise, and she yearns to uncover what transpired thereafter. Within her heart, it feels as though two inner voices are engaged in a fierce struggle, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Brother, should you encounter the envoy, do be sure to describe their demeanor to me. Si Yang leaned closer to Si Ting, his face alight with yearning and admiration. I have heard that each individual from their realm is a paragon of strength. How I wish to have the chance to witness it myself in this lifetime. Si Ting offered a faint smile. Apply yourself diligently, and opportunities shall surely arise. Si Yang's eyes sparkled with hope as he nodded vigorously, only for his expression to falter once more. Alas, who knows how long we must wait? The kingdom of Yaotian has waited decades for such an occasion, and it is indeed a rare one. Master Sun, I seek your counsel on a matter. Chu Luyu suddenly interjected. Sun Zhongyan nodded in acknowledgement. Please ask away. Is there a regulation within the academy that permits an individual to participate in only one assessment? Sun Zhongyan shook his head. There are no such restrictions. However, there have been no precedents for such cases. Although the assessments are categorized into warrior, mystic master, and celestial healer, each student typically specializes in a singular discipline and predominantly participates in the evaluations pertinent to their studies. He gazed at the young girl before him, suddenly grasping a hint of understanding. You wish to participate in other assessments? Chu Luiyue pressed her lips into a smile, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Old Master's son is wise. But how can this be? You have already taken the assessment for the Xian Master. Another teacher interjected, expressing disapproval. Chu Luiyue remained composed. Teacher, it seems you have forgotten that I just enrolled today. I have yet to select any subject. Thus, I am indeed qualified to participate in other assessments, am I not? Upon her words, everyone fell silent. Indeed, Chu Luiyue had gained admission to the academy by excelling in all 3 subjects, so before she had chosen her path, she could truly participate in any assessment. But your talent in Xian Master is unparalleled, and you have already secured 2nd place. Even if you attempt other assessments, you cannot achieve a better result. Another teacher could not help but exclaim. Yet, Chu Luiyue remained unfazed. One must try to know the outcome. She cast a puzzled glance at him. Did this young man seem concerned about her being bullied? Si Yang's face flushed, feeling somewhat guilty under her gaze. He raised his voice. Do not misinterpret. Everyone knows you are 2nd in Xian Master. You are already one of us. If you were to embarrass yourself, we too would be ridiculed. The healer remained silent, as the warriors and Xian Masters had always been in a subtle competition. Si Yang had initially accepted Chu Luiyue as one of their own, and seeing her like this, he naturally refused to agree. Chu Luiyue gently patted his shoulder, saying, Chapter 58, You are the best, Part 2. At long last, the finals have arrived. Minmin. This time, the 1st place undoubtedly belongs to you, doesn't it? This particular group of students was the largest, numbering over 300. Yet, only 2 would emerge from the numerous trials to reach the finals. Chu Qianmin was one of them. Listening to the admiration from those around her, Chu Qianmin's spirits lifted slightly as she humbly replied, I am not as formidable as you all claim. Besides, Gu Mingfeng is quite remarkable as well. The title of 1st place is not necessarily mine to claim. Gu Mingfeng was the other contestant advancing to the finals, hailing from the esteemed Gu family. He is merely an illegitimate son. How could he possibly compare to you, Minmin? A girl scoffed. If it weren't for his meager talent, the Gu family would hardly pay him any mind. In the kingdom of Yaochen, lineage and status were held in high regard. Chu Qianmin cast a glance at Gu Mingfeng in the distance, just as she noticed him looking her way. He was indeed quite handsome, with finely chiseled features that seemed as if they had been meticulously crafted by the heavens. Unfortunately, there was a lingering darkness in his amber eyes that sent a chill through her heart. She immediately displayed her disapproval and tugged at the girl beside her. Strength is what matters, Yenner. Such remarks should not be uttered again. The girl referred to as Yenner was oblivious to Gu Mingfeng's gaze, playfully sticking out her tongue. What of it? Does he dare to trouble the 2nd young lady of the Lu family? Although the Lu family did not match the Gu family in stature, she was indeed a legitimate daughter. Chu Qianmin lifted her gaze towards Gu Mingfeng, only to find that he seemed entirely oblivious, turning his attention elsewhere. Of course, Gu Mingfeng had heard her. She had intended to extend a favor to him, yet he appeared not so easily ensnared. In truth, Chu Qianmin held little regard for a base-born son devoid of status or power, and thus she chose to dismiss such thoughts. Lu Fian tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Minmin, Chu Luiyue has secured 2nd place in the Xian Master assessment. You absolutely cannot be overshadowed by her. You must strive for the 1st place. Chu Qianmin's expression stiffened, inwardly vexed by Lu Fian's lack of discretion in bringing up such a topic. Reluctantly, she nodded, I am well aware. At that moment, a firework erupted in the distant sky. The 1st place of the 451st Student Warrior Assessment, Rong Jin. It was the Crown Prince. As expected, he claimed the top position. Lu Fian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly shook Chu Qianmin's arm. Minmin, the Crown Prince truly possesses formidable strength, just as the rumors suggest. I heard that competition was fierce in his cohort. For him to secure 1st place is truly impressive. Chu Qianmin smiled dismissively. For Jin Ge, it was merely a matter of ease. Lu Fian, hearing her intimate tone, felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Oh, Minmin, the Crown Prince seems to regard you with special favor. Now that the assessment has concluded, do you think he will come to see you? As her words fell, onlookers turned their attention towards them, leaving Chu Qianmin feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had it been before, the Crown Prince would certainly have come. However, after that banquet, his demeanor towards her had noticeably cooled, and it was unlikely he would attend. She forced a smile. The assessment had just concluded, and Brother Jean was likely still occupied. With no time to spare, before she could finish her thoughts, a familiar voice resonated from a distance. Minmin, what are you saying? This is your final competition, of course. I must be here. Heart racing, Chu Qianmin immediately looked up. The crown prince, Rong Jin, adorned in a deep purple brocade robe, was striding towards her. A whirlwind of joy and anxiety enveloped Chu Qianmin. He must have heard about Chu Luwei achieving second place as a mystic master. Why was he not only unperturbed but had come to see her? As Rong Jin approached, his expression bore an unusual tenderness. He articulated each word with an emphasis that seemed deliberate. You are the best. This first place undoubtedly belongs to you, does it not? Chapter 59. Face. Third update. At once, Chu Qianmin discerned Rong Jin's intentions. He had just annulled his engagement with Chu Luwei, only for her to gain admission to Tianlu Academy, even securing second place in the Mystic Master Assessment, a resounding slap in the face to the Crown Prince. This matter not only concerned her, but also reflected upon him. Thus, he had come in such circumstances, determined to let everyone know that his choice to abandon Chu Luwei for Chu Qianmin had not resulted in any loss. Rest assured, Brother Jin, Minmin will give her utmost effort. Chu Qianmin understood this was her opportunity and promptly agreed. If she performed well today, the Crown Prince would have a way to save face, and everything thereafter would be negotiable. Rong Jin nodded in satisfaction. What he cherished most was Chu Qianmin's intelligence, her innate understanding of when to act and when to refrain. Chu Qianmin, Gu Mingfeng, are you prepared? The finals are about to commence, called the supervising teacher. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianmin and Gu Mingfeng made their way to the designated area in the center. The other students had already formed a circle, eagerly anticipating the start of the competition. To emerge victorious among hundreds of remarkable students, both exhibited ample talent and prowess. The finals would determine the ultimate champion. There was no time limit. The match would continue until one party conceded. However, lethal force was strictly prohibited during the contest. Any breach of this rule would result in disqualification. The assessing teacher raised his voice and cast a glance at the two contenders. Understood? The students nodded in acknowledgement. Begin. With the teacher's command, the atmosphere in the arena grew serious. I look forward to your guidance, Chu Qianmin said politely. As her words fell, she sprang into action, swiftly launching an attack towards Gu Mingfeng. A flash of sharpness flickered in Gu Mingfeng's eyes. The two engaged in a fierce clash, becoming embroiled in a tumultuous battle. Observing from the sidelines were several faculty members of the academy, quietly discussing the unfolding scenario. Chu Qianmin has been steady and formidable. She likely possesses the upper hand in this match, one noted. Yet, I have heard that Gu Mingfeng has been diligently honing his skills lately. The outcome remains uncertain. Another replied. Given that Chu Qianmin and Gu Mingfeng were not under the same instructor, comparisons were inevitable in such a moment. A teacher squinted with a smile, saying, I am quite curious about the assessment conducted by the Xian master. Hiki, Lao Yu, you generally have no faults. But your penchant for watching the spectacle is your greatest flaw. The Xian master's evaluation merely involves the Xian array, which you cannot comprehend. What purpose would it serve for you to attend? I suspect your true desire is to catch a glimpse of Chu Luwei, isn't it? Someone nearby teased. The one exposed readily admitted, aren't you all curious? Previously, they labeled her a waste, yet in the blink of an eye, she has become a Xian master. Could it be that the entire Chu clan has been blind and failed to recognize such a prodigy? Lao Yu, regarding the affairs of noble families, we ought to refrain from meddling. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, choosing not to elaborate further, swiftly shifting the conversation to the match between Chu Qianmin and Gu Mingfeng. After an incense stick's duration, the two remained locked in a fierce battle, neither yielding. Chu Qianmin felt a growing anxiety within her, as she realized that Gu Mingfeng was stronger than she had anticipated. If this continued, her victory would surely be in jeopardy. She quickly cast a sidelong glance at Rong Jin, only to find his expression somewhat grim. Chu Xianmin clenched her teeth inwardly. This cannot persist. It must be a swift resolution. Drawing a deep breath, she channeled her entire energy into her sword and lunged forward. Chapter 60. The Warrior Assessment, Fourth Update. At the same moment, Gu Mingfeng raised his sword. With a sharp sound, their blades met, producing a piercing noise. Sparks flew. A sense of dread filled Chu Xianmin's heart. The power contained within Gu Mingfeng's strike was greater than her own. He had concealed his strength until now. With this thought, her panic deepened. No, this cannot be. She was resolute in her determination not to be outdone by Gu Mingfeng, her ambition set firmly on securing the top position. Gu Mingfeng, exerting his strength once more, pressed his sword upon Chu Xianmin. Her arm, almost entirely numb, struggled to maintain its grip on her weapon. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration ignited within her as she abruptly released her hold, her figure gracefully evading to the side. Gu Mingfeng, anticipating another fierce confrontation, was taken aback by her unexpected relinquishment of the sword, which destabilized him. His sword, previously imbued with primal force, missed its mark, causing him to falter. In that precise moment, Chu Xianmin had already circled around to his flank, a chilling glint emanating from a sharp dagger in her grasp. By the time Gu Mingfeng registered her presence, the dagger was already upon him, a mere half-arm's length from his neck. Instinctively, he attempted to redirect his sword. But time was no longer on his side. In desperation, Gu Mingfeng swiftly retreated, but his earlier instability caused him to lose his footing. His gaze towards Chu Xianmin turned frigid, realizing that she had dared to deceive him. A surge of anger coursed through him, but as he was about to retaliate, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing a momentary hesitation. No, not yet. In that fleeting interval, Chu Xianmin was already upon him. Gu Mingfeng discreetly withdrew half the strength from his leg, aiming a kick at Chu Xianmin's wrist. With a resounding thud, he dislodged the dagger from her grasp. However, Chu Xianmin was prepared, seamlessly transitioning into a retaliatory leg lift, delivering a forceful kick to Gu Mingfeng's chest. With a muffled sound, Gu Mingfeng was sent hurtling backward. Then it crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a long mark upon the surface. The crowd fell into a profound silence. A supervising instructor proclaimed, "Gu Mingfeng is out of bounds." In this round, Chu Qianmin emerges victorious. Upon hearing these words, a weight was finally lifted from Chu Qianmin's heart. However, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that Chu Qianmin's actions were deliberate? It seemed improbable, as their strengths were nearly equal. How could she have so easily relinquished her sword? Had it not been for that, Gu Mingfeng would not have faltered. Yet, something had indeed felt amiss moments ago. One instructor chuckled, "A competition is a competition. At times, a touch of cleverness is not unwelcome." Some other instructors exhibited disapproval, yet ultimately remained silent. They all recognized that Chu Qianmin had played a fine line. While it may not have been entirely commendable, it was not a grave error either. In future battles, the challenges they would encounter would be far more perilous. Moreover, it seemed Gu Mingfeng had no intention of contesting the top position. With the instructor's words in mind, the murmurs of dissent in the crowd gradually faded. Chu Qianmin approached Rong Jing and exhaled softly, relieved not to have disappointed her brother Jing. Rong Jing smiled, "Your prowess has improved significantly since before. It seems that it won't be long before you break through to the 4th tier of martial artists. The process is inconsequential. What matters is the outcome. I promised you that should you secure the top position, a reward would follow." In that moment, Rong Jing's spirits soared, and he regarded Chu Qianmin with newfound admiration. The position of the primary consort is beyond her reach. However, the role of a secondary consort appears promising. During the 453rd student martial examination, the first place is awarded to Chu Luyu. Suddenly, before the examination instructor could finish his announcement, he was interrupted by a melodious female voice. Everyone turned in surprise. "Chu Luyu, what brings you here?" The instructor, initially displeased at being interrupted, softened his tone upon recognizing her. With a smile, Chu Luyu replied, "I wish to participate in the martial examination." Chapter 61, Battle. 5th update. What? You wish to partake in the martial examination? The instructor was taken aback. Have you not already participated in the Shin Master examination? Chu Liu clarified, "Teacher, today marks my first day of enrollment, and I have yet to choose a discipline. Therefore, I believe I am eligible to participate in the martial examination." The instructor hesitated momentarily. While her argument held merit, he was perplexed. Such a precedent had never occurred before. Generally, an individual, regardless of possessing multiple talents, would devote themselves to a single path of cultivation. For instance, those who could become Shin masters typically focus their efforts on Shin arrays rather than martial training. Human energy is finite, and attempting to pursue both paths often results in failure in both. Moreover, given that Chu Luyu's meridians are obstructed, becoming a Shin master seems to be the most judicious choice. What could possibly compel her to seek the martial examination? The Academy does not stipulate that one may participate in only a single examination. Since the girl wishes to give it a try, let us grant her the opportunity. The teacher raised his head and was taken aback, respectfully bowing, "Greetings, Elder Sunday." Initially, she intended to come alone, but unexpectedly, Sun Zhongyan had accompanied her, seemingly intending to support her. With Sun Zhongyan having spoken, the others could hardly object. The teacher hesitated for a moment, appearing somewhat troubled as he said, "If you wish to participate in the assessment, it is not impossible. However, the evaluations here have already concluded, and even the finals have been completed. Should you wish to partake in the assessment, You must have an opponent to determine the victor. Yet currently, there is no suitable candidate. Chu Luwei raised her chin slightly. Is there not the most fitting contender right here? Chu Qianmin? The teacher stared in disbelief. You wish to face the foremost warrior? Are you certain? Could it be that Chu Luwei has lost her senses? With her incomplete meridians, she could hardly be considered a match for even a mere warrior, let alone compete against the rapidly advancing Chu Qianmin. Once she steps onto the stage, only defeat awaits her. Chu Luwei paused for a moment and then smiled brightly. I am quite certain, for I intend to claim the first place. After the finals concluded, the martial arts assessment area had returned to a state of tranquility, with many individuals beginning to prepare for their departures. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Luwei announced her intention to participate in the assessment, even boldly declaring a challenge to Chu Qianmin. The previously quiet crowd erupted into a fervor. Is this for real? Chu Luwei is going to fight Chu Qianmin. Ah, I must have misheard. Did she truly say she intends to claim first place? Indeed, Chu Luwei has made a name for herself, astonishing everyone. Is she not content with the attention she has garnered today? The sisters' rivalry, with the crown prince present, is quite a spectacle. If not for the presence of so many onlookers, Chu Qianmin would have burst into laughter. Chu Luwei dares to vie with her for first place? While she may be outmatched in Xian master skills in a martial arts contest, Chu Luwei is simply courting humiliation. Sister, do you truly intend to challenge me? Chu Qianmin was consumed by jealousy and resentment, unsure how to vent her emotions, when Chu Luwei unexpectedly offered herself up. Chu Luwei raised an eyebrow. Do you decline? At your command, elder sister, I shall comply. But rest assured, I will be careful not to harm you. With that, she smiled at the instructor, esteemed instructor. I implore you to permit this additional match. As both parties were in agreement, no one would object. Very well, let there be an additional contest. However, I reiterate, restrain yourselves to a mere touch. Chu Luwei remained noncommittal. Rong Jin gazed at the young woman in the distance, his expression intricate. The once humble girl has now become a Xian master prodigy. Did she deliberately come here to prove something to him? An inexplicable anger arose in Rong Jin's heart, and he turned to Chu Qianmin, his voice gentle. Chapter 62. Guidance. Chu Qianmin was flattered beyond measure. The crown prince favored her, but rarely spoke to her in such a tender tone, even with a hint of indulgence, especially in front of so many people. Does this not suggest that the crown prince is indeed eager to marry her without delay? A flicker of joy and pride surged within Chu Qianmin's heart, her smile becoming even more radiant. Then I shall express my gratitude to Brother Jin here. Rong Jin nodded, yet his peripheral vision swiftly darted towards the distant Chu Luwei, who was already making her way to the central arena, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around her, completely unconcerned with his actions. Rong Jin's thin lips pressed tightly together, a mysterious anger igniting fiercely within him. Hadn't Chu Luwei previously confessed her affections to him? Why then did she now display such an aloof demeanor? In the past, he had only felt disdain for her. Their engagement had loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, filling him with uncontainable resentment. However, now that the engagement had been dissolved, and she no longer pursued him, even refusing to cast him a glance, he found himself feeling strangely unsettled, as if something was amiss. He could not comprehend the source of this feeling, yet it lingered persistently in his heart. Chu Qianmin, oblivious to Rong Jin's unease, turned and walked towards the arena. The two stood opposed at a distance, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Sister, I have yet to congratulate you. It is surprising to discover your remarkable talent in the art of Xian master. If our family were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be thrilled. Chu Qianmin declared with a smile, as if genuinely delighted for her sister. The onlookers exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of skepticism. What did this mean? How could the Chu family be entirely unaware of Chu Luoyue's talent as a Xian master? How did she embark on the journey of learning the art of the Xian master? And how did she manage to secure the second position amidst a sea of exceptional students? Rest assured, this news will soon reach them, whether they are pleased or not. I cannot say, but it seems that you, third sister, are not particularly joyful. Chu Luoyue's words were strikingly candid, devoid of any pretense of sisterly affection. Chu Xianmin's face betrayed her discomfort. Sister, your words feel somewhat distant. Your achievement as a Xian master is a boon for the entire Chu family. How could I possibly be unhappy? The greater your talent and strength, the more joy it brings me. I hope to receive your guidance during this martial assessment. Muffled laughter echoed from the crowd. With a flawed root vein, Chu Luwei could hardly be deemed a warrior, and her defeat was a foregone conclusion. How could she possess the strength to guide Chu Xianmin? Aha! It seems the sisterly bond has truly shattered. The corners of Chu Liuyue's lips curved slightly. Since third sister has expressed herself so, I shall not hold back. Before her words faded, her figure abruptly vanished. Chu Xianmin was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. How could Chu Liuyue's speed be so astonishing? A chilling and dangerous aura suddenly surged from behind. Instinctively, Chu Xianmin turned, drawing her sword. A crimson figure flashed before her eyes. She swiftly lunged forward, thrusting her blade fiercely. The sharp sword pierced through the chest of the figure before her in an instant. Yet, before she could revel in her success, she saw that the figure not only remained unscathed but began to waver and dissipate. An unsettling realization dawned upon her. This was not Chu Luwei at all, but merely a fleeting shadow. Her reaction had been far too slow. A cold voice echoed through the air. Chu Xianmin raised her head and saw Chu Luiyue standing 3 paces away, gazing at her with indifference. That look in her eyes was akin to observing an insignificant ant. Under such scrutiny, an inexplicable sense of humility surged within Chu Xianmin's heart. The onlookers, taken aback by Chu Xianmin's failure to land a single hit, exchanged glances filled with disbelief. The expressions of several teachers shifted slightly. A shared look revealed their astonishment. How could Chu Luwei be so swift? She appeared to possess strength on par with a third-tier warrior. But she was not even a warrior. How could she achieve such prowess? At that moment, Bai Chun could no longer suppress his smugness, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Well, have you considered that little Luiyue passed the warrior examination? With such capability. What is so surprising?" The teachers fell silent, momentarily stunned. Indeed, Chu Luwei had passed all 3 subjects, which proved her strength was sufficient to reach the level of a third-tier warrior. Observing their expressions, Bai Chun felt a surge of vindication. Surely, they did not believe that little Liuyue's acceptance into our academy was due to my clandestine leniency, did they? After a brief silence, the teachers shook their heads. Bai Chun was forthright in nature, a man of integrity who would never stoop to such conduct. I assure you, he continued with a grin, the most thrilling spectacle is yet to come. These individuals, so rigid in their thinking, will regret it once they witness that girl's talent. No, it shouldn't be like this. Chu Xianmin clenched her teeth in frustration. Chu Luiyue was merely perceived as a weakling. Yet she was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier of martial arts. How could she possibly not be a match for Chu Qianmin? That previous moment was merely a lapse in concentration. Chu Qianmin remained silent, channeling her inner force into her longsword. The blade vibrated ominously, emitting a chilling sound that resonated through the air. With a swift motion, Chu Qianmin propelled herself towards Chu Luwei. Chu Luwei lifted her gaze, the razor-sharp sword energy hurtling towards her. Her hair billowed in the wind. Surely, this time, she could not evade the oncoming strike. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Yet, in the next instant, everyone was astonished to witness Chu Luiyue not retreating, but advancing. She stepped forward, seemingly intent on meeting the attack head-on. The astonishing fact was that she bore no weapon at all. Was she truly going to confront Chu Qianmin with her bare hands? Was this not a certain defeat? As the longsword drew perilously close to Chu Liuyue's neck, Chu Qianmin's gaze fixated on the approaching face. A sinister thought creeping into her mind. This visage was becoming increasingly beautiful. If only she could obliterate it, how would she flaunt herself thereafter? With this thought, she subtly twisted her wrist, angling the blade to strike at Chu Liuyue's face. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Chu Liuyue's eyes. In an instant, she bent her left leg slightly and kicked out with her right leg, targeting Chu Qianmin. The impact resonated. She landed a direct kick on Chu Qianmin's wrist. A sharp pain shot through her, prompting a cry of anguish. Yet before she could react, Chu Luwei had already closed the distance, her body twisting as her left leg soared forth. This time, she delivered a fierce kick directly to Chu Qianmin's face. A flash of silver gleamed, and blood splattered, leaving deep crimson marks across Chu Qianmin's visage. Chapter 63. Chu Liuyue's instruction. My face. Chu Qianmin sensed something was amiss and immediately reached for her face, her fingers encountering a sticky warmth. The sharp sting sent tremors through her heart. Chu Luiyue had utterly marred her beauty. A surge of fury erupted from the depths of her being, shattering whatever remained of her composure. She quickly glanced at the ground beneath Chu Liuyue's feet and, to her horror, discovered several razor-sharp blades resting there. Just moments ago, Chu Luiyue had used these to slash her face. It was likely that scars would remain. As she frantically covered her face, her voice trembled with indignation. Chu Luiyue, what enmity or grievance do we share that compels you to harm me so? Chu Luwei calmly cast her gaze upon the sword that had fallen to the ground. Was it not you who first intended to mar my visage? Chu Qianmin was instantly rendered speechless, her heart filled with guilt. In truth, everything had transpired in an instant, when she resolved to leave her mark on Chu Liyue's face. It was merely a subtle twist of her wrist. Without careful observation, one would hardly notice anything amiss. Yet, Chu Luwei had discerned her intentions with remarkable clarity. No, I did not. I merely sought to engage in a friendly spar. How could I conceive of such a notion? You. It is evidently you. You have long harbored this intention, have you not? Otherwise, how could you have reacted so swiftly just now? The corners of Chu Liyue's mouth curled into a slight smirk as she coldly retorted, My swiftness arises from the simple fact that I am superior to you. From the very beginning, this was something you ought to have known, was it not? A sense of suffocation enveloped Chu Xianmin. As if her chest were on the verge of bursting, she found herself utterly incapable of countering Chu Liyue's words. During their initial encounter, Chu Luwei had indeed displayed remarkable speed. Yet, her face had been irrevocably marred. How could she possibly accept this? The murderous intent within Chu Xianmin surged wildly. I shall kill you. With a piercing scream, she charged towards Chu Luwei. Though her face bore scratches, her innate strength remained intact, and in her fury, she unleashed her utmost speed. The surrounding natural energies seemed to be drawn toward her, converging into her very being. In a fleeting moment, the aura emanating from Chu Xianmin intensified. Heavenly starfall. In an instant, red energy rapidly coalesced in her hands, transforming into a blazing fireball. Subsequently, she hurled the crimson sphere with great force. The fiery projectile raced forward, propelled by immense power, leaving behind a long, charged streak upon the ground. Indeed, she was on the verge of breaking through to a fourth-tier warrior and could now barely execute martial techniques. It seemed that, in this confrontation, she would ultimately emerge victorious. A teacher murmured. Chu Xianmin's talent was evident to all. Otherwise, she would not have secured the top position in the martial artist assessment. Bai Chen scoffed. Let us not forget that she is not yet a fourth-tier warrior. Even if she were, she may not necessarily be a match for little Lu Wei. This remark immediately captured the attention of several surrounding instructors. Bai Chen, why do you hold Chu Luwei in such high regard? It is essential to understand that the transition from a third-tier warrior to a fourth-tier warrior represents a monumental leap. The chasm between these two levels is not one that an ordinary individual can easily traverse. Observing Chu Liyue's earlier reactions and movements, it is evident that she has undergone some rudimentary training. The ability to execute such techniques at this level indicates her innate talent in martial arts. However, regrettably, her meridians are obstructed, rendering her skills ultimately futile in the face of martial prowess. Bai Chen, disinterested, chose not to engage with them. Even if Chu Luwei were to never truly become a formidable warrior, the strength she possesses is more than sufficient to contend with someone like Chu Xianmin. A vivid memory surfaced in his mind from the examination, recalling the moment he felt an overwhelming, life-threatening menace when facing Chu Luwei on the competition stage. When confronted with Chu Xianmin's uncontrollable full-force strike, Chu Luwei displayed no hint of panic. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. Since you have invited me to instruct you, let us see, she declared. This is how one wields a sword. With that, she swiftly advanced, flicking the longsword off the ground and grasping its hilt with remarkable speed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This movement was even swifter than her previous actions. In comparison, Chu Xianmin appeared to deliberately slow her movements. Chu Luwei positioned her feet, knees slightly bent, muscles coiled and ready to unleash their power, gripping the sword tightly. As the swirling crimson force of vitality threatened to engulf her, she suddenly raised her arm. The long sword gleamed ominously, a chilling light emanating from its blade. With a swift motion, Chu Luwei decisively struck down. The speed of this strike was astonishing. The crowd scarcely discerned the movements of Lu Yu. They merely glimpsed a fleeting, silvery shadow darting past with astonishing speed, accompanied by the ominous sound of air being sliced apart, evoking a sense of dread. In an instant, that silver light pierced through the heart of a swirling mass of crimson flames. Yet, to the onlookers, it appeared that Chu Liyue's strike had achieved little in terms of defense. The terrifying force continued its relentless advance towards her. With such meager strength, do you dare to obstruct my martial prowess? It is nothing short of a fantasy, Chu Qianmin scoffed. A waste, scarcely worthy of being called a martial artist. Likely oblivious to the very essence of martial skills. With just a single move, Chu Liyue would either be met with death or severe injury. However, in the next moment, the smile froze upon her face. for the flames had inexplicably halted a mere arm's length before Chu Luyu. After a brief silence, a thunderous explosion erupted. Boom! In an instant, the fireball shattered into countless sparks, and the immense power enveloping it rapidly dissipated. As the scattered sparks threatened to rain down upon her, Chu Luyu raised her sword once more, her wrist twisting deftly as she executed a horizontal slash before her. A formidable sword energy materialized, forming an invisible barrier that repelled all residual force. Countless sparks fell like radiant stars in the dark night, cascading around her. Yet she remained untouched, as if never tainted by a speck of dust. Her black eyes shone even brighter than the surrounding brilliance. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Chu Luyu could successfully block Chu Qianmin's martial technique with merely a sword. Chu Qianmin was utterly astonished, her eyes widened, momentarily forgetting the sting on her face. She stared blankly at Chu Luoye, her mind a complete void. In the next instant, Chu Luoye suddenly hurled the sword in her hand towards Chu Qianmin. A chilling intent to kill enveloped her, casting a shadow of dread. An indescribable sense of profound fear rendered Chu Qianmin weak and immobile. With a swift whoosh, the sword grazed the top of her head, severing a patch of her scalp in an instant. Chu Qianmin let out a scream, collapsing to the ground. Just moments ago, she had nearly met her demise. Her reaction had been too slow, her movements too clumsy. It seemed you are not as formidable as you appear. A cold, indifferent voice resonated from above. Trembling, Chu Qianmin lifted her gaze, only to witness the transformation of the once timid girl she had looked down upon. Now, she stood as a powerful presence, seemingly untouchable and commanding a deep-seated reverence that stifled any notion of rebellion. Sister, are you satisfied with this lesson? Chapter 64. Blessing. Chu Qianmin shrank back, her complexion pale. Trembling like a specter, her lips quivering yet unable to utter a single word. That sword had narrowly missed her head. A mere fraction of deviation would have cost her life. Everyone stood in stunned silence. When had Chu Luoye become so formidable? That sword harbored the essence of primal energy. An astonished teacher murmured, unable to fathom how such immense power could be contained within a single strike. Chu Qianmin's prowess has approached that of a fourth-tier warrior. To have pushed her to such a degree is certainly not something an ordinary individual could achieve. Does this imply her original meridian is unblocked? The other teachers exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. No wonder. Bai Chen exhaled deeply. When he had previously engaged with Chu Luoye, he sensed something amiss. Reflecting upon it now, this is the only explanation that fits. It appears this girl truly possesses remarkable depth. Sun Zhongyan was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. His gaze towards Chu Luoye a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Even he had failed to detect anything unusual, had it not been for her confrontation with Chu Qianmin. The secret would remain unknown for an indeterminate time. How could this be? Wasn't it said that Chu Luoye's original meridian was obstructed? The collective shock among the crowd still had not subsided. If Chu Luoye were indeed a warrior, how could they have failed to notice? Had she even slightly revealed a hint of original energy fluctuation, it would surely have been detected, and Chu Qianmin would not have been so audacious. Suffering such a crushing defeat, Sun Zhongyan fixed his gaze on Chu Luoye, chuckling as he stroked his beard. The truth is, she is indeed not yet a warrior. What? The teachers were taken aback by these words. The natural energy she absorbed from her surroundings is sufficiently abundant. Yet she is yet to take that crucial step to become a true warrior. Hence, no one had perceived it. Ling Zhu sighed softly, her gaze towards Chu Luoye now entirely transformed from the initial impression. At such a young age, she has already grasped the art of concealment. This level of composure far exceeds that of her peers. However, the former dean had also examined her, and at that time, it was indeed a deficiency in her original meridians. But now, I've heard that some time ago, Chu Luoye sold the crown prince's hunting grounds and bought many medicinal materials at the treasure pavilion. This matter caused quite a stir at the time. Could it be that she recovered then? Yet, the entire Yaochen kingdom has only a handful of celestial physicians. Who possesses such ability? To repair damaged original meridians is, in their view, an impossible feat. But Chu Luoye is now standing perfectly fine before their eyes, and they have no choice but to believe it, concede, or persist. On the arena, Chu Luoye looked down at Chu Qianmin and nonchalantly uttered those words. Persist? Chu Qianmin's body trembled violently upon hearing this word. The stinging pain on her face and head constantly reminded her of what had just happened. If she persisted, She feared that Chu Luwei would ruin her entirely. However, asking her to concede to Chu Luwei was extremely humiliating. Chu Xianmin slowly raised her head, looking at Chu Luwei standing before her. The girl whom she once trampled underfoot and subjected to extreme bullying and mockery was now looking down at her as a victor. She never imagined that such a day would come. Once she conceded, the first place would belong to Chu Luwei. She would easily win everything. In Chu Xianmin's heart, it was as if two forces were tearing at her wildly, making it difficult for her to choose. Then let us continue. Chu Luwei, however, did not have the patience to wait for her and directly dropped the sentence, raising her right hand. I concede. I concede. Chu Xianmin appeared to have been deeply startled, suddenly letting out a piercing scream. She quickly retreated, her eyes wide with panic as she fixated on Chu Luwei's right hand, as if fleeing from a raging torrent. Chu Luwei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, chuckling lightly. What are you so anxious about? I told you, I am merely here to claim the top position. With that, she turned her gaze towards the examination instructor. Teacher, may we announce the results now? Although he had never envisioned such a scenario, the reality was undeniable. He swallowed hard. In the 453rd Student Martial Artist Assessment, the first place goes to Chu Luwei. First place, Chu Luwei. In an instant, Chu Qianmin's complexion drained of color, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. It was over. The Chu family truly was misguided. Once this news spread, they were bound to regret it. One teacher shook his head, remarking, the contest between Chu Luwei and Chu Qianmin has been crystal clear for all to see, distinguishing who is strong and who is weak. Not to mention, Chu Luwei also secured second place in the Xian Master Assessment. A talent exhibiting such exceptional aptitude in both martial arts and Xian mastery is a rarity across the entirety of Yaotian Kingdom. Such an individual would be cherished in any household. Yet, how has the Chu family treated her over the years? They have allowed her to be bullied and subjected her to endless humiliation. Bai Chun chuckled softly, stroking his chin. I fear the ones who will ultimately regret this are elsewhere. Several teachers nearby exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts drawn to a particular figure. They had not forgotten that there was a crucial player present, Crown Prince Rongjin. The two sisters, one a discarded former fiancée and the other a beloved new flame, are entangled in a tale of rivalry and transformation. One has successfully shed the label of mediocrity, emerging as a figure of envy and brilliance, while the other finds her reputation tarnished, suffering a crushing defeat in the very competition she once felt most confident about. Who would not lament the folly of mistaking a mere trinket for a genuine treasure and casting aside true value? Rongjin stood frozen, resembling a statue of ice, emanating an aura of terrifying coldness. His expression was devoid of emotion, akin to a frozen landscape, chill and rigid, yet his hand within his sleeve clenched tightly, as if he sought to crush something within his grasp. On the arena floor, Chu Qianmin lay prostrate, tears streaming down her face, her visage marred and bloodied, a portion of her scalp cruelly severed, presenting a picture of utter disarray. In stark contrast, Chu Luwei stood unscathed, radiating an air of noble superiority. Her natural beauty untouched by artifice, a mere hint of a smile gracing her lips, exquisite beyond compare. Those surrounding her fell into a hushed silence, paralyzed by fear, too intimidated to even glance at Rongjin's countenance. Yet, he could not escape the myriad of gazes that bore down upon him, mockery, derision, disdain, all directed at him. And all because of Chu Luwei. The true architect of this turmoil, however, was already making her way off the stage, not even casting a glance in his direction. Almost uncontrollably, he surged forward, blocking Chu Luwei's path. With a cold and fierce demeanor, he demanded, "Did you deliberately deceive me? That day at the banquet? Were you merely performing? Was your intention truly to sever our engagement?" Chu Luwei blinked innocently and replied, "Your Highness, from where do you draw this conclusion? It was you who proposed the dissolution of our engagement." Rongjin was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, it was he who had taken the initiative that day. Yet, how could he have anticipated that the celebration banquet for the third sister would likely be abandoned by the crown prince? Chu Luwei smiled ever more captivatingly, her words imbued with sincere emotion as she proclaimed, "Nevertheless, I must extend my heartfelt blessings to you both, wishing you a harmonious union and the swift arrival of a precious child." Rongjin felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. Chapter 65. A sin. It was intentional. Chu Luwei was being deliberately provocative. Rongjin was no fool. Observing Chu Luwei's current demeanor, what was there left for him to decipher? She had long desired to sever their engagement. Otherwise, how could she have so brazenly sold off the hunting grounds, leading to a cascade of subsequent events? He gazed at the smiling maiden before him, her eyes shimmering with a bright light, as if she had foreseen this moment long ago. If His Highness the Crown Prince has no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave, Chu Luyu stated, gracefully passing by him without a trace of reluctance. Rong Jin's heart felt as though it had been sharply pierced, as if, in that instant, he had lost something of profound significance. He clenched his fists tightly, struggling to restrain the impulse to reach out and grasp her. What position did he hold now? Everyone was watching him, reveling in his humiliation. Brother Jean, please help Min Min. Min Min is in so much pain. Brother Jean, Chu Qianmin, upon spotting Rong Jin, seemed to have found her last shred of hope, her cries growing ever more desperate. She attempted to rise and approach him, yet her body felt as though it were beyond her control, utterly limp and devoid of strength. After struggling for a moment, she collapsed to the ground, her body smudged with dirt in several places. Her disheveled hair, along with the ghastly wounds and bloodstains, rendered her a terrifying sight, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the once proud and celebrated prodigy. Many in the crowd displayed expressions of disdain. TSK. Chu Qianmin has truly suffered a complete defeat today. Hey, weren't you quite fond of her before? How come now, ugh? Such a bold and reckless noblewoman. I cannot bring myself to admire her. Today, she has utterly humiliated herself. From now on, whether at the academy or throughout the imperial capital, her life will likely not be as easy as it once was. After all, how could she have won the favor of the crown prince? There are countless women in the capital vying for his attention, yet only Chu Qianmin succeeded. It seems the crown prince possesses an astute eye. Haha. Tell me, do you think the crown prince will still marry Chu Qianmin after today's incident? Whether the crown prince will marry her is uncertain. But one thing is clear. Starting today, Chu Luyue will undoubtedly become the most sought-after noblewoman in the entire imperial capital. With her engagement to the crown prince now dissolved, she has regained her freedom. Having already been renowned for her breathtaking beauty, coupled with her dual talents as both a martial artist and a mystic, the threshold of the Chu family may very well be trampled. Whispers filled the air. Rong Jin felt a rush of heat and cold, as if molten lava surged within his chest, ready to erupt at any moment. His gaze fixed intently on Chu Qianmin before him, his heart filled with intense loathing. Call for assistance. Take her away and ensure she recuperates well, Rong Jin commanded through gritted teeth. Instantly, someone stepped forward from behind to carry Chu Qianmin away. As she passed by Rong Jin, Chu Qianmin reached out, yearning for his reassurance. Jin Gu, she called out, but Rong Jin shot her a warning glance. Chu Qianmin had never before been regarded by him with such a cold and indifferent expression. He looked at her as if she were nothing more than useless refuse. Indeed, little Lu Yu, you are remarkable. I always knew you were an extraordinary talent. Those old codgers didn't believe it. Meanwhile, Bai Chun hastened to Chu Lu Yu's side, excitement radiating from him as he gestured triumphantly towards the group of instructors. Second in the Xian Master category, first among warriors. With such accomplishments, what else can you say? The instructors exchanged glances, all sharing a resigned smile. Strength is undeniably the most compelling evidence. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed that the once ridiculed waste, Chu Lu Yu, could achieve such heights. Sun Zhongyan chuckled and shook his head. All right, Bai Chen. From this moment forth, no one will doubt that you deliberately eased things for Lu Yu to pass. On the contrary, you ought to be commended for not letting the academy lose a true genius. Reflecting on his previous indifference towards Chu Lu Yu, Bai Chen felt a twinge of guilt and scratched his head awkwardly. This really had nothing to do with me. It is primarily due to little Lu Yu's own brilliance. The gazes of many students towards Chu Lu Yu had shifted from disdain to curiosity and admiration. Teacher Bai Chen, could you elaborate on what exactly transpired during the examination? A student suddenly exclaimed, prompting a chorus of responses from the crowd. Indeed. Share with us the details. How did you manage to pass all 3 subjects? Bai Chen chided with a smile. Are you all conspiring against me? I am a teacher, not a storyteller. This matter has already circulated outside. You may inquire for yourselves. Laughter erupted among the attendees. However, for Chu Qianmin, the sound of merriment was unbearably jarring. Once, she had been the center of attention, the object of envy among her peers. Now, Chu Luwei had entirely supplanted her, even surpassing her in achievements. And where did that leave her? Now, she could only be escorted off the arena, her departure marked by a sense of desolation and pity. She clenched her eyes shut, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. Chu Luwei, our rivalry is far from over. Equally awkward was Rong Jin, who stood rigidly, the jubilant laughter behind him only deepening his discomfort. There were still matters to attend to within the palace, prompting the students to take their leave. Lu Wei, today marks your first day of enrollment. Since you have passed all 3 subjects, you may choose anyone as your major. Having participated in 2 assessments, you must have gained a deeper understanding of your options. Have you made your decision? Sun Zhongyan inquired. As soon as he spoke, the crowd fell silent, their curiosity directed towards Chu Lu Wei. Bai Chen swallowed nervously. He had believed that her talent lay solely in the realm of the mystic masters. But after witnessing her recent performance, he realized that her foundational abilities were flawless. Moreover, her aptitude for martial arts was exceptionally remarkable. Before her, there were no barriers remaining. Any path she chose would lead to a grand avenue. Chu Luyue smiled softly. I choose Xin Master. Within the Chu residence, the main hall was filled to capacity. All the prominent figures of the Chu family had gathered here. A suffocating silence enveloped the spacious hall, with everyone remaining speechless. Their expressions varied. They had all arrived upon receiving the news, and were well aware of the purpose of this assembly. At last, the 3rd elder stroked his beard and spoke. The news has spread throughout the entire imperial capital, and many have already begun sending congratulatory gifts. According to tradition, since Luyue has gained admission to Tianlu Academy, we ought to celebrate. Celebrate what? The expression of the Grand Elder darkened as he slammed his hand on the table. 3rd Elder Chuyin chuckled and, with keen interest, inquired, Grand Elder, surely you jest? Liu Yue's admission to Tianlu Academy brings honor to our Chu family. How can you possibly wish to punish her? The assembly fell into an even more awkward silence. If it had been any other member of the Chu family who had gained admission to Tianlu Academy, they would have been elated beyond measure. Yet this individual was none other than Chu Luwei, the one who had endured years of bullying from the entire Chu family. The more outstanding she became, the more discomfort it caused the Chu family. It was a testament to how blind they had been all these years. Now, the entire imperial capital was aware of this matter. On the surface, everyone came to offer their congratulations, while secretly, they were likely mocking them behind their backs. Countless individuals were undoubtedly waiting to witness their embarrassment. The Grand Elder was filled with rage. It is precisely because of this that she must be severely punished. Her physique is evidently without any issues, and she even possesses considerable talent, yet she has consistently pretended to be worthless, deceiving the entire Chu family. Now that she has attained glory, what place does that leave the Chu family? The Grand Elder's words rang true. Who would have anticipated that Chu Luyu harbored such profound schemes? If one were to claim that today's events were not orchestrated by her design, I would find it utterly implausible. Chu Yin suppressed his inner fury and spoke in a grave tone. At that moment, his hatred for Chu Lu Yu was palpable. Not only had she been accepted into the Tianlu Academy, but she had also participated in the midterm evaluations, securing the 2nd position among the mystic masters and the 1st among the warriors. She had completely overshadowed Min Min. How could Chu Yin possibly accept this? If the younger generation of the Chu family were to emulate her, what would become of their principles? The crowd in the hall exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Although Chu Yan's words appeared to be for the benefit of the entire Chu family, who among them was unaware that he was merely seeking revenge for personal grievances. His greatest pride was in having Chu Qianmin, the most outstanding daughter of the family. Now that Chu Luyu had shone brightly and even defeated Chu Qianmin, how could he possibly acquiesce? He might as well have harbored intentions of eliminating Chu Luyu. The 3rd elder, unperturbed, took a sip of tea. Whether Lu Yu's physique poses any issues is unknown to outsiders, but surely we, the members of the Chu family, are most aware of the truth? In the past, His Majesty summoned several physicians for her diagnosis, all of whom declared her to have a flawed original vein. Even during the family assessments a few years ago, there was still no trace of any original force within Lu Yu. So, the Grand Elder asserted that she had deceived those above and below. Was he implying that those esteemed individuals were being dishonest? The Grand Elder's countenance stiffened. I made no such insinuation. Those individuals hold a position of great eminence, one that he dare not offend. Should these words be disseminated, his days would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Chu Yin, however, remained resolute, scoffing. Of course, those individuals are infallible. The fault lies solely with Chu Luwei. According to the 3rd elder, she was previously afflicted with a deficient Yuan meridian, so how did she transform into a prodigy in the blink of an eye? She has never divulged what transpired during this period. Had she not attended the Sky Ridge Academy examination today, this matter might have remained concealed indefinitely. The assembly exchanged glances, for this was, in fact, their gravest apprehension. What metamorphosis had Chu Lu Wei undergone to precipitate such a momentous shift? Could it be those medicinal herbs she acquired some time ago? Someone murmured uncertainly. Since Chu Lu Wei personally processed those herbs after they were delivered, are you suggesting that Chu Lu Wei mended her Yuan meridian herself? The Grand Elder retorted, his mirth tinged with exasperation, deeming it utterly preposterous. If no one in the entire Yaochen kingdom could mend her Yuan meridian, how could she accomplish it on her own? Either she has encountered some fortuitous encounter, or a more formidable individual is secretly aiding her. Regardless of the cause, he must unearth it. He cast a commanding gaze upon each individual in the hall. His eyes ultimately settling upon the third elder, the patriarch entrusted the Chu family to me. Naturally, I must bear responsibility for the entire Chu family. Chuyin, what is the ulterior motive behind your persistent opposition? The third elder scoffed inwardly, thinking how shameless this old fool had become, with the family head absent. He felt truly unrestrained. He relaxed in his chair and said nonchalantly, the great elder has misunderstood. I am not opposed to you. I merely believe that among the younger generation of the Chu family, there are not many who stand out. Now that we have finally seen the emergence of Chu Lu Wei, a prodigy both in martial arts and mysticism, who has also garnered the favor of the teachers at Tianlu Academy, her future is undoubtedly promising. It would not be an exaggeration to say she represents the future of our Chu family, even if the great elder wishes to question, judge, or punish. There should be a limit to it. Of course, with the great elder's wisdom and dedication to the Chu family, I am confident you would not act excessively, would you? The great elder was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to flick his sleeve in irritation, of course. Just then, a young servant hurriedly burst in. The great elder, incensed, lifted his gaze toward the entrance and demanded, where is she? Summon her to see me at once. The servant fell to his knees with a thud, panic written across his face as he stammered. What? The great elder frowned. What was she up to now? Refusing to come in. Did she expect us to go and fetch her? Over the years, Chu Luiyue had always been timid within the Chu family, and now, having just gained admission to Tianlu Academy, she was acting so arrogantly. He snorted softly, surveying the crowd. You see? She hasn't even begun. And she is already putting on airs. The expressions of those in the hall varied. The third elder inquired, what did she say? The young servant wiped the sweat from his forehead as the young lady declared, summon the grand elder for an audience. This was truly a reversal of fortunes. Upon hearing this, the grand elder rose abruptly, indignantly questioning her identity. The third elder, stroking his beard, chuckled. Grand elder, Chu Luwei is not just anyone. She is a rare genius, an extraordinary talent within our Chu clan's younger generation. You just mentioned that everything should prioritize the Chu family. You wouldn't dare to refuse, would you? You, the grand elder, incensed, retorted, if I must go, then I shall. I am eager to see what trick she intends to play. At the entrance of the Chu family estate, Chu Luwei stood with her hands clasped behind her back. She gazed at the golden characters of the Chu family name on the plaque, her expression calm and indifferent. Today, she would reclaim every grievance and humiliation that her former self had endured in this very place. Chapter 67, Severance. Second update, as the Grand Elder and others arrived at the entrance, their eyes fell upon Chu Luwei standing resolutely at the front gate. Alongside the throngs of people gathered nearby, it was afternoon, and news of Chu Luwei's acceptance into Tianlu Academy had spread throughout the imperial capital, drawing numerous onlookers eager for the spectacle. While they dared not approach the Chu family gate, they formed a crowd that nearly blocked the thoroughfare leading in and out of the Chu residence. The Grand Elder, already seething with anger, was further incensed by this sight. What are you standing there for? Hurry inside. He barked at Chu Luwei. Did she intend for the entire imperial capital to witness the Chu family's disgrace? Chu Luiyue tucked the stray strands of hair behind her ear and, with a smile that danced between amusement and irony, inquired, Grand Elder, in the past. When I was deemed inconsequential, you summoned me with little regard. Yet now that I have been admitted to Tianlu Academy, why do you still regard me with such disdain? Am I truly so unworthy of your favor? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, then replied in a grave tone. Your admission to Tianlu Academy is indeed a commendable achievement. However, should you use this as a means to boast, it would be utterly unacceptable. He raised his voice subtly, enunciating with righteous fervor, our Chu family is one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, and we have always placed great importance on propriety. As a junior, is it not a grave error to expect me, as your elder, to seek you out personally? Chu Luiyue let out a soft laugh, as though she had heard the most amusing of jest. Grand Elder, you are aware that you are an elder? throughout the years, during my moments of tribulation, did you ever appear to shield me, even once, in your capacity as an elder? The Grand Elder fell silent, averting his gaze. It was only natural that, in the vast affairs of the Chu family, there would be occasional oversights. Yet, that oversight had spanned a decade. Chu Luwei interrupted his thoughts, her smile gradually fading, her eyes sharpening with an icy resolve. At the tender age of 5, I was poisoned by a servant, plunging into unconsciousness for 3 days and nights before I revived. By 7, I yearned to train alongside other children, only to be informed that I was unworthy of even entering the martial arts arena. At 10, I was finally permitted to leave the estate, but only to procure sundries in the biting winter. I was tasked with fetching water for those indolent servants to wash their clothes, leaving my hands covered in frostbite. Surely, the Grand Elder is not oblivious to these injustices? As Chu Luwei spoke calmly, an overwhelming sense of despair and desolation resonated from her words. What sin had a mere child committed to endure such suffering? The Grand Elder and his companions fell into stunned silence, as did the onlookers in the bustling streets. The entire capital was aware of the Chu family's so-called useless child. Yet few remembered that this so-called failure was, in fact, a direct descendant of the Chu lineage. Regardless of circumstances, such treatment is utterly unjustifiable. However, those events belong to the past. Besides, they have not inflicted any substantial harm upon you, have they? In fact, you have now gained admission to Tianlu Academy. What is your intention in voicing these grievances? Do you seek an apology from the entire Chu family? The Grand Elder exclaimed in a fit of anger and embarrassment. Chu Luwei remained silent, her gaze as cold and sharp as ice, sweeping over the individuals before her. These memories belonged to the original soul of this body. Perhaps it was due to her assuming this form, or perhaps because they had all once faced despair. Now that she had embraced the identity of Chu Luwei, both old grievances and new enmities must be reckoned together. Chu Luwei, you are woefully naive. Regardless of the circumstances, the Chu family raised and nurtured you. While they may not have achieved greatness, they have certainly endured hardships. You are not only ungrateful but audaciously bite back, accusing the Chu family of injustice in front of so many witnesses. What is your true intention? Chu Yan could no longer contain himself and bellowed. Chu Luyu cast him a sidelong glance. Am I not merely stating the truth? Furthermore, it is my parents who have nurtured and raised me. I have never had any connection with the other members of the Chu family. Chu Yan, I have yet to settle the score with you regarding the oppression you have inflicted upon my father over the years. Yet you still possess the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? After Chu Ning was injured, although his strength diminished, he continued to excel in other areas. A significant portion of the success of the shop under Chu Yan's name is attributable to Chu Ning's efforts. Nevertheless, Chu Ning was not given due recognition. Instead, he was repeatedly exploited by Chu Yan. The Chu family's hierarchy was evident in their treatment of Chu Ning, leading to increasingly strained circumstances for the father and daughter, while Chu Ning grew ever more despondent. How dare you? Chu Yan was utterly taken aback by Chu Luyu's boldness and scolding him to his face. Momentarily rendered speechless with fury, shaking with indignation, he pointed a trembling finger at Chu Luyu and shouted, You. Oh, Chu Luyu. Do you truly believe that simply because you have been accepted into Tianlu Academy, you are exceptional beyond measure? I not only gained admission, but I also passed all 3 subjects, achieving 2nd place among the Xian masters and 1st place among the warriors in the assessments. Chu Liu raised an eyebrow. I'm not exceptionally remarkable. I merely surpassed Chu Qian Min by a slight margin. Chu Yan was infuriated to the point of near apoplexy. Yet he found himself at a loss for words against Chu Luyu. After all, everything she said was undeniably true. Strength is paramount. There exists no more potent declaration. Enough. The Grand Elder bellowed fiercely, his gaze fixed intently upon Chu Luwei. Unmoved, Chu Luwei declared, Word by word, I have come to sever all ties with the Chu family. From this day forth, I, Chu Luwei, along with my father, Chu Ning, shall irrevocably part ways with the Chu family, never to entangle ourselves again. Henceforth, our fate shall be our own, entirely unrelated. Chapter 68, Settling Scores, Part 3. Upon hearing these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What did Chu Luwei just say? She intends to sever ties with the Chu family? Is she out of her mind? What did you say? The Grand Elder, taken aback by the shock, instinctively retorted. Chu Lui's expression was resolute, each word resonating like thunder, stirring a tempest within the hearts of those present. I said, from this moment on, the 2 of us, father and daughter, shall have no further connections with your Chu family. Do you comprehend? Do you understand what you are saying? The Grand Elder stared at Chu Luwei in disbelief, unable to fathom how she could utter such words. You bear the blood of the Chu family. To speak thus is an act of great ingratitude, great disrespect. I see that your admission to Tianlu Academy has truly gone to your head. Not only the Grand Elder, but the entire Chu family was left in stunned silence. They had considered the possibility that Chu Luwei might one day rise again, perhaps harboring grievances from the past, even seeking vengeance. Yet, none could have anticipated her unwavering resolve to completely dissociate from the Chu family, even if she now possessed extraordinary talent. The notion of challenging the entire Chu family was nothing short of a fanciful dream. How can it be that the Chu family is one of the four great families of the imperial capital, their status and prestige firmly established? Yet there are countless individuals yearning to attach themselves to them, yet she dares to make such a choice? I am not here to negotiate with you, but rather to inform you. Chu Luwei appears utterly unfazed by the commotion her words have stirred. Her demeanor remains composed and tranquil. This statement, seemingly simple and unadorned, nevertheless carries an unmistakable air of imperious authority. The third elder finally furrows his brow. Luwei, such words cannot be spoken lightly. I understand your discontent, but this is rather rash. Elder, my mind is made up. Chu Luwei's tone towards the third elder remains courteous, for within the memories of her past self, he was among the few who had once aided their father-daughter duo. He had no sons of his own and had always held Chu Ning in high regard, treating him almost as a son. Yet, so much had transpired since then. Despite his good intentions, the third elder found himself powerless to assist. He gazed at Chu Luwei, hesitating to speak, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Ultimately, he felt inadequate. Had he possessed more influence within the Chu family, perhaps he could have offered them a helping hand, preventing their father and daughter from descending into such dire straits. Were it not for Chu Luwei's recent admission to Tianlu Academy, he would have lacked the confidence to confront the Grand Elder directly. This girl has evidently lost all hope in the Chu family. If the Chu family wishes to retain her now, it may already be too late. Chu Luwei, with Chu Ning absent. Do your words also reflect his sentiments? Chu Luwei and Chu Ning's departure may not bode well for the Chu family, yet for them, it is undoubtedly a boon rather than a burden. Chu Ning will no longer contend for the position of the next family head, and Chu Luwei can no longer leverage her prodigious talent to monopolize the finest resources of the Chu family. Once the father and daughter take their leave, all that belongs to the Chu family will be rightfully his. With a flicker in her gaze, Chu Luwei discerned his intentions. She smiled gently and said, "What I express naturally represents my father. Rest assured, once we conclude the final account, my father and I shall depart without a trace, severing all ties with the Chu family." She raised her finger and continued, "Firstly, my mother's dowry amounted to 120 loads. If my memory serves me right, after my father's injury, you used the pretext of preventing him from exerting himself to hand over this dowry to Lu Yao for management. Now that we are to sever relations, it is only fitting that it be returned to us." The expressions of Chu Yin and Lu Yao darkened in unison. "Secondly, my father, after all, is the son of the family head, and I was once the esteemed lady of the Chu family. Although the family head is no longer present, he would surely feel uneasy knowing that my father and I leave with nothing. Thus, we propose to claim 1/5 of the family assets. Is that too much to ask? Dream on." Chu Yin was the first to object. "The Chu family has many descendants. How could you two simply walk away with 1/5? Such good fortune is hardly to be expected. Surely, the contributions my father has made to the Chu family over the years are evident to all. If you do not wish to provide assistance, so be it. I shall seek justice from His Majesty and ascertain whether this inheritance rightfully belongs to us." Chu Luwei stated resolutely. Chu Yin immediately fell silent. Who could forget that Chu Ning had been injured in the past to protect the imperial carriage? Should this matter escalate to His Majesty, even if only out of concern for his own reputation, the emperor would certainly not treat Chu Ning unjustly. This would only serve to further disgrace the Chu family. The elder, seething with anger, forced a smile. "Very well. You have calculated everything so meticulously. Henceforth, neither of you is permitted to set foot in the Chu family residence. I shall see how you manage to establish yourselves in the capital. Without the Chu family as their support, they would likely find it challenging to secure even a place to stay." Chu Luwei blinked and smiled. "There is no need for your concern, esteemed elder. A few days ago, I procured a new residence on West Street. Although it may not compare to the grandeur of the Chu manor, it is quite clean and devoid of clutter. Today, the 10th day of the 8th month, is an auspicious date, perfect for bidding farewell to filth and moving to new grounds. Upon hearing this, it became evident to all that Chu Luwei had clearly made prior arrangements. She had discreetly acquired a residence long before, only severing ties with the Chu family after gaining admission to Tianlu Academy. Thus, she could entirely liberate herself from the Chu family. Witnessing Chu Liyue's thorough preparations, the elder and the others felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had it been in the past, they would have wholeheartedly supported such actions by Chu Ning and Chu Luwei, even secretly relishing the opportunity to rid themselves of any blemish. However, now the identity of Chu Luwei has undergone a profound transformation. Does this not imply that they have been forsaken by her? If word gets out, how will the Chu family maintain their dignity? The elder exclaimed. Chu Luwei is utterly audacious. I believe there is indeed no necessity to retain her any longer. Chu Yin took a deep breath and began to persuade the elder. In the grand scheme of things, losing a bit of face is trivial. What truly matters is to eliminate this potential threat once and for all. Yet, this sentiment was not universally shared. One individual interjected, I believe we ought not to act so hastily. After all, Chu Luwei is an exceptionally rare talent, one that other families covet. If we simply let her go, would that not be a significant loss? Indeed. Moreover, both of them are of direct lineage. Severing ties is a matter of great consequence. With the family head absent, we must proceed with utmost caution. The elder, however, was displeased by these remarks and cast a cold glance at those who spoke. What, do you not trust my judgment? Or do you believe I lack the authority to make this decision? Do not misunderstand, elder, that is not our intention, Chu Yin retorted disdainfully. The elder's expression wavered, and he remained silent for a while. After a moment of shock, he contemplated the situation and found himself inclined to acquiesce to the proposal. Not to mention, his relationship with Chu Ning and her daughter was quite strained, having already developed animosity. He could not believe for a moment that they bore him no ill will. Should Chu Luwei remain within the Chu family, she would undoubtedly receive considerable favor in the future. Once she truly flourished, it was likely that his own troubles would begin. Yet, the matter concerning the family head was indeed a delicate issue to navigate. The elder, while acknowledging the commendable talent of Chu Luwei, remarked upon her troublesome and venomous disposition, deeming her presence intolerable. Moreover, once she departs from the Chu family, her future path will not be an easy one. Thus there is no need for excessive concern. As for Chu Ning, a cripple, what merit is there in lingering over him? Chu Yin whispered. The elder clenched his teeth and commanded, bring me paper and pen. Ultimately, this matter was instigated by Chu Luwei herself. When the family head eventually emerges, should accountability be sought, the blame will rest solely on her. No need, Chu Luwei interjected. I have already prepared the declaration for severing ties and the division of assets. With that, she produced 2 sheets of paper from her bosom, extending them with utmost sincerity. You merely need to press your thumbprint upon them. Laughter rippled through the crowd, amused by Chu Liyue's audacity in having everything meticulously arranged. The elder's face flushed crimson, nearly bursting with rage. He snatched the papers from her grasp, suppressing his fury as he scanned the contents. Finding no significant issues, he resolutely bit his finger, pressing it against the paper. Take this. From this day forth, do not claim to be a member of the Chu family. Chu Luwei, unfazed, examined the vivid crimson mark, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she lifted the papers triumphantly. Very well, from now on, I shall tread my own path while you traverse yours. However, do ensure that what is written here reaches me within 3 days. I do not appreciate having my belongings left in another's possession. Begone. The elder could no longer contain himself, bellowing in fury before turning on his heel. Close the door. As soon as the words were spoken, an unexpectedly delicate voice broke through the air from a short distance away. Oh, so many people here. What could be the occasion? The throng of people swiftly parted to make way. The figure approached with curiosity and finally laid eyes on Chu Luwei and the elder standing at the entrance. A grin spread across his face. Ah, is this not Miss Chu? I hear you have been accepted into Tianlu Academy. His Majesty is quite pleased. Chu Luwei smiled and bowed. Thank you, Masterman. In due time, I shall personally express my gratitude to His Majesty in the palace. Masterman, being a favored confidant of the Emperor, enjoyed a status higher than that of ordinary court officials and was rarely slighted. The elder cleared his throat, quickly adjusting his demeanor, and forced a smile. Master Min, what brings you here? Has His Majesty entrusted you with an important matter? Oh dear, I have come to deliver good news. Today, your esteemed household is truly blessed with double happiness. Double happiness? Pray, what do you mean, Master Min. Master Min beamed with delight. Raising his delicate fingers, the first piece of good news, of course, is that your esteemed young lady has been admitted to Tianlu Academy, achieving remarkable results with second place in the assessment for Xian Masters and first place for Warriors. The second piece of good news is that Lord Chu Ning has fully recovered from his old injuries and has successfully advanced to a 5th-tier warrior. His Majesty is overjoyed and has appointed Lord Chu Ning as the commander of the Imperial Capital's Imperial Guard. I am here to share this joyous news with you. Just look at this double celebration. It truly is enviable. As Master Min finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the street. The expressions on the faces of the elder and his companions were devoid of any semblance of joy. Instead, they appeared exceedingly displeased, as if they had swallowed a fly. Grand Eunuch Min immediately sensed something amiss, and his smile faded slightly. "What has happened to you? How could this be possible?" he exclaimed. The injuries he sustained were grievous, and even those renowned celestial physicians claimed that the likelihood of his full recovery in this lifetime was nearly non-existent. How could he suddenly be well again, and even surpass the 5th rank of martial artists? Chu Yan shouted in disbelief. He refused to accept this as truth. It was simply inconceivable. Grand Eunuch Min narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. "What, my Lord Chu Yan? Are you insinuating that we have fabricated a royal decree?" Chu Yan was taken aback. No, that is not my intention. I am utterly astonished. There had been no prior indication of this. How could it be? Grand Eunuch Min waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Chu family. It was evident that Chu Ning and his daughter had endured considerable hardship in recent years, finding themselves in a rather precarious position within the family, constantly marginalized. It was entirely reasonable that Chu Ning had chosen not to disclose his recovery and ascension to the 5th rank of martial artists to them. Hearing this news would undoubtedly incite anxiety among certain members of the Chu family. Just look at Lord Chu Yin, his rise would pose the greatest threat to him, which he would certainly be reluctant to accept. However, Grand Eunuch Min had no desire to expose this, and with a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "Rest assured. Even His Majesty only learned of this today. For years, His Majesty has been deeply troubled by Lord Chu Ning's injuries. Therefore, upon hearing that Lord Chu Ning has indeed surpassed the 5th rank of martial artists, he was immensely delighted. Moreover, the position of commander of the Imperial Guard is currently vacant, and Lord Chu Ning is the most suitable candidate. Indeed, Your Majesty mentioned that Lord Chu Ning would be engaged in a nocturnal discourse at the palace tonight." At once, Chu Yan fell silent. It was evident that Eunuch Min's words served as a warning. If even the emperor was unaware of this matter, what significance did it hold for him? In fact, the very fact that they were both in the dark only underscored that Lord Chu Ning had been the first to inform the emperor. Is there any greater demonstration of loyalty? The emperor would likely place even more trust in Chu Ning. What more could he say? The commander of the Imperial Guards. That position holds immense power. Historically, only those of exceptional capability and favored by the emperor could ascend to such heights. Even during his prime, Chu Ning was merely a captain among the Imperial Guards. Now, having just recovered, he astonishingly leaped several ranks to become the commander. From this day forth, he is destined to become a figure of immense prominence in the capital. The emperor's favor is indeed a tremendous fortune. The Grand Elder must be overjoyed, wouldn't you agree? Eunuch Min continued. The Grand Elder opened his mouth, managing a forced smile that appeared more sorrowful than joyful. You speak with reason. Eunuch Min, your efforts in making this trip are truly commendable. Chu Luyu stepped forward, interrupting the Grand Elder's words, and spoke with a cheerful demeanor. Eunuch Min, seeing Chu Luyu's amiable disposition and appropriate speech, felt an even greater fondness for her. Miss Chu, your words are quite unnecessary. Both Lord Chu Ning and you are individuals of genuine talent. We hold profound admiration for you. When the time comes, we shall certainly come to convey our congratulations. With the threshold you now possess, it seems it will soon be trampled upon. Chu Luyu shook her head, casting a meaningful glance at the Grand Elder and others. The threshold is rather high. I fear it may exhaust you, so let us seek another venue. Oh, you may not yet be aware, but I have just severed ties with the Chu family. From this day forth, my father and I shall have no further association with them. Even the seasoned Eunuch Min, accustomed to tumultuous storms, was taken aback. What? Chu Liu smiled with an air of nonchalance. This signifies that these two joyous occasions bear no connection whatsoever to the Chu family or its members. As for you, grant me this happiness alone, and that shall suffice. These individuals once deceived her in countless ways. Now, she would not allow them a glimmer of her light. Chapter 71. I have waited for you for a long time. First update. This. Such a significant matter. I fear His Majesty may still be unaware. Eunuch Min spoke hesitantly, glancing at the Grand Elder and the others. Is this matter truly settled? The contract has been pinned, and with so many witnesses. It is indeed conclusive. Rest assured, I shall personally elucidate this matter to His Majesty on another day. Observing that none from the Chu family dared to offer an explanation, Eunuch Min realized that this issue had likely reached an irrevocable state and could not help but sigh inwardly. Who would have imagined that the rumored timid and lowly Chu family waste would prove to be such a decisive and audacious individual? Severing ties with the Chu family is tantamount to establishing a formidable adversary. However, with Chu Ning now the commander of the Imperial Guard and Chu Luyu being the envy of all for her talents, it is likely that the Chu family would not dare to act openly against them. Master Min, ever adept at navigating social intricacies, swiftly concealed his thoughts. He clasped his hands toward Chu Lu Wei and smiled. Master Chu, please take care. Understanding his reluctance to intervene, Chu Lu Wei graciously replied, Master Min, safe travels. Subsequently, Master Min bid farewell to the Grand Elder and others before departing in haste. Chu Lu Wei, not wishing to linger, turned and left as well. By the way, I have heard that numerous congratulatory gifts have already arrived at your esteemed residence. They should all be for me, so please ensure they are delivered together. With that, she turned away, unperturbed by the dismayed expressions of those around her. The Grand Elder glared at her retreating figure, wishing to confront her fiercely, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Letting out an exasperated exclamation, bang, as the gathering entered, the gates of the Chu residence were firmly shut. However, the scandal that had unfolded within the Chu family soon spread throughout the entire imperial capital. Upon returning to the estate, the Grand Elder retained only a select few with significant influence within the Chu family to deliberate together. Chu Yin spoke first, her expression one of indignation. The Grand Elder's countenance darkened, remaining silent. Indeed, even if she had gained admission to Tianlu Academy, her audacity was excessive. If she dared to act so brazenly now, who could predict her future actions? If we do nothing this time and simply acquiesce, the entire imperial capital will deem the Chu family spineless. This affront is absolutely intolerable. Does Chu Luwei think she can lead a peaceful life after severing ties with the Chu family? If we do not make her aware of the consequences, she may genuinely believe we are powerless against her. The individuals present began to murmur among themselves, their spirits aflame with the desire to make Chu Luwei fully aware of the repercussions of her actions. The third elder shook his head slightly and remarked, let us not forget, she still has Chu Ning. The others fell silent, momentarily taken aback. The commander of the Imperial Guards. Indeed, the current Chu Ning poses quite a challenge. But what of it? Can Chu Ning alone truly contend with our entire Chu family? Chu Yin smirked, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. This statement sparked a flicker of realization in the elder's gaze. He paced thoughtfully for a moment before resolutely declaring, indeed. Did not Chu Luyu proclaim her intention to host a grand banquet and celebration? I am quite eager to see just how many will attend in the imperial capital. Chu Luyu made her way to her new residence alone. Having resolved several matters today, her spirits were notably elevated. As evening descended, a gentle breeze stirred her flowing tresses. The remnants of the setting sun cast an elongated shadow behind her. She walked leisurely, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. After a month of intense scheming since her rebirth, she could finally afford to relax a bit. The surrounding clamor gradually faded, giving way to serenity. Raising her gaze, she could now discern the verdant eaves of her new abode. Previously, she had sold the hunting grounds deed for 300,000 taels of silver, of which 100,000 was allocated for the purchase of this residence. Situated on the quiet west street of the imperial capital, this locale is rather secluded, seldom favored by the elite. However, Chu Luyu had instantly taken a liking to it, having endured the opulent yet frigid palaces in her past life. She now harbored no interest in them. Instead, it was this tranquil place that captured her heart. Thinking of the prospect of finally distancing herself and Chu Ning from the Chu family and living their own lives, a faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. Suddenly, something cool fell upon her face. Chu Luiyue was momentarily taken aback and looked up. Raindrops cascaded swiftly, soon merging into a steady stream. It was raining. Chu Luiyue quickened her pace. As she turned a corner and stepped onto a cobblestone path, the end of which led to her new home, she was unexpectedly halted. At the end of the ancient stone path stood a figure, Tall and elegant, he donned a snow-white robe and a flowing black cloak. The sky rapidly transformed into a shade of gray-blue, and the rain poured down, creating a translucent curtain between heaven and earth. The water splashed against the cobblestones, rising in a delicate mist that rendered the scenery somewhat indistinct. Yet, his exquisite profile remained distinctly visible. The interplay of black and white accentuated his porcelain-like, ethereal visage, akin to a flower on a high peak, only to be admired from afar. It was Rongxiu? A fleeting doubt crossed Chu Liyue's mind when she saw the figure suddenly approach her. Under the dim sky and the cascading rain, he seemed to emerge from the shadows. For reasons unknown, Chu Liyue felt that this version of Rongxiu was somewhat different from the usual. She could not help but watch as he drew closer with each step. Finally, he stood before her, motionless. You. Chu Liyue hesitated to speak. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Rongxiu raised his hand, and a shadow flitted past, parting the rain above her head. He had unfurled a black umbrella for her. Chu Liyue tilted her head to gaze at him, locking eyes with his penetrating gaze, reminiscent of an abyss shrouded in the depths of night. Where he spoke, his voice ethereal and cold, laced with a subtle hint of tenderness. I have waited for you for quite some time. In that fleeting moment, Chu Liyue felt a disorienting shiver, as if he truly had been waiting for her far too long. What brings you here? This residence was a private purchase of hers, known to scarcely anyone. How could Rongxiu possibly know, let alone be here awaiting her arrival? Rongxiu's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the droplet of rain upon her cheek. He then leaned in subtly, extending his hand. Ah, don't move. He was positioned so close that Chu Liyue could distinctly see his long, dark eyelashes fluttering gently. His expression was exceedingly serious, as though this moment held monumental significance. For reasons unknown, Chu Liyue found herself holding her breath, and in that instant, time seemed to stretch interminably. After what felt like an eternity, Rongxiu suddenly broke into a soft laughter. Breathe. Instinctively, Chu Liyue exhaled in a soft "oh," finally releasing the breath she had been holding. Rongxiu paused momentarily. Are you all right now? Is it really necessary to take so long over a mere sprinkle of rain? Chu Liyue mused internally, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness wash over her. Perhaps it was unintentional. Yet, why did he insist on wiping her face each time they met? She silently grumbled, suppressing the stirring emotions within her, and inquired once more, what brings you here? Glancing down briefly, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Going home? That was her home, not his. What is this presumptuous tone? Your Highness, what are you doing? Although there is no one around, is this behavior truly appropriate? I feel cold, remarked Rongxiu calmly. His audacity left Chu Liyue momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a retort. Rongxiu drew her closer still. Chu Liyue raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, this will not keep you warm. Rongxiu nodded, acknowledging her concern. Indeed, but it will not get us wet. Chu Liyue was taken aback, her gaze shifting to discover that the cloak draped over him was already slightly damp. She recalled that when Rongxiu had held the umbrella for her, it had indeed leaned toward her side. In light of his chivalrous gesture, she decided not to pursue the matter further. The two shared a silent journey until they arrived at the door. Chu Liyue struggled momentarily, and Rongxiu naturally released her hand. She opened the grand door and stepped inside. Rongxiu remained outside, showing no inclination to depart. Chu Liyue clenched her teeth inwardly. Will your Highness take a moment to rest in my humble abode? Rongxiu's lips curled slightly. Since you extend such kindness, I shall not be impolite. With that, he strode in confidently. Chu Liyue thought to herself, how had I not noticed before that Rongxiu could be so shameless? This residence was something Chu Liyue had only visited once during its purchase, and at that time, it had been rather untidy. Now, after some renovations, it appeared far more elegant and clean. She invited Rongxiu to take a seat while she prepared a pot of ginger tea. The humble abode lacked the means to properly entertain the Prince of Li. As the tea was served, Chu Liyue ceased her bustling activities and settled across from Rongxiu. This cup of ginger tea was more than sufficient. Yet, Rongxiu appeared unperturbed. He poured 2 cups, handing one to Chu Liyue while keeping the other for himself. Taking a delicate sip, the white steam curled around him, causing his features to soften and relax. His demeanor bore no trace of a prince's arrogance. Rather, he seemed genuinely content. Chu Liyue found it curious that such a commonplace beverage as ginger tea, with its somewhat pungent flavor, was typically scorned by most young aristocrats. Yet here he was, sipping it with such leisurely ease. Could it be that he had endured a life of simplicity in the years spent at Minghui Tianshan? It appeared that His Highness had not lived in the lap of luxury after all. Intentionally, she remarked, "You can tolerate ginger tea? I cannot." Rongshio replied with a smile. "But as it is brewed by you, it is indeed a rarity. I have grown accustomed to it despite my aversion." Accustomed despite aversion. His tone remained as calm as ever, yet this remark carried a hint of ambiguity. For a moment, Chu Luiyue found herself at a loss for words, biting her lip. If she still could not discern Rongshio's feelings for her at this point, she would truly be foolish. Helping her once could be attributed to chance. But what of twice? Or thrice? What she could not fathom was what exactly Rongshio found appealing in her appearance. When they first met, she had been pale and gaunt, far from attractive. Her talent? She had only just gained admission to Tianlu Academy today. Her status? The discarded fiancée of the crown prince and the scorned young lady of the Chu family, someone ordinary people would shun, let alone the esteemed Prince of Li. Your Highness, let us be forthright and speak candidly. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath, straightened her back, and gazed earnestly at Rongshio. What brings you here today? Or rather, what is it that you wish to obtain from me? Although I have recently risen to a better position, I am still weak and have little to offer you. You are merely wasting your time and energy on me. Rongshio turned the teacup in his hand, lowering his gaze in contemplation for a moment before meeting her eyes. Their gazes locked, and within Rongshio's eyes, countless lights flickered and danced, ultimately reflecting the visage of the young girl. I have come today to celebrate your birthday. Chu Luiyue was taken aback. Suddenly, Rongshio produced a wooden box from his possession, releasing a faint fragrance into the air. It was an exquisitely crafted agarwood box. This is a gift for you. Chu Luiyue hesitated before accepting it, her fingers deftly opening the box. Inside lay a peach blossom hairpin, resting there peacefully. The pin was intricately carved from black wood, adorned with several lifelike peach blossoms, each petal and stamen exquisitely detailed. Most striking of all were the crystalline snowflakes that seemed to float upon the blossoms. It was the height of summer, and naturally, there was no snow. Upon closer inspection, Chu Luiyue was astonished to discover that the snowflakes were intricately carved from the exceptionally rare moon condensation stone. This stone is a precious gem, radiating brilliance and sunlight. While in the darkness, it emits a gentle and ethereal glow reminiscent of moonlight. Chu Luiyue's heart was filled with profound amazement. Although Rongshio is the seventh prince of the Yaoshan kingdom, that kingdom holds little significance across the entire Xuanwu continent. In her previous life, as the destined princess of the Tianling dynasty, obtaining the moon condensation stone would have been a trivial matter. Yet for the people of Yaoshan kingdom, this is undoubtedly a rare treasure. How could Rongshio possess such an item? Moreover, he actually bestowed such a precious gift upon her. Chu Luiyue closed the box and handed it back. Your Highness, this gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Rongshio gazed intently at her. Today marks your coming-of-age ceremony. According to tradition, it is customary for the elders of the family to conduct the ceremony and adorn you with a hairpin. Chu Luiyue fell silent. Rongshio spoke the truth. For women on the Xuanwu continent, the coming-of-age ceremony holds immense significance, symbolizing their transition into adulthood and readiness for marriage. Even in ordinary families, it is common to invite someone to adorn their daughter with a hairpin. For noble young ladies, the occasion is celebrated with even greater grandeur. During her previous coming-of-age ceremony, various vassal states sent their congratulations, and the festivities lasted 3 days and nights. At that time, she was indeed held in the highest esteem. After her rebirth, she had been preoccupied with devising plans to escape her predicament and seek vengeance, leaving little room in her heart for such matters. Today, on her coming-of-age day, she had severed ties with the Chu family, and her only relative, Chu Ning, remained in the palace, yet to return. Had Rongshio not appeared, she would have simply let the day pass. Yet, he came, bringing with him such an extraordinary gift. Your Highness, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I truly cannot accept this gift. If you do not accept it today, I shall return tomorrow to present it again. However, Rongshio appeared unfazed by her refusal, a subtle smile playing on his lips. For every day you do not accept it, I shall come again. Chu Luiyue, observing Rongshio's serene demeanor, she felt certain he would indeed follow through on his word. She ground her teeth and retorted, Your Highness, have you ever been told that you possess an exceedingly thick skin? Rongshio leaned back in his chair, a gentle smile gracing his features. Perhaps. With a swift motion, Chu Luiyue reopened the box, pointing at the peach blossom hairpin. Your Highness, the peach blossom blooms in spring. Why does this pin depict blossoms adorned with snow? Peach blossoms can bloom in winter. Is that so? Have you ever witnessed it? Chu Luiyue scoffed inwardly, bemused by Rongshio's audacity. Yet, he suddenly met her gaze, his eyes penetrating deeply. In that moment, Chu Li was reminded of their first encounter. When he stood in the rain, gazing at her with the very same intensity, she found herself unable to decipher his thoughts, sensing as though he was looking beyond her. To another person, I have seen it, he murmured, closing his eyes to cloak the tumult within, a soft sigh escaping his lips. I have seen it. Snow swirling in the air, peach blossoms ablaze. Chapter 74, Timeliness, 4th update. Chu Li found herself at a loss for words to describe Rong Xiu in that moment. He seemed to be reminiscing about the scene he had painted with his words, yet it felt more like he was longing for someone. Where could one witness peach blossoms blooming in winter? And who might be the one he could not forget? Regardless, it is evidently of great significance to him. Chu Luwei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the peach blossom hairpin. In that case, I must thank your highness, she said. Rong Xiu rested his chin on one hand, his demeanor relaxed and carefree, the warm glow of the lantern casting a gentle light upon his already exquisite features, enhancing his unparalleled beauty. Chu Luwei glanced outside, noticing that the rain was intensifying, showing no signs of abating. She inquired, Your Highness, do the people at your residence know you are here? With such heavy rain, they should be coming to fetch you soon, especially after they just presented you with a grand gift. Rong Xiu regarded her with a half-smile, his gaze playful. How could that be possible? Chu Luwei asserted with conviction. Your visit has brought honor to my humble abode. However, this place is indeed modest and cannot compare to the princess residence. I find this location quite agreeable, Rong Xiu replied, tapping his fingers on the table. Moreover, I have been feeling rather weak lately and cannot withstand the chill. If the rain continues, I might have to impose upon you for the night. Chu Luwei lifted her teacup, intending to take a sip, but nearly dropped it in shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You intend to stay here? This is absolutely unacceptable. This is my first day residing here. It seemed absurd for Rong Xiu, who was neither a close relative nor friend, to sleep here. Your courtyard appears quite spacious. Surely there must be at least one guest room? Rong Xiu appeared somewhat taken aback as well. Chu Luwei was left speechless. While the residence had numerous rooms, she had purchased it for its tranquility and had only prepared 2 bedrooms. One belonged to Chu Ning and the other to her. Where, then, is his position? Chu Luwei promptly conveyed the situation to Rong Xiu. Did your esteemed father not enter the palace to meet the emperor? I have heard that the emperor seemed rather pleased and mentioned wanting to have a late-night conversation with Lord Chu Ning. Chu Luwei cast a vigilant glance at Rong Xiu. It was not surprising that he was aware of this matter. Steward Min had already mentioned it at the Chu residence today. Anyone curious enough could easily find out. Furthermore, as a prince, he was most knowledgeable about affairs within the palace. This Prince of Li, beneath his seemingly gentle and harmless exterior, was anything but. Rong Xiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, as a younger generation, one should not disturb their elders. Before Chu Luwei could exhale in relief, he continued. In that case, I fear it will be a hardship for you, Yuer. Just as Chu Luwei was about to protest vehemently, she saw Rong Xiu cough into his fist, as if he might faint at any moment from a mere chill. This fellow was resolutely determined to stay. Chu Luwei clenched, and then relaxed her fists repeatedly, finally rising abruptly. The humble abode, with its dilapidated windows and worn roofs, if it were to let in the wind or rain, would surely jeopardize your health. How could you possibly bear it? Rong Xiu's coughing finally ceased. In that case, I am most grateful to you, Yuer. His audacity rivals that of a city wall. The notions of being warm and gentle, of being a modest gentleman, are mere faades. He is unequivocally a shameless libertine. While tidying the bedding, Chu Luwei inwardly cursed. With a fierce shake, she fluffed the quilt. With a decisive slam, she shut the window. Bang, bang, bang. She forcefully tossed her pillow. Yuer, although that pillow is made of wood, it cannot withstand such rough treatment. Rong Xiu, observing from the side, felt a twitch in his eyelids and could not help but offer a gentle reminder. Chu Luwei flashed a grin, baring her teeth. Rest assured, this item is quite sturdy. I merely wish for you to sleep comfortably. Rong Xiu, recognizing her intent, promptly fell silent. Yet, as he gazed at her spirited demeanor, a subtle smile graced his lips. All right, everything is tidied up. You may rest here. After Chu Luwei finished her task, she prepared to depart. Rong Xiu stepped forward, obstructing her path. Where are you headed? Chu Luwei regarded him with curiosity. This space is now yours. Naturally, I shall go elsewhere. However, Rong Xiu shook his head. I am prone to nightmares at night. I cannot be alone. Chu Luwei's eyes widened slowly in realization. So, you, suddenly, a white figure burst through the window, crashing onto the floor. Both turned to look. Chu Liu exclaimed with delight, "Shui Shui, what brings you here?" Shui Shui lay on the ground. Its once fluffy and soft fur now drenched from the rain, making it appear noticeably slimmer. Upon hearing Chu Liyu's voice, it attempted to rise but was ensnared by an icy gaze, rendering it motionless, pretending to have stumbled in by accident. With Shui Shui's arrival, it could simply stay and accompany her, right? Being so clever, Shui Shui would certainly take good care of the prince, wouldn't it? Rongxiu regarded Shui Shui with a cool tone. Indeed, Shui Shui shook itself off. In the next moment, it vigorously shook off the rainwater clinging to its form, while icy blue flames flickered across its body, swiftly evaporating the remaining droplets. In an instant, it regained its usual tall and pristine appearance. Subsequently, it darted to stand before Rongxiu, adopting a seemingly obedient demeanor. Chu Liyue's previous frustration dissipated entirely as she turned and departed with light, buoyant steps. Within the room, a man and a beast once again found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence. This visit proved to be rather timely, didn't it? Chapter 75. Choice. Fifth update. Having relinquished her bedroom to Rongxiu, Chu Liyue was not genuinely upset. He had aided her on several occasions, and she owed him a debt of gratitude. Allowing him to stay for a day was of no consequence. After exiting the bedroom, she pondered for a moment before making her way to the study. The study, too, housed a resting area, yet Chu Liyue had no intention of sleeping. Today, she aimed to shatter the lingering barrier that had yet to be breached, to become a true warrior. With the doors and windows securely shut, she settled cross-legged upon the bed, gradually closing her eyes. This body possessed the Earth Meridian, granting her an extraordinary cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Therefore, although she had only recently restored her meridian, the natural energy within her was already remarkably abundant. Now that she had gained admission to Tianlu Academy, there was no longer a need to conceal the fact of her meridian's recovery. The room was enveloped in profound tranquility. Soon, the natural energy began to surge towards Chu Liyue. The breakthrough to becoming a warrior was destined to occur this very night. On this tempestuous night, calmness was assuredly not in the cards. Lujia, Yinner, did Chu Liyue truly defeat Minmin during the assessment? Lu Fian curled her lips. It is indeed true. The members of the Lu family exchanged glances, astonished. Could it be that Chu Liyue had truly transformed from a wastrel into a genius? Initially, they were incredulous upon hearing the news. With her incomplete original meridian, even the esteemed heavenly doctors could do nothing for her. How could Chu Liyue possibly thrive? Yet, as it stands, disbelief has given way to acceptance. The elders were taken aback, and upon inquiring into the details of the matter, they shook their heads in unison. Chu Liyue had undoubtedly antagonized the Chu family irreparably. She was no longer the same person, especially with Chu Ning now serving as the commander of the Imperial Guard. Her arrogance had only intensified. However, they feared that establishing a foothold in the imperial capital would not be an easy endeavor. A letter had arrived from the Chu family. Second Elder, what are your thoughts? Although we have never seen eye to eye with the Chu family, Minmin does carry the bloodline of the Lu family. Furthermore, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. It would be unwise to provoke the Chu family at this juncture. Indeed, the Gu family. They too were indifferent to the matter, deliberating on how to approach the Chu family. Given Chu Ning's changed status, to disregard him would be tantamount to disrespecting His Majesty himself. The Chu family was gradually declining. Thus there was no need for excessive caution. Such was their discourse. Yet the Chu family still possessed formidable figures. No matter how exceptional Chu Ning was, he stood alone. It was unlikely he could contend against the members of the Chu family. So, shall we side with the Chu family? The Si family. In the room, aside from the three of them, there was no one else. What are your thoughts on Chu Liyue? Posed a direct inquiry. With palpable excitement, proclaimed, Master, that is truly formidable. Her talent is only slightly inferior to that of my elder brother. The family has been blind all these years. With his hands clasped behind his back, responded, has severed ties with the family today. What? Gasped in astonishment, but as he recalled the family's treatment of her, he found her decision to be entirely justifiable. Given the family's behavior towards her, her choice to cut ties was understandable. What audacity! Finally breaking his silence, turned to and inquired, Master, what is your decision? Cast an appreciative glance at him. Such keen and astute reasoning is indeed the hallmark of one capable of bearing significant responsibilities. Regarding the family, it seems that not just I, But many in the imperial capital would likely arrive at the same conclusion. The family would probably not afford her the time and opportunity to flourish. However, shook his head. I implore you to select. Was taken aback. Why? After a brief silence, replied, her talent far surpasses mine. Moreover, it is she who will not grant the family any further chances. Chapter 76. Fragments of a page. First update. The rain continued to fall. Within the study, held her breath, fully concentrating as she rapidly absorbed the elemental energies surrounding her. Time passed incrementally, yet began to sense that something was amiss. The primordial force surged into her body, rapidly flowing along the meridians towards her dantian, yet failing to materialize into the coveted primordial dan of a warrior. Instead, it was absorbed into a diminutive lake within her being. To truly become a warrior, one must condense the primordial dan. For Chu Luiyue, the abundance of primordial energy within her made the formation of the dan a trivial endeavor. However, despite the passage of time, while the celestial primordial energy had been absorbed into her body, it remained incapable of coalescing. Once it flowed into the lake, that energy seemed to be devoured, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Gradually, Chu Luiyue began to perceive the gravity of her predicament. If this continued, would she forever be unable to condense the primordial dan and become a true warrior? The primordial dan held immense significance for any warrior. Particularly after breaking through to the 4th tier, its importance to practitioners was unparalleled. Without it, she would not be considered a genuine warrior, and her strength would be severely curtailed. Chu Luiyue endeavored to retain the primordial energy and amalgamate it, yet found herself utterly incapable. The power of the lake completely overshadowed her own. Chu Luiyue opened her eyes and murmured softly, solely relying on her current strength. She could not contend with the vastness of that lake within her. It was too formidable. What exactly was that lake? Chu Luiyue was certain that it posed no lethal threat to her. In fact, it had even manifested its power to rescue her in times of peril. Yet, if she remained oblivious to its nature, would she not be perpetually ensnared in this predicament? Chu Luiyue gazed at her hands. She vividly recalls the moment she awakened to her rebirth, when a peculiar pattern once manifested on her palm. Subsequently, that design vanished, yet within her dantian, a translucent fragment of a page emerged. Ultimately, this page transformed into a tranquil lake, silently suspended in the air. The last disturbance in the lake occurred during her attempt to restore her original pulse. Initially, Chu Luiyue paid little heed to it, but she never anticipated that this entity would directly obstruct her from condensing her original dan. Reluctantly, Chu Luiyue endeavored several more times, all ending in failure. The incessant sound of rain outside only served to heighten her agitation. What on earth is this wretched thing? No sooner had she thought this than she felt a tremor within her dantian. A formidable power erupted from the lake. Chu Luiyue's body jolted, her vital energy surging within her chest and abdomen. She quickly steadied herself, gazing towards her dantian. This glance left her utterly astonished. The lake, which had been hovering in midair, was now rapidly altering its shape, ultimately reverting to a transparent page. It was indeed the very page that Chu Luiyue had once glimpsed. However, this time, crimson light was swiftly coalescing upon it. A wave of anxiety gripped her heart. What did this sudden change signify? On the translucent page, the red luminescence gradually formed into a character. Chu Luiyue focused intently, scrutinizing it more closely. As the second character materialized, she finally discerned the inscriptions upon it. Foolish Chu Luiyue. She could hardly fathom that the first manifestation of the mysterious transparent page would bear the inscription. Are you insulting me? Chu Luiyue asked in disbelief, her heart racing as the pages of the book trembled gently, the inscriptions swiftly fading away. Yet, the astonishment that enveloped her heart did not dissipate. After the previous incident, she had been secretly speculating that this translucent page was a fragment of a precious artifact. However, its true nature remained elusive. But now it appeared that it possessed its own consciousness. Who are you? Chu Luiyue suppressed her shock and inquired coldly. The presence of such an entity residing in her dantian was indeed unsettling. Soon, another line of text materialized upon the page. The primordial dan condenses the power of heaven and earth. A mere ladle overflows. Chu Luiyue was momentarily taken aback. Did this imply that the primordial dan could only gather a meager amount of the elemental force? Wasn't that rather commonplace? Countless cultivators existed in the world. If the primordial dan could amass boundless elemental power, chaos would surely ensue. Moreover, as a cultivator's rank ascended, the primordial dan would inevitably grow stronger. capable of harnessing ever greater forces. This was not a process that could be achieved overnight. Seemingly anticipating her thoughts, the previous line of text vanished, replaced by a new one, foolishly unattainable. Chu Luiyue was taken aback. It was the first time in both her past and present lives that she had been scolded in such a manner. Before she could respond, the text completely dissolved, and the page scattered anew, forming a floating lake. It seemed that the entity would not heed her any longer. Gazing at the suspended lake, Chu Luiyue fell into contemplation. What did that phrase truly signify? A ladle overflows. Could it be suggesting that she was capable of containing more elemental force? Upon this realization, Chu Luiyue felt a sudden stirring within her heart. She began to attempt to sense the power contained within the lake. Vast and ethereal. Chu Luiyue held her breath, cautiously trying to harness the energy. A ripple gently spread across the lake's surface. Boom. In an instant, a formidable force surged forth from the lake, rushing towards every fiber of Chu Luiyue's being. She opened her eyes wide and pointed forward. Bang! The grand door shattered into pieces. Chapter 77. Enlightenment. Second update. Chu Luiyue stared blankly at the shattered door, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Just moments ago, had she merely stirred a ripple upon the lake? How could such overwhelming power have erupted? Just then, a figure dashed in from outside. Yue. Upon hearing this call, Chu Luiyue instinctively lifted her gaze, and the person approaching was none other than Rongxiu. He had evidently rushed over after hearing the sound of the door's destruction. Rongxiu's eyes quickly scanned the remnants of the door before he strode in with purpose. Are you all right? What just happened? As he entered, he immediately sensed that Chu Luiyue was unharmed, which eased his heart, yet he remained somewhat apprehensive. Chu Luiyue noticed the subtle shift in his typically languid voice, now laced with a hint of tension. Upon closer inspection, there was a barely perceptible expression of concern in his eyes. For Rongxiu, who seldom displayed his emotions, this was indeed a rare sight. Chu Luiyue shook her head. I am fine. I merely attempted to condense the origin Dan and encountered a slight mishap with the force. Is that so? Rongxiu regarded her with a look of skepticism. How could the condensation of the original elixir cause such a commotion? Chu Luiyue found this explanation rather absurd. The kind of power displayed moments ago could hardly be wielded even by a third-tier warrior. Yet, the reality was undeniable. She helplessly rubbed her temples. I assure you, Your Highness, I am perfectly fine. There is no need for concern. At that moment, Shueshua burst in from outside, leaping directly in front of Chu Luiyue. It sniffed left and right, seemingly anxious that something might be amiss with her. The brush of its fur against her chin made her itch, and she couldn't help but chuckle. All right. Shueshua, I'm fine. I haven't been hurt. Shueshua blinked, and upon confirming her well-being, nuzzled against her neck as if seeking affection. Rongxiu cast a glance at Shueshua. The previously exuberant creature immediately subdued itself, letting out a low growl before obediently stepping back and lying down. Chu Luiyue affectionately patted its head and turned to Rongxiu, her curiosity piqued. Your Highness, how did you arrive so swiftly? Shueshua, being a high-ranking magical beast of the lion class, possessed remarkable speed. It should have heard the commotion and rushed over, yet it had still arrived after Rongxiu. Could it be that you were nearby just moments ago? Rongxiu noticed the peculiar look in her eyes and couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her cheek playfully. Do not dwell on such nonsensical thoughts. I merely took a stroll to ease my insomnia and came over upon hearing the noise. Chu Luiyue brushed his hand away, though her skepticism lingered. How fortuitous that he happened to be so close. Moreover, she distinctly remembered how swiftly he had arrived just now. The frail prince of the departed truly conceals his depths. Chu Luiyue refrained from further inquiries as Rongxiu cast a meaningful glance at the shattered door panel. If I were to depart, are you certain you wouldn't dismantle this place? Chu Luiyue responded with hesitation. It's rather difficult to explain. You may continue to cultivate your original Dan. I shall remain here, ensuring I do not disturb you. With that, Rongxiu settled into a chair in the corner of the room, casually opening a book as if he had no intention of leaving. Chu Luiyue found herself at a loss for words. Clearly, one could not outmatch this individual's audacity. Let him observe. The lake within her dantian remained undetectable to outsiders, who could merely sense the power emanating from it. The phenomenon could indeed be elucidated by the original Dan. Wait, a sudden realization struck Chu Luiyue, and she finally comprehended the meaning of that phrase. It suggested using it as the original Dan. Chapter 78. My Lord, Part 3. Having grasped this concept, Chu Luiyue felt as though a veil had been lifted. The previous moment had already confirmed her ability to harness the power of this lake. which was fundamentally akin to the function of the original Dan. Furthermore, the lake's capacity to contain primal energy was evidently exponentially superior to that of the original Dan. Merely stirring a ripple had unleashed such formidable might. If she were to exert her full strength, it would undoubtedly yield even more potent attacks. With this entity residing within her dantian, it seemed implausible to consolidate the original Dan. Thus, the only viable approach was to adopt it as her own original Dan. However, this posed a dilemma. The entity possessed its own consciousness, clearly rendering it incapable of wholly adhering to her commands. In a moment of mismanagement, one could inadvertently invite disaster upon oneself. At this juncture, Chu Luiyue suddenly sensed an unusual movement within her body, prompting her to hold her breath and concentrate. Directing her gaze toward her dantian. Before her eyes, the tranquil lake began to transform into a colossal droplet of water, upon which an enigmatic pattern gradually emerged. It was the very design that had first appeared in the palm of Chu Luiyue's hand. In that instant, she felt as though a subtle connection had formed between herself and the droplet, as if it had become an integral part of her being. With a stir of her spirit, Chu Luiyue endeavored to harness a thread of power from the droplet. A ripple, significantly weaker than before, surged forth. While the primordial energy swiftly coursed through her body, she distinctly sensed that due to that delicate connection, her control had become remarkably more effortless, like an extension of her own fingers. After several repeated experiments, she finally confirmed that the droplet had indeed established a certain bond with her. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms, amidst the chaotic firmament, my master shall determine the rise and fall. This proclamation was undeniably audacious to the extreme. In her previous life, she had witnessed numerous top-tier powerhouses traversing the continent, yet none had dared to utter such words. The Xuanwu continent was boundless, teeming with myriad races. Who could truly ascend to the pinnacle? Moreover, the crux of it was that this declaration referred to my master. Was that not a reference to her? How utterly preposterous. As the voice gradually faded, only the enormous transparent droplet remained, quietly suspended in Chu Luiyue's dantian. As if all that had transpired was merely an illusion, Chu Luiyue attempted to dismiss that statement, yet found the voice indelibly etched in her mind. Refusing to be cast aside, she waited for a while longer, ultimately choosing to cast aside her thoughts. After all, since this entity had already acknowledged her as its master, it should pose no threat to her, for now she would regard it as the original Dan. Previously, it had taken the form of a lake, but now, having formally recognized her as its master, it had transformed into a droplet of water. Chu Luiyue distinctly remembered that during the restoration of her original meridian, a minuscule droplet had once emerged from that lake, dispersing vast power throughout her being. The possession of the original meridian now seemed to mirror the function of that droplet, and this single droplet constituted less than 1,000th of the current water pearl. Just then, a crimson ripple suddenly manifested upon the surface of the droplet. The entire droplet appeared to be enveloped by a transparent, smooth membrane, with the red ripple embossed upon it, remaining perfectly still even as the droplet flowed gently. In this manner, it bore a striking resemblance to the original Dan. Typically, as a cultivator's strength escalates, the original Dan within them undergoes corresponding transformations. A first-tier warrior would exhibit a single line upon their Dan, a second-tier warrior 2 lines, and so forth. Chu Luiyue gazed at the droplet, deep in contemplation. In truth, aside from its form, which diverged from that of the original Dan, it bore many similarities. Yes, it also possessed its own consciousness. However, this proved to be quite convenient for her. Yet, why was there only one line? By all accounts, she had attained the original Dan, and given her current prowess, she ought to be classified as a third-tier warrior. But why was there only a single line? Chu Luiyue, somewhat discontented, attempted to add another line, but the droplet remained utterly unmoved. After gazing at that pattern for a while, Chu Luiyue finally realized that the water droplet deemed her current strength insufficient to draw a second line. "Do you look down upon my present capabilities?" she asked incredulously. "At the very least, I should be able to achieve 2 lines. What does 1 line signify? After all this effort, am I merely a first-tier warrior?" The water droplet remained motionless, yet Chu Luiyue inexplicably felt a sense of disdain directed towards her. She glared at the droplet for a while, but to no avail, ultimately choosing to open her eyes in frustration. Has your original Dan coalesced?" Rong Xiu, noticing the commotion, turned his gaze towards her. Upon closer inspection, he sensed a presence emanating from Chu Luiyue that unmistakably indicated a first-tier warrior. His expression shifted subtly as he scrutinized her for a considerable time before hesitantly inquiring, "Are you certain you do not wish to continue your breakthrough?" Her strength could not possibly be confined to such a level. Chu Lu ground her teeth, unwilling to admit that she was utterly incapable of inscribing a second line on her original Dan. Being a first-tier warrior is perfectly fine. It's a time for concealment and self-cultivation. Rong Xiu smiled enigmatically. After stirring the Tianlu Academy and the entire imperial capital into chaos, now she speaks of concealment? Did she not proclaim her intentions to host a grand celebration? Chu Lu huffed. Naturally, I intend not only to sever ties with the Chu family, but also to repay the mockery and humiliation 1,000-fold. Observing her indignant demeanor, Rong Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Yuer was preparing to present him with quite the spectacle. Chapter 79. The Anomaly of the Nine Nether Tower, Part 4. After enduring numerous trials, Chu Luiyue finally broke through to become a true warrior. Feeling a profound sense of relief within, it was now deep into the night, and the rain outside had gradually subsided. As she gazed at the shattered door, which she had inadvertently broken, she began to contemplate whether it was still necessary to sleep here. Suddenly, Rong Xiu's expression shifted as he raised his gaze towards the door. The night was dark and deep, obscuring all hidden currents. After a moment, he spoke. "Since the rain has ceased, I shall take my leave." Chu Lu was taken aback. "Your Highness, did you not say you would stay here for the night? Although the rain has stopped, venturing out now might expose you to the chill, no?" Hearing her playful teasing, Rong Xiu could not help but smile faintly. This study was no longer a suitable place for rest. "Did you wish to share a chamber with me?" Chu Luiyue let out a soft huff, choosing to ignore his banter. "Your Highness is free to come and go as you please. I shall visit you another day." As Rong Xiu spoke, he lifted his foot to depart. Shui lingered for a moment, casting a reluctant glance at Chu Luiyue before hastily following. "Your Highness, there is standing water outside." Just as Chu Luiyue was about to caution him, her pupils suddenly constricted. Rong Xiu's foot touched the water's surface as if it were a feather falling, leaving not a trace of filth. Upon closer inspection, she could barely discern a narrow gap between his foot and the water's surface. He was walking in midair. This was a feat only achievable by a fifth-tier warrior. Chu Lu gazed in astonishment at this scene. Rong Xiu appears to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. Yet his prowess astonishingly reaches such remarkable heights. Weak? It seems that everyone has gravely underestimated this enigmatic prince of Li. Chu Lu has never regarded him with disdain. But she certainly did not anticipate that he has already attained the status of a fifth-tier martial artist. Such talent, even within the Tianling dynasty, is undeniably exceptional. Just as Chu Lu stood in stunned silence, the figures of one man and one beast swiftly vanished into the night. Perhaps due to the multitude of events that transpired that day, she soon fell into a deep slumber after lying down. Rong Xiu departed the residence, walking straight along the stone-paved path before turning a corner. A figure swiftly approached. "Greetings, master." The newcomer was none other than Yin Qing. "What has happened?" Rong Xiu inquired calmly. "Master, Chuan Qiong has just sent word that there has been unusual activity at the Nine Nether Tower." Yin Qing replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, panting slightly. If it were not for the urgency of the matter, he would not have dared to contact his master at such a time. However, this situation could not afford to be delayed. Chuan Qiong, a teacher at Tianlu Academy, despite his extensive experience, typically maintains a low profile. No one is aware that he is, in fact, associated with Rong Xiu. The status of Tianlu Academy is unparalleled, and even the royal family refrains from acting recklessly. No one would ever suspect that Rong Xiu, who has long been away, had secretly embedded his own informant within the academy. Chuan Qiong has been at the academy for many years without any prior correspondence with him. This is indeed the first time. How could Yin Qing afford to be negligent? He hurried over in a state of anxious urgency, silently praying that he had not disturbed his master. Rong Xiu nodded slightly, revealing no hint of surprise. He instructed to continue the surveillance. Yin Qing was taken aback. "Master, did you foresee this all along? The 9U Tower is of paramount significance to Tianlu Academy. How could the master have anticipated its unusual activity today? Furthermore, he had even arranged for Chuan Qiong in advance." Shui yawned widely nearby, seemingly a bit impatient. Rong Xiu cast a glance at it and suddenly inquired, "What has the fourth princess been up to recently?" Yin Qing promptly replied. Rong Xiu responded with a casual glancing at Shui. "Ensure that the fourth princess enjoys herself thoroughly." Shui licked its paw, icy blue eyes glinting with a frigid light. "Master, where is your cloak?" You usually drape it over yourself when you go out, yet it is absent at this moment. You may retrieve it tomorrow. Chapter 80. Waiting 5th update previously. She had discussed the matter of changing residences with Chu Ning, so he was aware of her whereabouts. Chu Ning gazed at her with paternal affection. Chu Liu sat beside him, eyeing the steaming breakfast, and couldn't he help but tease, "Father, you are now the commander of the Imperial Guard. This meal is indeed exceedingly precious." Chu Liu felt a warmth in her heart. Father had already prepared longevity noodles for her yesterday, which was more than sufficient. Chu Ning shook his head, expressing regret and apology. "Unfortunately, I could not provide you with a grand coming-of-age ceremony. Father becoming the commander of the Imperial Guard is the finest gift indeed. Moreover, the fact that Father could agree to sever ties with the Chu family has left Liu thoroughly content." Chu Ning's sentiments towards the Chu family were deeply rooted, unlike hers. However, upon hearing her words, he fell into a brief silence before readily acquiescing. "In the past, during our arduous times, departing from the Chu family would have only exacerbated our plight. Yet now, circumstances have transformed, rendering our continued presence there unnecessary." Chu Ning smiled, a look of pride illuminating her face. Surprisingly, Father had not anticipated that our wearer not only had her original veins restored, but also possessed the innate talent of a mystic master. Rest assured, Father has already instructed the staff to distribute the invitations, and a grand celebration for Yuer will be held at the reception hall at noon. His status had changed, and the connections he had cultivated in earlier years had been reinstated, making these arrangements exceedingly simple. Yuer pondered, "How many tables should we set?" "I instructed Zhao Ming to reserve 10 tables. Will that suffice?" Chu Liu lifted a bowl of congee and replied, "Father's decision suffices. Let it be 10 tables for now, and we shall add more if necessary." At that moment, a figure clad in the armor of the Imperial Guard entered. "Greetings, Commander." "Zhao Ming, have the arrangements at the reception hall been finalized?" Chu Ning inquired with a smile. Zhao Ming hesitated slightly. "Commander, the reception hall has informed us that they are fully booked today and cannot host the banquet." Chu Ning's smile faded slightly. "Then we shall consider other venues. Spring Prosperity Pavilion would also suffice." Zhao Ming lowered his head. "Even further, Commander. I have already inquired at Spring Prosperity Pavilion, and they too have stated that they are fully booked today. The most renowned establishments in the capital have all declared their unavailability." Chu Ning began to grasp the underlying implications. "Are you suggesting that none of them are willing to accommodate us?" Zhao Ming remained silent, apprehensive. In truth, it was not only the renowned establishments he had approached. Even some ordinary taverns were consulted. Initially, upon learning of the banquet, they were exceedingly courteous. However, upon realizing it was for Chu Ning and Chu Liu, they recoiled as if confronted by venomous serpents, flatly refusing. The uniformity of their reactions was striking, as if they had conspired in advance. Chu Ning's expression grew increasingly frosty, her fists slowly clenching. It was evident that the Chu family was orchestrating this scheme, intentionally placing them in a position of humiliation. "Ah, the Chu family. My poor Minmin. That Chu Liu is indeed ruthless, inflicting such grievous harm upon you." Even after a night had passed, the mere recollection of the incident sent tremors of fury through her. Chu Qianmin lay despondently in bed, her complexion as pale as a specter, her entire being appearing significantly haggard. Scattered around her bedside were shards of a shattered mirror. Her gaze lacked focus, as she murmured incessantly, "My face, my face." With that, she succumbed to tears once more. "Mother, my face is ruined. His Royal Highness will no longer want me. It is all because of Chu Liu. That wretched creature. She deserves to perish." Liu Yao, filled with compassion, stepped forward to embrace her, gritting her teeth. "Minmin, your face will heal. Mother will certainly assist you. That Chu Liu shall not escape retribution." Meanwhile, the perpetually sullen Chu Yin finally exclaimed with impatience, "Enough? What do you wish to achieve with such lamentations? What significance does your appearance hold? The crux of the matter is that your talents have been overshadowed by hers." Chu Qianmin recoiled slightly, her tears flowing more profusely. "Indeed, she is my own daughter." Chu Yin felt a pang of sympathy, suppressing the anger that surged within her. "Rest assured, my dear, your father shall avenge you. Regardless of whether it is Chu Liu or Chu Ning, they shall not be able to stir any waves this time. Were they not quite pleased with themselves yesterday, proclaiming a celebration? I am eager to see which family dares to oppose the Chu family and offer them support. To think they could establish themselves in the capital alone. It is far from easy." Chu Qianmin, unwilling to accept defeat, tightened her grip on her clothing. "But Chu Ning is now the commander of the Imperial Guard, and Chu Liu has become a prodigy. Even if this banquet cannot materialize, what of the future? Lu Yu laughed coldly. Whether they have a future is still uncertain. Father, there is no need to inquire further. It is evident that these establishments in the capital have received some form of subtle indication. Even if they have not, those with discernment will refrain from opposing the Chu family. Lu Yu leisurely finished her porridge, wiping the corner of her mouth. Chu Ning furrowed his brow. They had planned a grand celebration, yet it now seemed unlikely to occur. If word got out, they would be the subject of ridicule in the capital. So what shall we do now? Chu Ning was reluctant to see his daughter suffer any indignity. If necessary, I shall personally intervene. After all, I am the commander of the Imperial Guard. They will not dare to disregard me. Lu Yu gently pressed her arm against his. Father, there is no need for you to take action. Everyone is watching us. Doing so would only make them believe we have taken a step back. Shall we simply allow this to pass? No, we must wait. Wait? The banquet is of little consequence. What truly matters is the company in attendance. Chu Luwei glanced at the sky. There remained an hour and a half until the appointed time, and she wondered who would grace the occasion this time. Chapter 81. Phoenix Tower. A sudden series of knocks echoed from the entrance. Zhao Ming approached the door, only to be met by an unfamiliar face. The visitor, clad in simple attire and disguised as a servant, possessed a shifty demeanor that was immediately unappealing. Who are you? Zhao Ming inquired. The stranger seemed taken aback by Zhao Ming's presence, and upon noticing the uniform of the Imperial Guards he wore, he responded in a mocking tone. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's merely an officer of the Imperial Guards. Zhao Ming furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing ill intentions from the intruder. He adopted a stern expression and commanded, state your business, or leave at once. With that, he made as if to close the door. Wait, don't be hasty. I assure you, I come with a purpose. The man hastily stepped forward, obstructing Zhao Ming's attempt to shut the door, peering inside as if searching for something. Refuse to leave at your own peril, Zhao Ming warned, seizing the man's wrist and forcefully ejecting him. The servant stumbled and fell, grimacing in pain, his anger flaring instantly. Do you know who I am to treat me so roughly? I am a member of the Chu family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming, filled with indignation, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. A member of the Chu family comes here, seeking trouble? Is this not the residence of Chu Luiyue? It exudes an air of destitution. He spat disdainfully. The young servant rose, increasingly audacious, questioning why no one had arrived for the celebratory feast that was supposedly to take place today. How could it be so desolate? The raucous barking of the dogs certainly did not contribute to any sense of tranquility. A cold, clear voice emerged, revealing that Chu Luwei and Chu Ning had also come to investigate the commotion. Zhao Ming hastily interjected, Commander, Miss, this individual is intentionally causing a disturbance. I shall remove him at once. Chu Luiyue raised her hand. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded the insolent servant. Is it true that the Chu family has become so inept that they dare not even confront me in person? The servant's face flushed crimson. Who are you calling a dog? With a casual shrug, Chu Luwei replied, Whoever is barking is indeed a dog. The servant was at a loss for words, his eyes darting as he sneered. Did you not proclaim yesterday that a feast was to be held? Yet here we are, and you too remain at home. Could it be that there is not even a venue for the celebration? Are you truly planning to prepare a meal for your guests in this dilapidated little house? Ah, but perhaps no one would come anyway? Ha. Chu Ning's expression darkened. With such a tongue, it seems you are courting your own demise. Startled, the servant instinctively took a few steps back, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. It was said that Chu Ning had regained her strength as a fifth-tier warrior, and her aura was indeed formidable. Yet, what did that matter? In this vast imperial capital, who would heed the call of the father-daughter duo? Not even a single establishment was willing to host their banquet. He shook his shoulders and teased, Oh, Lord Chu Ning has now become the commander of the Imperial Guard. Surely you wouldn't hold a grudge against someone of my lowly status? Besides, I am here to assist you. The elder has sent me to convey a message, should you find yourself in need of a venue for your banquet. There are indeed solutions. The Chu family possesses several fine establishments, and if you are amenable, the elder is willing to overlook past grievances and offer you a place to host your gathering. As for the cost, we might even extend a discount. What do you think? This was an affront beyond measure. Lord Chu Ning, do not take offense. The elder is merely trying to help you. You see, yesterday, you all mentioned the need for a banquet, and if today finds you without a venue, he patted his face. Where would you place the dignity of your esteemed title? A fierce anger surged within Chu Ning, and he gathered his inner strength, ready to deal with this insolence. Just then, a figure approached from a distance. May I inquire if this is the residence of Miss Chu Luyue? Everyone turned to look. The newcomer was a middle-aged man of somewhat portly stature, who appeared quite amiable. Chu Luyue nodded. Indeed, this is my home. The man seemed slightly taken aback, yet his smile grew even more cordial. Upon hearing this, those present were taken by surprise. The Phoenix Tower is a venerable establishment in the imperial city, renowned for its long-standing legacy. It is said that the Phoenix Tower boasts 3 unparalleled features: exceptional cuisine, exorbitant prices, and breathtaking scenery. The reputation of its flavors is beyond question, as all who have dined there sing its praises. Correspondingly, the prices are not something the average person can afford. Even some scions of noble families might find it a challenge to indulge in the fare offered within. The scenery speaks volumes. The Phoenix Tower, from its summit to its foundation, exudes a grand and elegant aura, worthy of being hailed as a remarkable sight in the imperial capital. It is precisely for this reason that the Phoenix Tower stands unrivaled as the foremost tavern in the imperial city, overshadowing establishments like the reception pavilion. Yet, what brings the proprietor of the Phoenix Tower here? Are you here because you have heard that Miss Luyue intends to host a banquet? May I inquire if the Phoenix Tower possesses the honor to undertake this task for you? Suddenly, a hush fell over the surroundings. Chu Luyue blinked. Are you suggesting that you are willing to host this banquet? What an honor it would be. Chu Luyue genuinely did not anticipate that. After being turned away by all the taverns in the imperial capital, the Phoenix Tower would proactively offer their assistance. This revelation even caused Chu Ning to lose his composure. Master Su, are you speaking the truth? But aren't the banquets at the Phoenix Tower typically reserved a month in advance? It seems unlikely that we could find a spot now. While others may hesitate, I assure you, the Phoenix Tower is always at full capacity. However, there is no need for concern, for today the Phoenix Tower has cleared its halls solely to serve Miss Luyue. Chu Luyue was the first to grasp the implications. So, the venue had been secured? The critical question lingered. Who had orchestrated this? She had few friends in the imperial city, no substantial backing, and had made numerous enemies. Who would dare to assist her, risking the ire of the Chu family? No. The individual capable of invoking such a response from the Phoenix Tower must possess formidable influence and power, someone who would not fear the Chu family. Master Su, are you certain you wish to aid them? I have heard that a cup of tea there starts at 500 taels of silver. After such a banquet, it is likely that these two cannot afford such an expense. Are you truly willing to engage in a venture that results in a loss? The young servant, taken aback by the arrival of the Phoenix Tower personnel, felt a shock within but refused to concede verbally, forcing himself to say, "Rest assured, Miss Luyue. All expenses for today have already been taken care of by someone." Who? Master Yen. Master Yen. Could it be the Yen of the Treasure Pavilion? You are not aware? The hunting ground you sold to them recently has yielded high-level magical beasts. In order to express his gratitude, Master Yen has specially reserved the Phoenix Tower for you. He will also be coming today to celebrate with you. Lord Chu Ning, Miss Luyue, please. Chapter 82. Exclusive Reservation. First update. The Phoenix Tower is situated on the bustling east street of the imperial capital. In front of it is. Chu Luyue followed his, noticing a quaint 2-story tavern, faintly able to make out the 3 characters of Phoenix Tower on the signboard. She felt a degree of astonishment. This area is incredibly valuable, with the rent for even a small shop being exorbitantly high. The Phoenix Tower, as the foremost tavern in the imperial capital, surprisingly consists of only 2 floors. Chu Luyue casually glanced around. Even the adjacent cloth shop boasts 3 stories. In comparison, the Phoenix Tower appears rather understated. At this moment, the grand doors of the Phoenix Tower were firmly shut, with only 2 young servants standing at the entrance. A few individuals were conversing with them at the door. Closing the doors? Does the Phoenix Tower not typically close only at the end of the month? Why such an abrupt closure today? The young attendant courteously remarked, "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. This is the order of the proprietor, and we are bound to comply. I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive us. Is an apology all you offer? I have already made arrangements with several of my companions to gather here today, and now you present me with this. Where am I to place my dignity?" The individuals in question were all dressed as young gentlemen, exuding an air of affluence and nobility. The leader among them spoke with a brash demeanor, evidently incensed. Chu Luyue cast a glance and recognized the speaker as somewhat familiar. "Summon your proprietor. Does the Phoenix Pavilion refuse to acknowledge the standing of the Liu family?" Ah. It dawned on her. He was the 4th young master of the Liu family, Liu Zhitong. The attendant responded with composure, "Today, we are indeed unable to accommodate guests. Kindly visit us another day. Moreover, there are numerous establishments in the capital. Seeking an alternative venue would yield similar results. How could that be the same? Lu Jitan's voice rose. What manner of business are you conducting to actually dismiss patrons? Do you not believe me? My apologies, young master, came the reply. Lu Jitang turned, furrowing his brow. And who might you be? Two attendants promptly bowed in respect, the proprietor. Lu Jitang and his companions exchanged glances, astonished to discover that the amiable-looking gentleman before them was indeed the proprietor of the Phoenix Pavilion. Ah, so you are the proprietor of the Phoenix Pavilion? Your arrival is timely. You witnessed what transpired, did you not? We consider ourselves regular patrons of your establishment. Is this how you treat us? Lu Jitang's tone remained confrontational. Someone tugged at him from behind and whispered, Fourth young master, this Phoenix Tower is extraordinary. Let us exercise some caution. However, Lu Jitao merely scoffed repeatedly. Is it merely an establishment for dining? Can it truly ascend to the heavens? My Lu family also engages in commerce. Yet I have never encountered such a brazen dismissal of patrons. Is the premier tavern of the imperial capital so disdainful of its guests? His voice was loud, swiftly attracting the attention of many around them. Some gathered out of curiosity, while others relished the spectacle. Lu Jitao's confidence surged. The Phoenix Tower, the foremost tavern in the imperial capital, hardly deserved such a title. However, it was evident that the venue had already been booked by someone today, making it inconvenient for them. He requested the gathering to be understanding. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Booked? The entire Phoenix Tower? How much would that cost? Who possesses such deep pockets? Lu Jitao's arrogance diminished significantly, for he understood well that even his Lu family would find it a daunting task to reserve the entire Phoenix Tower. Such an endeavor would be akin to burning money. The individuals capable of such feats must be formidable. Ah, now I comprehend. Why did you not mention this earlier? Lu Jitao exchanged glances with those behind him. In that case, we shall return tomorrow. I'm afraid the individual has reserved the venue for 3 days. If you truly wish to come, I kindly ask that you do so after this period. Chapter 83, A Path to Ruin, second update. The entire street once again fell into an eerie silence. 3 days. The Phoenix Tower booked for 3 days? Surely that person must be insane. Stunned into silence, Lu Jitao found himself at a loss for words. Today marks a momentous occasion for our esteemed guests, and thus, I shall not dwell upon any grievances. Gentlemen, please proceed. Ordinarily, even the head of the Lu family would not be easily granted an audience, making it a rare privilege for Lu Jitao to engage in conversation today. Fourth young master, the Phoenix Tower is not to be trifled with. Perhaps we should take our leave. Although Lu Jitao seethed with indignation, this reminder brought him to a semblance of clarity. Just as he contemplated retreating, his gaze shifted, and he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful young woman standing not far away. Her mere presence seemed to overshadow all that surrounded her. Lu Jitao's eyes widened in astonishment. Since when has such an exquisite beauty graced the capital? Noticing his gaze, Chu Liuyue's eyes flickered. Lu Jitao had not attended the crown prince's birthday banquet, and during their last altercation, she had concealed her appearance. It was only natural that he would fail to recognize her now. Pray tell, which family does this young lady belong to? I have never encountered her before, he remarked, taking a step closer. The courteous smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a tone laced with warning. This young lady is none other than our esteemed guest at the Phoenix Tower, Miss Lu Wei. What? They intend to host a banquet at the Phoenix Tower? This is inconceivable. They cannot possibly afford such expenses. It was said that Master Yin heir of the Treasure Pavilion had reserved the venue for her, expressing gratitude for the land deed she had sold. Chu Yin seethed with frustration. Everything was proceeding smoothly until an unexpected development arose with Yin Go. I have also heard that the hunting ground has recently seen the emergence of high-level magical beasts, causing prices to soar. Today, the fourth princess has taken a considerable entourage there. It seems that Chu Luiyue is indeed favored by fortune. She sold a hunting ground. Although she lost her engagement to the crown prince, she has garnered the attention of the Treasure Pavilion. It is inconceivable that the Treasure Pavilion would regard Chu Luiyue with such interest merely for a modest hunting ground. I suspect there is something amiss. Now is not the time for speculation. We must contemplate our next steps. The Treasure Pavilion appears to be backing Chu Luiyue, and news has likely spread throughout the imperial capital. Those individuals may very well offer support to Chu Luiyue and her father, given the pavilion's influence. The Grand Elder, with a grim expression, suddenly let out a cold snicker. Humph, this matter is far from simple. The treasure pavilion has taken what belongs to the crown prince. And with the recent appearance of high-level magical beasts at the hunting ground, the crown prince must surely view the pavilion as a thorn in his side. While the crown prince may not act directly against the pavilion, the repercussions will undoubtedly fall upon Chu Liyue. Their visit today is not merely an affront to our Chu family, but a provocation to the crown prince. I am eager to see who dares to wade into these murky waters. Upon entering the Phoenix Tower, Chu Liyue discovered that, despite its modest 2 stories, the interior was immensely spacious. As she ventured further inside, she realized that, aside from the grand hall in front, there was a circular building at the back. At the heart of this structure lay a crystal-clear lake. Lord Chuning, Miss Liyue, rest assured. I have already dispatched someone to inform of the change in the banquet venue to the Phoenix Tower. You both may comfortably await here. Upon reaching this juncture, even Chu Liyue could not help but marvel at the evident preparedness of the other party, who had evidently arranged everything meticulously. Chu Ning could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Yuer, we must express our heartfelt gratitude to that esteemed Master Yin." Chu Liyue nodded in agreement, for she also had matters she wished to inquire of Master Yin. Just then, a voice resounded from outside, "Master Yin has arrived." Indeed, as if summoned by the mention of his name, the first to arrive was unexpectedly Master Yin. Given his status, it was quite rare for him to come in person, especially so early. Suppressing her astonishment, Chu Liyue smiled and stepped forward to greet him, preparing to bow, "Master Yin." However, Master Yin quickly took a step back, his heart racing, and exclaimed, "No need." Chu Liyue regarded him with a hint of confusion. Noticing his demeanor was somewhat tense, almost inexplicably reserved, he seemed a far cry from the poised and self-assured Master Yin she had encountered before. "Master Yin, what troubles you?" she inquired gently. Master Yin endeavored to maintain an air of calmness, his lips curving into an awkward smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Miss Liyue's acceptance into Tianlu Academy is indeed a joyous occasion. I have come specifically to congratulate you." Chu Liyue's eyes sparkled with delight. "Your congratulatory gesture is truly grand." Master Yin waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing, really. I have also brought some gifts, which are waiting outside." Chu Liyue inadvertently glanced outside, and was taken aback to see a considerable number of boxes. Her eyes twitched. "Are gifts now measured by the boxful?" "Master Yin, you are exceedingly courteous." Yin Ge forced a smile. Having purchased the land deed belonging to his master's wife for merely 300,000 taels of silver, had he known earlier, he would have never made such a grave mistake. Chapter 84. The dispute a mere token of appreciation, not a sign of respect. I implore Miss Liyue to graciously accept it. Chu Liyue cast a glance at the mountains of gifts piled near the door, pausing in contemplation. A mere token of appreciation. Did Yin Ge perhaps misunderstand the term? Or did he find the treasures of the treasure pavilion to be excessive? However, seeing Yin Ji's determined demeanor, as if she would be insulting him should she refuse, Chu Liyue felt compelled to accept. Since it was Master Yan's sincere intention, she would not be impolite. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Yin Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how alarmed he was when he learned that the gifts chosen by his master were intended for Chu Liyue. He could hardly fathom that the esteemed lady of rumors would turn out to be the very Miss Chu, with whom they had just transacted a business deal. What a delightful surprise. It truly astonished us all that Miss Liyue possesses such remarkable talent. This was indeed the truth. Who could have anticipated that the girl long regarded as a mere waste would gain admission to Tianlu Academy with such outstanding results? Her innate abilities, coupled with her resilient spirit, it is no wonder that the normally indifferent master would be moved. In the matter concerning the hunting grounds, Yin Ge and Chu Liyue had previously interacted, and he held a deep admiration for her. Now, upon discovering that she was favored by his master, his demeanor improved even further. He turned to Chu Ning, exclaiming, "I have heard that Lord Chu Ning's old injuries have healed, and you have now become the commander of the Imperial Guard. I have yet to extend my congratulations." "Lord Yin, you are too courteous," Chu Ning replied, stepping forward to cast a loving glance at Chu Liyue. "If it were not for our dear Yuer." He paused, choosing not to elaborate further. Yuer had indeed excelled at Tianlu Academy, passing all 3 subjects. However, the most talked about achievement was her second place in the realm of mystics, followed closely by her first in martial arts. As for her performance in the field of healing, it was scarcely mentioned. She had not participated in the healing examination and seemed to have performed poorly, barely scraping through. Chu Ning had initially assumed she would enter through the healing program, but it was evident now that she had intentionally concealed this aspect. Though the reason remained unclear, it was certain that her decision was justified, at least providing her with a strategic advantage. Chu Luyu smiled, gracefully taking over the conversation. What are you saying, father? We have relied on each other for many years, and at last, we have emerged from adversity. It is through your support that I have amassed such fortune. Hearing this, Chu Ning felt a warmth welling up in his eyes. Yue was right. Today, we must celebrate in earnest. Lord Yin, please, come inside. This invitation naturally referred to the most esteemed position within. Yin Ji's personal attendance today signified that the treasure pavilion was willing to support this father-daughter duo. Given the esteemed status of the treasure pavilion in the imperial capital, such backing was indeed a rare and precious opportunity. With a smile, Yin Gu responded. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Chu Luyue. Ah, Lord Chu Ning, Miss Luyue is indeed the host today. Please, both of you, go ahead. He jested. How could he dare to walk ahead of the lady of the house? Chu Luyue observed that Yin Er-yi was rather peculiar today, but it was not the moment for inquiries. Seeing Yin Ji's insistence, she chose not to press the matter. Then please, Yin Er-yi, feel free to proceed as you wish. Yin Gu immediately agreed with delight. A thought crossed Chu Luyue's mind, prompting her to casually inquire, Yin Er-yi, I have heard that there are high-level magical beasts appearing in the hunting grounds. What level are they? Upon hearing this, Yin Gu felt a twinge of guilt and cleared his throat. Actually, we only discovered traces of high-level magical beasts in the hunting grounds. We have yet to see them ourselves. However, they should be of a considerable level. Chu Luyue nodded. High-level magical beasts were exceedingly rare, and given the significance of the matter, it was understandable that Yin Gu would refrain from elaborating. Chu Ning glanced outside. Apart from those brought by Yin Gu, hardly anyone else had arrived, and he couldn't help but remark. Yin Gu chuckled but said nothing. Wasteful? That seems an understatement. Then, the second announcement rang out. The eldest son of the Si family, Si Ting, has arrived. The sound startled the few waiting inside the Phoenix Pavilion. Chu Luyue raised her eyes and beheld a young man clad in a blue brocade robe entering. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of cold nobility, much like a finely honed sword. It was indeed Si Ting. What brings him here? Chu Ning thought, filled with surprise. As the indisputable foremost family of the capital, the Si family has seldom involved itself in disputes with others. What could have prompted them to send a representative this time? Moreover, it is none other than Si Ting, the most renowned and esteemed member of the current younger generation of the Si family. This banquet today can be perceived as a confrontation between the two families, the Si and the Chu. It is common knowledge that his presence signifies a stance against the Chu family. Logically, the Si family has no need to wade into such murky waters. If a choice were to be made, it would undoubtedly favor the Chu family. In the blink of an eye, Si Ting approached. He first greeted Chu Ning with courtesy. Greetings, Uncle Chu. Chu Ning hastily replied, No need for such formalities, Si Ting. Si Ting exuded a subtle aura of nobility and detachment. Yet his demeanor remained composed and his manners impeccable, ensuring that none felt discomfort in his presence. Did the head of the Si family send you? Chu Ning inquired, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Si Ting nodded. The family head has been preoccupied with pressing matters and is unable to attend in person. Thus, he has entrusted me to represent him. Upon learning of your advancement to a fifth-tier martial artist, he expressed great delight and mentioned that he would like to spar with you when time permits. In truth, Si Yeji is only a few years older than Chu Ning, and they once shared a bond in their youth. However, after Chu Ning's injury, Si Yeji ascended to the position of head of the Si family, and their interactions have dwindled ever since. Given Si Yeji's current standing, there is truly no necessity for him to attend personally. Nonetheless, sending the esteemed young master Si Ting is a significant gesture. This alone suffices to convey the Si family's stance. Chu Ning reflected inwardly. Very well, very well. However, my visit today serves a dual purpose. I come both as a representative of the family head and as an individual. Si Ting spoke as he turned his gaze toward Chu Luyu. Miss Chu, being my fellow practitioner in the realm of mystics, is indeed deserving of my congratulations. The academy is divided into 3 primary factions: martial artists, mystic practitioners, and celestial healers. Given the scarcity of mystic practitioners, we tend to be more united, fostering deeper connections among ourselves. Si Ting's actions are thus quite reasonable. Chu Luyu smiled. Thank you. Si Ting found himself captivated by the girl's radiant smile, which shone like a brilliant light, almost blinding in its brilliance. His heart skipped a beat, and that inexplicable sensation returned. He gently nodded, instinctively averting his gaze. With the academy on break, many students were absent. Siyang had already gone to summon others, who would arrive shortly. The fifth young master of the Si family, Siyang, the second young master of the O family, O Zhan, the fourth young lady of the Sun family, Sun Shaoxiang, and the daughter of the Grand General of the South, Wu Ying. Chu Luyu looked up and saw a throng of young men and women approaching with great enthusiasm. The first among them, beaming with excitement, was Siyang. Phoenix Tower. We must ensure that we leave Chu Luyu utterly broke this time. Absolutely. The group erupted in lively agreement. I never expected her to be so formidable. I can barely manage a visit to Phoenix Tower once every 3 months. Exactly. The last time I finished my assessment late. I didn't even get to see her at all. Today, I must witness the caliber of her character. Our mystic practitioners secured the second position while the martial artists took the first. Do you think that group is seething with envy? Haha, don't all rush. I want to share a drink with her first. The resounding laughter instantly enlivened the entire Phoenix Pavilion. Siyang lifted his gaze to see Si Ting and winked at him, exclaiming, "Elder brother, I have summoned everyone. There are more to come." Si Ting responded with a nonchalant him, yet his hand gradually tightened into a fist within his sleeve. Chu Luwei blinked and inquired, "Si Ting, did you invite them?" Si Ting's jaw set firmly as he replied, "Not exactly. We are all of the same sect, merely gathering for some merriment." Nearby, Yin Gu raised an eyebrow in surprise. This young man seems intent on competing with the master. Chapter 85. A bustling scene indeed. As fellow practitioners of the mystic arts, we are naturally on the same side. If you are hosting a banquet, how could one not show support? Siyang, oblivious to the fact that his words had inadvertently compromised Si Ting, leaped a few steps to stand before Chu Luiyue, gazing at her in awe. Despite his esteemed position as the fifth young master of the Si family, his presence was not something one could casually enjoy. Chu Luwei glanced at Yin Gu. In truth, this matter owed much to the assistance of Master Yin from the Treasure Pavilion. Upon hearing the name of the Treasure Pavilion, Siyang and the others were momentarily taken aback, finally noticing Yin Gu standing nearby. They hurriedly greeted him, "Master Yin." Yin Gu waved his hand with a hearty laugh. "There is no need for formalities, everyone. Today, Miss Luiyue is the true protagonist. I am merely here to convey the congratulations of the Treasure Pavilion." This statement left the crowd in silent astonishment. What status does the Treasure Pavilion hold? In the entire imperial capital, few dare to provoke them. It was said that they had previously left several prominent families in the lurch, yet somehow, no repercussions followed. To represent the Treasure Pavilion in offering congratulations? Such a statement, while seemingly simple, carried profound implications. Once this information circulates, who would not understand that it signifies the support of the Treasure Pavilion for Chu Luiyue? Siyang and the others couldn't help but glance at Chu Luiyue several times. Previously, she was labeled as a good-for-nothing. Yet she achieved remarkable results and was admitted to Tianlu Academy. Although she severed ties with the Chu family, she swiftly acquired a formidable ally like the Treasure Pavilion. The rumors surrounding Chu Luiyue are likely to be largely unfounded. One wonders how many more hidden cards she possesses. Siyang, why are you in a daze? Shouldn't you promptly introduce us? A youth beside him nudged Siyang, signaling him with a glance. That day, only you and Si Ting met her. We were behind and missed the opportunity. Come, let us introduce one by one. This is O Zhan. Siyang quickly regained his composure and began the introductions for Chu Luiyue. Just as he finished speaking, several young men and women entered from outside. Undoubtedly, they were also brought by Siyang. No, to be precise, they were invited by Si Ting. Although these individuals were all fellow practitioners of the same cohort at Tianlu Academy, their backgrounds were far from ordinary. Most of them hailed from prestigious families, while others, though originating from beyond the imperial capital, also possessed significant lineage. After all, becoming a practitioner requires immense resources, which common families cannot provide. Their presence here signifies, to some extent, the sentiments of their families. Chu Luiyue was certainly not naive enough to believe that their attendance was solely due to her identity as a practitioner. Most likely, they were here because of the favor owed to Si Ting and Siyang. Especially Si Ting. His attitude undoubtedly reflects that of the Si family. Siyang was inherently a lively individual, always thriving in bustling environments. Although Chu Luiyue was initially unfamiliar with these people, Siyang's presence fostered a vibrant atmosphere, allowing everyone to quickly bond. While Chu Luiyue was astonished by the arrival of these individuals, They themselves were equally taken aback by Yin Ji's unexpected entrance. They had come primarily out of respect for the Xi family. Yet to their surprise, someone had arrived even earlier, none other than the second-in-command of the Treasure Pavilion. It was no wonder that Chu Luwei had the audacity to sever ties with the Chu family. With the Treasure Pavilion involved, the Chu family had to tread carefully. The private rooms on the second floor had been arranged, and everyone was invited. Xi Yang and the others were somewhat astonished. The second floor? Wasn't it typically off-limits? Ordinary patrons at the Phoenix Tower could generally only access the first floor. Rumor had it that the private rooms on the second floor were exorbitantly priced, and even the wealthy found it challenging to secure a reservation. This was the usual protocol. However, today, with Miss Luiwei reserving the entire venue, everything was, of course, permissible. Since all present were classmates of Miss Luwei, they naturally belonged in the esteemed seating. Xi Yang and the others exchanged glances, feeling a renewed sense of astonishment. The private rooms on the second floor of the Phoenix Tower, and they were being personally escorted by the manager. What extraordinary treatment. Soon, the first floor was left with only Xi Ting. Observing that everyone else had departed, he felt somewhat out of place lingering behind and decided to ascend as well. Xi Ting, I am sincerely grateful to you for today, Chu Luiyue said earnestly, gazing at him. Had it not been for Xi Ting's discreet efforts, such a gathering would not have transpired. Although she was not overly concerned about this matter, she felt it necessary to express her gratitude for his kindness. Xi Ting quickly cast a glance in her direction. In those bright and radiant black eyes, it seemed as if a shimmering light danced within. She appeared to have seen through everything. Suddenly, Xi Ting's heart began to race, and he instinctively turned away, hastily making his way to the second floor. A mere gesture. No need for thanks. Chu Luiyue observed his retreating figure, blinking in confusion before she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Who would have thought that the seemingly cold and sharp young master of the Xi family could actually feel shy? Upon hearing the laughter behind him, Xi Ting's steps faltered, and he felt a warmth spread across his face. In that moment, he suddenly sensed that all his secrets were laid bare before someone else. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. Miss Luwei, are you satisfied with the arrangements this time? Yin Ge suddenly inquired. Chu Luwei chuckled, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Master Yin, your gift is indeed rather extravagant. Even if high-level magical beasts were to appear in the hunting ground, it would hardly compare to the expenses of reserving the Phoenix Pavilion. You've booked it for 3 days, it's far too lavish. I never imagined you would persuade Manager Su to open the second-floor private rooms. Even if I sold you another hunting ground, it would hardly suffice for repayment. By doing this, doesn't the head of the Treasure Pavilion have any objections? Yin Ge felt his heart race at her words. My lady, the entire Treasure Pavilion belongs to you. How can you say such things? It seems the master is truly slow on the uptake. This esteemed lady clearly has much still to learn. With a gleam in his eye, he grinned. You speak too formally. To be honest, all these arrangements were ordered by the head. That individual? Chu Luwei was momentarily taken aback. She initially intended merely to probe the situation, yet to her astonishment, Yin Ge openly acknowledged her. However, she did not recognize that enigmatic leader. Why would the individual extend such assistance to her? She could hardly believe it was solely due to the so-called hunting grounds. I, along with the esteemed heads of the Jinbao Pavilion and others, have only a superficial acquaintance. Just then, the announcement reverberated once more. Upon hearing those names, everyone was taken aback and turned towards the entrance. Yin Ge, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, indeed saw Xi Ting pausing on the staircase. He laughed heartily and proclaimed, the leader has decreed that this banquet must be lively and spirited. Chapter 86, Protection, Part 1. Ha! Brother Chu Ning, congratulations. As several gentlemen entered the Phoenix Tower, their laughter resonated. Chu Ning suppressed his astonishment and stepped forward to greet them. Brother Xiang Tian, what brings you here? These individuals were of considerable standing, and it was rather unexpected for them to attend Brother Chu Ning. After years of obscurity, you have risen again to become the commander of the Imperial Guards. And your beloved daughter has just been admitted to Tianlu Academy, demonstrating extraordinary talent. Naturally, we must come to celebrate. As Xiang Tian spoke, he patted Chu Ning on the shoulder. The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Yet, Chu Ning's bewilderment deepened. While he was indeed acquainted with these gentlemen, their bond was hardly profound. After all, they were all distinguished figures within their respective families, making it implausible for them to be intimately familiar with one another. In the years of his decline, his door stood desolate, seldom visited by anyone. Even though he and Yuer have transformed from their former selves, given their current status, there is truly no need for such demeaning humility. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Yingo. He had clearly heard the earlier conversation. The esteemed manager of the Jinbao Pavilion had mentioned that to make Yuer's banquet lively, aside from reserving the entire Phoenix Tower, they had even invited the guests themselves. Brother Chu Ning, this must be your daughter, right? Xiang Tian and the others turned their gaze towards Chu Luyu. Chu Luyu greeted each of them in turn. Indeed, like father, like daughter. Brother Chu Ning, you are truly fortunate to have such an outstanding daughter. Others can only envy you. Xiang Tian remarked, his words imbued with sincerity. In the entire imperial capital, who does not know that Chu Luyu is a rare dual talent, excelling as both a martial artist and a mystic? Notably, her aptitude in both realms is exceptional. On her very first day at school, she astonishingly secured the top spot in martial arts and the second in mysticism. Who wouldn't he be envious? In earlier years, rumors had branded Chu Luyu as a waste, and with Chu Ning's fall from grace due to injury. Who could have imagined that this father and daughter duo would now soar to such heights? Have we arrived too late? Sun Xia inquired. Chu Ning chuckled and shook his head. You have arrived just in time, please. At this moment, hearing the commotion from downstairs, the youth and maidens who had already ascended the stairs began to stir restlessly. Did I just hear my father's name? Ocean asked in confusion. Could it be that my father knocked some sense into me this morning? It's possible. However, I also heard my father's name. Sun Xiaoxiang remarked as she rose and walked towards the door, peering down the corridor. Upon a glance, I was instantly taken aback. My father had truly arrived. Ozhun, your father has come as well. You heard me correctly. Ozhun's expression froze, and he clutched his head in despair. No way. Has he really pursued me all the way here? This morning when I mentioned my intention to come, he refused to agree to anything. I barely managed to escape. Panic surged within him. This is it. I am bound to face a severe reckoning. He resolved to hide. With a swift motion akin to a fish leaping from water, Ozhun sprang up, preparing to leap out of the nearby window. What are you so flustered about? Wu Yingying grasped the collar of Ozhun's shirt, her expression dripping with disdain. Look at you. Is it just your father's arrival that has you so rattled? If he intends to cause you trouble, can you truly evade him? Ozhun's face fell in despair. He genuinely could not contend with his father. Your father is not here to trouble you, remarked Siting, who had just ascended the stairs, his tone nonchalant. Ozhun perceived him as a beacon of hope and rushed over. Siting, you must assist me. If anything befalls me, they have come to offer their congratulations. Siting interjected, his words silencing the group, leaving them in a state of disbelief. How is that possible? Just this morning, my father called me foolish for considering it. Ozhun murmured. Sun Xiaoxiang gasped softly. They are indeed coming upstairs. A smile graced her face. The group surged forward to take a look. Downstairs, several individuals were making their way up, appearing to engage in cheerful conversation with Chu Ning and her daughter. At that moment, Xiangtian looked up and spotted Ozhun. The two fathers and sons locked eyes, and Ozhun's footing faltered as he prepared to make his escape. Brothers, let me first express my amusement. Ozhun, I see you have already arrived. Ozhun, knowing he could not evade, offered a stiff smile. Father, you truly are something, arriving without waiting for me. Did you come empty-handed, without even a gift? Just as he braced for a reprimand. Ozhun was surprised to hear, but father has already brought the gifts. Next time, you must not be so hasty in your actions, do you understand? Ozhun widened his eyes. Who was it this morning that cautioned against defending the Chu family? Who was it that restrained him? Who dared to call him foolish? Sun Xia, standing nearby, interjected, Brother Xiangtian, do not be upset. The children only wish to join in the fun. They cannot be expected to ponder such matters. My daughter, Xiaoxiang, brought nothing as well. As elders, we must indeed take on more worries. Innocently caught in the crossfire, Sun Xiaoxiang remarked. The private rooms of several individuals are just beside us. Let us wait for them to depart. A group of young people still struggled to comprehend the situation. They must be here for Lord Chu Ning, right? Siting stood quietly behind them, gazing down at the young lady below. She was slender, with cascading dark hair, exuding tranquility and composure. He understood that Xiangtian and the others were not here for Chu Ning. They were here for her. An invisible hand shielded the entire imperial capital from the storms, creating a haven just for her. Who is that person? Chapter 87, Dispute, second update, time trickled by. And those arriving at Phoenix Tower came in a steady stream. Many esteemed families from the imperial capital had sent representatives. The once calm Phoenix Tower soon transformed into a hubbub of activity. As the crowd engaged in casual exchanges with Chu Ning, their gazes inevitably drifted toward Chu Luyu. Curiosity mingled with confusion, and a subtle hint of trepidation lingered in the air. To earn the earnest attention of Master Yin, the second-in-command of the Treasure Pavilion, this young woman must possess an extraordinary identity. At the very least, with the Treasure Pavilion backing her, few in the imperial capital would dare to provoke her openly. It was no wonder she felt emboldened to offend both the Crown Prince and the Chu family. With such formidable support, her audacity seemed less surprising. Chu Luyu, of course, noticed the various glances directed her way. While she maintained a facade of calm, her heart swirled with increasing uncertainty. What was the true identity of the esteemed manager of the Treasure Pavilion? Why did he extend his assistance to her? And what power did he wield to instill such apprehension in the hearts of those in the imperial capital? The individuals present at the Phoenix Tower today risked incurring the wrath of both the Crown Prince and the Chu family, yet they still chose to come. Once these matters were concluded, she would certainly investigate further. Suppressing these thoughts, Chu Luyu followed Chu Ning in greeting the guests. Meanwhile, Master Yin remained close by, warmly engaging with everyone, appearing more invested than the father-daughter duo themselves. Although Chu Ning had once basked in glory, his years of obscurity rendered him somewhat awkward upon his sudden resurgence. As the second-in-command of the Treasure Pavilion, Master Yin excelled in the art of social interaction. His presence relieved both Chu Ning and Chu Liu considerably. Observing this scene, some guests could not restrain their murmurs. Master Yin was known to be a figure of great repute, one whose stature even compelled princes and princesses to show him deference. It was indeed rare to witness him treating someone with such attentiveness. Ah, do you not perceive that Master Yin seems to hold Miss Chu Liu in particularly high regard? It almost appears as if he is treating her with a certain delicacy. Whenever she utters even a few words, he attends to them with utmost seriousness. TSK. Could it be that Master Yin has taken a liking to her? Hush. Be cautious, for words may lead to calamity. You arrived too late to witness that Master Yin explicitly stated, "It is all by the command of their esteemed leader." How peculiar. Is it not true that the gentleman in question already has a wife? Is what you say veritable? Have Oxiang Tian and the others truly gone? Upon hearing Lu Jitao's words, the members of the Lu family were utterly astonished. Even at a banquet for princes and princesses, it would be rare to have such a multitude present in person. The Lu family fell into a profound silence. Lu Feiyin, listening nearby, scoffed. What of it? No matter how formidable the O family may be, they still pale in comparison to us. Aside from the royal family, are we not the four great clans of the capital? Other than Si Ting and Si Yang, the remaining three families have shown no movement. Their attendance would be futile. The head of the Lu family, Lu Ming, wore a stern expression, foolishness. Individually, they may not measure up to the four great clans, but collectively, they are not to be dismissed lightly. If it were merely for the sake of Chu Ning's promotion to the commander of the Imperial Guard, it would not warrant such a large turnout. There is certainly something amiss here. Lu Feiyin, reprimanded, felt a flicker of displeasure, yet upon seeing Lu Ming's grim countenance, she dared not retort, muttering, "I care not whether others attend or not. I shall not go." Jealousy consumed Chu Luiyue, leading her to mar Minmin's visage. If I were to go, who knows, she might just ruin my face as well. Lu Jitao, listening nearby, could not suppress a chuckle. Sister, I must respectfully disagree. Minmin is indeed fair, yet Chu Luiyue is undeniably more beautiful. Where does this notion of jealousy arise? I suspect Minmin must have offended her in some manner, thus inviting her own misfortune. Lu Jitao, what do you mean by that? You can't possibly have taken a liking to that wretched girl? Lu Fian exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury. Lu Jitao stifled a laugh. He had long been weary of Lu Fian, who often flaunted her admission to Tianlu Academy, wielding her status as if none could dare oppose her. Am I not speaking the truth? Furthermore, Chu Luiyue has now become a figure of envy. A prodigy with a father holding the prestigious position of a commander in the Imperial Guard. I dare say many suitors will seek her hand. Minmin's reputation and beauty have been tarnished, and the Crown Prince will hardly show her any favor in the future. Sister, I advise you to distance yourself from her. Enough. Silence. Lu Ming bellowed. You shall all remain here quietly today. You are forbidden from going anywhere. I must pay a visit to the Crown Prince's residence. We have only just established a good rapport with him, and in times like this, it is imperative we demonstrate our loyalty. No matter how formidable the Treasure Pavilion may be, It cannot meddle in courtly affairs. In the kingdom of Yaochen, ultimately, it is those in power who dictate the course of events. Chapter 88. Investigation, Part 3. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the Phoenix Tower, the prince's residence today bore a notably frigid ambience. The entire staff of the prince's residence is aware that ever since the mid-term examinations at Tianlu Academy concluded, His Highness has been in a foul mood. The atmosphere within the estate is fraught with apprehension, as everyone fears making a mistake that might invoke his wrath. Rongjin, as usual, sits in his study perusing memorials, yet his mind is restless, unable to absorb a single word. A delicate visage of a young girl continuously lingers in his thoughts, refusing to dissipate. After a length of time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, he gazes at the memorials, yet has not approved a single character. Ultimately, he can only sigh in frustration, rubbing his temples. Song Yuan, what news from the Chu family? Song Yuan, who had been cautiously attending to matters outside, entered upon hearing the call, bowing respectfully. Rongjin lifted his gaze to glance at him. Abruptly casting the memorial he held onto the desk, his voice tinged with frost. Do you comprehend what I am inquiring about? Song Yuan's body trembled, and he hastily knelt on the ground. Your Highness, the Chu family has sent word overnight. Throughout the imperial capital, scarcely any taverns are willing to host their banquet. Rongjin closed his eyes, feeling somewhat relieved. What if Chu Luiyue is a dual genius? Without the support of a powerful family background, she stands utterly alone. She will soon realize the consequences of opposing him. When she finds herself in a desperate situation, she will surely regret deliberately breaking off their engagement. I do possess taverns under my name. Go and inform her that if she is willing to plead for mercy, I might extend a hand and assist her this once. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan hesitated, his expression growing somewhat awkward. Your Highness, the banquet for Chu Luiyue has already been arranged by a tavern. Rongjin's movements froze. In the Jewel Pavilion, the Phoenix Tower was reserved entirely for Chu Luiyue's celebration. Suddenly, Rongjin swept everything from the table to the floor, his countenance terrifyingly cold. Song Yuan did not dare to lift his head. Upon receiving the news, he was also taken aback, yet that was not the most astonishing aspect. Moreover, Your Highness, due to this incident, rumors have begun to circulate in the imperial capital, claiming that Chu Luiyue has now taken the Jewel Pavilion as her backing. Many have already gone to the Phoenix Tower. Swayed by the influence of the Jewel Pavilion, a sudden wave of pressure descended. Song Yuan dared not resist. His chest heaved violently, and he was thrown back, crashing hard to the ground. He coughed up blood yet immediately rose to kneel. Your Highness, please quell your anger. Rongjin's fists were tightly clenched, the fury within him almost consuming his very being. Quell my anger? How could he possibly calm down? He had painstakingly severed his engagement with Chu Luiyue, even enduring his father's reprimands for it. Yet what of Chu Luiyue? In the blink of an eye, she became a genius. She celebrated grandly, as if desperate for the whole world to know she had been admitted to Tianlu Academy. Clearly, she was provoking him and the Chu family. The more she flourished, the more the Chu family was ridiculed. I had always wondered where she derived such audacity. It turns out she has long since allied herself with the Jewel Pavilion. Immediately send someone to investigate the true nature of this Jewel Pavilion. Your Highness. Song Yuan looked up in astonishment, hastily dissuading him. Consider this carefully, Your Highness. The background of the Jewel Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, with astonishing financial power. It is indeed unwise to provoke them. You are aware that those who previously sought to investigate the Jewel Pavilion ended up returning in failure. There is truly no need for you to invite trouble upon yourself over this matter. How could Rongjin be unaware that even the Emperor himself harbors a profound wariness towards the Treasure Pavilion? If not, he would never have relinquished the matter concerning the hunting grounds so readily. Tolerance, if exercised once or twice, will only lead to further transgressions. Investigate. Chapter 89. Borrowing the Venue, Part 4. The inhabitants of the imperial capital are known for their ability to discern prevailing trends. Upon learning that the Treasure Pavilion had been secured by Chu Luiyue for the Phoenix Tower, Xiangtian and his associates swiftly altered their stance and hurried over. News of their arrival spread, prompting many who had previously maintained a neutral position to switch allegiances and flock to the scene. The Crown Prince and the Chu family are formidable entities, but the Treasure Pavilion is even more formidable. Wasn't it true that the Crown Prince suffered a setback at the Treasure Pavilion and remained unperturbed? Thus, waves of individuals began to converge from various corners of the imperial capital, and by noon, The expansive Phoenix Tower was already filled to capacity. The proprietor lamented that there were no more available rooms on the second floor, and the main hall on the first floor was also fully occupied, yet outside there remained over 10 guests still awaiting seating. The attendants of the Phoenix Tower were bustling about, scarcely able to catch their breath. Although business was ordinarily brisk, the second floor was rarely opened, making this scene unprecedented. Now that Chu Luwei had reserved the entire venue, it was still insufficient. Lord Chuning, Miss Luwei, and Master Yin, what shall we do about this? The Phoenix Tower is an exquisitely elegant establishment. It is indeed unusual to host so many guests. Chuning found himself somewhat troubled. All who come are guests, and given their distinguished statuses, it would be quite improper to neglect them. Master Su, is there truly no more room? For a moment, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Chu Luwei turned her gaze towards Master Yin. Master Yin, you have indeed invited far too many people. Miss Luwei, please do not misunderstand. The individuals arriving now are not invited by my treasure pavilion. Master Yin hurriedly waved his hand. Those whom he had invited were all of notable standing. Among the guests arriving now, many were not to his liking. Yet they had come nonetheless, accompanied by invitations. Lord Chuning, you have distributed far too many invitations. Lord Chuning coughed lightly, clenching his fist. Initially, he thought few would attend, so he had sent out a greater number of invitations. He had felt that even one attendee would be a blessing. Who would have imagined nearly all would arrive? Now, the venue was scarcely sufficient. Chu Luwei, well aware of his thoughts, found herself both amused and exasperated. After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly struck her. Lord Zhao, might I trouble you to run an errand? Standing beside her, Zhao Ming promptly replied, Miss Luwei, please give your orders. Chu Luwei produced an invitation and handed it to him. I would appreciate it if you could deliver this invitation to the Chu family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. What are you planning? Chu Ning furrowed his brow. On such a joyous occasion, he wished to avoid any association with the Chu family. Zhao Ming hesitated as he accepted the invitation. Miss Luwei, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Chu Luwei nodded affirmatively. Miss Luwei, the Phoenix Tower is already overcrowded. Why would you still send out invitations? Moreover, to the Chu family? Master Yin, unable to fathom her intentions, could not help but inquire. Looking at Chu Ning's face, which was full of disapproval, Chu Luwei chuckled. Father, do you recall the servant that the Chu family dispatched this morning? Indeed, I do. But why bring him up? Have you forgotten? He mentioned that should we lack a venue for the banquet, we could seek their assistance. Does not the Chu family possess several restaurants? Chu Ning's eyes widened gradually. You mean Chu Luwei tapped the invitation, her crimson lips curving into a smile. Their restaurants are not of a sufficient caliber to host our esteemed guests. However, they can certainly dispatch their staff with tables and chairs. The streets outside Phoenix Tower can accommodate quite a number of tables. As for the tea, wine, and dishes, Phoenix Tower shall provide them. Simultaneously, their people can remain to assist with the menial tasks, alleviating our manpower shortage. A multitude of benefits, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Ming asked in a daze, is such a thing permissible? Why ever not? Did they not also say that, out of regard for past affections, they could offer a discount? Chu Luwei smiled radiantly. This sum, Chu Luwei, can certainly afford. Her words left the group dumbfounded. And it took them a moment to react. Yin Gu could not help but give a thumbs up. Miss Luwei, you are truly unparalleled. This is not merely a slap in the face. It is akin to tearing the Chu family's dignity and trampling it upon the ground. When this invitation reaches the Chu family, it will likely enrage them to the point of vomiting blood. Chu Luwei urged, Lord Zhao, I implore you. Yes. Your subordinate shall depart at once. Zhao Ming beamed with a smile and promptly set off to the Chu residence with the invitation in hand. Miss Chu Luwei indeed possesses remarkable wisdom. Master Su, you flatter me. I merely hope that you do not find our presence to be an inconvenience. How could that be? The Chu family has truly fallen into misfortune, having provoked such a formidable opponent. I initially thought to leverage the Chu family's influence to teach her a lesson. Yet it appears I have kicked against an iron plate. The Chu family is likely to become the laughingstock of the imperial capital. Chu Luwei glanced outside, resting her chin on her hand, and, with a thoughtful expression, inquired, if I recall correctly, does the Crown Prince not also own a tavern? Chapter 90. He has arrived. 5th update. Let him leave. The Grand Elder violently tore the invitation into shreds, trembling with rage. Tell him to inform Chu Luwei that since we have severed ties with the Chu family, any future matters are no concern of ours. Yes, yes, the young servant, sensing the Grand Elder's furious demeanor, hurriedly retreated. The expressions of the other individuals in the hall were equally grim. Who sent that person this morning? The Grand Elder bellowed. Silence ensued. With a resounding slap, the Grand Elder struck the table, causing it to splinter into pieces. Speak. Chuyin shrank back slightly, but ultimately took a step forward and whispered, I only intended to humiliate them a little. But who would have thought? Humiliate? Open your eyes and see. Who is humiliating whom now? If this matter spreads, the Chu family's reputation is utterly tarnished. This is all your fault for acting on your own. Chu Yin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The elder knew about this matter, and at that time, he was quite supportive. Now that circumstances had shifted, he had turned against them, as if the blame rested solely on her shoulders. Who could have anticipated that she would take such drastic action? The elder's expression was ominously dark. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The most pressing issue was that a significant number of prominent figures in the capital had already gathered at the Phoenix Pavilion. Regardless of the reasons, the situation had solidified. Chuning and Chuluyu would undoubtedly establish their footing in the capital from this point onward. Elder, it is rumored that the head of the Liu family has already gone to the prince's residence. What shall we do now? Someone inquired. The elder took a deep breath. Due to the matters concerning Chu Luyu and Chu Qianmin, the prince was currently in a foul mood and would certainly not extend any goodwill towards the Chu family. They had initially hoped to leverage Chu Qianmin's connection with the prince, but who could have foreseen such a turn of events? However, they absolutely could not afford to lose the support of the princess residence. I will personally pay a visit. The Chu family's refusal was anticipated by Chu Luyu. Whether Rongjin came or not was of little concern to her. Nevertheless, she was quite willing to do things that would irritate the other party. Unlike the previous refusals, this time several taverns immediately expressed their agreement, their attitude a stark contrast to that of the morning. On the streets outside the Phoenix Pavilion, tables laden with feasts sprawled across a significant portion of the thoroughfare. The air was thick with the aroma of wine, and the atmosphere was truly vibrant. The focal point of everyone's discussions inevitably revolved around Chu Ning and Chu Luyu. Who could have imagined that the once bullied father and daughter would now bask in such glory? Truly, it is a testament to the adage that fortunes shift over time. As Chu Ning listened to the countless congratulatory remarks, he felt a profound sense of emotion. Only he understood that all of this was made possible because of where. Brother Chu Ning, if I recall correctly, Luyu has already reached her coming of age. She is now free, and with your recent promotion, have you considered any eligible suitors? Indeed, your daughter is so remarkable. Many in the imperial capital have their eyes on her. Haha. What do you think of my son, Brother Chu Ning, and my nephew? He is also a student at Tianlu Academy. They would surely have much to discuss. Chu Ning felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. After the events concerning the crown prince, he had grown increasingly cautious and was not inclined to arrange a marriage for Yuer just yet. Gentlemen, my Yuer is still quite young. We are far from the princess arrival. This statement interrupted Chu Ning and garnered the attention of all present. Countless pairs of eyes turned in unison. The prince. What brought him to this occasion today? A man clad in a flowing white and gold robe approached with measured steps. He possessed a tall and slender figure, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, and his every movement seemed to radiate a subtle luminescence from his attire. At this moment, the sun shone brightly, yet an aura of coldness enveloped him, reminiscent of a summit of a snow-capped mountain, unattainable and remote. His eyebrows arched elegantly, his nose was straight, and his eyes sparkled with a brilliance that eclipsed even the most beautiful night sky. A single glance was enough to ensnare the heart effortlessly. The scarlet lips curved slightly. An exquisite sight, inherently somewhat aloof, yet the presence of a delicate lip bead added a touch of warmth. His gaze resembled the most serene and radiant starry night, while his lips embodied the most alluring and enticing hues of spring. Smooth as jade, yet exuding a cool nobility. His brows bore a subtle air of detachment that evoked an involuntary admiration in those who beheld him. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd. Yet, no one anticipated that this rumored enigmatic and frail prince of Li would possess such captivating beauty. Several ladies had already flushed with a quiet embarrassment. Rongxiao, oblivious to their stares, walked directly toward the inner sanctum. Chu Ning was the first to regain composure, stepping forward with immense delight. Your Highness, what a surprise to see you here today. In Chu Ning's eyes, the prince was a benefactor, having repeatedly rescued his daughter from peril. When others scorned them, only the prince extended a helping hand. Thus his feelings were markedly different. A blend of astonishment and joy filled Chu Ning's heart. Rongxiu nodded gently, responding with a smile. Congratulations on your recent promotion, Master Chu. It is indeed a joyous occasion. My health has improved significantly of late, and I thought to join the festivities and partake of the good fortune. However, I was delayed by some matters today. I hope Master Chu does not mind? Chu Ning hurriedly replied, not at all. We are overjoyed that your highness could attend. Rongxiu's brows arched slightly, his gaze finally resting on the side where Chu Luwei stood, a fleeting glance passing over her. Oh, Miss Luwei shares this sentiment as well? It sounds rather polite. Yet who could have anticipated that this fellow had lingered in his room the previous night? Chu Luwei secretly scoffed, thinking that if he wished to put on a performance, she would oblige. She bowed gracefully and said, what my father desires is precisely what I desire. Your highness's presence here truly illuminates this humble abode. Rongxiu observed her feigned demeanor, a deeper smile playing at the corners of his lips. The onlookers were taken aback by the scene. When had the Prince of Li become acquainted with the father and daughter of Chu Ning? Their relationship appeared to be quite profound. Otherwise, why would the Prince of Li, having declined numerous invitations, choose to appear here today? When had Chu Ning established such a connection with him? Your Highness, please come inside. Though the gathering was numerous, none held a higher status than the Prince of Li. Thus he naturally took the seat of honor, sharing the same table as Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue. Also seated at this table was Yan Go. Your Highness, please take a seat. Lord Chu need not stand on ceremony. This prince will follow your lead. Chu Ning held great respect for Rongxiu, who, in turn, displayed no airs, earning Chu Ning's admiration. Observing her father engaged in lively conversation with Rongxiu, Chu Luwei could not help but roll her eyes inwardly. Her father was completely deceived by Rongxiu's outward charm. Yue, why have you not poured tea for His Highness yet? He has aided us on several occasions, and we have yet to express our gratitude properly, Chu Ning remarked. Chu Yue's mind raced, and as she extended her hand, she deftly avoided the teapot, opting instead for the wine jug beside it. The crystal-clear liquor traced a line through the air, flowing into the glass, the refreshing scent of bamboo leaves wafting invitingly. This is exquisite Zweiking, Your Highness. You must give it a try. I am certain you will enjoy it. Chu Ning was taken aback, interjecting in disapproval. Yue, His Highness has just recovered. How could he drink? Chu Luiyue blinked her eyes and turned to Rongxiu. Your Highness, I see you are dressed lightly today. I feared you might catch a chill, so I poured this wine to warm you. Do you not like it? Rongxiu gazed into her bright eyes, clearly aware of her intentions. My constitution truly cannot tolerate excessive alcohol. Chu Luiyue raised an eyebrow, ready to take back the wine jug. However, Rongxiu suddenly lifted his hand, gently pressing down on her wrist. The touch was cool, yet it felt as if a fire ignited from that point. Nevertheless, since it was Miss Luiyue who personally poured this wine, how could I refuse? Chu Ning, oblivious to the undercurrents, smiled with slight resignation. My daughter is headstrong. Please do not take offense, Your Highness. Rongxiu's lips curled slightly. It is of no consequence. I am well accustomed to it. Chu Luiyue silently scoffed. Her gaze shifted and she noticed Yan Gu still standing nearby. Master Yan, why do you not take a seat? Yan Gu chuckled awkwardly. No, I have a bit of discomfort in my waist. I shall remain standing. Even if he possessed the courage of a bear, he would not dare sit at the same table as his master. Chapter 92. The Fourth Princess, Second Update. Rongxiu cast a half-smiling glance at him. Master Yan, do take a seat. Yan Ji's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter, cold sweat trickling down his back. It could be one thing for others to address him thus, but for this individual to do so, it was truly a matter of life and death. This is quite inappropriate. Yan Gu offered a strained smile. Your Highness is of esteemed status. Miss Luiyue has invited you to sit. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Knowing that further refusal would be impolite, Yan Gu could only comply, nervously taking a seat. Yes. Chu Luiyue cast a curious glance at him. Yan Ji's behavior today was indeed rather peculiar, even considering Rongxiu's distinguished status. Given the position of the treasure pavilion in the capital, he really didn't need to act this way. A vague notion flashed through her mind. But as she tried to grasp it, a hand reached over from the side, taking away the newly filled wine glass in front of her. The young lady should have tea. As Rongxiu spoke, he had already replaced it with a fresh cup, pouring her tea. His actions were so natural that none of those present found anything amiss. Even Chu Ning's gaze toward him became even more appreciative. Chu Luiyue lowered her eyes to look at the warm tea before her, raising an eyebrow. This was Tit for tat? Say, why do you think His Highness Princely came today? So many people have sent invitations to the prince's mansion before, only to be politely declined. What ability does Chu Ning possess to be able to invite him? Who knows? Chu Ning's position as commander of the Imperial Guards isn't low. But it's not enough for His Highness Prince Li to lower himself, is it? I've heard that at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, when the fourth princess made things difficult for Chu Luiyue, it was His Highness Prince Li who helped her out of the predicament. Could it be that His Highness Prince Li has taken a liking to Chu Luiyue? How else would you explain him standing up for Chu Luiyue? He cannot be unaware that this amounts to offending both the Crown Prince and the Chu family, does he? What is there to contend over a mere sickly wretch? Are you not aware? It is rumored that the late king's mother was once besmirched by the empress. At this juncture, the speaker suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension. Halting mid-sentence, unwilling to continue. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone exchanged knowing glances, instinctively shifting the conversation. Regardless of the circumstances, after today, Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue have undoubtedly established their foothold in the imperial capital. The Chu family has suffered a considerable loss of face this time. It is likely they will not let this matter rest easily. The Chu family has not produced a remarkable talent in many years. Without Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue, their days may well become arduous. The Chu family has held a prominent position among the four great families for far too long. At that moment, as Chu Luiyue took a sip of tea, she was suddenly alerted by a commotion from outside. Rising, she approached the window to gaze down. Their room occupied the finest position on the second floor. One window offered a view of the lake within Phoenix Tower, while the other looked out onto the bustling street. Chu Luiyue quickly noticed a group of armored individuals hastily departing in the distance. Numerous stalls along the street had been appended, creating a scene of chaos. Yet, those whose businesses had been disrupted dared not voice their anger, hastily gathering their belongings in alarm. Narrowing her eyes, Chu Luiyue discerned that the departing group was, in fact, the Imperial Guards. However, what could have transpired that necessitated such urgency? Just then, an individual broke away from the group, riding toward Phoenix Tower. May I inquire if President Chu Ning is present here? Lord Chu Ning is indeed present here. I am Captain Ji Qingfeng of the 7th Squad of the Imperial Guard, seeking an audience with the president. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, his handsome features marred by an evident anxiety. Please wait a moment, Master Ji. I shall report this immediately, said a subordinate. Master Ji, you may proceed directly upstairs, added Chu Luiyue. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingfeng raised his gaze, only to catch sight of a slender silhouette by the window on the second floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismounted and rushed up. Although Chu Ning had never encountered this individual, he had familiarized himself with the affairs of the Imperial Guard since assuming his position and naturally recognized the name Ji Qingfeng. I have met the president, Ji Qingfeng said, his expression taut. Just as he was about to bow, he was halted by Chu Ning. What has transpired? Chu Ning inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Commander, the fourth princess went to the hunting grounds this morning, and we have just received news that she accidentally fell from a cliff. What? Chu Ning exclaimed, taken aback. The fourth princess was always closely guarded. How could such a calamity occur? Ji Qingfeng shook his head. The details remain unclear. However, below the cliff lies a swift river, and the fourth princess has been missing for half an hour without any sign of being found. The emperor, upon hearing this, was greatly enraged and has already dispatched the Imperial Guard to search for Her Highness. My subordinate has come to request your presence as well, he continued. Chu Ning nodded swiftly. Let us go. As the commander, it was imperative for him to be present at such a critical moment. Where? The matter concerning the fourth princess is urgent. Father, please hurry. However, Chu Ning felt a tinge of hesitation within. Rest assured, I shall oversee this matter, declared Rongxiu, alleviating Chu Ning's concerns. Given that is the case, I will trouble you, Your Highness. With that, Chu Ning swiftly departed alongside Ji Qingfeng. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than Yin Ge sprang to his feet as if pricked by a nail. Chu Liu understood this well and nodded. After all, the incident had occurred within their domain, and they could not entirely dissociate from it. Yin Ge cast a quick glance at Rongxiu and clasped his fist in greeting. I must take my leave today, Miss Lu Yu. I hope you can forgive my absence. The esteemed second master Yin was indeed a busy man, and Lu Yu felt immensely grateful for his personal visit. Chu Liu shook her head. Allow me to see you off. No need. Today, we have many guests. And with Lord Chu Ning just having departed, you have other matters to attend to. I shall not impose further. Farewell. Yin Qing, standing at the door, cast a sympathetic glance at Yen Guo as he hurried away. What significance does the fourth princess's predicament hold? After that brief moment, it seems this fellow may carry some shadows of doubt. Should he linger any longer, his heart may not withstand it. The once lively room was now left with only Rongxiu and Chu Luyu. Rongxiu caressed his wine cup, a hint of worry etched upon his brow. His voice cool. I have heard that the hunting ground is perilous. This time the fourth princess is indeed in grave danger. Chu Luyu cast a glance at him. Your Highness, now that the fourth princess has encountered a mishap, shouldn't you go and see her? Rongxiu leisurely took a sip of wine, the rich aroma permeating the air. He stated with composure, since the emperor has already dispatched the imperial guards to search for her, my presence would merely add to the commotion. I might as well await news here. Chu Luyu raised her eyebrows. Here? Rongxiu lightly tapped the rim of his cup, his gaze settling upon Chu Luyu. It seems I have left something at your place. Once these matters are resolved, I shall find time to retrieve it. Chu Luyu was about to decline instinctively. Rongxiu paused, a playful look in his eyes. Or would you prefer everyone to know that my garment is in your possession? Chu Luyu. But it seems even more inappropriate for your highness to visit my home, wouldn't you agree? Rongxiu lowered his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips, seemingly unconcerned. If I were to go in the evening, naturally no one would see. Chu Luyu. How shameless. Following the dispatch of the imperial guards, Chu Ning also promptly departed, causing many to suspect that something was amiss, and they began to discreetly inquire about the matter. The fact that the fourth princess had taken people to the hunting grounds today was known to quite a few, and with such a commotion, it was impossible to suppress the news. The word quickly spread, and everyone was shocked. Although many hunting grounds are perilous, the fourth princess has always had close protection during her outings. How could such a serious situation have arisen? If something were to happen to the fourth princess, it would likely implicate many people. Some became thoughtful, and a few even rose to take their leave. Chu Luyu was well aware of the thoughts harbored by these individuals. They were but fickle grass swaying with the wind. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed, graciously sending them off. As she passed by the private room of Si Yang and the others, she noticed them all standing at the door. Are you leaving as well? Chu Luyu inquired. What do you mean by leaving? Do you still have the time to care about that? Si Yang rushed forward, his urgency palpable. Do you know that the hunting ground where the fourth princess encountered misfortune is? I know, she interjected, knowing yet remaining so composed. Are you not afraid that His Majesty will hold you accountable in his fury? The expressions of Si Yang and the others reflected their palpable anxiety, as they clearly felt the gravity of the situation. That hunting ground has little to do with me now, and it was the fourth princess who insisted on hunting high-level magical beasts. This incident hardly seems to fall on anyone else, she asserted. Si Yang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Her words held truth, yet there was an unsettling sense about them. But it is the fourth princess, they murmured. Chu Luyu chuckled softly. Yongjin encountered a mishap and suffered no severe consequences. What of Yongzhen, who brought this upon himself? The fourth princess is fortunate and well-favored. Under the protection of the emperor, she is unlikely to come to harm. Let us await the outcome with calmness. Exchanging glances, Si Yang and the others could only nod in agreement. As evening fell, news arrived. The fourth princess, Yongzhen, had inadvertently tumbled from a cliff, breaking both legs. Additionally, due to a prior attack by that mysterious high-level magical beast, she had been unable to receive timely medical attention, resulting in the shattering of her original essence, rendering her utterly incapacitated. Chapter 94. The Mute Eats Bitter Gourd, Part 4. That night, within the royal palace, in the Peony Hall, the moon hung high, its silvery light particularly cold and serene this evening. The atmosphere pervading the entirety of Jiaolan Hall was somber, with the attending palace staff meticulously regulating their very respiration, lest they inadvertently incur misfortune upon themselves. The gazes they directed towards the hall's interior were fraught with trepidation and alarm, since regaining consciousness a mere incense stick's duration prior. The fourth princess had, within that brief interval, commanded the execution of no fewer than 5 servants. At any moment, such calamity might befall them. Clatter. The piercing sound reverberated, signaling yet another shattered object. The assembled individuals were rendered mute with apprehension. To be reduced to an invalid overnight was a fate few could bear, least of all a princess as cherished and exceedingly proud as she. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. After such prolonged clamoring, Rongzhen's voice was hoarse, yet its timbre was all the more poignant. You must all be prevaricating. My innate gifts are exceptional. How could I possibly be rendered an invalid? Within the hall, Rongjun reclined against the bed, her hair disheveled, her countenance malevolent and deranged, bordering on madness. Kneeling before her bed were several figures. The foremost among them bore a laceration upon his head, the result of some projectile, with blood trickling down, rendering his appearance rather disheveled. Despite his internal trepidation, he was compelled to persevere in his earnest entreaties. Your Highness, your primordial core has been shattered, and your primordial meridians have been damaged in consequence. Henceforth, the prospect of your cultivation endeavors shall indeed be arduous. You band of useless wretches. Rongjun abruptly interjected, her voice shrill. What if the primordial core is shattered? I shall simply condense another. The individuals lowered their heads, lapsing into silence. With her primordial core irrevocably fractured, her corporeal form had sustained grievous detriment, precluding the possibility of reconstituting another primordial core. The celestial physician. Please, divine healer. You cannot achieve this, but surely the divine healer can. Rongjun, unwilling to give in, refused to accept this outcome no matter what. Observing the silent figures around her, a sense of despair gradually enveloped her heart. Yet, how could she possibly accept what awaited her? Jinjun, your body is still quite frail. Why not take care of yourself? Suddenly, a figure hurriedly entered from outside. It was the Empress. Upon seeing her, tears instantly streamed down Rongjun's face. Mother, you must help your daughter. The Empress rushed over, and upon witnessing her beloved daughter in such a state, her heart ached deeply. Gently, she embraced her. Jinjun, do not worry. Mother has already summoned those esteemed individuals. No matter what, Mother will find a way to assist you. However, you have been rather careless this time. Rongjun attempted to rise, only to be struck by a sharp pain in her leg. Suddenly recalling that it was broken, which only fueled her frustration further. In anger, she exclaimed, Mother, this is all that beast's fault. If it weren't for it, I would not be in this state. And what of the hunting grounds, Mother? Did you not go to seek father just now? Did he not promise to immediately seal off the hunting grounds? Those grounds were sold to the treasure pavilion by Chu Luiyue. They must be involved. This time, they must pay with their lives. However, the Empress's expression grew somewhat rigid. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly spoke, Jinjun. This incident occurred because you insisted on going to the hunting grounds. It may be difficult to assign blame. Why? Rongjun pushed her away. But upon seeing the queen's hesitating expression, he suddenly understood. Is this the will of father? You may leave now. The queen dismissed everyone from the room, then sighed deeply, shaking her head in resignation. You know your father's temperament. Mother, Rongjun looked at her in disbelief. Father has always favored me the most. Now that everything I have is ruined, does he not intend to hold anyone accountable? How shall I exact my revenge? The queen closed her eyes. Who sent you there? It was the hunting ground of the treasure pavilion. This matter must be borne by you. Chapter 95. He has abandoned you. Fifth update. What is so taboo about a mere treasure pavilion? As the fourth princess of the kingdom of Yaocan, I am now in such a state, and yet I am denied even the right to seek accountability? Mother, what exactly is the background of the treasure pavilion? Why does father protect them so fiercely? Does he not care for his daughter's life or death? Rongjun found it utterly incomprehensible. Even the crown prince was in a similar predicament. The treasure pavilion seized the hunting grounds he had meticulously maintained, yet in the end, it all came to nothing. You know that even the crown prince cannot easily confront the treasure pavilion. The queen interjected. One is her son, the other is her daughter. How could she not harbor resentment? Thus, even though she was aware of the emperor's extraordinary regard for the treasure pavilion, she still sought his intervention. Yet, the outcome was unsurprising. The emperor had no intention of punishing the treasure pavilion at all. Moreover, your previous desire to visit that hunting ground was met with repeated refusals from the treasure pavilion. It was only after your insistence that they reluctantly acquiesced. This matter is known to many. Now that you have unexpectedly sustained an injury, who can you blame? The multitude at the hunting ground clearly witnessed that it was your own determination to pursue that beast that ultimately led to your fall from the cliff. Even if accountability were to be sought, what grounds would there be? The Empress is also filled with disappointment. In this situation, Rongjun is utterly in the wrong. And with the outcome as it is, she must accept her fate. Rongjun was rendered speechless by the criticisms. Yet, her pride and arrogance prevent her from acknowledging her mistakes or expressing remorse. Even so, do they bear no fault at all? What about her daughter's future? Is she truly destined to become a cripple from this point forward? How could she endure such a fate? The Empress struggled to contain the tumultuous emotions within her. Rest assured, Jinjin, Mother will not abandon you. If those few cannot find a solution, we shall explore other avenues. Shortly thereafter, envoys from the Tianling dynasty arrived, and perhaps they might possess a remedy. Rongjin's eyes brightened. Is that truly the case? The Empress managed a strained smile. You are aware of the formidable nature of the Tianling dynasty. Perhaps they may indeed have a solution. In due time, Mother will certainly assist you. That night, Chu Ning briefly recounted the events to her, shaking his head with a sigh. It is a pity that the fourth princess once displayed considerable talent. Otherwise, His Majesty would not have indulged her so. From this point onward, it seems. Recalling the last banquet celebrating the crown princess' birthday, Rongjin had mercilessly tormented Yu'er, openly mocking her as a useless wretch. In the blink of an eye, Yu'er had transformed into a figure of envy, a genius admired by all, while she herself had become a mere shadow of her former self. The father and daughter had endured countless humiliations in the past, and who could have foreseen the present circumstances? Chu Luiyue offered a faint smile. Reflecting on the capriciousness of fate, debts incurred must eventually be repaid. In any interpretation of the situation, it was clear that Rongjin was the architect of her own misfortune. Others bore no blame, and certainly, none could be laid at her feet. Yet, an inexplicable sense of peculiarity lingered in her mind, as if an unseen hand were orchestrating the events around her. However, she remained oblivious to the identity of this unseen puppeteer. By the way, Father, has the beast that injured the fourth princess been found? Chu Ning inquired hesitantly, referring to those associated with the Chu family and the crown prince. He harbored no illusions that they would simply let the matter rest. Chu Luiyue's eyes sparkled with a playful smile. Chu Ning exhaled in relief, nearly having forgotten about the issue. Compared to the outside world, Tianlu Academy was indeed a sanctuary. You may decide, Father will naturally acquiesce. Are you planning to reside at the academy? Upon lifting her gaze, she found none other than Rong Xiu standing before her. His profound gaze rested upon her, gentle yet imbued with a certain strength. Chu Luiyue was unsurprised by his arrival. This man was adept at concealing his true intentions, and she currently had no means to contend with him. However, if he wished to come, she could simply take her leave. Nodding, she retrieved his black cloak from the wardrobe and handed it to him, smiling sweetly. Therefore, Your Highness, it would be best if you refrained from visiting in the future. Tending to your health at your estate should take precedence. Rongxiu glanced at the cloak before accepting it, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that Yu'er would be so concerned for his well-being. Chu Luiyue shrugged. Having offended His Highness the Crown Prince, your days may not be easy now. The Crown Prince clearly regarded him as a thorn in his side, a fact she discerned during the banquet held in honor of the prince. Now that he stood beside her, the Crown Prince's ire would only intensify. Upon hearing her words, Rongxiu suddenly leaned in closer, reducing the distance between them, their breaths mingling. Just as Chu Luiyue intended to retreat, she noticed the reflection of two tiny versions of herself in his eyes, their depths swirling with unspoken currents. His deep voice was like a gentle breeze stirring the strings of a zither. He abandoned you. I thank him for that. Chapter 96. The Broken Horse Cart. First update. A fleeting thought crossed Chu Luiyue's mind. During the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, he had deliberately acted that way. But why? Your Highness, you. Chu Luiyue was about to seek clarification when Rongxiu straightened up. You've been busy all day. I shall not trouble you further. Draping his cloak over his shoulders, he turned to leave, his tall, dark figure swiftly vanishing into the inky night. Chu Luiyue gazed in the direction of his departure for a considerable time before softly exhaling, her fingers curling slightly. Moments ago, with Rongxiu so close, her heart inexplicably raced. Logically, she would never tolerate such repeated intrusions, yet with Rongxiu's proximity, she found herself surprisingly unperturbed. Deep down, an almost instinctive belief took root. Rongxiu would not harm her. Yet, she could not fathom the origin of this inexplicable trust. Having endured the excruciating betrayal of a past life, she believed she could never again grow close to anyone. However, both Chu Ning and Rongxiu seemed capable of gradually dissipating the defenses she had erected in her heart. After contemplating for a while and unable to discern a reason, Chu Luiyue ultimately decided to relinquish her thoughts. As was her custom, she sat cross-legged on her bed, continuing her cultivation and absorbing the essence of the heavens and the earth. It was only after completing a full cycle of energy that she allowed herself to lie down and rest. In the following 2 days, the celebrations at Phoenix Tower persisted. Yet Rongxiu did not return. This disappointment weighed heavily on those who had intended to leverage this opportunity to forge connections with the Prince of Departure. Nevertheless, given his esteemed status, his presence for a single day was already extraordinary. It was entirely reasonable he would not attend again. Many sought to extract information from Chu Luiyue, but her succinct responses left them no wiser. They could only conjecture that perhaps Chu Ning had some acquaintance with the prince, yet specifics remained elusive. In their conversations, it was evident that Chu Luiyue and the prince were not well acquainted, which was hardly surprising given his position. What common ground could exist between them? Even though she had gained admission to Tianlu Academy and was celebrated as a dual genius in martial arts and mystic arts, the absence of familial support still created a vast chasm between her and the prince. Conversely, Chu Ning, recently appointed as the head of the Imperial Guard and a trusted confidant of His Majesty, held far greater value in terms of connections. However, due to his current obligations concerning the fourth princess, he had not made an appearance at Phoenix Tower, leaving many feeling regretful. The convergence of these events resulted in a notable decrease in public interest towards Chu Luiyue. Fortunately, Yin Gu had been consistently present over the past few days, providing significant assistance to Chu Luiyue. It is precisely this point that has subdued the restless hearts of some individuals, regardless of the circumstances. Chu Luiyue possesses the backing of the Treasure Pavilion, rendering her a figure not easily provoked. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the day of classes at the academy arrived. This marked the first official day of lessons for Chu Luiyue since her admission. A considerable number of people had already gathered at the entrance of the academy, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As Chu Luiyue alighted from her carriage, she immediately captured the attention of many. The once boisterous entrance fell into a notable hush, as countless pairs of eyes turned toward her, each reflecting a multitude of emotions. "Little Luiyue, you finally made it." With this excited exclamation, a figure approached Chu Luiyue with quick strides. It was none other than Teacher Bai Chun. Chu Luiyue greeted him with respect. Bai Chun, beaming with joy, remarked, "I have been waiting for quite some time. What took you so long?" "I had to organize several things for my accommodation in the academy, which delayed my arrival," Chu Luiyue explained. Bai Chun chuckled heartily. "Your lodgings have long been arranged. Just follow me." Chu Luiyue nodded. "I truly appreciate your assistance, Teacher Bai Chun." "Assistance? Nonsense. You are now a highly sought-after individual in the academy. Many are eager to seize this opportunity. However, none have managed to outmaneuver me. Aha." The brilliance of Chu Luiyue's talent is widely acknowledged, and since her choice to pursue the path of the Mystic Master, she has yet to select a mentor. The instructors in the Mystic Master department are all abuzz with excitement. Who wouldn't desire such an extraordinarily gifted disciple? Today, being Chu Luiyue's first day of enrollment, it is a splendid opportunity for the professors to forge closer ties with her, and they certainly cannot afford to miss it. Although Bai Chun held little hope for himself, he genuinely cherished Chu Luiyue from the depths of his heart, which made him quite pleased to be present. "This carriage must contain all your belongings, correct?" he inquired. "Indeed. It consists of some daily necessities," she replied. "Allow me to find someone to assist you," Bai Chun began, yet before he could finish his sentence, a scornful female voice abruptly interrupted. "What a dilapidated carriage this is, daring to stop at the academy's entrance." The voice was somewhat familiar. Chu Luiyue's gaze shifted slightly, revealing a well-known face, Lu Fian. She stood at a distance, pinching her nose and casting a look of disdain towards Chu Luiyue's carriage, her contempt unabashed. "This carriage must be constructed from inferior wood, as it reeks of mildew," she remarked, her gaze sweeping over Chu Luiyue before she let out a cold laugh. Deliberately raising her voice, she addressed those around her. "Look at that horse's mottled coat. It is clearly of a substandard breed. Any reputable noblewoman would never deign to use such a carriage." The women behind her nodded in agreement. "Yenner, she is no longer a noblewoman. Naturally, she cannot be compared to us. Indeed, what does it matter if she is talented? She remains as impoverished as ever. It is truly laughable." Bai Chun's expression darkened, ready to retaliate, but was halted by Chu Luiyue. "Teacher Bai Chun, I understand that carriages are not permitted within the academy. Yet I have quite a few items to carry. Might you summon a few individuals to assist me?" Bai Chun paused, of course. Chu Luiyue glanced at the laughing Lu Fian and her companions, offering a faint smile. "Then I shall leave it to you." Chapter 97. The Green Plumwood Box, Part 2. Lu Fian's smile froze upon her face. "Who do you think you are to command me?" Even if Chu Luiyue has distanced herself from the Chu family and holds no significance, she still lacks the authority to issue orders. "Lu Fian, this is the academy, not the Lu family. What kind of spoiled behavior are you exhibiting? Bai Chun, accustomed to such scenes, remained unfazed and spoke sternly. After receiving the reprimand, Lu Fian subdued her demeanor somewhat. However, the prospect of assisting Chu Luwei was utterly out of the question. Teacher Bai Chun, Chu Luwei only enrolled today. Although she is in the same cohort as us, such tasks should not fall upon us, should they? Bai Chun scoffed coldly. Though it is her first day, her strength and talent surpass yours by a considerable margin. Here at Tianlu Academy, power reigns supreme. Moreover, it is merely a matter of assisting in retrieving a few items. Yet you display such reluctance? Have my words lost their weight with you? Lu Fian and her companions dared not openly defy Bai Chun. Faced with no alternative, they reluctantly approached. Lu Fian cast a glance at the carriage, scoffing at the notion that a destitute and wretched individual could possess anything of value. She was even concerned about getting her hands dirty. Chu Luwei stepped forward and retrieved a black, intricately carved wooden box. A faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Bai Chun inhaled deeply, feeling the aroma permeate his very being, bringing him immense comfort. His eyes sparkled with realization. Is this made of green plum wood? Teacher Bai Chun, your discerning eye is commendable. Upon hearing the mention of green plum wood, Lu Fian's brow furrowed slightly. In truth, the moment Chu Luwei produced the wooden box, she had detected the faint, elusive fragrance of plum blossoms, leading her to suspect it might be green plum wood. However, she was hesitant to believe it, given the wood's unparalleled rarity. It thrives only in extremely cold regions, growing a mere inch every 3 years, and requiring a century to witness the full bloom of green plum blossoms. It is an item most individuals might never encounter in their lifetime, let alone possess. Fian, isn't that bracelet you wear also carved from green plum wood? A nearby woman inquired in a hushed tone. Lu Fian's complexion turned ashen. When she was admitted to Tianlu Academy, her mother had specifically purchased a green plum wood bracelet as a reward. She cherished it dearly, wearing it frequently. So those close to her were well aware of it. The bracelet had once been the object of much envy. Yet now, Chu Luwei had brazenly presented an entire wooden box crafted from green plum wood. The sheer quantity of material used was many times that of her bracelet. That wooden box must be worth a considerable fortune, wouldn't you say? Another woman murmured. You know nothing. Lu Fian retorted irritably. There are varying grades of green plum wood. Don't let the size of the box fool you. It might just be made from cheap scraps. Chu Luwei raised an eyebrow. So, it seems Miss Lu has encountered green plum wood before. In that case, I am relieved. You may hold on to this. Lu Fian was taken aback, feeling a sudden weight in her hands as Chu Luwei placed the item upon them. The texture was cool and smooth to the touch, with the grain faintly discernible. And the fragrance was now even more pronounced than before. She could not help but glance down, her eyes landing on the exquisitely carved plum blossoms adorning the wooden box. So lifelike they seemed to breathe. A soft laugh escaped her lips, barely concealing her disdain. Indeed, born of humble origins, she had evidently seen little of the world. This green plum wood, due to its slow growth and perennial existence in icy realms, possessed a cool, substantial quality conducive to tranquility and focus. Yet, should its delicate grain be marred by careless carvings, the essence within would swiftly dissipate, rendering it mere worthless timber. You have utterly squandered this green plum wood. Despite her scornful remarks, Chu Luwei displayed no sign of remorse. Instead, she laughed. It was widely acknowledged that the Lu family was immensely wealthy, and indeed, Miss Lu appeared to possess considerable knowledge. Reckless carving of green plum wood could indeed lead to damage. However, if one were to extract its juice and soak it for a month, such issues would be averted. Lu Fian stammered in disbelief. What? Green plum. Juice. Soaking. If the green plum wood was already so rare, how much more precious must the blooming green plums be? Even she had never laid eyes on such a sight. Should Miss Lu harbor any doubts, she could examine the plum blossoms closely. It was precisely due to the infusion of green plum juice that the flower stamens appeared green. In a flurry, Lu Fian lowered her gaze, and indeed, she beheld a faint green hue within the blossoms. The fragrance emanating from that area was exceptionally rich and refreshing. Lu Fian's eyes widened in disbelief. This truly could be regarded as exceedingly precious. The mere presence of this green plumwood box is worth a fortune, yet when combined with the green plum essence. Lu Fian was taken aback, yet unwilling to concede defeat, could only stubbornly retort. I suppose this treasure of yours must constitute your entire fortune. How could you possibly carry it with you to the academy? This is merely a box for my tea. Naturally, I must bring it along. Chu Luwei replied with a faint smile. Lu Fian was momentarily speechless, then scoffed coldly. Tea? What exquisite tea could possibly match the grandeur of this green plumwood box? I dare say you possess none. Chu Luwei lightly nodded. Indeed, I do not have any fine tea. It is merely a collection of herbal teas, which I occasionally use to soak my feet when I have leisure time. Lu Fian was momentarily stunned, her expression a mixture of green and white, utterly astonished. Chu Luwei actually had her fetch something for soaking feet. Chapter 98. All That She Adored, Part 3. Even more outrageous was the fact that such a precious green plumwood box was used by Chu Luwei to hold herbal tea for foot soaking. This was simply an egregious waste. Lu Fian was desperate to inquire what Chu Luwei was thinking. Yet, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she observed Chu Luwei's serene demeanor and calm tone, as if this were the most commonplace matter, hardly worthy of mention. In that moment, she felt rather foolish for her exaggerated reaction, as though she had never encountered such opulence before. Lu Fian was consumed with frustration, as if her chest were constricted by an unseen force, leaving her feeling utterly stifled. As the esteemed young lady of the Lu family, when had she ever engaged in such menial tasks? The mere thought that she was holding something used by Chu Luwei for foot soaking nearly drove her to the brink of fury. Who would want this worthless item? Lu Fian exclaimed, preparing to hurl the wooden box away with great force. Miss Lu, I implore you to exercise caution. Although this item may not be particularly valuable, should it break, it would undoubtedly necessitate a discussion regarding compensation. Chu Luwei replied with a demeanor that was both gentle and courteous. Placing a hand delicately upon the wooden box, Lu Fian felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her, immobilizing her instantly. Alarmed, she pondered in dismay. When did Chu Luwei become so formidable? Moreover, should compensation be required, she certainly could not afford such an expense. After much internal conflict, Lu Fian reluctantly relented, gritting her teeth in irritation. Fine. It's merely a green plum wooden box. What is there to be so proud of? A chorus of disdainful murmurs arose from the crowd. Lu Fian's words dripped with envy as she recalled how she had once strutted about with that green plum bracelet. Her chin held high. Furthermore, Chu Luwei's box was merely a container for floral tea. Was there truly any comparison? Chu Luwei's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Miss Lu truly possesses an acute sense of propriety. With that, she retrieved several more items from the carriage. A multicolored glass cup, delicate and fragile, prone to shattering under extreme temperatures. A purple jade fan, perfect for the sweltering summer heat, and a square inkstone crafted from golden silk stone, which required handling with care. Using a silver thread cloth, the once arrogant Lu Fian and her companions found themselves utterly dumbfounded. Each of these items could be deemed priceless. Some of them had only heard the name, never having laid eyes upon it. As Lu Fian gazed at those items, her heart brimming with resentment and indignation, her expression grew increasingly grim. She had initially assumed that the green plumwood box was the only remarkable possession of Chu Luwei. Yet it was now evident that this was far from the case. Reflecting on her previous mockery of Chu Luwei, labeling her as a destitute scion of a fallen family, Lu Fian felt an unbearable tightness in her chest, her face ablaze with embarrassment. She longed to vanish into the ground. Even a fool could discern who truly lacked worldly experience. If Lu Fian felt this way, one could only imagine the reactions of the others. The few women around had already been rendered speechless, stiffly clutching their possessions, too fearful to move lest they inadvertently damage them. They certainly could not afford to compensate for any mishap. The crowd, initially gathered to witness the spectacle, was equally astonished. Was Chu Luwei not being excessively extravagant? Wasn't it said that she and Chu Ning had completely severed ties with the Chu family? Logically, one would expect their lives to be rather strained, yet it appeared they were faring even better than most scions of noble families. Even Bai Qin couldn't he help but eye those items repeatedly, smacking his lips in astonishment. Who would have thought, little Luwei, that you possess such treasures? These are not possessions one acquires merely through wealth. Some treasures are beyond my reach. Chu Luwei smiled silently. How could the former Chu Luwei possibly possess such valuables? Even the Chu family might not have had such a collection. In truth, these items were selected from the boxes sent by Master Yan Er. The mere presence of these items has already attracted considerable attention. If they were to discover that her home contained even more, and that what she displayed was but a fraction, one can only imagine the expressions on their faces. Initially, upon witnessing Master Yan bestow such a multitude of gifts, she was taken aback. Little did she expect that a greater surprise awaited her upon unveiling them. Each item within was of extraordinary value. treasures that could not possibly be compared to the so-called prized possessions of the treasure pavilion. This compelled Chu Lu Wei to reassess the financial strength and background of the treasure pavilion. It had been several days since the fourth princess incident, yet there had been no news of the emperor intending to penalize the treasure pavilion. From these events, much could be surmised. The treasure pavilion was far more enigmatic than she had imagined. In her previous life, as the fated imperial princess, she was accustomed to the finest luxuries, and thus, the value of these items did not particularly shock her. However, the very essence of these possessions, from the teacups to the writing instruments, and even the handful of flower tea nestled within the green plumwood box, captivated her deeply. Everything was perfectly aligned with her preferences. Chapter 99, Selecting a Teacher, Fourth Update. Undoubtedly, these were the meticulous works of the enigmatic proprietor of the treasure pavilion. Chu Liuyue's curiosity intensified. She pondered the true identity of this individual and the reasons behind their generosity towards her. Such acts could not merely be exchanged for a hunting ground deed. Previously, she had tentatively inquired with Master Yin about meeting this esteemed proprietor, but her request was gracefully declined, as Master Yin explained that the proprietor seldom visited the imperial capital, making even a fleeting encounter a rarity. If Chu Lu Wei genuinely desires an audience, a period of waiting may be necessary. Chu Lu Wei, however, possesses an amenable disposition. Since the other party has presented these treasures, she shall accept them. When the other party wishes to meet her, they will naturally do so. Discussing other matters at that juncture would not be unfeasible. Moreover, she finds these items exceedingly appealing and would be remiss to refuse them gratuitously. Bai Chun, casting a glance at the discomfited Lu Fian and her companions, erupted in laughter. Come, I shall escort you to your abode without delay. Chu Lu Wei, accompanied by Bai Chun, entered the academy, with Lu Fian and the others trailing behind, bearing the appearance of her servants. Their procession garnered the attention of numerous onlookers. Although Chu Liuyue had been seen by many during the midterm examinations, most were her contemporaries. The students in the upper two classes of the academy had heard of Chu Liuyue's name and were eager to observe what kind of person she was. However, with Bai Chun present, no one would be so impudent as to cause trouble. Upon entering the academy's interior, Chu Liuyue soon beheld a series of individual houses. These houses were all detached villas, separated by a certain distance. The academy occupied a vast expanse, with a relatively small student body. So each student had their own private residence. Thus, even when not attending classes, they could cultivate in peace within their own quarters. Bai Chen, while walking, elucidated to Chu Lu Wei. Within the academy, while facilities such as the arena and the library were communal, the domains of martial artists, Xian masters, and celestial physicians were segregated due to their differing cultivation practices. The recently passed territories belonged to the martial artists. And beyond this clear river lies the domain of our mystics. Chu Liuyue gazed ahead, observing a crystal-clear stream winding its way through the landscape, spanned by a seven-arched stone bridge. On the opposite bank, there were several independent courtyards, noticeably larger than those previously encountered. It seemed that the accommodations for the students varied significantly. Chu Liuyue murmured. Indeed, the conditions for our mystics far surpass those of the martial artists. Bai Chen replied with a proud smile. The courtyards here are at least twice the size of those over there. Chu Liuyue nodded in understanding. Given the smaller number of mystics and their elevated status compared to martial artists, such a disparity was entirely reasonable. Look, that courtyard is your residence. Bai Chun gestured towards a riverside courtyard in the distance. Its proximity to the Nine Nether Tower and the library is quite convenient. A warmth spread through Chu Liuyue's heart. Thank you, Teacher Bai. No need for gratitude. This is a special arrangement made by Elder Sun. It's only fitting that you, with such exceptional talents in both martial arts and mysticism, receive this treatment. After all, the teachers genuinely hope for you to become true powerhouses. Bai Chen's expression grew notably serious. Chu Lu Wei could discern that he spoke from the heart. Although Bai Chen had a somewhat irritable temperament, he harbored no ill intentions and was dedicated to his role as a teacher. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Chu Liuyue immediately noticed that the place had been meticulously cleaned, which only deepened her satisfaction. However, Lu Fian and the others, upon seeing this, felt increasingly uncomfortable and left in a huff after dropping off their belongings. Chu Liuyue was not overly concerned. These matters did not require her attention. Bai Chen proceeded to share several important points, all of which Chu Liuyue diligently noted. Here is your nameplate and academy attire. Once you have settled in, do visit the Tally Courtyard. That is where the instructors manage their affairs. Although you have chosen the path of a mystic master, you have yet to select a mentor. Once you have made your choice, go to the Tally courtyard to pay your respects to your teacher and register, and you will be able to commence your formal training. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Luwei ventured to inquire, Teacher Baichin, is it absolutely necessary to select a mentor? Chapter 100, I do not agree. Part 5, Baichun regarded her with a puzzled expression. Naturally, how could one embark on their studies in the academy without a teacher, especially as a mystic master? Guidance from a mentor is essential. Otherwise, one is bound to encounter numerous detours. Is it that you are reluctant to choose a teacher? Chu Luwei hesitated, noticing his astonishment, and smiled while shaking her head. It's not that. I merely asked out of curiosity. There are many instructors at the academy, but as I have just arrived, I am not yet familiar with them. Hence I have not made a decision. Baichun, sensing no ulterior motive, chuckled heartily. Ah, I see. There is no need for such apprehension. Once you arrive at the Tally courtyard and meet the various instructors, you may take your time to make your choice. Chu Luwei let out a sigh of relief. That reassures me. Baichun winked playfully. In truth, most students entering the academy are in a similar position as you, unfamiliar with the instructors. However, their options are not as extensive as yours. Your midterm assessment scores rank you first among warriors and second among mystic masters. At present, every instructor is eager to take you under their wing. The choice lies solely in your hands. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. Only a prodigy like Chu Luwei can provoke such eagerness among them. Very well, I shall tidy up and proceed shortly. Chu Luoyue's courtyard is a quaint two-story building, immaculate and orderly. After surveying her surroundings, she found that everything she required was already prepared, negating the need to bring anything. Nevertheless, she arranged the items she had brought and changed into her courtyard attire, affixing her nameplate to the left side of her chest before stepping outside. Making her way towards Tally Garden, Baichun had previously provided her with directions, allowing her to navigate effortlessly. In the distance, Chu Luwei beheld a spacious and antiquated courtyard. As she stood at the entrance, she felt a formidable pressure bearing down upon her. With a slight narrowing of her gaze, she remained still, standing resolutely. Just as the chilling aura was about to engulf her, it abruptly dissipated. The breeze stirred the loose strands of hair on her forehead, maintaining her composure. Chu Luwei clasped her fists and bowed, saying, I am Chu Luwei, here to greet all esteemed instructors. After a moment, a warm, hearty laughter echoed. I knew this girl possessed genuine talent, yet you all insisted on testing her, fearing she might mock you. It was the voice of Sun Zhongyan. Come in, young lady. As his words faded, the invisible force before Chu Luwei completely vanished with the wind, and she stepped forward to enter. Contrary to its name, Tally Courtyard was devoid of trees and flowers, only featuring a haphazard arrangement of rugged stones. However, Chu Luwei immediately discerned that these stones had been meticulously arranged into a unique mystical formation. From this central point, the power of the formation radiated outward in all directions. Once activated, the might of this formation would surely be formidable. Sun Zhongyan was seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, engrossed in a game of chess. Upon noticing her arrival, he set down his pieces. Chu Luwei observed that the chessboard bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had used during her examination for Tianlu Academy. Yet today, the board was a labyrinth of complexity, far more intricate than the previous game. Child, have you chosen your teacher? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Luwei shook her head. Teacher Baichun suggested that students first pay visits to all the instructors. As she scanned the courtyard, she realized that aside from Elder Sun, there was no one else present. There were, however, several subtle presences emanating from within the house. Elder Sun, what are the other teachers? Chu Luwei queried, perplexed. Sun Zhongyan gestured towards the chessboard. Since everyone wishes to be your master, we held a match. Now, they have all lost, leaving only this old man. He beamed at Chu Luwei. I shall take on the role of your teacher. What do you think? Caught off guard, Chu Luwei recalled that Elder Sun was indeed also a mentor to Si Ting. Just as she hesitated, a gray figure suddenly dashed toward her from a distance. A thunderous voice echoing like a clap of thunder above Tally Courtyard. I do not consent. Chapter 101. The Dean. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. As Chu Luwei pondered, she witnessed a figure rushing towards Sun Zhongren. The individual, slightly hunched and clad in a tattered cotton coat, could only be Yi Lao. However, what brought him to this place? Even more astonished than Chu Luwei was Sun Zhongyan. Master Uncle, what brings you here? Master Uncle? Chu Luwei felt a surge of surprise. She had long suspected that Yi Lao held an extraordinary identity, Yet she never imagined he was actually Sun Zhongyan's master uncle. Such a generational gap was indeed remarkable. Yi Lao, panting heavily, glared at Sun Zhongyan. The latter, under his intense gaze, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "Master uncle, what troubles you?" "What troubles me? How dare you even ask?" Yi Lao exclaimed, suddenly delivering a slap. "You little rascal. Daring to vie for people with your master uncle. You've become quite brazen." Sun Zhongyan, not daring to retaliate, could only protect his head and evade. Master uncle, why are you resorting to violence? Even if I had the courage of a bear, I wouldn't dare to compete with you for anyone." Witnessing the esteemed Sun Zhongyan being chased and struck, Chu Luwei felt her emotions shift to something rather peculiar. She coughed lightly and turned her gaze away. "Master uncle, if you're to strike, you must clarify what exactly I have taken from you." Sun Zhongyan exclaimed, utterly aggrieved. His master uncle, who rarely made an appearance, suddenly showed up only to engage in violence. Finally, Yi Lao ceased his assault, wheezing as he pointed at Chu Luwei. In the courtyard, silence enveloped the atmosphere for a fleeting moment. Chu Luwei keenly sensed a subtle shift in the previously concealed auras, as if they had simultaneously stirred. Clearly, everyone was taken aback by Elder Yi's words. Sun Zhongyan remained in a daze for quite some time. "Wait, you wish to take Chu Luwei as your disciple, master? But you are a celestial physician." Indeed, Chu Luwei's talents in martial arts and the mystical arts were undeniable, yet her aptitude in healing seemed rather lacking. Sun Zhongyan glanced at Chu Luwei and couldn't help but advise, "Master, are you perhaps influenced by the fact that she passed all 3 entrance exams? You might not be aware, but her potential in martial and mystical arts far surpasses that of a celestial physician. Moreover, haven't you always found it troublesome to take on disciples? For many years, you have not accepted a single apprentice. If you truly wish to take on a disciple, there are indeed several students this year with remarkable talents." "What do you know?" Elder Yi impatiently interrupted him. "Am I unaware of my own disciple-esque circumstances?" As his words fell, Sun Zhongyan felt as if his throat had been suddenly grasped, his voice abruptly silenced. In that instant, the surrounding air became eerily quiet. Chu Luwei let out a silent sigh. She had initially wished to discreetly select a mentor and commence her training at the academy. However, it appeared that this was now an improbable endeavor. To her astonishment, Elder Yi had such a connection with Tianlu Academy, and to emerge at this moment was unexpected. "This girl has long been my disciple. You think you can come and snatch her away now? Dream on." Old Yi remained deeply troubled, gazing at Sun Zhongyan with the suspicion one might reserve for a thief. He approached Chu Luwei and exclaimed, "Child, these old men are quite treacherous. You must not allow yourself to be deceived by them." Chu Luwei replied, "Is it truly appropriate for you to be so blunt?" Old Yi's expression shifted to one of grievance. "You, my dear, come to the academy without even informing your master. Do you truly wish to seek another teacher?" With a resigned smile, Chu Luwei responded, "Master, you misunderstand. I merely entered seclusion for a few days. Upon emerging, I rushed to the Chu family to find you, only to discover that you were nowhere to be found after searching high and low. It was only through inquiries that I learned of the significant events that transpired. Had I delayed even a moment longer, you would have become that scoundrel's disciple." Sun Zhongyan, who had been chastised, found himself too overwhelmed by the situation to feel aggrieved or defend himself. Chu Luwei paused, choosing not to speak further. Had she known earlier that Old Yi was from Tianlu Academy, she would not have gone through such lengths. However, the thought of Old Yi anxiously searching for her did stir something within her heart. Old Yi looked at the young woman before him, feeling more affection than reproach. How could he truly bear to scold her? His tone softened as he patted Chu Luwei's arm. "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Let this serve as a lesson for the future." Chu Luwei responded with a radiant smile. "Understood, master." While the master and disciple shared a moment of joy, Sun Zhongyan and the other teachers in the room were left in a state of bewilderment, as old Master Yi prepared to depart with his entourage. Sun Zhongyan could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward to inquire, "Old Master Yi, have you truly accepted this young lady as your disciple?" Old Master Yi cast a sidelong glance at him. "Did you not hear her call me master?" Sun Zhongyan was momentarily taken aback. But her talent. Just then, Chu Luwei gently tugged at his sleeve. A sudden realization struck old Master Yi. He glanced at Chu Luwei and discerned her unspoken thoughts. This girl seems reluctant to reveal too much. Indeed, if everything were to be laid bare, it would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Clearing his throat, Old Master, you declared, regardless, she has passed the examination of a celestial physician, and we share a remarkable affinity. The apprenticeship has already been formalized. So your opinions are of no consequence. He appeared resolute in his decision. Sun Zhongyan felt a pang of regret. Chu Luwei possessed little potential in the realm of celestial medicine. Even if she were to take on a mentor, her future prospects seemed bleak. Master, I am also quite interested in the art of mystical formations. My purpose in coming to the academy was to learn a thing or two. Chu Liuyue's words filled Old Master Yi with concern. Do you truly wish to become this rascal's disciple? Chu Liyue stifled a laugh and shook her head. Since I already have a master, it would be inappropriate to seek another. I wish to pursue the path of mystical formation on my own. I wonder if you would grant me your permission? On your own? Sun Zhongyan interjected, feeling apprehensive. Young lady, have you truly thought this through? Without a diligent teacher, the path of a mystical master can be quite arduous. Chu Liyue nodded resolutely. Thank you, elder son, but my mind is set. Master, you have no objections, do you? Elder Yi hesitated, though he had begun to suspect that Chu Liyue might not require a Xian master instructor, much like her unfathomable mastery of Tianyi. He would be more than adequate as her teacher. Why would I impede your desires? Elder Yi exclaimed. It is settled. Fetch the registry. A thick ledger was swiftly brought forth, its cover emblazoned with the gilded characters for Qianlu Academy. Elder Yi placed his hand upon the tome, and the pages turned of their own accord, revealing the names inscribed within. Students' names were rendered in black, while instructors' names were in red. The pages ceased their turning at a fresh, blank page. With a solemn air, Elder Yi inscribed his name upon the page, stroke by stroke. Yi Zhiding. A radiant, golden light shimmered brilliantly, rendering his name in gold. Beneath it, a line of text materialized, 65th Dean of Qianlu Academy. Chapter 102. Class begins. Elder Yi was, in fact, the Dean of Qianlu Academy? Chu Liyue gazed at him in astonishment. Could this unkempt old man in tattered cotton be the dean? Had she not witnessed it, she would never have believed it. Chu Liyue recalled their previous encounters, when Elder Yi shamelessly begged to observe her demon refinement, and her emotions grew more complex. All along, the most influential figure in Qianlu Academy stood before her. Elder Yi's expression was unusually solemn as his fingers continued to glide across the pages. Another name emerged. Chu Liyue. To her astonishment, her name appeared in a striking red, identical to that of the esteemed instructors at the academy. Subsequently, beneath her name, a line of small script materialized: cultivation, heavenly healer, mystic master, warrior. While most students, due to limitations in talent, could only pursue a single discipline, Chu Liyue was an exception. Elder Yi, fully aware that her innate abilities might surpass even his own expectations, decided to inscribe all 3 disciplines for her. This would undoubtedly facilitate her journey ahead. As he penned the final character, a radiant golden light surged from Elder Yi's name, penetrating the insignia nestled within Chu Liyue's left breast. Each student's insignia bore a fragment of their teacher's power, serving not only as a means of identity verification but also as a safeguard in perilous times. As Elder Yi elucidated, he released his grip. It is done. Your name is now officially registered, and you shall henceforth be my true disciple. Elder Yi gazed at Chu Liyue, unable to contain his excitement. Although she had previously offered him tea, that moment had been a private acknowledgement between the two of them. Now, with both their names inscribed in the academy's roster, the significance was vastly amplified. From this point forward, all would come to know that Chu Liyue was his apprentice. The mere thought of it filled Elder Yi with immense joy. Having lived more than half his life, he had often been urged to take on disciples. Yet he had always found it a bother and had declined. Now, at last, he had found a kindred spirit, a prodigy rare in a century. Instantly, she eclipsed all others. How could he not be delighted? Come. It has been such a long time since we last met, and I have so much to discuss with you. Once the matters were settled, Elder Yi led Chu Liyue away, leaving Sun Zhongyan and others exchanging glances in bewilderment. The peach and plum courtyard fell silent for a considerable period before a resigned chuckle broke the stillness. How foolish we were to compete for so long, only to discover that she has long been a student of the dean. As soon as they entered the room, Elder Yi immediately inquired, "My dear girl, why did you not inform me earlier of your desire to come to the academy? Must you go through the trouble of taking 3 examinations? I heard that you participated in the midterm assessments a few days ago. Did someone give you trouble? Do not hesitate to tell me. I shall ensure they face the consequences." A torrent of words came pouring forth, while Chu Liyue leisurely poured him a cup of tea. "Please, take your time. There is no need to rush." Elder Yi paused to sip the tea, finally finding a moment of respite. He had heard scattered rumors before, but only after listening to Chu Liyue's account did he fully comprehend the situation. A wave of guilt washed over him. To him, Chu Liyue was still a child, bravely standing against the Chu family and the crown prince, unaware of the multitude of challenges she had faced. Yet, Chu Liyue merely laughed nonchalantly, teasing at that time. I had no knowledge of your true identity. Had I known earlier, how could I not seek you out? Her words only deepened Elder Ye's embarrassment. It was my oversight. His carefree and unrestrained nature often led him to avoid the intricacies of academy affairs, typically delegating such matters to Sun Zhongyan and the others. Despite holding the title of dean, he has been traveling extensively in recent years, and few have actually encountered him, often causing him to overlook his position. However, there's no need for concern. Aren't things progressing smoothly? Chu Liyue reassured. Yi Lao, however, adopted a grave expression and shook his head. Child, you may not be aware, but the crown prince is petty and vindictive. Your recent actions have caused him to lose face, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Buzz. Before Yi Lao could finish speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly echoed from outside. The two of them turned to look, but saw nothing. Yet, Yi Lao's expression did not ease. Instead, his brow furrowed even deeper. He immediately rose to his feet. Child, your teacher must take his leave. I shall visit you another day. With that, he moved swiftly, his figure quickly disappearing. Chu Liyue watched the direction he left, her gaze shifting slightly. Not far away, the magnificent Nine Serenities Pagoda stood silently. That strange disturbance earlier seemed to originate from there. However, the fluctuation was so faint that most people would not have noticed it. She was able to perceive it due to her keen sensitivity to the changes in the essence of heaven and earth. Although she has not yet regained the strength of her previous life, her perception remains. If she remembered correctly, beneath the Nine Serenities Pagoda lay the heavenly pivot academies. Tap, tap, tap. A knock on the door interrupted Chu Liyue's thoughts. Who is it? She asked, as she went to open the door. A somewhat familiar face appeared outside. Chu Liyue was surprised. Siting, what brings you here? Siting appeared somewhat taken aback by her swift arrival, momentarily caught off guard before quickly regaining his composure. Have you already selected your teacher? Chu Liyue nodded in affirmation. After a brief pause, Siting refrained from inquiring further about her choice. This morning, there is a meditation class. Teacher Dongfang asked me to check if you were prepared. Meditation class? Chu Liyue queried, somewhat puzzled. Siting elucidated. Although practitioners of the Xian arts typically engage in solitary cultivation, there are also communal courses. This particular class is taught by teacher Dongfang. It then dawned on Chu Liyue that Siting had come to escort her to class. She appraised him from head to toe and could not resist teasing. Such a trivial matter, and the teacher actually entrusted you with it? Siting averted his gaze, his handsome features still adorned with a placid expression. I merely resolved the first challenge ahead of time. Thus I have the opportunity to come here. If you are ready, then follow me. Without further questions, Chu Liyue accompanied him to class. Chapter 103. Bullying. The meditation class was conducted at the Qiushuang courtyard. Following Siting, Chu Liyue soon arrived at the location. Standing outside the door, Siting whispered. The meditation class is generally aimed at honing one's control over the elemental forces of nature. Chu Liyue nodded in understanding. The cultivation of Xian practitioners primarily encompasses these aspects. Just as the two approached the entrance, the door swung open of its own accord. A deep, resonant voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed, "Come in." Chu Liyue stepped in behind Siting. The room was remarkably spacious, and a man with a square face stood at the forefront. I have met teacher Dongfang, Siting remarked. At that moment, Chu Liyue realized that the individual before her was none other than the instructor of the contemplation class, Dongfang Qing. You arrived rather swiftly, she remarked. Dongfang Qing nodded, his gaze quickly settling on Chu Liyue with a hint of curiosity. You are Chu Liyue? Chu Liyue offered a respectful greeting. Greetings, teacher Dongfang. Dongfang Qing's eyes lingered on her nameplate for a brief moment, and he found himself wanting to inquire about which master she had studied under. However, with so many students present, he deemed it inappropriate to voice his curiosity. He gestured, "Please take a seat beside Siting." Following his indication, Chu Liyue turned her gaze in that direction. The room was furnished with dozens of stone platforms, each occupied by a student. Before them lay a table, upon which rested a chessboard. Almost all the students were intently focused on the boards, deep in contemplation. Even upon hearing the entrance of the two, They merely glanced up momentarily before hastily returning to their analysis of the intricate formations on the chessboards. The two stone platforms at the front center were conspicuously vacant, clearly designated for Si Ting and herself. As she approached, she discerned a clear 2 etched upon her platform. Casting her gaze sideways, she noted that Si Ting's platform bore the number 1. It appeared that the seating arrangements were based on the rankings from the midterm assessments. As soon as Chu Luiyue stepped onto the platform, a chessboard materialized on the previously empty table before her, displaying a complex formation. Today's lesson was quite straightforward. One simply needed to identify the nodes of these two formations to pass. Dongfang Qing observed Chu Luiyue with a subtle glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The 3 students who completed the task in the least amount of time would receive additional rewards. On the day of the midterm assessment, he was absent. Thus he remained oblivious to the circumstances at that time. As for Chu Luiyue, how she managed to secure the second position among the Xian masters remains a mystery. The praises sung by Elder Sun and the others were extravagant, even asserting that Chu Luiyue's talent rivaled that of Si Ting. He was indeed curious to see if that were true. Chu Luiyue cast a glance at the Xian array before her. Such a level of complexity posed no challenge for her. Upon her first glance, she immediately conceived a method to decipher it. However, it was certainly too early to proceed. Noticing Dongfang Qing's gaze lingering on her, she understood he intended to test her abilities. She turned to Si Ting beside her and whispered, "Si Ting, how long did it take you for the first stage?" Dongfang Qing's eyes brightened. Is Chu Luiyue challenging Si Ting? Si Ting, observing the calm demeanor of the girl before him, could vaguely sense her intentions. "Half an hour," he replied. Chu Luiyue nodded thoughtfully. Given Si Ting's age, achieving such a level of proficiency was indeed commendable. "Then do try to be swift in the second stage. Perhaps I might surpass you," she said, blinking playfully. If Si Ting could expedite his progress, she would naturally save some time. Otherwise, spending several hours here would be quite arduous. Si Ting, noticing the glint of cunning in her eyes, remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Very well. What is this, Chu Luiyue? Are you truly challenging Si Ting?" Her striking beauty, coupled with the unmistakable pride and hostility reflected in her phoenix-like eyes, was evident. Hostility? Chu Luiyue furrowed her brow slightly. She was unacquainted with this woman. So why was she being treated this way? "Yu Mingzhu, why are you so meddlesome? It's only natural for Lu Yu to challenge my elder brother, considering she's the second-ranked. It's hardly your place to speak, as the fourth-ranked." Si Yong, seated behind Chu Luiyue, immediately spoke with impatience. Upon hearing the name, Chu Luiyue immediately understood the woman's identity. Gu Mingzhu, the second young lady of the Gu family, being born of the main wife and practicing as a Xian master. This Miss Gu was highly favored in the Gu family. Gu Mingzhu's countenance turned frosty after being rebuked by Si Yong. "I was merely asking a question. Why are you so protective of her?" Si Yong scoffed. "You know very well what you're thinking. If you wish to challenge my elder brother, perhaps you should attain the second rank first." Gu Mingzhu's face paled with anger, and she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Who knows how she even achieved that second place? A latecomer can't possibly possess any real ability. The cultivation of a Xian master is extremely meticulous. Even with decent talent, one cannot succeed without proper and patient guidance from a teacher." Chu Luiyue's life in the Chu family was worse than that of a servant for many years. Now, only in her teens has her talent as a Xian master been discovered, which is already too late. Her previous achievement must have been a mere coincidence. Si Yang's tone was also somewhat sharp. "What? Are you implying that Elder Sun and the others made an incorrect judgment? He was the third-ranked." For Gu Mingzhu to doubt Chu Luiyue's second place was akin to saying that his own strength was lacking. Upon hearing these words, Gu Mingzhu dared not speak further. This Si Yong was always exceptionally sharp-tongued, and she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Gu Mingzhu cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at Si Ting, only to find that the handsome youth did not even spare a glance in her direction, as if he were utterly indifferent to the events that had just transpired. With a bite of her lip, her heart sank further. Si Ting, with his calm demeanor and aloof temperament, had always seemed this way to her. Thus, despite repeated rejections, she clung to a glimmer of hope. However, the arrival of Chu Luiyue now filled her with a sense of peril. Had Si Ting ever shown such concern for anyone else? Yet, when Teacher Dong mentioned the possibility of sending someone to accompany Chu Luiyue, Si Ting had surprisingly volunteered. Although he claimed it was because he had completed the first challenge and had time to spare, Gu Mingzhu thought otherwise. Furthermore, she had distinctly sensed a difference in Si Ting's attitude towards Chu Luiyue when they spoke, an intuition that only a woman could possess. Consequently, Her disdain for Chu Liuye only intensified. Chu Liuye, do you dare to compete with me? If you lose, that second position shall be mine. If I lose, I shall grant you the dragon string formation. What say you? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment and turned their gazes towards her. The dragon string formation was reputed to be a fifth-level mystical array. Gu Mingzhu, as the second daughter of the Gu family, was indeed extravagant in her proposition. Such a tempting offer would be hard for anyone to refuse. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Liuye's expression bore no trace of excitement or thrill. Instead, she shook her head with a gentle smile, saying, "Perhaps not. After all, I truly dislike bullying others." Chapter 104. Does she even qualify? Gu Mingzhu discerned the implication behind Chu Liuye's words, realizing she was being disregarded. Exasperated, she retorted with a sardonic laugh. "Chu Liuye, could it be that you're simply afraid?" Chu Liuye shrugged. "Believe what you wish." Gu Mingzhu was taken aback, finding Chu Liuye impervious to her goading. Raising her voice, she declared, "Then I shall add the azure wood profound array. Do you accept?" A stir rippled through the room. The azure wood profound array rivaled the dragon string array in complexity and power. Gu Mingzhu was willing to wager 5 profound arrays for a competition with Chu Liuye, indicating a substantial investment. Is that a genuine offer? Gu Mingzhu lifted her chin. As the second miss of the Gu family, my words are naturally binding. Chu Liuye nodded. Very well. She was not foolish. Why refuse a favorable offer presented so readily? Seeing Chu Liuye's agreement, Gu Mingzhu was inwardly pleased but quickly adopted a scornful demeanor, sneering. It seems your initial reluctance stemmed from dissatisfaction with the stakes. Her implication was clear. Chu Liuye was motivated by avarice. Chu Liuye smiled, openly conceding, "You understand me well. If one seeks guidance, a token of sincerity is required, wouldn't you agree? Otherwise, I would loathe to squander my time on such individuals." Gu Mingzhu's temper flared. But she restrained herself as she felt a gaze upon her. It was Si Ting. Suppressing her anger, Gu Mingzhu reverted to her customary aloof demeanor. Let us regard the 2 intricate formations assigned by teacher Dongfang as the basis for our competition. The one who unravels them first shall be declared the victor. Gu Mingzhu, how can you even utter such words? You have been deciphering for nearly an hour, while Chu Liuye has only just arrived. Is this not an obvious act of intimidation? Siyang interjected, unable to contain his discontent. Gu Mingzhu cast a cold glance at Chu Liuye and smirked. Deciphering these formations often requires several hours, at times. It may take an entire day. Can I be blamed for Chu Liuye's tardiness, which is due to her own circumstances? Moreover, she previously secured second place, surely. She would not quibble over such a trivial matter, would she? Chu Liuye, what do you say? Chu Liuye nonchalantly waved her hand. Just let it be. Her casual demeanor further incensed Gu Mingzhu. Let us begin. Upon concluding her words, she lowered her head, resolutely returning to her focused study of the formation on the chessboard before her. This time, she was determined to win. The sight of this made Si Ting feel inexplicably anxious. Chu Liuye smirked slightly. This predicament was evidently stirred by Si Ting. However, considering his prior assistance, she felt it inappropriate to dwell on such matters. Si Ting was the first to avert his gaze. Chu Liuye raised an eyebrow and turned her attention to the formation before her as well. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, Emperor Jiawen reclined in his chair, observing Rong Jing, who stood before him with hands clasped. His expression remained inscrutable. I shall reiterate this one final time. Let this matter rest. No one is to pursue it further. His deep, resonant voice echoed in the spacious study, conveying the dignity and authority of his position. Rong Jing tightened his grip within his sleeves. In truth, he had contemplated this answer long before his arrival. However, he found himself utterly perplexed. Father, the incident concerning Jinjin's injury is exceedingly suspicious. The hunting grounds had always been under my care, and such occurrences had never transpired. How could such an event unfold immediately after the treasure pavilion took charge? If we do not investigate this matter thoroughly, how can Jinjin find peace in her heart? Emperor Jiawen gazed intently at him. Crown Prince, are you accusing me? Rong Jing felt a sudden tightening in his chest and promptly knelt, lifting his robe. I would not dare. The treasure pavilion has repeatedly advised against it. It was Jinjin who insisted on hunting high-level magical beasts. This predicament is solely her own doing. Ultimately, it is I who have indulged her. Over the years, I have coddled her whims and never had the heart to discipline her. This has led to the present situation. Emperor Jiawen sighed deeply, closing his eyes. Her original essence has shattered. How could my heart not ache? I have already dispatched Chu Ning to lead the Imperial Guard in pursuit of the high-level magical beast that harmed Jinjin. Those who failed to protect her that day have already faced punishment. What more do you wish to investigate? The final question caused Rong Jin's heart to inexplicably leap. Despite Emperor Jiawen not looking at him, he felt as though his thoughts had been laid bare. I merely believe that I had previously warned you not to covet the treasure pavilion. It seems you have not heeded my words. Emperor Jiawen, weary, opened his eyes slowly and spoke. Do you truly wish to investigate for Jinjin, or are you seeking to assist yourself? Father. Rong Jin was taken aback, feeling as though the Emperor Jiawen's gaze bore down on him like a ghostly flame, instilling a profound sense of dread. Father, please see clearly. Your son harbors no ulterior motives. Yet, the Emperor remained unmoved. He was fully aware of Rong Jin's thoughts and actions. The father and son found themselves locked in a tense standoff, one seated and the other kneeling, as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly cold and rigid. After a long pause, Rong Jin finally lowered his head. Father, I merely seek an answer. What is the true origin of the treasure pavilion? That you would protect it so fervently? I have exerted great effort for that hunting ground, only to have it snatched away in an instant. I cannot help but feel discontent. You are the crown prince. Is it truly so distressing for you to lose a mere hunting ground? What you truly care about is not the land itself, but your own status and glory as prince, is it not? The emperor's incisive words drained the color from Rong Jin's face. If it were not for their assistance to Chu Luwei, I would not. The engagement was your own proposal to dissolve, the emperor interjected, shaking his head. He recognized that Rong Jin's heart was not broad enough. Yet the recent events had left him deeply disappointed. Had Chu Luwei displayed remarkable talent from the outset, the present circumstances would surely be vastly different. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Very well. He rose to leave, but just as he reached the door, his voice echoed from behind. I have heard that Chu Qianmin from the Chu family was injured on her face a few days ago. If you have the time, you should visit her. The rumors circulating in the capital are rampant, and given the current situation, you should act swiftly and take her as your consort. Your Majesty, this son has no connection with Chu Qianmin. As the crown prince, you must weigh your own decisions. Yes. A sudden unease gripped Song Yuan's heart, realizing the gravity of the situation, and he averted his gaze in a fluster. Rong Jin came to a halt before Song Yuan. Inform the Chu family to prepare. I shall soon welcome Chu Qianmin into the palace. Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, is that according to the regulations for a secondary consort? Rong Jin sneered. A secondary consort? Does she even deserve that? Chapter 105. Waiting for you is excruciatingly hard 3 days later. The crown princess residence prepared to receive her as a favored concubine. Song Yuan hesitantly inquired. Your Highness, after all, Miss Chu is the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. Does the title of favored concubine truly befit her? This is already a considerable elevation. Rong Jin's expression turned frigid. When he spoke of Chu Qianmin, there was not a trace of affection in his gaze. The series of events had already caused him great humiliation. The fact that he was willing to grant Chu Qianmin a place within the crown princess residence was a monumental act of grace. Observing Rong Jin's demeanor, Song Yuan understood that the matter was settled without room for negotiation, and thus he refrained from further protest. Yes. Rong Jin exhaled a heavy breath, intending to enter. When he noticed that Song Yuan remained rooted in place, his expression awry. He furrowed his brow. What are you still doing here? Song Yuan inclined his body slightly and whispered, Your Highness, the individuals sent to investigate the treasure pavilion are gone. Rong Jin was taken aback, his brow furrowing even deeper. How could this be? Those individuals were all fourth-tier martial artists. Recognizing the formidable nature of the treasure pavilion, he unleashed his full force without reservation. Who could have anticipated, Your Highness, that those few individuals, merely beginning to covertly investigate the treasure pavilion, would be consecutively assassinated? Moreover, the adversaries exhibited extraordinary prowess, leaving scarcely a trace behind. We cannot even procure any evidence to substantiate their involvement. Rong Jin clenched his fists. His voice almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. Are you implying that this time, I must swallow my indignation in silence? Your Highness, that was not my intention. Song Yuan hastily knelt on the ground. Rong Jin closed his eyes, contemplating for a prolonged moment, before coldly remarking, If covert attempts are futile, then we shall pursue a more overt approach. Song Yuan expressed concern. Your Highness, did not His Majesty indicate that there would be no investigation? If you proceed openly, it may cause complications with His Majesty. I shall naturally refrain from entangling myself in these matters. However, The treasure pavilion has operated in the imperial capital for many years. Who knows if there are discrepancies in their private accounts? The personnel from the Ministry of Personnel have been rather idle of late, making it an opportune moment to conduct a thorough investigation of the imperial capital. At the Chu residence, Chu Yin and Lu Yao stared in astonishment at Song Yuan standing before them, scarcely believing their ears. Lord Song, did you just say that the crown prince wishes to have Min Min enter the residence as a concubine? Song Yuan smiled. Indeed, the crown prince has held a deep affection for Miss Chu for quite some time and has long harbored intentions of marrying her, as you both are well aware. Though the present moment may be somewhat hurried, His Royal Highness has decreed that Miss Chu San's injuries remain unhealed. In consideration of her well-being, simplicity is of utmost importance. However, you need not worry. Although the ceremonies may be modest, His Royal Highness will undoubtedly ensure that Miss Chu San is treated with the utmost respect. Chu Yin and Lu Yao trembled with indignation. Lord Song, my dear Min Min is indeed a legitimate daughter of the Chu family. Even if she cannot assume the position of the primary consort due to her current condition, she should at least be recognized as a secondary consort. To relegate her to the status of a mere concubine is utterly excessive. Chu Yin, unable to contain her fury, spoke with a tone that bordered on confrontational. Lord Song's smile remained unchanged, yet it bore an added chill. Ah, Lady Chu Yin, do you not comprehend the underlying reasons here? Miss Chu San's injury is to her visage, and it may very well be a lifelong affliction. The primary and secondary consorts are expected to pay their respects at the royal ancestral shrine, and given Miss Chu San's condition, would that truly be appropriate? Moreover, not only has she suffered a personal injury, but she has also compromised the dignity of His Royal Highness. The fact that His Royal Highness is willing to grant her the title of concubine is already a testament to his magnanimity. You two must thoughtfully deliberate on this matter and not jeopardize His Royal Highness's goodwill. The veiled threat in his words was unmistakable. Chu Yin and Lu Yao exchanged glances, each feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. They had only one daughter, Chu Qianmin, and had hoped she might ascend to the position of the crown princess. Clearly, that dream was now dashed. With merely 3 days to prepare, how could they possibly manage? To marry under such circumstances would be a source of great humiliation. They could only imagine the derision they would face in the capital. I will marry, as several individuals found themselves in a stalemate. A sudden voice from outside the door pierced the silence. It was none other than Chu Qianmin. At that moment, she was veiled, obscuring most of her hair and face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Yet, those eyes no longer held their former pride. Instead, they were imbued with a chilling, ominous hue that unsettled the onlookers. Song Yuan silently mused that this Miss Chu seemed quite different from before. Min, what brings you out here? Lu Yao hurried over, her expression filled with concern as she scrutinized Chu Qianmin's demeanor. You heard what was said just now? Chu Qianmin nodded. I heard. I am willing to marry. Song Yuan smiled faintly. Then, please, Miss Chu, prepare yourself at home. In 3 days, you shall enter the residence. With that, he took his leave without further ado. Min, have you truly thought this through? You would be but a favored concubine. Chu Qianmin gave a self-deprecating smile. What can be done now, given my current state? A heavy silence enveloped the group. The crown prince's residence currently boasted no legitimate wife or secondary consorts, only a handful of maidservants. Therefore, if the daughter were to go, she would not be subjected to mistreatment. Moreover, she had no intention of remaining a favored concubine for life. Lu Yao's eyes brightened. Min, do you mean to say, though my appearance may be marred, my talent and strength remain intact? Furthermore, to become the crown prince's consort grants one the leverage of his power. I have not forgotten who has brought me to this state. Chu Lu Wei, let us settle our scores, piece by piece. The room fell into deep contemplation. It was remarkably quiet, with everyone engrossed in the chessboard before them. Clack! A crisp sound resonated. It was Gu Mingzhu who had unraveled the first mystical formation. Dongfang Qin cast a glance at her, somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought that after Si Ting, the second to decipher the initial challenge would be none other than Gu Mingzhu? Si Yang, upon hearing the sound, couldn't help but turn his head, his mood further soured. Gu Mingzhu, with a triumphant tilt of her chin, gazed at the front where Chu Luwei stood. Such a simple mystical formation was merely a trifle. You've managed to unlock the first challenge? Surprised, are you? Surely, a formation as uncomplicated as this could not have ensnared you? Mockery danced in Gu Mingzhu's eyes. In truth, Anyone who has undergone systematic study and received guidance from esteemed mentors would recognize the characteristics of mystical formations, thus facilitating a swift resolution. However, someone like you, who has likely never encountered a proper formation, would naturally find themselves at a loss. Chu Luiwen nodded earnestly. Indeed, I have not encountered many formations of this nature. After the age of 6, she ceased to engage in such pursuits, so her experience was understandably limited. Gu Mingzhu's eyes gleamed with mischief. How about this? I could wait for you to also solve the first challenge before we proceed to the second round of competition. This way, should someone lose, it would tarnish the honor of my victory. Chu Luwei declined her proposal, a gentle smile gracing her lips. That one be necessary. With a snap, the sound of the mystical formation being deciphered rang out. I have already labored long enough anticipating your progress, so there is no need for you to wait for me.